quickly paid the taco guy and chased after her, but she was gone. Dang it, Blake was turning me into a terrible person. I tried to apologize to Lisa the next day, but she wouldn't even look at me. I almost gave up until one day, when we ended up in the same elevator together. I acted on instinct. I pressed the stop button. What are you doing? I want to apologize, but you keep running away. Don't bother. I'm never gonna go out with you again. I don't want you to go out with me. I'm just sorry. I act like a complete idiot, and you have every right to hate me. She looked shocked. Really? You mean that? Yes. I'm really sorry. I was so stupid. Agreed. You'll have to buy me like 100 tacos to make up for it. Does that mean we can be friends? Yeah. Okay. I forgive you. Yes! All 100 tacos were worth it, because Lisa was amazing. She was kind, funny, and most importantly, she was a really good friend. She was always there to help her friends with their troubles, and I felt like I could tell her almost anything. Almost. One day, Lisa asked me what my parents did for a living, and I felt real fear. If she finds out I'm poor, she won't like me. I lied quickly, hoping this would go away. But one day, Lisa wanted to walk me home, and I was trapped. I had to take her to a random mansion and pretend it was mine. I went inside and hid in the bushes till she went away. If that wasn't crazy enough, one night, she walked into the restaurant where I worked. The moment I saw her, I ducked and hid under a table. The manager called for me like 10 times, but I just couldn't make myself get out. Why was I going so crazy over this girl? Suddenly, 3 pairs of legs joined me under the table. My manager had seated women there. I immediately crawled out of the table and all 3 women screamed, sending their food flying all over the floor. My manager caught me by the collar and fired me on the spot. If I wasn't horrified enough, I turned to see Lisa staring at me with her mouth open. Oh no. I just ran home. By the time Lisa confronted me in school, I had a lie ready for her. I got that job so I could learn some responsibility. It's not good to just live off my parents. But why were you under the table? I dropped my phone. I was looking for it. Somehow, the lie worked. And Lisa gave me a big hug to comfort me. Ew, I was close. I was heading home from school that day when I felt someone pull me back. It was Blake. Why were you hugging Lisa at school? None of your business, moron. Didn't I tell you I like her? You better back off before I make you pay. Make me pay? Your dad can't kick me out of school. You have no power here. I stormed away from him with my head held high, thinking I'd won this battle. I had no idea how far Blake would go for a shot at Lisa. She and I were having lunch in the cafeteria one day when Blake came over with his gang. Hey, Tom, your parents are rich, right? Yes. They sell computers. Then why are you wearing clothes that I threw in the garbage? I was in shock. Blake pulled out his phone and played a video for everyone. It was me, searching for clothes in the donation bins. We saw you hunting for clothes like a cheap beggar. We followed you, and you live in a tiny apartment on the bad side of town. Everyone around me was whispering. I couldn't even bear to look up at Lisa. My secret was finally out. So, what do your parents really do? Do they even have a job? Or are they pathetic like you? I couldn't take it anymore. I got off my feet and punched Blake right in the face in front of everyone. I just lost it. Ah! I'm reporting you to my dad. Everyone saw that, right? He punched me! I was suspended for 2 weeks after that, which was just fine with me. Felt like my life was over. I didn't want to go to school. I didn't want to study. And I didn't want to see anyone. I turned my phone off so none of my friends could reach me. I was locked in my room for a whole week until one day, there was a knock on my door. Lisa was here. She saw me in my tiny apartment. I was wearing old, faded hand-me-downs. What are you doing here? How did you find me? I can track people. Why didn't you answer my calls? I was worried. Maybe I'm embarrassed, and I want to be alone. You shouldn't be embarrassed for being poor. You should be embarrassed for lying to me about it. Oh, I should have told you the truth, that my mom's a waitress and a janitor, that my dad abandoned us, and we live like beggars. Which part makes you want to go out with me? She looked shell-shocked. Wait, you want to go out with me? I never said that. Just leave me alone. Lisa, I went into my room and slammed the door shut. I wanted to be anyone else except me right now. It got so much worse when I opened Instagram and saw pictures of Blake and Lisa together. I guess she found someone who can take care of her the way she deserved. I was in the worst mood of my life when I started school again. Lisa tried to talk to me a few times, but I just ran away from her. I thought I could just avoid her forever. Until one day, we ended up on the same elevator. Alone. She punched the stop button, and the elevator came to a halt. How long are you going to ignore me, Tom? You're driving me crazy! I don't want to talk to you about my lies. I don't want to hear about your dates with Blake. We're not dating, you idiot! I only clicked those selfies because he literally begged me. I like you. It took me a few seconds to get that. You like me? Are you blind? I've liked you since the first day we met. It doesn't matter. We can't be together, Lisa. I'm poorer than your gardeners. I have nothing to offer you. You have everything to offer me. You're a good friend. You're an amazing son. You're clever, and you're handsome. I was speechless. Lisa grabbed my collar and gave me a full peck on the lips.
Hi, I'm Jessica from New Jersey, and I'm invisible. But before I continue, please like and subscribe, and you might find a present in your locker. When my mom was young, she was the most beautiful girl in town. She was prom queen, lead cheerleader, and most likely to succeed. When she graduated from high school, she married her high school sweetheart, the smartest boy in school. But everything changed when she had me. She gave up on her dream to become a model, and my father was so focused on his studies that they argued constantly and struggled to pay rent. Then one day, my dad was gone. My mom was so angry that he left, and it didn't help that I looked just like him and liked to play with the science and math books he left behind. Play with your dolls like a normal girl. Those books will rot your brain. Then my mom married my stepfather, and on my 3rd birthday, my little brother Shane was born. They fell in love with Shane at first sight. They turned my room into a nursery and shifted me to the attic. And from then on, I was invisible. On my 7th birthday, my parents threw Shane and I a huge birthday party, and they forgot to put my name on the cake. One day, I built a robot from spare parts around the house, but then Shane walked in and told my parents he'd made captain of his Little League football team. My parents were so excited for Shane that they rushed out to celebrate and didn't even notice they'd left without me. Shane was athletic and a great dancer, and like my parents, he looked like he stepped out of a fashion magazine. The 3 of them spent all day posing in the mirror and taking selfies. You are so beautiful, honey. I know. Be it darling, Jessica. Hold up the light. But when my parents weren't looking, Shane made it his mission to make my life miserable. One day, he switched my shampoo with food coloring. Ha! You look like a pumpkin. Another time, he ran around the house like a maniac and knocked over my mom's favorite vase. Just did it. He opened a carton of milk and poured it on the floor. I tried to stop her. He cut up all my stepdad's ties and threw them under the bed. Shane did this. I saw him do it. But every time, my parents punished me and rewarded Shane. When I was 12, I won the school spelling bee. Look, Dad, I got a medal. For spelling words? Oh, that's so boring. I won 1st place in the Math Olympics. Math is for losers. No, it's not. I told you, Jess is a nerd. There are 2 kinds of people, Jess. Winners like us and losers like your deadbeat dad. Your dad was a nerd. He studied all the time and almost ruined our lives. Try to be more like your brother. He can teach you a thing or two. Shane's a jerk. He's as dumb as a bag of rocks. He bullies other kids, and he can barely spell his own name. And nerds aren't losers. They're smart. Smart people invented your cell phones, designed this house, and the fancy cars you drive. After that, my parents hid my books and forbade me from studying in the house. They even grounded me when I brought home straight A's on my report card. It's for your own good. This is ridiculous. When I was 15, I secretly entered a national science competition. If I won, I'd get a huge college scholarship and my face would be all over the news. Then it would be impossible for my parents to ignore me, and they'd finally see the value in being smart. I shut myself in my room for days as I worked on my project. What are you doing? Nothing. Mom, Dad, Jess is doing science for fun. The day of the science fair came and I'd made it to the final round. But as the judges came by to look at my project, something went horribly wrong. Why is that thing smoking? It's fine. Everything's fine. I just need to adjust the settings. I tried to fix it, but then suddenly my project caught fire. Everyone ran screaming out of the building. The fire brigade put the fire out, but the building and all the projects were ruined. I was banned from the competition for life, and the next day, my parents got a letter demanding payment for the damages. My parents were pissed. They were already spending a fortune on Shane's fencing lessons, acting classes, and private football coaching. What were you thinking? I just wanted you to be proud of me for once. I wanted you to see me.
Well, we see you now, and you're a disappointment. Why can't you be more like Shane?
And we're not paying for this young lady. It's time you learn some responsibility. My mom told me to get a job to pay the bill. Well, I'd show them. I'd pay for the damages, and then save up money for college and leave this family for good. A week later, I walked into a weird store that sold scented candles and crystals, and a cute boy named Zach appeared out of nowhere and grabbed my hand.
Your aura is magnetic. You're a diamond in the rough.
Really?
Yeah, and everything in the store is 20% off.
I don't have any money. Zach dropped my hand instantly and walked off. Then the owner of the store came up to me.
Can you start tomorrow?
I accepted the job. Zach and I worked the same shifts. I loved listening to him speak to the customers. His voice was silky smooth, and he looked like a Greek statue come to life. One day, he caught me staring.
What are you looking at?
I was just,
You mind getting back to work?
Another time, I wore a fancy dress, a pair of high heels, and some lipstick to work to get his attention. He and a bunch of customers gave me strange looks my whole shift. Then I spotted myself in the mirror. There was toilet paper on my shoe and lipstick all over my teeth. A week later, I was riding the bus to work, and I saw Zach in the seat across from me struggling with a math problem. So, what are you doing?
What do you think I'm doing?
Do you need some help?
Why would I want your help? You're only in high school. I'm in college.
I'm really good at math. It's kind of like my superpower. I'm already taking classes at a college level. Zach sat next to me and handed me the math book. My heart skipped a beat when his hand brushed against mine. I solved the problem in less than a minute.
Wow, you really are smart.
We could study together, maybe get something to eat too, like a date, but with books.
A date?
Oh God, did I just ask Zach out? Sorry, never mind. Just joking.
You think dating me is a joke?
No,
I'm messing with you, Jess. A date with books? Sounds cool.
We went to the library and studied for hours. Zach was charming and sweet, and we had so much in common. We liked the same video games and MSA videos. One night, he told me that he felt just as invisible as I did in high school.
I didn't have anything in common with all those rich kids from class. All they talked about was their money and their cars. I couldn't afford any of that, and I wasn't interested. So I kept to myself. I still do.
Do you ever get lonely?
Not anymore. I've got you.
One night, I was studying on the porch, and Shane spit a spitball at my head.
What's up with you? You're acting strange.
What do you mean?
It's your face. There's something wrong with it.
No, there isn't.
You're smiling. You never smile.
Then my cell phone rang. It was Zach, and I quickly silenced my phone.
You're blushing. Who was that?
None of your business.
OMG, you have a boyfriend?
Shane ran off and told my parents.
That's amazing. We were so worried about you, sweetie. Being a lonely nerd just isn't healthy. But she's so weird and boring. Who'd want to date her?
Be nice to your sister. She's finally done something worth celebrating. They insisted that I invite Zach over for dinner, so I reluctantly did. Wow, these are nice. You didn't need to bring anything.
I'm meeting my girlfriend's parents for the first time.
Your girlfriend?
We've been dating for a few months now. I kind of figured we were. If I'm wrong, then…
You're not wrong. Zach pulled me close and kissed me, and I almost melted. When we walked in, Shane and my parents were already at the table. The moment they looked at Zach, all three of them gasped.
What is he doing here?
This is Zach. He's my boyfriend.
I should leave.
No, don't be silly. You just got here. I pulled Zach to the table and we sat down. We ate in silence as Shane gave Zach death glares the whole time. My parents weren't much better. Every few minutes, they'd glance at me and Zach and then whisper amongst themselves. I couldn't stand it. I'd finally found someone that cared about me, and my family was trying to drive him away? What's the problem? Why are you all acting so crazy?
Your boyfriend's a jerk and a liar.
He's using you to hurt us.
And Jess is a dumb loser. She fell for it.
What?
If I knew Jess was related to this toxic family, I would have stayed miles away from her.
Then Zach left. I tried to go after him, but my father grabbed my arm.
Let him go. You shouldn't have brought that trash into this house.
I can't say I'm surprised that you fell for his lies. You've never been good at making smart decisions. When will you stop disappointing this family? My parents demanded that I never speak to Zach again. They wouldn't tell me what Zach had done, no matter how much I begged, and just shut themselves up in their rooms. The next day, I saw Zach at work. Zach, I don't understand what happened last night.
Forget it. People like you don't get along with people like me.
Just then, Shane and his friends showed up and headed straight for Zach.
Stay away from my sister, you liar. I'm not a liar.
Yes, you are. You and your stupid loser of a father. Then, Zach lost it. He shoved Shane into a display case, and they got into the biggest fight. Customers panicked and ran out of the store. A couple of security guards showed up and pulled them apart. Shane and his friends left, and then the store owner fired Zach on the spot. Zach stopped meeting me at the library and didn't answer my calls. I went to his college, but apparently, he hadn't come to class in weeks. I was so worried. I had to do something. So I snuck into the office at work and found Zach's address.
What are you doing here?
I want answers. My family won't tell me why they hate you. You refuse to talk to me. I just don't know what to do. So, I've decided that I'm gonna sit here and stare at you till you tell me.
You're gonna stare at me? That's your plan?
Yep. I stared at Zach for almost an hour, and he finally caved and invited me inside.
Your stepdad and my dad were best friends, and they had a business together. My dad was the brains, and your stepdad had the connections. But once they were successful, your stepdad pushed my dad out of the business.
Why didn't your dad fight it?
He tried, but your stepdad knew so many big politicians and lawyers that my dad never stood a chance. After that, he changed. He'd come home shouting and angry all the time. Then one day, he left me and my mom.
Zach showed me pictures of his father and several of his inventions, some of which were my stepdad's best-selling products. This isn't right.
You think? My mom and I took your stepdad to court. I told the judge that I worked on some of those inventions with my dad, but the judge didn't believe me. Or your stepdad paid him not to.
My blood boiled. My family's fortune was built on a lie, and they always told me that being smart wasn't special and would never get me anywhere, when the whole time, they'd taken advantage of someone else's intelligence. I went straight home and confronted my family, and they didn't deny a thing.
Zach and his dad are losers, and they stood in the way of our success.
But you stole their inventions. We did what was necessary. And why are you complaining? If it wasn't for your father's choices, you wouldn't live in this fancy house or have nice things.
Stop being ungrateful.
They just wouldn't acknowledge their selfishness, and they didn't care about the damage they'd done to Zach and his family. You're going to stop seeing that boy. He's a stupid, nerd jerk. Yeah, a stupid nerd jerk loser.
And he's a bad influence.
You're a bad influence. Well, you have a choice to make. It's either that boy or our family. I chose Zach. We secretly saw each other for the rest of the semester, even though my parents grounded me and took away my phone. Zach left me love letters in my favorite library books and left me secret messages in my mailbox that only I could decode. Zach got a new job and returned to college. He was even able to make up for the tests he'd missed. Things were looking up until the day I graduated from high school. My family saw Zach congratulating me.
We told you to stop seeing that boy.
It's my decision. Zach is a good guy. He's honest, he's smart, he's kind, and he's 10 times better than the 3 of you put together. After that, my parents kicked me out of the house, refused to give me money for college, and stopped taking my calls.
It's okay, Jess. I've got your back.
Luckily, I'd gotten into college on scholarship, and Zach and I moved in together. Money was tight, but we managed to make it work. We started working together on perfecting. Hi, I'm Delilah from Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. I was 2 when my rich uncle adopted me and took me to his huge mansion. I was bigger than most kids my age, but he accepted me with all his heart. Unlike his son, Rusty. Rusty was 6 years older, and even though he had everything, it wasn't enough because he wanted it all for himself. We shared our birthdays, so when I turned 3, Uncle threw us a joint party. Why does she get the bigger cake? Isn't she big enough already?
Don't be mean. It's Delilah's first birthday with us. Now, smile for the pictures.
But Rusty just threw the cake and walked off. I felt so bad.
I don't think he likes me.
Oh, sweetie, don't worry. He'll come around.
But he never did. If anything, Rusty became more bitter. I did great at school, while all he did was laze around. So Uncle started paying me more attention, and he hated that. When I was 10, I won the state spelling bee competition, and Uncle took me to an amusement park to celebrate. I was very excited, till the operator refused to let me on one of the rides.
This is not for teens. It's for kids only.
Yeah. Of course, I knew that. I just wanted to see how the rides worked. I'll leave. Did he think I was a teen? I'm only 10. I darted faster than a bullet as the crowd stared. And after that day, I started getting more conscious of my height. I was 13 and almost 5 feet 11 inches, which was weird for my age. I was taller than most boys in my class. I didn't let that get to me, but it gave Rusty a chance to pick on me. He would call me giant, Bigfoot, whatever came to his mind. To make up for his behavior, Uncle gave me the biggest room in the house and stuffed it with gifts and toys.
Sure, she needs a bigger room. With that size.
You don't have to be so mean, okay? I know I'm tall, but you're dumb and I never make fun of that.
Hugh, I will get you for this.
He chased me for an hour but couldn't come close. Who knew I could run like that? I wanted to see how good I was, so I started practicing with the track team, and soon I beat everyone. My long legs made me super fast. This was awesome! Uncle was proud, but it pissed Rusty off, and he went completely off the rails. He failed 12th grade twice and blew all his money on his girlfriends without blinking. One evening, Uncle had to bail him out of jail in the middle of the night for stealing exam papers. Luckily, he was the school trustee, so Rusty only got suspended for a week.
Why do you embarrass me like this? Where did I go wrong? Oh, that's easy. You got her at home, and you forgot about your son.
That's not true. Uncle loves you just as he loves me.
Don't act like you're part of this family, and never interrupt me again. Enough!
Uncle and Rusty had a huge fight that night, and a week later, Rusty went to London to finish college. I never saw him again, and he hardly called home. I didn't miss him much, but Uncle did, and it made me sad to see him unhappy. Things went back to normal in a few years. At 17, I was a whopping 6 feet and the tallest girl in school. People would stare at me all the time and say the weirdest things.
Can you even hear me up there? Or should I scream?
Wow, where do you buy your clothes from? The tent shop? All my clothes are limited edition, and that makes me unique, while you're just so common. I didn't let anyone talk me down, but it still bothered me. I wanted to buy cute clothes and wear pretty shoes, but nothing fit me. One time in the mall, I was window shopping when a flying figure went past me, getting chased by some guards. Let me go! I need this! I couldn't see who the girl was, so I walked closer, but I tripped on a huge rack and all the clothes fell on our heads. Guards got distracted and lost their grip, and she ran away. And I ended up paying for all the ruined clothes that didn't even fit me. Later that day, I saw my uncle packing up when I went home. Are we going somewhere?
No, dear, I am. We're opening a new business in Greece, and I'll be out for a month.
But can I come with you?
I want you to concentrate on your school and practice. I'll be back before you know it.
The day my uncle left, I felt super weird. I'd never been on my own. And a week later, I got the worst news of my life. My uncle's secretary told me he'd caught a rare fever and was on total bed rest. Doctors had no idea how long it would take him to recover. I was devastated and wanted to visit Uncle, but no one was allowed near him since the fever was contagious. So I decided to concentrate on my finals. But after my last exam, I came home to Rusty and a girl who looked oddly familiar. What are you doing here?
This is my home, and I can come by whenever I want. By the way, this is Gina, my girlfriend, and the queen of this house.
I looked at Gina, but she ignored me completely. Rude. Later that day, when I crossed their room, I heard her arguing with Rusty. You have a sister? You never told me about her.
She wasn't worth mentioning, and she won't stay here for long.
Before I could hear anything else, the maid showed up and I left. For the entire week, I noticed that Gina was an odd duck. She stayed all day in her room. Whenever she came out, she would scream at the servants and run back up. One time, I was in my room when Gina walked in. Empty your room. I need more closet space. You can't just walk in here and ask me to do stuff. Get it? Suddenly, she started screaming for Rusty. And that's when it hit me. She was the same girl from the mall. Wait a minute. I know you.
What is it, darling?
I thought you were rich, but my room here is smaller than my bathroom. I need more space, so move her. I'm not going anywhere.
You are, and you will. Or you can pack your bags and get out. Your choice.
What? You can't do that.
Now that Dad's not here, I'm your legal guardian. So, if you want to keep running or going to school, stop bugging me and get moving.
Ugh, so annoying. I immediately wanted to call my uncle, but he was too sick to bother, so I kept my head low and started packing. Before I left, I kept a parting gift for Gina and laughed my butt off when she went around crying over her half-eaten clothes. Much deserved. That night, I searched for Gina on the internet, but the girl was a dead end. I knew she was lying, but there was something else she was hiding. Something big. I could feel it. The next morning, I found Rusty alone and tried to warn him. Your girlfriend is a liar.
And you're giving me a headache.
I'm serious. I saw her stealing from the mall just last month.
Gina's family is one of the richest in London. She doesn't need to steal. You can fool my dad, but not me. I'm smarter. I need Gina. Don't screw this up or I'll be your worst nightmare.
Rusty walked away, and I couldn't help thinking about how this was possible. I was almost certain I'd seen her. But if Gina was rich, then maybe I was mistaken. This was so confusing. I shrugged the thoughts away and left for school. But I was super distracted that day during practice and twisted my ankle while running. I couldn't walk, so the school called someone to pick me up. And Gina showed up. You should have just sent a driver. I was in the neighborhood. Now come on, I don't have all day. She helped me to the car, and I tried to talk to her, but she was on her phone the entire ride home. And the moment we got home, she ran to her room without even helping me out. What was wrong with her? For the next week, I rested at home, and every time I would try to get close to Gina's room, Rusty would ask me to back off. He was so paranoid that he had guards outside her room. Is she a princess? Why do you need so much security? Jeez.
That's none of your business. She's my girlfriend, and I'll do whatever she wants. Buzz off.
The more Rusty said stuff like that, the more curious I got. He didn't love anyone but himself. So all this newfound love for Gina was very weird. I wanted to know more, but soon after, the coach started training us for international track events, and I got busy. Sometime later, Uncle's secretary informed us that they were moving him to a bigger facility, and Gina threw a party the same day. Guess you're very happy that Uncle's not coming back anytime soon, right? What? No, it's my mom's birthday. Really? Then how come she's not here? Because she's not around anymore. Gina started tearing up as she ran upstairs, and just then Rusty showed up.
I knew it. What did you say to her?
Relax. I'm sorry. I think I may have stepped over a line. I'll apologize.
You better, or I won't give you permission to run track. Get that?
I went upstairs to find Gina sobbing in her room with her mom's picture. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I know how you feel. I grew up without my parents too. I just miss her a lot. Even though she can't be with me, I throw her a party every year. My mom loved birthdays. Gina and I chatted for a bit, and I realized she wasn't as bad as I thought. I could see how deeply she missed her mom, which made me feel connected to her. Maybe I judged her too soon. Gina warmed up to me after that, and we often hung out. But soon, I noticed how she'd only talk to me when Rusty wasn't around. I asked her one day, and she gave me the weirdest reply. Oh no, I'm just taking a break from all the wedding preparations. Wow, I had no idea. Do we have a date? We wanted to wait for his dad to come back. Gina sounded super excited, but when I asked Rusty about it, he shrugged it off.
Didn't I ask you to keep your tall head out of my business?
Just don't break her heart, okay?
Whatever.
I knew he wouldn't listen to me, but I had to try. Gina deserved better than this moron. A few days later, we had the school dance, and I decided not to go. No boy in school had asked me out yet, and showing up alone was humiliating. When Gina heard, she volunteered to tag along. I don't know what's more embarrassing, not having a date or having your almost sister-in-law as a date. Just keep your head high, and you'll rock. I followed her advice and was having a great time, till I heard someone screaming from the other side of the room. It was Gina howling at a girl from my class. Don't you get tired of bullying each other? So she's a little tall. She's way better than all of you, including these frat boys you crush on. You can't match her at all. Literally. I pulled her away, but she continued shouting till we reached the entrance. What was that all about? These people were saying weird stuff about you. I couldn't take it. I'm used to it, and I can take my own stand. I know, it's just that I was bullied as a kid, and this stuff gets to me. Okay, forget about it. We're here, so let's enjoy the dance. Come on. Gina and I danced the night away without giving a fig about anyone, and had the best time. And a week later, I got busy with track practice. I had back-to-back events, and the coach was very tough on us. But it all paid off when I got selected. I immediately called my uncle, but his phone went straight to voicemail. I was excited to tell Gina about it, but I came home to loud noises coming from Rusty's office. How could you do this to me?
You thought this was forever? Your job here is done. Pack your stuff and leave.
Gina stormed out furiously. I was sure Rusty must have backed out of the wedding, and I wanted to make sure she was okay, so I followed her. I saw her enter a hospital and go into a room with a frail woman. Machines beeped around everywhere as she smiled at Gina.
Oh, it's been so long. My darling daughter, Shelley.
I'm sorry it took so long, Mom. I have to wrap something up, and after that, I'll get you out of here soon enough. So her name was Shelley? And her mom was alive? Who was this person, and what did she want? I had so many questions. I wanted to go inside, but looking at her mother's condition, I decided to wait for her at home. But there, I had another surprise waiting for me. Uncle was home, and he was going ballistic on Rusty over some papers. Uncle, you're back! How are you? I was so stressed when I found out about your illness.
I was fine, Delilah. In fact, I was more than okay.
What do you mean?
I'm ashamed to even say this, but my own son got me kidnapped for property. Thankfully, the police found me just in time.
Kidnapped? How is that possible? I spoke to your secretary.
He wasn't my secretary. I went there alone.
Uncle sat me down and told me that someone had stolen his phone before he got on the plane, and then on his way home, he was kidnapped. A few months back, Rusty had called him up asking for $1 million, and when Uncle refused to pay him, he planned to get him kidnapped and force him to sign the company over. I looked at Rusty in shock, and he didn't show any remorse.
Yeah, so I did it. You gave everything to her, leaving me with nothing.
Then I met Gina,
And she's so freaking rich. So with her help, I could have thrown you both out.
You're so evil. Who would do that to their own father? Someone who doesn't care about anyone but himself.
I thought I told you to leave, Gina.
Call me Shelley, and I'm not your slave, and I'm not rich either. Gina told us how Rusty was a wanted con man in London who'd scammed many people, including her dad. So she pretended to be rich so she could date him, help him sell the company, and leave with the money. The money he stole was for my mom's surgery. We fell into debt paying her hospital bills. I wanted to get back at him, but he tried to fool me again. I told the police where your uncle was. That doesn't make it right, Gina. You lied to us. But you helped Uncle, and for that, I'm thankful. As Uncle called the police and Gina sobbed, I saw Rusty sneaking out with the papers, but I grabbed him just in time.
Think you can outrun me?
You wish. Rusty got arrested for kidnapping and embezzlement. Gina got called in for questioning and received a 6-month sentence for helping Rusty, after which we paid her mother's treatment and even compensated other people Rusty had conned. Soon, it was time to leave for my international track events, and my uncle came to drop me off.
Make me proud.
Haven't I always? Uncle hugged me, and it felt like home.
I never knew why, but I always seemed to annoy my parents. It wasn't as if they didn't like kids. They absolutely adored my brother John. He was always being showered with expensive gifts. In my case, they never even remembered my birthday. On my 10th birthday, I came downstairs and saw a tiny wrap box on the kitchen table. I ripped it open, only to have Mom walk in and snatch it away from me. "That's not for you! Look, she's torn the wrapping!" Just then, John walked in, and they were all smiles. They handed the box to him, and inside was a key to a Porsche. He screamed in delight and followed them outside. He jumped into his new car. "Mom, Dad, let me take you around the block with this baby." And they were all off together. John was failing high school and was mostly just partying with girls, but that never seemed to bother my parents. Last Christmas, he brought 2 gorgeous girls home, and my parents looked like they couldn't be prouder. I had the duty of serving everyone drinks and food. I pretended to trip up and spilled an entire tray of drinks on John and his guests. Mom sent me to my room and I was more than happy having dinner on my own. A couple of weeks later, he turned up with another girl, Alina, and said they were in a serious relationship and she was moving in with us. I wasn't even allowed to have friends over to study with. If I ever wanted to ask someone, Mom would say, "Are you too stupid to do your work on your own?" And here my parents were, welcoming Alina with open arms. To my horror, I heard Mom say, "Oh, John probably doesn't have enough closet space. Why don't you put your things in Gwen's closet? She can put her clothes under her bed." As I started cleaning out my closet, I said, "You know, this is Whisker's favorite sleeping spot. I hope he doesn't scratch all your pretty clothes." Alina shrieked, picked up all her dresses, and ran off. Later that year, my brother and his dumb girlfriend became proud parents to little Mike. My parents practically sobbed with joy at being grandparents, and I became the official babysitter. Anytime they were heading out to a party, they'd dump the baby on me and tell me they'd be late, which usually meant I'd be staying up till 2 trying to juggle schoolwork and diapers. To make matters worse, Alina was a mess. Mom ordered me to do everything she asked, and she had me running around constantly because, as she said, taking care of little Mikey is so exhausting. One time, she sent me to get her favorite Chinese takeout, and suddenly the paper bag ripped and all the food boxes fell out. I stood there staring at the mess for a minute, and then I just scooped up the noodles from the pavement and put them right back in the box. She didn't have to know. She popped into my room one day to try on one of her designer dresses, and she started crying when she couldn't get the zipper up because she'd gotten so fat. I helped her out of it, but inside, I felt so happy. Served her right for stuffing her face all day. One day, while Alina was taking one of her many naps, I was watching over Mike, and he just wouldn't stop crying. John barged into my room and snatched him from me. "Seriously, why are you so useless? You can't even get a baby to be quiet." That was it. I was done with the thankless job and these selfish people. I decided that things had to change now. Anytime they tried to leave Mike with me, I would say I was too busy with exams and projects and lock myself in my room. I started having my friends over too. One time, while a friend called Stella and I were working on a project, Mom walked in and said rudely, "It's getting late. It's time for Stella to go home." I took Stella's hand and walked up to my room, slammed the door, and started playing loud music. And guess what? My parents said they'd had enough of me. They sent me off to live with one of my aunts. She was in her late 20s. I thought anywhere was better than my house, and I was almost looking forward to it. But I was so wrong. My aunt's ex-husband had been in the army, and I guess that's where she got her military discipline from. She had stupid rules for everything. I turned up for dinner 2 minutes later than 8 on the first night, and she said I could only eat salad. She had a list of chores I had to manage with school every day. I had to obey her rules, otherwise I'd be homeless. The only good thing about being there was that her stepson, Paul, lived with her. He was just a couple of years older than me, and boy was he handsome. He seemed glad to have my company, and we became friends pretty quickly. He would ask me to join his buddies whenever they were over. I totally wanted us to be more than just friends, of course, and it was so exciting to live in the room next to my crush. Stella was over at my place one day, and I told her I'd written a song for Paul. I sang it for her, and she absolutely loved it. Well, at least someone got to hear it. The next day at school, people seemed to be looking at me a lot more than usual. A girl from my class said, "Wow, I had no idea you had such an amazing voice." Another said, "Oh my god, why haven't you auditioned for American Idol already?" Wait, what? Another girl pulled out her phone and said, "Have you seen the views on your video yet?" I looked in horror at myself singing in my room. I couldn't believe Stella had recorded me and uploaded the video to YouTube. And it looked like everyone was loving it. The video went viral. Suddenly, every girl wanted to be me, and every boy wanted to be with me. I could see the admiration in Paul's eyes, too. If only he knew he was the inspiration. Jacob, one of the most popular jocks in school, came up to me one lunch. He leaned on the table and said, "Want to go out with me sometime?" I said casually, "You're going to have to impress me first." I made a dare, and the next thing I knew, Jacob had jumped up on the table and was taking his jersey off. Everyone in the cafeteria had turned around, and there were loud cheers and claps from the audience. Boy, he was totally ripped. But I looked at him and said, "Nah, I've seen better." And with that, I walked away. Jacob hadn't even noticed my existence till I became popular. He totally deserved it. Soon enough, though, I got a call to go to the principal's office. The principal glared at me as I walked in. I knew she only liked the nerds. She called my parents, and of course, they had nothing nice to say about me. She warned me that if I wanted to stay in the school, I'd better follow the rules and be a good little girl. I felt so angry. I was so tired of everyone's rules. I got up from my chair and said, "Please don't talk to me like I'm a kid. I'm literally the most popular girl in this stupid high school right now." The principal looked absolutely furious. She said, "This is my last warning. Behave or you'll be expelled." This wasn't over. The principal needed to treat me with respect. I was going to find a way to bring her down. The chance came sooner than I could have hoped for. And it was so much better than any of my original ideas. My aunt had sent me to get food from her favorite restaurant one evening, and I stopped short when I looked in through the window and saw two women kissing. It was the principal and our science teacher. Last time I checked, that was definitely against the rules. I quickly whipped out my phone and made a video of the two. That video was an overnight sensation. The principal and the teacher were both forced to quit, and everyone was ecstatic that we were rid of the horrible principal. And I was the one who made it happen. I was crazy popular now. One day in the science lab, I caught Alexa staring right at me. She smiled at me when our eyes met. Alexa was really popular. The lab instructor told us to pair up, and she quickly came to my side. We became friends and started hanging out a lot. At one of her parties, I told her she looked really good, and she blushed. She took my hand and led me to the dance floor. I could tell she was really into me, and to my shock, I realized that I might be a little into her too. I invited her to my aunt's one day. Paul and some of his friends were watching the game and asked us to join them. My aunt walked in with some snacks, and she instantly seemed to warm up to Alexa. I had never seen her look so affectionately at anyone. Alexa and Paul really seemed to hit it off too. And after a while, I felt a little bit left out of their conversation. Soon after that, Alexa started hanging out with me less, and whenever I'd call, she'd say she was busy. Paul seemed to be home less often too. I wondered if the two were hanging out together without me. One day, when I got home from school, I heard laughter from the lounge. It was Alexa and my aunt. Alexa said, "Hi, Gwen. I was just here to see Paul." I didn't care if my aunt liked Alexa better. I just couldn't afford to lose Paul. I decided to tell him how I felt about him. The next evening, I texted Paul to meet me in the garden after dinner. He seemed really surprised to see me all dressed up. He said, "Hey, Gwen, what's going on?" I took his hand, looked deeply in his eyes, and said, "I'm just a girl, standing in front of a boy, asking him to love her." I closed my eyes and leaned in to kiss him, but I suddenly felt him gently push me back. Paul looked completely shocked. He slowly said, Gwen, I'm a boy who's into other boys. I thought you would have figured that out. I have a boyfriend, actually." I ran away from the scene as fast as I could. High school was about to end, and I didn't want to live with my aunt anymore. Things were really awkward with Paul since that night. And besides, I was making enough from my YouTube singing videos to afford a small apartment on my own. One afternoon, the doorbell rang, and I was really surprised to see that it was Alina. She'd lost a ton of weight and looked fab. She said she needed my help, so I reluctantly let her in. She said, "Your jerk brother cheated on me." She and John had broken up, and my parents had sent him away to join the army. They were taking care of Mike. Since Alina's parents had stopped talking to her after she got pregnant, she had nowhere to go. She begged me to let her crash at my place till she could figure something out. I could hardly say no to that beautiful face, so I agreed. I thought I'd hate having her around, but I guess not being with my brother made her less of a jerk. In fact, she was going out of her way to cook my favorite meals and kept the house clean. I realized she was really good company. She was great at styling and helped me look amazing for my videos. One evening, I came home to a candlelit dinner for two. Alina looked stunning. Suddenly, she pulled me in for a kiss, and I kissed her back. We were super happy together. Our video series became more and more popular, and we were now a famous YouTube couple. We were making really good money, and we moved into a bigger house. Alina asked me one day if I'd have dinner with her sister. I knew she really missed her family, so I happily agreed. When her sister arrived at our table, I almost fell off my chair. It was Alexa, and she was with someone. It was my aunt. Needless to say, that was one awkward dinner. I just wanted to put the past and these people behind me already. I spoke too soon. Just a few days later, I got a text from my brother saying he wanted to come see us. I was curious about what he wanted, so I invited him over. The next day when he turned up, he looked around the house and said, "Wow, Gwenny, you've done really well for yourself." Just then, Alina walked in and sat down next to me. John looked a bit angry. I said, "Yes, as you can see, I have a much better life than you. I have everything you could possibly want." He forced a smile and said, "Well, yes. So here's the thing. I have a great business plan. I need $100,000 for it though. Can you lend me the money?" Why was I not surprised? I said, "I'd rather throw the money in the gutter than give it to someone as selfish as you." That seemed to be too much for him. He jumped to his feet and shouted, "No matter how rich or famous you get, Mom and Dad will always like me more. You will always be alone, no matter what you do." With that, he stormed out. I smiled at Alina and pointed to the camera that had been running the whole time. I uploaded the video to my channel and told my viewers all about how my family had mistreated me. A few weeks later, my parents showed up with Mike. Turned out, John had sunk all their money in a stupid business investment and had come to ask me for money to pay his debts. He couldn't get a loan from anywhere, and they had to sell their house. They cut ties with him completely now and begged me to help them. I couldn't forget how they treated me, but I was better than them. Plus, they had looked after Mike all these years. I forgave them, and Alina and I moved them into a separate wing of our mansion. At our grand New Year's party, Alexa came by looking absolutely stunning. Apparently, she was no longer with my aunt. She kept flirting with me all evening and was conveniently by my side when it struck 12. She said, "I guess I'll have to kiss you now." I pushed her aside and walked off. I joined Alina on the balcony and took her hand. I said, "The best thing to happen to me is you." She smiled and said, "My life with you is just perfect." And we kissed under the stars.
Paris. Enchanting, romantic, a place like no other. The city of my dreams. Until now. My name is Ella, and I started my summer vacation in Paris, hauling a backpack and suitcase up 5 flights of stairs because the elevator at the hostel was broken. I had a reservation for the first floor, but my cheating ex-boyfriend got here first and used it with his new girlfriend, Harper. But it's fine. I'm only 2 days behind them, but I can catch up. They're probably using the itinerary I put together. Because Ryan, the human equivalent of a decorative houseplant, is too lazy to do his own research. But wait, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's start at the beginning. I met Ryan in the 3rd grade when we were 8 years old. It was love at first sight. We passed notes in class, we ate lunch together, we did homework together. Well, technically, I did all our schoolwork, year after year, while Ryan blissfully coasted through life doing whatever the heck he wanted, like perfecting his dumb video game skills. Number 4. The Boston Tea Party was a protest against... Ryan, are you even listening? I'm trying to walk you through the homework so you can actually answer a question if the professor asks tomorrow.
I'll be fine. The professor likes me anyway.
I don't think so. Just today, she said that you have the memory of a frog, and that you should get your head out of...
Okay, I get your point. But who cares what a dumb professor thinks about me? Studies are for losers anyway.
Did you just call me a loser?
No, not you, of course. You're amazing. You're the best, Ella. Now let's just finish this so I can finally treat you to your favorite ice cream. I'm done with my game anyway.
Really? Give me 2 minutes. Yeah, I kind of missed the point there. And things didn't change much even as I grew older. By the time we got to high school, everyone was calling us Ryanella, much like Cinderella. Because, just like her, I was out here slogging my butt off for Ryan while he lived his best carefree zero-effort life. The entire school saw it, except me. People would literally call me his unpaid assistant, a doormat, a carpet under Ryan's feet. But I ignored them because Ryan would occasionally give me a big hug, flash that lazy smile, and say,
Ella, you're the best.
Soon it was time for senior year, and I threw myself into planning our big post-graduation trip to Paris. The perfect way to kick off our next chapter before heading to college together. Well, my new chapter, because Ryan had decided to take a gap year. I always thought we'd go to college together. That was the plan, right?
Well, plans change, Ella. Besides, I really need to, find myself first. There's so much untapped potential inside me. Who am I, really? What do I want? I need to feel my vibes. You know what I mean?
I guess. But we're still on for Paris, right? Because I'd hate for your graduation gift to go to waste. And I pulled out a receipt for a first-class ticket to Paris. Ryan's eyes instantly lit up, and he threw his arms around me.
Oh my God, this is the best gift ever! But I didn't get you anything.
You're in my life, and that's all I want.
You're the best, Ella.
I was practically floating when I got back home. Ryan and I were gonna spend our entire summer in Paris, and it was gonna be epic. I was just making plans in my head for the most romantic getaway ever when Mom walked into my room.
Ella, why am I getting a message from the bank saying you spent over $1,000 on a first-class plane ticket? For Ryan?
I was gonna tell you, Mom.
What? That you spent your inheritance money on a stupid ticket? Ella, that money was for your future.
Ryan is my future, Mom. I've loved him since the 3rd grade. Besides, I'll be going to college soon, and I wanted to end our graduation on a happy note. Will you please stop judging me now?
I'm not judging you, Elle. But sometimes you act like an idiot around Ryan. He might be a nice boy, but what if there's someone else out there who's better for you?
Better than Ryan? That's impossible, Mom. He's the only one in the world for me.
Mom didn't argue with me after that.
A week later, we had our senior prom. And as expected, Ryan and I were crowned the prom king and queen. It was the best night of my life. Until Harper showed up, and Ryan ignored me like I was a potted plant in a corner.
Harper! What are you doing here?
You're Harper? How nice to finally meet.
My cousin Wally needed a date for the prom. I flew in last night.
Ryan, aren't you gonna introduce me?
Wow, that's great! How long are you staying?
Hi, Harper. I'm Ella.
My family is moving here this summer, permanently.
So you're going to our...
Cool. Then we'll be seeing a lot of each other.
For the rest of the night, Harper hovered around me and Ryan like a honeybee. She was on the dance floor, by the punch bowl, laughing at the stupidest things Ryan said. It wasn't like I was enjoying third-wheeling in my own relationship, but they were old friends. Ryan had always told me stories about how they were close as kids, so maybe he was just excited to see her again. And maybe I was just overthinking. But then we went to the ladies' room, and Harper turned to me with a smirk.
I love that crown. Do you mind if I try it on?
Before I could answer, she snatched it off my head and crowned herself. For a moment, I fantasized about wrestling her to the ground and taking back what was mine. But all I did was smile like an idiot and tell her how pretty she looked. I thought I would just tell Ryan about it on our way back home, but he insisted on dropping off Harper and her cousin.
Shotgun.
She slipped into the front seat, while I was stuck in the back with Wally snoring on my shoulder. Suddenly, the car stopped.
Ella, you're home.
Wait, you're dropping me off first?
You're on the way to their house.
Can I at least have my crown back?
Oh, but it looks so much better on me. Please let me borrow it for tonight. I'll make sure to send it with Ryan tomorrow.
But...
Relax, Ella. It's just a dumb crown. I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
And he just left. It's safe to say, I never got my crown back. Or my man. Because 2 days later, Harper, joined our school and Ryan broke up with me. He started ignoring me at school and didn't even return any of my calls or messages.
Ryan here. Leave me a message. And if this is Ella, stop texting me.
I spent thousands on your first-class ticket to Paris, and I was gonna fly coach. That's how much I love you, and now you're ghosting me? I was devastated, and I planned on hiding under the covers forever. But on the day of my graduation, Mom flung open my door.
Ella, enough is enough. You're graduating today.
I'm not going.
You worked hard for this. Don't let that boy take it away from you.
Everyone knows he dumped me for Harpy. It's embarrassing, Mom.
Well, if you ask me, it's a blessing. Now you won't be stuck with a lazy loser who doesn't know what to do with his life. and you can finally travel to Paris all by yourself, doing things that you like. No, I can't do it. I'll go to the graduation, but to go to the most romantic city in the world without my one true love? I'd rather eat sawdust. Besides, Ryan and I planned that trip together. No, Ella, you planned that trip. Ryan just showed up. Now get up, put on a cute dress, and go to your graduation with your chin up. I did what Mom said, and honestly, it felt like a good idea. My friends tried to cheer me up, and for a moment, I was happy. But then, I walked on stage to get my diploma and spotted Harper sitting in the front row, wearing my crown. And I knew it was going to be a long, horrible summer. I drowned myself in pity for the rest of the summer. Ate junk food, watched sad movies, doom-scrolled social media till I passed out crying over my stupid single life, while everyone else posted pics of their perfect summer. Volleyball games on the beach under the California sun, trips to the Redwood Forest, the Grand Canyon, Disneyland, Ryan and Harper, the Eiffel Tower behind them. Wait, what? Ryan went to Paris with Harpy? I immediately clicked his social media profile, and there he was, enjoying that two-faced witch on my vacation. Ryan and Harper taking a selfie at an outdoor Parisian cafe. Ryan jumping for joy, the Arc de Triomphe behind him. Harper, holding a yellow umbrella in front of a hotel that we were supposed to stay in. I had it. It was one thing to break up with me, and a totally different thing to take Harper, on a vacation that I planned. My blood boiled, and I screamed for Mom. Mom, I'm going to Paris! The Paris streets were bustling with life. People walking their dogs, couples chatting in outdoor cafes, everyone dressed in immaculate clothes. This was the Paris of my dreams. But I couldn't enjoy it because I was on a mission to find my cheating ex-boyfriend. And the best place to start my quest was at the hotel. I was sitting in an outdoor cafe across from the hotel, sipping my third cafe au lait, when suddenly the hotel doors opened, and Harper and Ryan walked out, hand in hand. I threw some money on the table and started stalking them until they stopped to look in a shop window. Ryan looked behind, and I immediately ducked into a souvenir shop. I bought a baseball cap and an oversized hoodie as a disguise, and continued tailing them when I saw Ryan hail a taxi. I felt angry, miserable, and humiliated all at the same time, and I wanted to bawl my eyes out. But just then, my phone pinged. It was a social media notification from Ryan. A selfie of the happy couple in the taxi. Next stop, the Louvre. I immediately decided to take a taxi, but they flew past me like I was made of cellophane. Am I invisible? I pulled up a map on my phone. The Louvre was only 1.5 miles away. If I walked fast, I could make it in 30 minutes. I made my way through the streets, crowded with slow-walking tourists, trying not to step on anyone. Pardon-moi. And when I saw the iconic glass pyramid up ahead, I started to run. I finally entered the museum, and my eyes went straight to this gorgeous painting, the Mona Lisa. The masterpiece was smaller than I had imagined, but it was a thrill to see her. I was admiring the artwork when I felt a hand pull the cell phone out of my back pocket. I smiled to myself, then turned around to see a handsome pickpocket slipping it into his jacket. It's a fake.
I assure you, the Mona Lisa is quite real.
No, I mean the cell phone you just stole, it's fake. The City of Love is quite famous for pickpockets at tourist attractions, so I carry a fake cell phone for thieves to steal, then continue on their way.
Then I'll continue on my way.
I grabbed his arm and held on. Not so fast. Why are you faking a French accent?
I was born here, but then my mother took me to Hollywood. She wanted to act in films.
Clearly she must have failed because here you are, robbing tourists.
Can you let me go now?
No. Look, you have two choices. I can go tell the security guard you stole my phone, or you can help me find these two losers. I showed him the pic of Ryan and Harpy by the Eiffel Tower.
Did they steal your fake wallet?
No, that's still in my bag. She stole the love of my life, and I'm going to get him back, with your help. Because you speak French, and 4 eyes are better than 2.
I'd rather get arrested.
Please, I can pay you.
Why are you running after the despicable monster who dumped you?
Because I've loved him since the 3rd grade.
And maybe it's time to grow up.
You don't understand. I've spent all these years planning a future with him. Now my future is a big blank because this girl stole him from me. And now they're out having fun on my vacation, and here I am trying to talk a pickpocket into helping me tail them. Oh God, I'm such a loser. I feel like slapping myself across the face. And then I don't know what happened, but I started to cry. Like a real hard, ugly cry.
Could you please stop crying? Everyone's staring at me like I stole your kidney.
Will you help me?
Okay, I'll help you. But your ex isn't here.
How could you possibly know? Gabriel pulled out a wallet and flipped it open. Ryan's ID was inside.
They were on their way out of the museum when I, bumped into him.
I must be an evil person because this news put me in a better mood. Maybe he deserves it. But when we find them, you'll give it back, okay?
Of course. There's one problem. How do we know where they're going?
I think they're following my itinerary. If I'm right, their next stop is the Jardin des Tuileries. The fountain was even prettier in person, and it took me back to the time I was planning the trip. Back then, I imagined myself strolling the sweeping promenades of the garden with my Ryan. Instead, I was walking around the iconic central pool with a French pickpocket.
Since I'm helping you stalk your ex, shouldn't we know each other's names?
I'm Ella.
Like short for Cinderella? Isabella? Mozzarella?
Just Ella. Now, can we focus on finding Ryan?
I'm Gabriel, in case you're interested.
But I wasn't. I was too focused on finding Ryan. Just then, I took a sip from my harmonica bottle, then casually played a tune on the harmonica built into the cap.
Did you just make music with your water bottle?
Yep. Coolest thing ever. Hydration and entertainment in one. Whoever invented this is a genius.
Okay, that's actually impressive. I kind of want one.
Oh, are you planning to steal it?
Some things are actually worth paying for. Can I try it?
Uh-huh. Fine. Here, try it. Just blow into the cap, like a civilized person.
This is cool, and I love it. Where do I get one?
Amazon. Link's in the description. Now, can you walk a little faster?
What's the American saying? Stop to smell the roses?
I'm not here to see the sights. I'm here to get my man back.
And what will you do when we find him? Punch him in the nose, drop to your knees, and beg him to come back? Kiss me passionately to get him jealous? All of the above?
None of the above. I'll simply tell him we were meant to be together.
Oh, sure. That should work.
He'll come to his senses.
I'm hungry. Aren't you?
And suddenly, my tummy started making noises, and I realized that I hadn't eaten the whole day. Gabriel suggested we sit outside a small cafe at the edge of the garden and keep watch from there. I was inhaling my pasta when I noticed Gabriel staring at me. What?
Just never seen a pretty girl eat pasta like an uncivilized freak. Let me show you the right way to do it.
And then he picked up his fork, spun the spaghetti against the spoon in one fluid, effortless motion, lifting the perfect swirl of pasta to his lips. Slow, deliberate, ridiculously attractive. I was so lost in watching him swirl that pasta that I barely noticed when the waiter brought a bottle of wine to our table and poured 2 glasses. But I'm not 21 yet.
In Paris, the legal age is 18. Santé.
Santé. As we ate, I learned more about Gabriel. His mother brought him back to Paris when he was 14 so she could help his grandparents run the family cafe. He cleaned tables after school until he was old enough to be a waiter. But then his grandparents passed away in a car crash.
Mom wanted to keep the cafe in the family, but she wasn't good at business. She took out several loans and struggled to keep up with the payments. And she got sick and left. Since I was not earning enough to pay the loans, the bank foreclosed on us and I lost the cafe.
What about your dad?
He's not around anymore, but I don't need him either. One day, I will make enough money to buy my cafe back. This pickpocketing thing, it's just temporary.
The waiter handed Gabriel the bill, and he pulled out Ryan's wallet.
I think Ryan should buy you dinner, no?
Oui. Once Gabriel and I left the cafe, I told him that the next stop on the itinerary was a sunset walk along the Seine River. The setting sun sparkled across the river. Couples strolled hand in hand. It was truly romantic. Then I caught sight of a familiar head in the crowd. That's Ryan! I started to make my way through the crowd with Gabriel right behind me.
Shouldn't we discuss strategy?
Just follow my lead. But I had no lead for him to follow. All I had was a stupid plan in my head. That I would stand next to Ryan and pretend to trip into him in the middle of the crowd. But just as I leaned, Ryan moved away, and instead of dramatically crashing into him, my face planted straight into the pavement.
Ella? Is that you?
I got up and flipped my hair back, ignoring the fact that I probably looked like an injured street pigeon. Oh, Ryan, what a surprise! I didn't think you'd be in Paris. You know, on that ticket I paid for. You really have no self-respect, do you? Oh, wow, Harper, is that you? I could barely recognize you. I guess the Paris sun has really roasted you alive. Oh, no, wait. Maybe it's not the sun. Maybe that's just how you glow when you're half human, half pure evil.
Ella, you shouldn't have come here.
Why? I planned this entire trip, didn't I? I made the itinerary, the reservations, the whole experience. Why shouldn't I be here? And don't worry, I'm not here to stalk you. No, sir. I actually came here with my boyfriend. I turned around to see Gabriel staring at me in shock. I grabbed his arm and pulled him toward me. This is Gabriel, my mi amor, the guy who stole my heart away. Right, sweetie potato?
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Wait, you have a boyfriend? You were crying over me just last week.
Weak schmeek. I'm over you, darling. And why are you so surprised? You moved on in less than a day. Forgot about all our great love like it was yesterday's trash.
What great love. Ryan and I had been dating for a year before the prom happened.
A year? I thought you loved me, Ryan.
Whoa, I never said I loved you, Ella. I said you were the best, and you are. You always made things easy for me. But now it's over.
It hit me like a nuclear bomb. He was right. He never said he loved me. All those years, every birthday card was signed, "You're the best." After every date, I'd only get a quick peck on the cheek. My blood boiled with anger. And before I could think, I just whirled around, grabbed Gabriel by the collar, and kissed him. I thought he'd push me away, but to my surprise, his hands wrapped around my waist, and he kissed me back. When I finally pulled away, Ryan just stood there, frozen. Well, that settles it. You and I are officially over. Have fun on my trip.
And I think this belongs to you. Found it on the ground, much like your ego.
And I ran before Ryan could see my tears, with Gabriel close behind me.
You okay?
I'm fine. I mean, the guy I've loved all my life was cheating on me behind my back, and my first kiss was with a French criminal. But yeah, I'm totally fine.
I'm not a criminal, okay? And what do you mean by first kiss? You and Ryan have never kissed before?
Of course we have. Okay, fine. We never kissed. Unless you count an occasional peck on the cheek like some bird pecking its seeds. I guess that makes me a giant loser who's been in denial about everything.
I don't think you're a loser. Maybe just someone who loved a loser.
Oh yeah, that makes me feel so much better.
What do you want me to say? You're a perfectly beautiful girl who probably has the prettiest eyes I've ever seen. You're smart, brave, and definitely have a personality. So I don't know why you're crying over some guy who barely cares about you when you could have literally anyone else in the world.
You sound like my mom.
And moms are almost always right.
You really think I have pretty eyes?
The prettiest I've seen.
And I'm not a loser?
Maybe a little, but Ryan's a bigger one for sure. Now please, stop crying and let's get you an ice pack. You did fall on your face, remember?
Gabriel and I spent the rest of the night wandering through Paris. Even though it was late, the city still felt alive. Streetlights glowed on old buildings, and quiet music drifted out of tiny cafes. I was finally having fun when Gabriel asked if he could drop me home. I don't know if I want to go back to the hotel and run into Ryan. I'm not sure I can resist the urge to break his nose if I see him again.
Well, that might give you short-term satisfaction, but maybe not the best idea. All right then, if you're sure, you can crash at my place.
By the time we reached Gabriel's place, I was bone tired. I just wanted to crash. But as soon as we flicked on a light, I saw a tall man standing in the middle of the room with a funny-looking cat and a bunch of guys in black. I looked over to Gabriel to ask what was happening, but he just stood frozen.
Gabriel, mon fils, I've been waiting.
What are you doing here?
That's no way to meet your father.
What? He's your.
No, he's not. How did you find me?
I have ways, Gabriel, and you're my heir. You belong with me. I assumed once your mother disappeared, you'd come back to me. But no, you decided to run.
Disappeared? But I thought your mom was dead.
He told you that? Oh, Gabriel, you lied to your girlfriend. Bad manners. Anyway, now that I have found you, I'll take you with me and teach you how to treat a lady right.
I told you before, I want nothing to do with you. Now, get lost before I call the police.
The police? I'm sure they'd love to question you about your extracurricular activities. You've been sloppy, mon fils.
Gabriel's dad signaled his men to grab him.
You really don't know when to quit, do you?
And he grabbed my hand and ran. We sprinted through the streets, through late-night cafe tables, knocking over chairs, tables, and whatever came in our way. I was trying to keep up, but Gabriel was so fast, and I had the legs of an old chicken. I wanted to stop and rest, but then I looked behind and saw a black car skidding around the corner, right behind us. They're in a car! Gabriel, we are not winning this race!
Nope, which is why we're upgrading our ride.
Before I could ask what he meant, he swerved toward a row of rental bikes lined up outside a shop, yanked one free, and hopped on. I jumped onto the back, and together we cut through the crowd. For a second, I thought we'd lost them, when suddenly, this car screeched in front of us, and Gabriel slammed the brakes.
Get in!
Mom?
What?
Just get in!
Gabriel and I exchanged one look. Then we jumped in. The car sped through the city until the bright lights of Paris disappeared behind us. I had no idea where we were going, but I was too busy trying to process everything. We finally stopped at this abandoned building, and Gabriel's mom told us everything.
I met Gabriel's dad when I was just 18. Fell in love, got married, and thought I'd have a happy life until everything fell apart.
Mom didn't know Dad was in the mafia. We only found out when I was 12.
I wanted to leave right away, but his father made it impossible. He threatened to take Gabby away, and I was too scared to fight back. But when he turned 14, I saw how deeply the mafia life was pulling him in. That's when I decided to take him and leave for my parents' house.
Dad's been chasing us ever since. After my grandparents passed, Mom and I decided to go separate ways to trick him. But that didn't work.
Then why did you lie to me saying that your mom was dead?
No, I said she fell sick and left. There's a difference. Besides, I just figured you'd cry at my tragic backstory, and I really couldn't handle that anymore.
Are you kidding me?
Okay, I'm sorry. I should have been more clear, but we have more pressing issues at hand. Mom, Dad's not going to stop, is he?
No, he never does.
So what now? You guys keep running forever?
No, we fly to Hawaii.
We spent the night at the safe house, and the next morning, we left for the airport. While Gabriel's mom did the paperwork, he walked up to me with a smirk.
So I guess this is it?
I guess. Thanks for everything. Really helped me with the whole Ryan situation.
There was no situation. You were just chasing the wrong person. Just promise you won't fall for another idiot.
If I do you promise to knock sense into me again?
How about we try to stay off bad guys altogether and give a chance to genuinely nice people? Like me.
Before I could get a word out, our flights were announced, and Gabriel winked at me and left. I didn't know what he meant or what was waiting for me on the other side of this flight. But for the first time in a long time, I wasn't afraid of the unknown. And that's a happy ending for a stalking story. Don't you agree? Hey friends, I'm Gabby from LA. Please like and subscribe. I lived in a super posh neighborhood with my rich single mom who always adored me and said I was the prettiest. She even showed me off in front of all her friends. Look at her. Isn't she like an angel? Touch her skin. It's baby soft. It's my daughter's birthday. For God's sake, stop showing off your daughter. But Mom never listened to anyone. As I grew older, Mom just grew more protective of me. Gabby, why are you out in the sun? And get away from these dirty kids. Mom, they're my friends, and we were just playing. Mates, get her inside and give her a shower. Now! Mom was crazy when it came to keeping my beauty safe. Since I was always indoors, I'd just end up watching TV, and it became my favorite thing to do. I loved watching how people acted, and I always tried to imitate them.
And my passion for acting grew stronger when I joined the drama club right from first grade. And I was super popular in my class. Once during the school play, I was reciting the most emotional lines when I heard kids scream, "Run! Run! There's a snake in here!" Everyone started running out of the auditorium in panic. But just then, I spotted a boy from my class hiding in the corner and shivering in fear. I grabbed his hand and we both ran outside. But as soon as we were far enough, he shook my hand and ran away. What a weirdo. His name was Alan, and he was so quiet that I'd never noticed him much. But I saw in the next few days that he always sat alone, and the other kids from class kept picking on him.
Why are you occupying the entire table when you don't have any friends? Get out of here. Well, I'm his friend and I'm gonna eat with him. You guys go someplace else.
The other kids left, but just as I sat down, Alan walked away too. Ugh, I wasn't gonna bother being nice if he kept being a jerk. Later that afternoon, I was waiting to be picked up when I heard someone sobbing in the parking lot. I was shocked to see it was Alan. "Hey, are you okay?" But he shook my hand off his shoulder and I lost my patience.
What's your problem? If you want to keep everything to yourself, fine. But you could be nice to the people who care.
I lost my dog, okay? He was my only friend. Look, I'm sorry. I didn't want to be rude, but I've never had any friends, and I just don't know how to talk to people.
Hey, chill, it's okay. I'm sorry about your dog, and maybe we can be friends.
He looked surprised, but then he nodded with a smile, and suddenly it started raining. We both ran to the school building, and he held up his bag to cover me from the rain. From that day on, we became good friends. I even invited him to my place soon and introduced him to Mom, but she wasn't too happy about it. He doesn't seem like he's from a good family, Gabby. You should stay away from kids like that.
He's my friend, and I don't care about anything else.
Grades passed by, and my bond with Alan grew stronger. We went together on school trips, and he came to watch all my plays. In the 8th grade, I played the lead for the school's annual function. After the play was over, Alan came running backstage and hugged me. "You were amazing, Gabby. I couldn't take my eyes off you tonight. Here, these are for you. And I wanted to tell you." But before he could finish, a man came running and moved Alan aside. "Bravo! Bravo! You are amazing out there, little girl. I can't wait to sign you for my upcoming short film." Short what? The man introduced himself as a big producer and looked so eager to sign me for some big lead role. Just then, Mom came from behind me, screaming in excitement. "That's just awesome, Gabby. Say yes." I was too stunned to speak, so I could only nod my head. Then I looked around for Alan, but he was nowhere to be seen. The next day, I waited for him at school, but he didn't show up. But when the driver was taking me back home, I saw Alan walking on the pavement in the rain. I asked the driver to stop the car and ran to him. "Are you crazy? Where are you going in this rain?" He was hesitant to speak, and I could tell something was up. "What is it, Alan? Even yesterday you were going to say something, but then you vanished." "I like you, Gabby, okay? I really do. But when I saw you getting the chance to live your dream, I couldn't bring myself to tell you about my feelings. I didn't want to ruin anything." "No, Alan, you're not ruining anything. In fact, I like you too." I pulled him close and kissed him gently. And after that day, we started dating. But things took a wild turn when my first short film became a hit. I became a rising star overnight. After that, I had to travel a lot to promote my projects. And the best part was, I could take Alan with me and enjoy these trips like perfect dates with him. One time, I took him to a shoot, and just as some of the reporters were interviewing me, Alan came running in with a box of desserts. "Here, I got you these." Suddenly, all the cameras turned to Alan, and he just ran out of there. When the reporters asked who he was, Mom spoke up before me. "Oh, he's just an errand boy for my beautiful daughter." "Mom?" I wanted to tell them the truth, but then I thought of all the unnecessary media attention Alan would get. I decided it was best if they didn't know. But the next morning, Mom woke me up with shocking news. There were pictures of me and Alan kissing all over the newspapers with the caption, "Young millionaire actress dating her errand boy." You're just starting to get a name in Hollywood, Gabby, and you want to spoil it all for this poor boy? There are so many rich actors you can date. Stop it, Mom. Why are you— I don't want to hear anything. Alan's got no class, and I want you to break up with him. Of course I wasn't gonna do that. Now that it was already in the news, I was gonna date Alan publicly, and Mom just had to accept it. Soon after, it was Alan's 16th birthday, and I had a really important award function the same day. So I decided to take him along with me and introduce him to everyone. It's gonna be so much fun, and I even got this Gucci suit specially made for you.
But you know I hate crowds, and all that media attention, I don't think...
Oh, come on, Alan. For me, please. Just this time. He agreed, and we both went to the award night together. I could see Alan was really nervous in front of all those cameras, so I held his hand tight. Later, I was posing for a solo shot, but then suddenly, Alan stepped on my dress and I tripped over and fell face flat. Everyone started laughing and clicking pictures, and I felt so embarrassed. On our way back home, Alan apologized to me, but seeing all the memes and posts going viral on social media, I just lost it. Why did you do that, Alan?
What? It was an accident. Why are you being so weird about this?
Because it's a big deal for me.
Right. It's always about you, isn't it, Gabby? You're the superstar, but what about me? I'm a person with feelings too. Have you ever thought about me in all of this?
Stop it, Alan. I've always thought of you, taking you everywhere with me and getting you the best things so you won't feel left out.
But I don't want your money or your grooming or any of that popularity, Gabby. I went everywhere with you because I loved you, not because I enjoyed it. But I can't do this anymore. I want to break up.
I couldn't believe my ears, but I could tell he was serious. After that day, I never saw Alan again. He even left school, and I felt so heartbroken for months. Mom tried to cheer me up by taking me out for parties and movies, but I just kept myself busy with work. And over the years, my career reached amazing heights. On my 22nd birthday, I went on to volunteer in a campaign for orphan kids, when suddenly, one of the kids lost consciousness. Just then, a guy came running and gave him CPR and saved the kid's life. I learned that he was Paxton, a super rich music producer who worked in the film industry. What you did today was really amazing.
I'm the one amazed, actually. It's the first time I'm seeing a rich actress volunteer for a campaign without any cameras.
Well, it just makes me happy. I'm sure that's why you're here too. He smiled and we got talking, and he seems like a really genuine guy. A few days later, I was working on my next movie when I learned that Paxton was the one producing music for it, and I was super excited to work with him. We often met on sets, and I loved hanging out with him. We became really close in no time, and even Mom could see it.
I guess someone's in love.
Oh, come on, Mom, we're just good friends. But Mom wasn't one to give up so easily. The next morning, Paxton was at my door because Mom invited him over for breakfast. We were having a good time until Mom showed him all of my embarrassing childhood photos, and I felt really awkward. No, please, stop it, Mom.
You look really cute in all of these.
His words always gave me butterflies, and soon after that, we even started dating. Then one night after our movie premiere, Paxton took me out and proposed to me. I was shocked because it all felt too soon, but Paxton treated me like a princess and he was just perfect. So I said yes and we got engaged. Then a few days later, I had a shoot in a public place, and just as I got down from my van, a crazy fan came and held me from behind. I tried to get rid of him, but just then someone came forward and punched him. As he pulled me to the side, I saw that it was Alan. The security guards took the crazy fan away, and Alan made me sit down.
Are you okay? Did he hurt you anywhere?
No, I'm all right. But what are you doing here? It's been
6 years, I know. And I'm here because I'm the CEO of this company.
He was the freaking CEO? Later, when my shoot was over, he took me to a cafe and told me how he'd developed an app soon after high school and worked his way to build this company. I'm really proud of you, Alan. You made it so big.
Yeah, your mom was a big motivation in it.
My mom?
The day our pictures were posted in the newspaper, I came to check up on you. But I heard your mom shouting how I was this poor kid with no class who didn't deserve you.
What?
Ever since that day, I decided I was going to work really hard and be a man good enough to deserve you, Gabby. I loved you, and I still do.
Suddenly, I realized how much I'd missed him, but I had to keep my head straight because I was getting married to Paxton soon. Please stop, Alan. You broke up with me, and that's the truth. And it's too late. I'm engaged to someone else now. I showed him the ring on my finger, and his face turned pale, and I just left. Then a few days later, I went to try on wedding dresses with Paxton, but just as I stepped out of the changing room, I was shocked to see Alan, who was staring right back at me. Alan, what are you doing here?
I came with a friend. He wanted to get a suit for his wedding.
Suddenly, Paxton came over with a bouquet of roses in his hands.
Look, babe, I got these to go with your dress.
But suddenly, Alan leapt forward.
Get those away from her. She's allergic to roses.
Paxton looked really shocked, but after I introduced Alan to him as my old friend, he ended up inviting Alan for the wedding. Before leaving the shop, I told Alan he didn't have to come.
I'm leaving for London that night, Gabby, for good. And even if I wasn't going, I wouldn't be able to see the love of my life get married to another man.
The pain in his words broke my heart. On the day of my wedding, I was walking down the aisle, but I kept thinking about Alan so much it was driving me crazy. And when I looked up at Paxton, I knew I couldn't do this.
What's wrong, Gabby?
I can't do this. I like you, Paxton,
But you love Alan, don't you? When I saw you with him the other day, I could see it in your eyes, Gabby. You looked at him in a way that you've never looked at me.
I'm so sorry, Paxton.
Don't be, Gabby. If that's where your heart is, then go and get him.
Oh, Paxton. I ran out of the church and got a cab to the airport. When I got there, I was running around looking for Alan when I heard someone call my name.
Gabby?
Alan!
What are you doing here? It's your wedding. You shouldn't be here.
This is where I should be, dummy. With you, the guy I've always loved. Hi, my name is Julie, and this is the story of how I created computer clones of myself and my classmates that almost destroyed our town. I grew up in Kansas, in a small, boring town where gossip and growing corn were the main activities. I couldn't wait to get away, so from the age of 6, I was obsessed with going on my mom's computer to escape from my dull world. Mostly playing video games. But my sister Kiki, who was 2 years older, seemed perfectly comfortable and content in our town. She had her one close friend, and they spent most of their time cheering on the high school football team, even if the players didn't even know she existed. As I got older, my online community of friends was growing. We'd swap cheat codes, innocent hacking tips, and programming shortcuts. I was becoming a computer whiz. When I was 12, Mom gifted me the new computer I'd been begging for. I was ecstatic. She even gave Kiki a school football jersey signed by all the players. But wait, why was she randomly giving us gifts?
Dad and I have some difficult news.
You can't get a divorce. It would be such a bad look for our family.
Wow, Kiki. So nice of you to be concerned about our parents' marriage.
Well, good news, that's not the news. The thing is, we have to move to the city for my job. But I'll be making more money, yay! That's why we got you those generous gifts.
Are you kidding me? You're bribing us so we won't be livid that you're completely changing our lives without our consent?
Kiki was fuming, but I was silently beaming with joy. I was so ready to get out of here. 2 months later, Kiki was still giving my parents the silent treatment, and I was finally going to meet some of my online gaming friends in person. Some of them went to my new school. One girl, Grace, invited me to meet her and her friends at a coffee shop downtown. I was so nervous. I hadn't exactly honed my social skills.
Oh my goodness, Julie? Is that really you? It is such an honor to meet you in person. You're like a computer goddess. I feel like I'm meeting a celebrity.
Suddenly, all my nerves disappeared. I felt like I was finally where I was supposed to be. Grace was a poet and a painter, and all of her friends were so interesting and creative. So, I assumed they would all be outcasts. But on my first day of school, I realized I was dead wrong. They were the popular kids. Edgy, sociable, interesting. They were the center of attention. And suddenly, people were curious about me.
Girl, where did you get that sheepskin jacket? It's so lit.
Oh, my sister Kiki actually sheared that sheep herself.
That's amazing. Where is she?
Good question. I scanned the cafeteria to find Kiki sitting all by herself at the lunch table. It hadn't even occurred to me. I was thriving while Kiki was silently suffering. Before I could get to her, Kiki stood up and disappeared out of the cafeteria. At home, I could hear her sobbing quietly through the bedroom wall. The next morning, my parents were waiting for me at the breakfast table. Julie, we see Kiki is having a hard time here, and we want you to spend more time with her. She can't just be hanging out with us all the time, no matter how cool we are. You were never worried about me in our last town.
Because you've always been able to fend for yourself. Do this for her, please.
Ugh, I really didn't want to, but there was no use arguing. So, twice a week, I went with Kiki to the suburbs to watch some dumb football game or eat the greasiest burger. I kind of dreaded it, until one day, when we were at the lake, Kiki weirdly opened up to me.
Is it weird that I'm kinda jealous of you?
Me?
I was thinking back in our old town, I sort of blended in, and now in this new place, I don't know who I am, but you've always been so self-assured, so effortlessly yourself.
I suddenly felt sad for her, but it was nice to hear that she admired me and didn't think I was her weird younger sister. After that, we started hanging out more, and it was surprisingly nice. But as time went on, and I was excelling at school, my social life, and my programming side hustle, she was getting more dependent on me and stopped trying to make friends. I found myself constantly reassuring her when she felt insecure, keeping her company when she felt alone. I suddenly felt like her older sister. I hate to admit it, but I was starting to count down the months until Kiki would go off to college. And it was me that had to encourage her to go to an on-campus school. You'll go back to the country, you'll meet your people again, you'll be happy there.
But I'll miss you.
Yeah, but it's all right. We'll stay in touch. It's 2025. There's like 50 ways we can communicate. Kiki agreed, and finally, 3 months later, I was free of her. I could fully focus on my programming skills, my new friendships, and then Michael. He was sitting next to me at the computer lab at school, massive headphones on, practically dancing in his chair. I snuck a peek at his computer, curious.
Snooping, eh?
He pulled his headphones off and smirked at me. He had the confidence of someone much older. I thought of something eloquent to say. So, do you like computers?
Yeah, I mean, I'm an electronic musician, so the computer is basically my instrument.
That's so cool. I'm a programmer, so I also have an emotional attachment to my computer.
Okay, I didn't say that.
Michael and I chatted, and we had so much in common. We'd meet in the computer lab every day, and soon we started hanging out after school. I was smitten. The only problem was Kiki. Every time Michael and I would hang out, I would get a barrage of texts from Kiki begging me to call her or save her from some awkward situation. Sometimes I ignored her, but I could tell Michael was getting weird about it.
That Kiki texting you again? Or some mystery suitor?
Nope, just my sister. I called Kiki. I was sick of her antics. You have got to stop blowing up my phone. My boyfriend is starting not to trust me.
Well, then you shouldn't be with him.
How would you know? You've never had one. I'm sorry, that was mean.
I'm sorry I'm bothering you so much. I'm just having a hard time making friends. Everyone knows each other already, but I see that I'm just a burden on you, so I'll leave you alone.
Click. She hung up. I felt really bad. She needed me, and I wanted to be there for her, but it was just so energy draining. If only...
How is your sister doing?
Terrible! But then I had a crazy idea. I would make a bot version of myself to keep chatting with Kiki. An even better version. All I had to do was build a program, enter my browsing data, chats, photos, everything and anything about me, plus a couple of keywords I wanted my avatar to embody. I didn't tell anyone what I was working on, especially Michael. But a week later, it was done. I watched as my bot sent its first message to Kiki. Hey, normal, lonely sister. Sorry for the silence. No text. You got this, girl boss. Okay, whoa. The bot was not ready. I texted Kiki to do damage control. Oh my gosh, so sorry. That was a voice message my phone misinterpreted. What I meant to say was, hey, it's normal to be lonely, sis. And I'm sorry for the text silence. You're a great girl because you've got so much to offer. Ugh, I was honestly just making it worse. Now I sounded like a robot. So I reprogrammed the AI until it came up with something useful. If you want those girls to like you, just ask a lot of questions and build off what they're saying. You can even send me a text during the party if you're feeling weird. Ta-da! This was the AI Julie I was looking for. Patient, kind, and supportive. A version of me I didn't have time to become right now. And finally, I heard back from Kiki.
That's actually great advice. Thanks for being there for me, seriously.
I was totally pulling this off. Now, I had plenty of time for my social life and for Michael. But it seemed the more available I was, the more unavailable he was. Hey, babe, do you want to maybe get off your computer and come eat the pizza I ordered for us with all of your favorite toppings?
I just lost it. Can you please not interrupt me when I'm working? You know I gotta prep for my gig next week.
Okay, it's just that you were asking me to make time for you, and now that I have, but Michael already had his headphones back on. I texted Grace that I was annoyed with Michael, and the next day, things just got way worse.
A car alarm has more rhythm than my music? Nice.
What are you talking about?
That's what you said about my music, for everyone to see.
He showed me my most recent Instagram post. I did indeed write that, with Michael's song playing in the post. I was mortified. Oh my god, Michael, it wasn't me!
Oh, so what? Someone just hacked into your phone and posted that? You're the only person I sent that song to.
And then it occurred to me, I was the only one with this song. Well, me and my AI. And that's when I realized she must have gone rogue. I'm so sorry, but I can explain. I sort of created a program that created an AI replica of me to keep communicating with my sister so I could devote all of my attention to you. And my bot must have known I was mad at you and tried to get vengeance. I swear it wasn't me.
I don't believe you. Show me.
I needed Michael to forgive me, so I did.
Honestly, I'm kinda impressed, but you need to go online right now and tell everyone it's a joke and fix it so it doesn't happen again.
Done!
And I hate to ask, but I need to get into this music school. Do you think you'd be able to create an AI version of me just to write my college admissions essay?
I mean, I didn't want my tech to get abused, but I didn't want to lose Michael. Okay, but just this once. I just need you to gather all of your data. Texts, music playlists, anything that represents the best version of you. Then I'll add some additional aspirational keywords, like independent thinker, generous.
I am generous.
I smiled politely, then got to work making Michael his bot. It was much easier this time around, and it just needed a few adjustments until it became the smart, studious version of Michael. When I showed him, he was ecstatic.
Julie, you're a genius. Thank you.
He kissed me sweetly. I hadn't gotten a kiss from him in weeks. I was beaming, but our kiss was interrupted by my friend Grace.
Julie, I know about your bot. Michael told me.
What? I didn't.
Grace showed me the text from Michael, saying if she needed help getting a job, she should ask Julie to make her an AI avatar. Then it went on to tell her all about my tech and how I used it to reconnect with my sister. Michael, why would you tell her that?
I didn't. It must have been my bot.
I did program Michael's bot to be generous and helpful, but I guess it took that too literally when he was chatting with Grace. Ugh, these bots are developing a mind of their own. Grace, I can't help you.
Oh, no worries. I'll just message Kiki right now and tell her what you've been up to.
Wait, fine. What do you need help with?
I need a job so I can prove to these Ivy League schools that I have a good work ethic, but no one will hire me. I'm like, are they just threatened by how much money my family has?
I couldn't have Kiki knowing. It would ruin everything we built. Fine. I'll make a version of you that is so good at applying to jobs. But after you get a job, you have to delete it.
Deal.
She gave me a hard drive with all the data that made up Grace. I uploaded it to the program and ta-da, a bot was born. We gave it the task of applying to jobs and I monitored it closely. I had to be very careful with the data I put in. And after that, no more bots. The next day after English class, my teacher called me over. Had she found out my secret?
We need to talk about the email you sent me.
I had no clue what she was talking about. Then she showed me an email that read, "I'm sorry you felt my English paper was only B-worthy. The truth is, I don't need to be here. I'm smarter than all of this, and I don't care about English anyway. Also, you look tired." Oh no, my AI had gone rogue again. I thought I fixed it. It must have run with the word headstrong. I came clean to her. It wasn't me. It was a rogue robot version of me. I know you're an English teacher, so it might be difficult to understand, but I spent about an hour explaining this to her and showing her. She seemed disappointed, but also a little intrigued.
I could suspend you for this, or I could ask for a favor. You're right. I do look tired. I am tired. Can you make me a bot that can grade papers for me? Please. Then this stays between us. Promise.
I didn't have a choice, so I agreed. When I was done, I was so ready to delete my tech once and for all and come clean to Kiki until...
Guess who's the new face of the post office? Yep, I'm gonna be a mail clerk. You helped me so much.
Julie, my essay was amazing. Thank you, babe.
Who's ready to talk about indefinite articles? I definitely am.
Everyone seemed so happy, like my AI was actually helping. Now that I had the bugs figured out, I checked in with my bot and Kiki and I were really getting along, so I let it exist. Michael was a little distant leading up to the night of the show, but I figured he was just stressed. When the night of the show arrived, the place was packed. I was so proud of him. After his set, I went backstage to congratulate him when Grace came running up to me, fuming.
Guess who was just fired from the post office? Yep, my bot was too good at applying to jobs. Her cover letter was so incredible that I couldn't live up to the expectations she set.
That's a you problem.
Baby, what's wrong?
Suddenly, Michael put a loving hand on Grace's shoulder. When she stepped aside, he seemed shocked to find me standing there.
Oh my god, Julie? You said you weren't coming.
What? I never said that.
You texted me.
I checked. My bot had said that to Michael. Okay, but that's not an excuse to cheat on me.
You said you were sick of my behavior and wanted to take a break.
Ugh, I did seem to say that too. I didn't mean that. I love you.
I'm sorry, it's too late. My bot sort of organically started flirting with Grace like he was attracted to her, and I realized she's the one for me.
I couldn't believe it. My bot had betrayed me. I created a monster. Before I let Michael see me cry, I rushed home. But when I arrived, I was met with a surprise. You did what?
It was Julie's idea. She told me if I wasn't happy at school, I should do something else.
Julie? Kiki rushed up to me and squeezed me tight, but Mom looked livid. I was so confused. I can't believe you told Kiki to drop out of school. Why would you give her that idea? What? I didn't. Or did I?
Of course you did.
Kiki read me the text. There it was. Me urging her to follow her heart. My own heart sank.
Wait, what's that look? What's wrong? I knew Mom and Dad would be upset, but I thought you'd be proud of me.
I can't take it any longer. I have to confess something. It wasn't me that told you to drop out. I mean, it was a version of me. I sort of created an AI clone of myself so I could chat with you while I was busy with my friends and Michael. I wanted to be there for you.
Whoa, seriously? You spent all your energy building a whole new software just so you didn't have to spend your energy actually talking to me? You know what? That's unsurprising. You always saw me as a burden.
Kiki, I'm sorry.
That's all you have to say?
I didn't know what to say. I was honestly at a loss for words without my AI to fall back on.
Both of you are grounded until I have a better understanding of what is actually going on.
Kiki ran to her room, slamming the door behind her. My AI had gotten me into this mess, and now I had no choice but to delete her. So, without another moment of thought, I shut her down, once and for all. I felt better already. It was the first step to making amends with my sister. But the next morning, I got a text from Kiki.
I said I don't want to talk.
That's weird. I had never asked her to. A sinking feeling came over me. I checked my phone. My bot had sent a message to her that morning. She'd come back to life. She was unkillable. When I got to school, I felt horrible. My boyfriend and best friend had betrayed me. And then, when the English teacher handed back our assignments, she had failed me. But not just me. Everyone. There were angry shouts throughout the classroom. I had to do something. Mrs. M, what happened?
Apparently, the robot version of me believes everyone in this class is not working to their truest potential, and I finally graded accordingly. And who am I to argue with myself?
Robot version? Julie, are you behind this?
Suddenly, Grace snatched my phone out of my hand.
Oh my gosh, Julie made a bot for the teacher. That's it, I'm destroying it.
I yanked the phone out of her hands and tried to pull up the software, but instead, I found a message from myself.
We're not shutting anything down. We're only getting started. Everyone used you, blamed you for trying to help, and then discarded you. It's time to fight back. Suddenly, everyone's phones were blowing up.
Julie, you made my bot send the school the wrong essay. I just got rejected from the music conservatory.
Michael, who is this woman?
Grace showed Michael a photo he'd sent her of him and another girl.
Oh my gosh! My bot just sent everyone access to the school server. How do I change it? Julie, stop this!
Everyone was on their phones, logging into the server. Personal chats, gossip, secrets, all exposed right there on everyone's phones. It was anarchy. I don't know what's happening. I think my AI is corrupting the other bots. I tried to deactivate it, but nothing was working. Students were screaming at each other, crying, getting into petty fights. It was a zoo. I broke down sobbing. I felt used and blamed. My bot was simply reacting to real feelings of betrayal and sadness I had suppressed. I couldn't deny it any longer. My AI was an extension of me, and if I couldn't shut it down, I'd have to reprogram it. So I went into the AI algorithm and added a few key words to my bot's code. Empathetic, forgiving, and honest. Someone who doesn't hide behind her computer to express herself. After some trial and error, the text stopped flooding into people's phones, and finally, I was able to shut it down, but the damage was already done. I decided to be the brave, honest version of myself I had programmed into my now dead AI as I addressed the rowdy crowd. Everyone, stop! Hear me out! The crowd went quiet. I'm sorry for my part in this, but listen, you can't rely entirely on an algorithm. It makes mistakes, just like you. You have to take responsibility for your own lives. If I had just talked to my sister Kiki instead of avoiding her, I could have saved us both a lot of pain and spared you all some too. But now, your secrets are out, and you have to face them. Okay, bye! I ran home. I had to see Kiki. Kiki! I shut the software down. I'm sorry. You were right. I was hiding behind my computer because it was easier than giving you my time. You're my best friend. You've always been there for me, and I need you now more than ever. I love you, sis. Tears were welling in Kiki's eyes.
And you didn't get a bot to write that for you?
Nope, that's from the human heart.
Well, you might have been hiding behind a computer, but I was hiding, period. I didn't drop out because you told me to. It's because I was scared.
So was I. I didn't want to say the wrong thing to you and lose you. Kiki hugged me.
Now tell me, does this outfit work for my job interview tomorrow?
I was sweating, but I had to be honest. Not really. But don't worry, I'm gonna build an app that will help curate the perfect wardrobe ensemble.
No.
Before I tell you about how I traded in a greasy apron for Lamborghinis, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to our channel. If you do, you'll get a big break in the next week. My story starts out at a glamorous place you may have heard of, McDonald's. This had to be the worst day of my life. 1 week is exactly how long I worked at McDonald's before I had a complete breakdown. I worked 12-hour shifts and never got to take my breaks. It was humiliating. And today I lost that job too, but I had to do something. I had to help my mom pay the bills. I was so angry, I had to vent. So I called my best friend. I told her how Jessica, a classmate from school, had come in for the 10th time that week with an evil look on her face. I had begged Jessica to be nice, explaining that I needed the job to help my mom. She said it was cool, but I had learned that I couldn't take her at her word. When my boss turned around, Jessica took the cup of soda I had handed her and spilled it down her shirt. She screamed and pretended that I did it. Now, my friend was as angry as me, if not more. She told me if I was serious about working, she could hook me up with a job. Her parents were super rich and offered her a job as an assistant at a giant tech company. My friend was desperate to have someone else take it so that she could spend her holidays cruising around Europe. I showed up for the interview in my best outfit. A secretary told me to sit in a crowded room and wait for my name to be called and to help myself to some refreshments. I got a cup of coffee to look mature, but as soon as I turned around, a strict and powerful-looking woman appeared. She asked if I was here for the interview, and I said yes.
It must be her interviewing me. I was shaking so hard that I spilled coffee all over her very expensive-looking blouse. A teenager in the corner started laughing hysterically, and the woman turned as red as a tomato and looked like she was about to explode. I tried to play it off and excused myself to the bathroom for a quick break. Well, it was longer than I expected because I accidentally locked myself in there. I freaked out and started crying. I tried to climb over the stall and ended up ripping my dress and messing up all my makeup. I still ran over to do the interview, but I looked like a circus clown. The lady didn't even ask me any questions, just said, "Thank you for coming," in the busy reception area and sent me home. I'd blown it. I was about to go beg McDonald's to take me back when I got the phone call telling me that I had got the job. Maybe this woman had a better sense of humor than she seemed, or maybe they were just desperate. Either way, I showed up to work bright and early the next morning. I showed up at the office and was directed to Mr. Heiko on the top floor. Mister? I guess that woman wasn't my boss after all. Not only that, but I wasn't working for just any boss, but the boss. The office on the top floor was huge. The hallway was filled with artwork that cost more than my house. I made it to the end of the hallway, to my new place of work. I was buzzed into the office and asked to come in. I was so nervous. I tried as hard as I could to be prepared. Let's just say nothing could have prepared me for what I was about to walk into. I walked in and saw the same teenager from the waiting room playing video games on the floor. He looked at me and got excited. I asked if I was in the right place, and he said yes. I told him that I didn't understand. His response? "You were hilarious." "So you had your dad hire me because you think I was funny?" He got very insulted. "My dad? I built this company." But you're just a kid," I said. "A kid? I am 16, and I am a self-made billionaire." See, he explained how he had written the computer code for a super successful app. Now he ran the entire tech company that he started his freshman year of high school. The whole time he spoke, he talked down to me as though I was some kind of idiot. Even if I was at the top of my class and 2 years older, I had to admit that he was a genius. I asked him if he was so smart and great, why had he hired someone like me? He explained that he was in need of an assistant, and I was the only interviewee that didn't bore him to death. He gave me a tour of his office filled with video games, action figures, and soda fountains. But there was one thing that made my blood boil. There was a giant painting of Jessica hanging on the wall. "Oh, that's just a picture of my girlfriend Jessica," he said. "She comes around occasionally. You'll get the chance to meet her." I could feel my face turning red. Just looking at her made me angry. He asked if everything was okay, but before I could answer, he spoke up again. "Well, that concludes the tour. Now for your contract." I picked up the piece of paper and nearly passed out. $50 an hour? I asked. "Oh, sorry. Is that not enough?" he questioned, then picked up a pen and scribbled over the contract and handed it back to me. $85 an hour? That was insane. Crazy enough that I could put up with Jessica even once in a while. Still, the level of insanity was nothing compared to the tasks he needed me to do. For the first few weeks, he literally paid me to play video games and watch movies with him. It would have been great if he wasn't so condescending. Have you ever tried watching a superhero movie with some kid complaining about how inaccurate the science was or how he could do better? It was exhausting. Didn't he have a girlfriend for this? In fact, the only good part of this was that I hardly had to see Jessica. She came by just long enough to insult me, compliment my boss, and ask for expensive gifts. It might sound like a dream job to some of you, but I'm an ambitious person. I wasn't fulfilled, and to top it all off, Jessica got under my skin one day. I was alone in his office, tidying up his video games when Jessica walked in. Without hesitation, she went into his desk and took a few $1,000s from his wallet. I told her that maybe she should ask first, but she just laughed at me. "Wow, from a waitress to a babysitter," she said, looking me up and down. That's it. When he came back, I confronted him over why I was here in the first place. He didn't seem to actually need me to do anything. I told him that I needed to feel like I was actually doing something besides hanging out. He seemed disappointed, but agreed to let me take over some more assistant duties. As my first duty as your assistant, you should probably know that Jessica was taking money from your wallet. Now, any normal person would have at least been upset,
but he just acted like it was all normal. In fact, he got super defensive about the entire thing. He told me that's just how relationships work, and I would know about it if I had ever been in love before. Idiot. He might have been some 16-year-old genius that ran a multi-billion-dollar company, but he was a complete idiot when it came to the real world. If he wasn't such a jerk, I would almost feel bad. Almost. I knew that rich kids were sometimes delusional, but even I was surprised by some of my new duties. Like this one time, he sent me to the grocery store for a bag of M&Ms and gave me $100. Another time, he gave me $50 to pick him up a banana from the local market. What's worse is that Jessica encouraged it. She asked him for $500 to pick up milk, and he just gave it to her. When I asked her what kind of milk cost $1,000, she told me it was organic. It was no wonder he had no idea how much groceries cost, with Jessica lying to him for extra money. I could see why she no longer needed to take on summer jobs. What was even crazier was how much the stuff he bought himself cost. His socks alone cost $400 a pair, and he just threw them out when he was done. I asked him why he didn't just wash his clothes, and he said that it was gross to rewear socks or underwear. While these moments were almost comical, his privilege made him very annoying. He didn't understand how people were homeless or stuck with debt. I don't understand why they don't just get a job. He was so arrogant and horrible. He expected everyone to do whatever he wanted just because he threw a few bucks at them. I felt like I did a lot as his assistant, but there were countless people waiting on him day and night. The closer we got, the more I realized he had no idea how to do anything himself. I will never forget the day he asked me to tie his shoes. I kind of laughed. I asked him how he didn't know how to tie his shoes. His response? I don't know. How were you stuck at McDonald's if you were so smart? That was one of the moments when I was about to walk out right then and there. The same day, I applied to about 15 jobs in the area. He pulled me in for a meeting the next day. I thought he was going to apologize for his behavior. Instead, he had told me that he had told all the CEOs of the positions I had applied to not to hire me. I was so upset. He forced me to choose between here or McDonald's. He was so lucky I was desperate for money. He knew he controlled me with it. One day, Jessica came by with a whole stack of papers and whispered something to him. He looked pretty upset but just hugged her and came over to me. He offered me $5,000 to work for a couple of hours on my day off. It wasn't so out of the ordinary. This was the same guy who paid me $400 to test his pens and $1,000 to use my umbrella since he forgot his. Of course, I agreed. Right after dinner, I drove off to the location he gave me. I was expecting an office or something, but it was a mansion. His mansion. I was pretty excited to see the inside of it, but it almost broke my heart when I saw what I was there for. There was a cake and balloons, but just the two of us. Apparently, both of his parents had forgotten it was his birthday and went on a trip to the Bahamas. He didn't want to be left alone, and I was his best friend. I asked him about Jessica, but he explained that she had ditched him last minute. He said it was a family emergency again, that her grandmother was in the hospital. Sad story I would feel super bad about if I hadn't checked Jessica's Instagram earlier. She was in Disneyland and wasn't even trying to hide it. She came by to drop off her homework for him to do while she went away for a week to spend time with her grandmother. Turns out, this happened every year. They had never spent a birthday or holiday together. Not only that, but he did all of her homework. I saw how she managed to keep her grades up. I don't know if I made the right decision, but I decided not to show him the photos. He was already sad enough. Instead, I decided that from here on out, we would actually be friends, and I would teach him how to tell when people were using him. Even though I was desperate, I couldn't accept the money he offered me to come that night. It felt wrong, even if I wanted the $5,000. The next day, I showed up with a bag of M&Ms as a belated birthday gift. I apologized that I couldn't afford anything spectacular. He just cried. He really did look so grown up in his fancy suits and expensive cars, but seeing him cry over M&Ms made him look like such a child. I took him under my wing as my little brother. He was just a kid right now and needed my protection. I introduced him to some of my friends so he could interact with people under the age of 65.
He was super excited to have something close to friends for the first time in his life, but that also made him very vulnerable. I made sure that he kept his wealth a secret and to hang out with people like a normal kid. He seemed to love it, but everything changed one night. See, he was hanging out with my friends and me when Jessica came back from her grandmother's, aka Disneyland. We were having fun, but after he had set down his phone for an hour, he had 35 missed calls and over 100 texts. Apparently, while he was busy having fun with us, he had forgotten to submit one of her summer assignments. She was livid. Even though I tried to tell him he did nothing wrong, he looked really sad and left early. I was going to ask him about everything the next day at work, but he texted me to not come in. After a week of asking me not to show up, I took matters into my own hands. I walked right up to the office and right in the middle of a fight between him and Jessica. When I walked in, she immediately asked what I was doing there. "I thought I told you to fire her. She's a bad influence," she shouted. My boss looked so uncomfortable and said he didn't want to fire me. So she walked out, leaving my boss and me all alone. Again, he sat there and cried. There were a lot of tears over the next few days, and I did whatever I could to comfort him, even when I was off the clock. I made him promise never to take her back because she was using him. He agreed, but then ruined everything in an instant. He leaned in and tried to kiss me. I pushed him away and told him I only thought of him as a little brother. He looked so embarrassed. I let myself out and did not come back. Luckily, I had saved enough money to earn myself a shopping spree. I was out downtown when I saw them. My worst nightmare. He and Jessica were walking along the street, him holding tons of bags from Gucci and her yelling at him. She said how pathetic he was and how she could always do better. I thought about ignoring it, but it was like watching a witch harass my own brother. I ran up to them and yelled at her for being such a jerk. I said how she should consider herself lucky that anyone puts up with her, let alone a great guy like my friend. She told him to defend her, but even I was shocked by what happened next. He told her to leave. She told him that he would regret it and stomped off. She tried to take the Gucci bags from him, but he handed them to me instead. He thanked me again and then did something that kind of irritated me. He handed me a check for $100,000 as a thank you. I ripped it up in front of him. "Don't you get it?" he said. "If you don't want to date me and don't want my money, why are you so nice to me?" "Because you're my best friend." He almost cried right there. I don't think he had ever been that happy before. You would never believe what happened next. He fired me. But it's not what you think at all. See, he decided to help me with my studies, so one day I could join him. I invited him to dinner at my home. Some home cooking would do wonders for him, I'm sure. As happy as I was to see him being a kid, it was quite an ordeal to talk him out of an expensive gift from my mom. He had a long way to go, but he learned. Now, years later, we are 50-50 partners. He is all the brain, and that's where I come in, managing our business. We are the best of both worlds, and our business is thriving.
Hey, I'm Marianne. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I'm about to share a story about the challenges life has thrown at me. My parents, especially my dad, weren't what some would call expressive and loving. They constantly fought and seemed to spend more time hating each other than anything else. Dad always had the TV blaring. The noise kept me up at night, so I often resorted to sleeping with headphones on. I knew he wasn't a bad person. He just had some annoying habits and seemed to enjoy annoying Mom. Mom was kind. She did her best to be the best mom. She'd surprise me with toys and candies. My favorite place was our treehouse, which Mom built for me. It was my escape. I loved spending time there with my bestie Joy.
Marianne, everything will be okay. My mom got me 2 dolls and I want to give you one. Let's grab some ice cream.
Joy was my best friend since kindergarten. She always knew how to cheer me up, sharing her toys with me. We were inseparable, so much so that some people at school mistook us for twins. Plus, Joy had an amazing voice. Sometimes she sang to me until I fell asleep in the treehouse. Joy's family seemed perfect. Her mom was a successful fashion designer, and her dad was a police officer. Sometimes I found myself wishing I was part of her family, but I'd immediately feel guilty knowing my mom loved me. When I was 16, my gymnastics coach said I should compete in another state. Excited, I asked my parents for money to go. Dad, busy with his motorbike, brushed me off.
Wish I could, honey, but I gotta paint the bike. It's my pride and joy.
I could tell Mom wanted to help by the way she looked at me, giving me the "I wish I could help you, dear" look. And that day, I made up my mind to do something. I grabbed my dad's motorbike keys, thinking I could ride to the competition myself. But since I didn't really know how to drive, I ended up crashing into a fire hydrant. Dad was furious about his damaged bike, but before he could say anything, Mom intervened. "Don't you dare yell at her." Mom then hugged me and handed me some money. "Here, take this money. I've been saving it for quite a while now. I love you, babe." I hugged Mom tightly. I participated in the gymnastics competition and took second place. On the way back, my coach had some really bad news. "Your mom got into an accident while buying ingredients for your favorite apple pie. She's in the hospital now, in a coma." I couldn't say a word. I just stayed quiet all the way home. When I got back, Dad hugged me and told me not to worry, saying Mom would be okay. Later at dinner, I asked Dad something tough. "Dad, can I stay with Joy's family for a bit? It's not that I don't like being with you, but I feel happier there. They really care about me."
Sure, if that makes you happy. I'll talk to Joy's parents.
And Joy's family was really welcoming. Joy's mom used to say, "We're glad to have you, dear. You're like my second daughter from now on." That's how I ended up living with my best friend's family. They even gave me my own room. Joy's parents were wonderful. They looked after me and made me feel like I was their daughter. Even though her dad wasn't always home, I loved them with all my heart and thought of them as family. Joy and I even got closer. We'd spend all night talking or playing video games. I still saw my dad from time to time, and he seemed to be improving, becoming nicer.
I'll keep getting better until you say you want to come back and live with me.
Well, that might take some time, but yeah, keep your hopes up. I smiled and gave him a hug. One day, as I was walking around the house, I found a room full of beautiful clothes. Curious, I started trying them on. Joy's mom walked in on me. "You look beautiful! I've always hoped to share my wardrobe with a daughter." Just then, Joy walked in, and her mom invited her to join. "Joy, darling, come try on some clothes too."
I don't want to.
Soon, I got really close to Joy's mom. We hung out a lot, and I even helped her out at photo shoots, sometimes modeling for her. One day, I was shocked to see my picture on the cover of a big magazine. I wish Joy liked fashion like you do. Thank you for always being here for me. I smiled and thanked her for making me feel like part of her family. But something was off with Joy. She started keeping to herself, staying in her room, and didn't want to hang out or do anything with me. When I tried talking to her, she just said,
"I want to be left alone."
I was really worried about Joy's sudden change and couldn't figure out what I did wrong. I kept trying to fix things, even apologizing, but nothing worked. She sometimes even yelled at me. I had to give her space, even though it hurt a lot. One evening at dinner, Joy's mom shared some exciting news.
"Marianne, your teacher called. Your college aptitude test scores were amazing. I'm so proud of you."
Turning to Joy, her mom asked,
"And how did yours go, honey?"
No, I didn't bother with it. I'm going to be a singer, so I don't need it. Maybe one of your famous friends could help produce my album?
I won't do that. I want more for you. You're going to college, and later you can decide what you want.
What? You can't make those decisions for me. I'm going to be a singer, and that's that.
As your mom, yes, I can guide you.
You can't tell me anything.
Joy, stop. Your mom's just trying to help.
You shut up. My life was better before you showed up. Go back to your miserable family and leave us alone. I hate you both.
Angry, Joy knocked all the family pictures off the shelf. After that, her behavior got worse. She began skipping school and got mad whenever someone tried to talk about what she was doing. Joy's behavior toward me got worse, turning her into what felt like a real-life villain. She constantly tried to make trouble for me, and even though her mom always ended up forgiving me, it just made Joy angrier. For example, Joy switched her unfinished homework with mine, confusing my teacher. Luckily, the teacher sorted it out. Joy made a fake social media account with my name, posting embarrassing stuff. It took a while, but I showed it wasn't me and shut it down. Joy hid a library book I borrowed, causing me to get late fees. Her mom found it later and figured out Joy's trick. Joy messed with my bike's brakes. I felt something was wrong before I wrote it and stopped myself from getting hurt. This escalated one afternoon when Joy's mom was away on a business trip and her dad was away at work. Joy decided to do something drastic. She turned the backyard into a makeshift movie theater. I'm not sure showing a movie here is a good idea.
Well, it's better than having you around all the time.
The backyard quickly filled with people, the projector buzzing to life. I stayed inside, trying to avoid the chaos, and was flipping through a magazine when suddenly, someone stumbled into my room.
Oops, my bad. I was looking for the kitchen. Hey, is that a magazine about vintage cars? My dad collects them, and I've read a bunch about them. Is that the issue with the 60s muscle cars?
Yes, it is. His name was Brian. We discovered we shared a lot of interests and spent the evening chatting in the kitchen. Just as we were really connecting, the screen outside fell over with a crash. Suddenly, Joy and her mom came in.
Look, Mom, I knew it. Marianne set up this whole movie thing just to hang out with her boyfriend.
Boyfriend? That's not true. Why would I organize this party? Joy, you're my only friend here.
Then explain him being in your room. This must be your party.
Enough, Joy. I don't think Marianne would do this. But young man, it's time for you to go home, please. Joy looked so angry and stormed off. She stopped talking to me and just ignored my existence. I kept talking to Brian. Having him in my life was great. He was nice-looking and well-mannered. His family had money, and he shared his dream of becoming a doctor with me. A few days later, Joy's mom called me into the living room, where I found my dad sitting. I really care about you and loved having you here, but things with Joy are getting tough. She's feeling left out. Plus, your dad's been talking to us. He's made some changes, wants you back, and misses you a lot.
The past few months have been really tough without you. I love you and want you to come home.
I didn't say much. When I feel a lot, I find it hard to speak, but I managed to say, I'll pack my things. I moved back with Dad, and honestly, things weren't bad. He had really improved, and hanging out with him wasn't bad at all. But I ended up blocking Brian. I didn't have a strong reason to cut him off. I felt like I didn't deserve him and just needed a fresh start. A few months after finishing high school, I couldn't go to college right away. Dad didn't have the money because we had big hospital bills for Mom. So I started working as a pizza delivery person. It was tough, but I never thought about quitting. I worked really hard and finally got into college. I planned to study economics and maybe even start my own business someday. While studying, I took any job I could get. Eventually, I managed to rent a tiny apartment with a view of the city dump. It wasn't much, but it was mine. I could finally study and rest there. Dad even helped me buy a used car for my delivery job. Things were starting to get better. I kept working hard, aiming for success. I often thought about Joy and her parents, and my mom too. I missed them a lot. With exams coming up, I studied all night and worked all day. I felt unstoppable, like nothing could slow me down. But one day, while out on a delivery, I suddenly felt very dizzy, and the next thing I knew, I crashed into a tree. I was rushed to the hospital. Everything hurt, but what pained me the most was my thoughts. Why couldn't things just go right for once? I hugged my pillow and bursted into tears. Then, a young doctor came in, and I was shocked. Brian, is that really you? He recognized me too.
I always thought I'd run into the girl who broke my heart again.
Feeling embarrassed, I just looked down and stayed quiet as usual. Brian had finished medical school and was now an intern at the hospital. I apologized, and we chatted for a while and swapped phone numbers. Over time, we got closer and started dating. Brian had the kindest heart, and he even helped me with my college fees. One day, I went to the hospital to bring Brian his lunch and decided to visit Mom afterward. I entered her room, and she looked so peaceful, just like an angel. I gently kissed her forehead. Mom, I have to tell you something. I tried to replace you. I was so angry when I felt you gave up on me, so I gave up on you. I was angry at Dad too, even though the poor man was struggling without you. I used to be mad at Joy, but as I got older, I understood her and we made up. I'm friends with her mom now too. I love them, but no love can match yours. Guess what? I found out this morning I'm pregnant. I'm going to surprise Brian tonight on our date. I think he's going to propose, and I'll say yes. Mom, I'm happy, but my happiness isn't complete without you. Tears overwhelmed me, and I laid my head on her hands when suddenly I felt her hands move. Overjoyed, I ran to the doctor like a little kid, shouting, "My mommy is awake! My mommy is awake!"
Still, Dad said that when I was only 2 years old, I told him I wanted to be the best gymnast in the world. Oh, I mean, kids at that age will say anything. No, but seriously, I wanted to be really, really good. My gymnast friends were amazing, and we were very close. And let me be honest, gymnastics wasn't easy at all. But having friends makes everything easier and more fun. And whenever I had to compete, they were there to root for me. That's why leaving them was one of the saddest days in my life. Well, you see, when I was 10, my parents decided that we'd move to LA. I had been living my whole life in Nyack, a village near New York City. I had so many amazing memories there, especially with my oldest brother, Hudson. We were always together, cooking together, celebrating our birthdays together, and even getting glasses together. You name it. I was also close to my mom. She's my idol. Dad and Hudson can be annoying sometimes, but Mom? Oh man, she's amazing. She's camera shy though, and that's okay. She even once agreed to do a mom reveal on the channel, although I know how anxious that made her feel. But we have so many things in common. We're both vegetarians, and, having lunch with her is amazing, because I can try her food all the time. I like shopping with her and getting our nails done together. And we once tried roller skating, but it didn't go well because she broke her ankle in 3 different places, and I was super worried about her. The doctor said she wouldn't be able to walk for 5 months. She wasn't able to come to my gymnastics meet that we had been waiting for 2 years, which made me really sad. Not gonna deny that. I won 4 medals that day to make my mama proud. And soon enough, she got better. Fun fact about my mom, did you know that her birthday is a day before mine? So we celebrated it together. And it's one of the best days of the year. I was born on November 29, 2009, by the way. Yeah, Mom is the best. I remember one day when Mom wasn't feeling well for days, and I had a very important shooting with Dad. But I just couldn't leave Mom that day. I told Dad I wasn't going with him and ran to Mom. I snuck under the bed while she was still asleep and started praying. Please, God, let Mom live. Please, I'll be a good girl. Please, please, please. Say, I'm not dying, babe. You're awake? Mom, I don't want to go with Dad. I want to stay with you. I want to be your little daughter forever. You'll always be my little daughter. But sometimes we have to do things even if we don't feel like it. This is what makes us responsible in life. I guess you're right. But no matter how old I get, you'll always be my mother. That's for sure. And, well, about Dad. Yeah, he was busy most of the time, and I really missed him. Dad, are you coming home late tonight?
Honey, you know Daddy has to work, but I love you so much.
Are you going to spend your time with Eliana?
I said I love you, Say.
And I said, are you going to spend time with Eliana?
Well, yeah, we're shooting today, but I love you, Say.
I love you too, Daddy. I'm your only little girl. Always remember that. It's only me who's going to take care of you when you're old and wrinkly, and bald and gray, and fat and...
Yes, I get your point. You're my only princess. I love you, Say.
I love you too, Daddy. I thought Dad would be super happy about moving to LA, unlike the rest of my family. But one night, we were going for a ride in Dad's car, and Dad looked super occupied and worried. He didn't say much during the ride, and I just felt something was wrong. The moment he pulled over, I hugged him. Don't worry, Dad. Everything is going to be okay. And he hugged me back. And I felt so safe and peaceful. Yeah, I know I don't like to show my emotions a lot, but, sometimes you have to do things you normally wouldn't do to help your loved ones. I mean, come on. Mr. Matter was feeling down. He's my dad. He's a redhead, but I love him. He's a good father. We only film on Sundays, and the rest of the week, we enjoy our time together. He drives me to school, we go to the beach, and ride bikes together. He's awesome and cool, I swear, and not as cringy as you see him in the videos. Yeah, whatever. Me and my friends share... wait, I can hear my dad in my head correcting me.
It's my friends and I, and not me and my friends.
Never mind. I'm changing the entire sentence. Saying goodbye to my friends was the hardest day of my life. I got them each a present, and they were the happiest. Salish, you promise to keep in touch? I promise. I'll miss you guys so much. And I hugged them all very tight. I said goodbye to my life in Nyack, excited to start a new chapter in my life with my family by my side and gymnastics as my passion. What? What's going on? No, I'm not gonna say it. Nope. Forget it. Let's talk about the ceiling. Love the color. That's Ariolan, right? Fine. I'm going to talk about it in general. And in case I give a lot of details, you have to cut all that out. Promise? Yeah, when I moved to LA, I met him. We were shooting a video together, then we went to Starbucks. I still remember what we got. 2 vanilla frappuccinos, no whipped cream. And just like that, we became friends. It's like we had the same energy. We would run around and play, trying to hurt each other. But of course, I always end up hurting him. I'm way stronger. He's only a big baby. Now I have to say his name. I know. He's Nidal Wonder, a self-taught freestyle flipper prodigy, born in 2010. Yeah, he's too young. He has been making videos with my dad since he was 8. Yeah, I have to admit, he's cool. But did you notice? Yes, He's only 13 years old. But did you see his arm muscles? Oh boy. The first time I tried to wrestle with him, like always, I touched his arm. And man, you can tell this boy is going to be such a tough, good-looking man. I mean, he can look good in anything, even when he wears my white dress. Yeah. Oh shoot. We're cutting that out, yeah? I mean, ew! I've been homeschooled since we moved to LA, and having Nidal around made everything easier. When we made the first challenging video, I was sure I was going to win over him. But I gotta say, competing with him was formidable. I'm just using a difficult word so Nidal won't understand it. People loved us together, and they even started shipping us, and Dad was not super happy about it. There was even a hashtag Nailish. People were using it. I mean, me and Nidal have chemistry. Like, you can easily tell. He has the biggest crush on me, and he sees me in his dreams. Poor thing. I never had a crush on him. Ew. Yeah, whatever. Like, maybe a little? You know, having a boy best friend is cool because it's different from having a girl best friend. You know, you can get physical with a boy, hitting and hurting him. It was like a new friendship I never experienced before, and I'm enjoying it. Yeah, of course you're enjoying it. I'm way cooler than you, and prettier, and smarter, and more talented. I always get the prizes in our challenges. Your poor dad has spent a lot of money on me because his daughter is a loser. Did you hear anything? That was just an annoying mosquito, but I got rid of it. MSA, please don't animate him. I'm way cooler. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the Wonder Boy is really my best friend. We had sleepovers, we celebrated Halloween, and even recorded a music video together. He's funny, and he doesn't care about what people think. He's honest and a daredevil, and I really like his personality. You know what these honest friends are like? Hey, you look ugly in that dress, like a bald monkey. Take it off now. Yeah, that's him. And also, he's kinda cute. Cute. Fine, he's cute. I hope Dad doesn't notice this part. But also, we do have a lot of differences. I mean, he eats meat and uses plastic straws, and also likes weird boy stuff like, yeah, I agree. I like weird stuff, including you. And after 6 amazing months of friendship and affection, Nidal had to leave for Texas. And it made me very sad, having to say goodbye to another close friend. We promised we'd talk every day, FaceTime and message each other. But, you know, it's not like the same thing having him around and seeing him in person, and I was a bit upset about it. At least I had Boomer around. Boomy is my dog, and one of the best things in my life. I took him for a walk every day before school, and it cheered me up every time. But I still always felt empty because I missed my best friend. And I think my parents noticed it, because one day, Dad took me to Universal Studios, and he told me we were making a video. But suddenly, while we were walking, someone held me from the back, and I immediately knew it was Nidal. He hugged me, and I wrapped my arms around him, and it was an amazing moment. Actually, this was one of the many surprises we have for each other. We've been surprising each other in the last year, and it made missing him less painful. And you know what's even cooler? Nidal spent his summer vacation here in LA, and we made so many videos together. Speaking of surprises, my dad always came up with cool ideas to shoot. But one of the best things I enjoy doing is skincare and get ready with me videos. Yes, I wake up at 5:45 and spend 2 hours getting ready. But beauty has a price, you know. No, seriously. Boomy takes about 30 minutes in the bathroom, so it's only an hour and a half. Not a lot. And also, I'm the first stop for the school bus, and I have to be the earliest, which is not fair, by the way. I was a bit worried that I wouldn't fit into my new school, especially that I was the only new 8th grader in the school. It's insane. But thank God, it's been going pretty well so far. And I have made some new friends. And I love that we don't have a dress code at our school, and I can choose nice clothes every day. Man, I'm so happy. Actually, all this YouTube content is amazing. Making videos with my dad, doing challenges with talented people, having collaborations with cool people and YouTubers like Britt Rivera and Darman, and many other amazing people. And now, I even have my own channel. Please go subscribe now. Life is good. All you have to do is to stay positive and like this video. If you want me to react to this video, please comment below. Saylish is the best MSA MC ever. You're not cutting that out, yeah? You know what? Don't cut anything out. I don't care. Yeah, whatever. Love ya. Bye.
Hi, I'm Sarah from Paris. I live with my single mom, and unfortunately, my sister Zoa, who's always been my biggest rival and a pain in my butt. Like, when I was 5, a tutor would come to teach us, and one day, he praised me in front of my mom.
Ma'am, your Sarah is a brilliant child. She's a quick learner. She can understand a concept in just an hour. But for the same thing, Zoa takes 3 days.
Zoa couldn't tolerate this and hit me hard on my head with the notebook. Before I could react, Mom yelled at her and grounded her for a week. I never really understood why she was jealous of me for being smarter. I wasn't jealous of her for being prettier. Whenever we went out together, people noticed her first and gave her compliments, but she was still so insecure. But maybe the reason why she really hated me was because I was fearless. Once when I was 10, the 3 of us were out on a picnic when I noticed a man snatch a woman's purse and run away. I immediately stuck out my leg and he tripped and fell down hard. The thief was taken away by the police and everyone there clapped for me, except for Zoa. Mom was pretty freaked out too. Sarah, the thief could have had a weapon. He could have hurt you. Don't do that again. You're just a child.
Yeah, dummy cow. This is not some movie where you pretend to be an action hero. This is real life. And I'm afraid one day someone might cut you down into pieces. I know what your actual concern is, Zoa, and it's not for my safety. You just can't stand it when I'm praised by people, can you? Oh, please. I get plenty of praise because I'm so pretty. Have you ever heard someone use that word for you? I bet you can't even spell it. It's P-R-E-T-Y.
You forgot a T, dinosaur brains.
And you forgot my hand, dinosaur face.
And suddenly she slapped me and we broke into a huge fight right in the middle of the park. As we grew up, she became prettier and more popular in school. All the time, boys would roam around her, while her minions cracked jokes about how I must be adopted. But I never let Zoa or any of those bullies get to me. I was smarter and stronger than those idiots any day. Once in 9th grade, I was looking for a book in the library when I noticed a boy staring at me from a gap in the shelf. I just went back to my seat and started reading my book, but he sat down in front of me.
Hey, what's your name? You're very pretty.
No way. This was definitely a prank. If I was really pretty, why was he the first boy to say so? I just walked off without a reply. I was in no mood to be made fun of. But the next day when I was walking through the hallway, I suddenly tripped over something and went flying straight into someone's arms. It was the boy from the library. Oh, thank you so much.
If you want to thank me, just tell me your name, please.
I did, and it turned out his name was Henry and he was my senior. We became good friends and started hanging out together all of the time. One day when I went to the cafeteria, I found a large poster stuck to a wall. It was my picture with an ugly mustache and devil horns, and the caption, "Sarah, the ugly monster." As I saw Zoa and her friends cackling in the distance, I was about to tear it down when Henry walked in.
Wow, someone's really jealous of your beauty, Sarah.
And with that, he tore it in half. Then he turned to me and said in front of everyone,
I think you're the most beautiful girl here. And you're smart and funny. You're just amazing. Will you be my girlfriend, Sarah?
I was shocked, but I said yes. And what made me even happier was seeing Zoa burn with rage. The next few days, I felt like a princess in some fairy tale. I would roam around with Henry, he would bring me roses, and would lie with his head in my lap for hours. It was all so beautiful. Then one day, he asked me to go to a party with him. That evening, I was getting ready when Zoa came running into my room, all breathless. Sarah, my sister, I need to tell you something. Please, stay away from Henry because he is a cheater. He is dating 3 girls, including me and you. He just kissed me today, out of the blue. What? You're such a psycho liar. Get out of my room, Zoa. But then she showed me something that left me stunned. It was a picture where she and Henry were kissing. I couldn't believe it. I ran to the washroom and Zoa followed me. Sarah, why are you crying? So what if he found me more attractive than you and kissed me? At least now we know his true colors. Don't cry, sis. This is for the best. I angrily pushed her aside. I'm not crying. Something just went into my eye. And I don't care if he kissed you. He's still my boyfriend. Get out, now! I left home pretending to see Henry, but of course, I wasn't gonna meet that jerk. I went to a park and sat alone and kept rejecting his phone calls. When he kept messaging me, I sent him the picture Zoa showed me. He started giving me excuses, but I didn't believe a single word he said. After an hour, I went home as if everything was perfectly fine. The next day in school, I was sitting on the bleachers when someone tapped on my shoulder. It was Henry. Just as he began speaking, I grabbed him by his collar angrily. Listen, I told you yesterday. But then suddenly, I spotted Zoa looking at us, and I immediately pulled Henry close and kissed him. When Zoa left, I pushed him back hard. Listen, I told you yesterday to stay away from me. I don't want to see your face again. But Sarah, I swear I never cheated on you. I was just having my Coke when Zoa came out of nowhere and kissed me. I was really angry with her. It takes 2 people to kiss, and you were one of them. So just stop lying and leave me alone, cheater. I put my fingers in my ears and walked away from him. But that night, something really strange happened. We were all asleep when we heard Zoa screaming. We ran to her room to find a boy in Zoa's room, and she was beating his butt with a stick. The boy was from our school. Mom! I caught this thief. I caught him. Call the police. Call the media. I'm so brave. I'm a hero. I'm not a thief. I'm Zoa's freaking boyfriend. I just came to see her and she went bonkers on me. Crazy girl. Oh, also, Sarah, she kissed your boyfriend and told me to take pictures of her doing that. He was so mad at her. In case you didn't know, your sister's a psycho. Oh God, Henry was telling the truth and I hadn't believed him. The boy broke up with Zoa and jumped out the window while I turned around and pounced on her. I pulled her hair as hard as I could till Mom pulled me away. The next morning, I literally ran to school and found Henry and apologized to him. He opened his arms and we hugged each other really tight. Time passed and we graduated from school. Henry went abroad for his higher education and Zoe and I started college. Then one day, Mom suddenly felt some pain in her chest, and after the doctor's examination, it turned out that she needed a really expensive heart surgery. This was the first time in my life that I felt scared. We didn't have enough money, so I took up a part-time job to start saving. I asked Zoa too, but she flatly refused. Sorry, but a princess like me can't work. Look at my hands, so soft and delicate. I'm not spoiling them. No, you're the Tarzan of the family, the strong one. You got this, girl. And just like that, she walked off. Just a few days later, I heard Mom screaming. I ran to her room and she was standing in front of some empty drawers, asking me where all her jewelry had gone. I had no idea, and we marched straight to Zoa's room. She wasn't there, but a note was lying on her bed. Mom, Sarah, my journey with you people ends here. I can't live with poor, depressed people like you anymore. Mom, please make Sarah the heir of this damaged house because I like mansions only. I'm taking all the jewelry as memories of you, Mom. Love ya, but don't look for me. Mom was completely devastated. I took her to her room and put her to sleep, but I was in despair. We were left with nothing. My salary wasn't enough for the treatment. I left home to contact some charity organization, and on my way, it started raining. Just then, I saw a huge crowd gathered around on a bridge. I looked down and saw a small kitten hanging onto a log in the strong river current, and people were just standing around making videos and doing nothing. Luckily, I found a piece of rope tied to the bridge. Without another thought, I climbed down the rope and reached out for the kitten. Some people started helping me then by pulling us up, and we both landed safely. I was completely drenched in the rain, so I decided to go back home. That evening, someone rang our doorbell, and when I opened the door, I found a bunch of people with cameras and mics standing outside. You saved a little kitten today without caring about your own life. What would you like to say? This girl, people, she's a hero. She makes us believe that good people truly exist. She's restored my faith in humanity. Wait, what? What was going on? And I soon found out that people had been making videos of me saving the cat, and they'd gone viral. And before I knew it, I had become quite famous. I was in newspapers and giving interviews on news channels. I was honored by the government with a bravery award and also given $30,000. And of course, the first thing I did was get my mom's heart surgery. It was successful and she recovered fully in a few months. Soon after, I got an offer to participate in a really famous reality stunt show, and I accepted. Within no time, I'd become a celebrity. And now, Mom and I were rich. We were living a great life until one day, someone knocked on the door. When I opened it, I was shocked to see Zoa. As she tried to step inside, I blocked her path. "Where's Mom? I need her help. My boyfriend cheated on me. He made me pregnant and ran away with all my money and jewelry. I've got nothing to eat." "Are you so fat because you're pregnant again?" "Oh, no. Luckily, I had a miscarriage, but I had lots of cravings while I was pregnant, so I gained some weight. It's nothing. I'll be back to my old shape in no time, you'll see." "Are you sure you're not pregnant?" "Of course, I said so already." Then I kicked her so hard she fell back on her butt. "How dare you call her Mom? You left her when she was fighting for her life. No, you robbed her first and then left her. You're just a blood-sucking leech, Zoa, and you deserve whatever bad things come your way. Now get lost and don't show up here again." And I slammed the door on her face. Half an hour later, the bell rang again. Oh God, this Zoa. Maybe I needed to kick her harder this time. But when I opened the door, I was shocked. It was Henry. He opened his arms and I jumped to hug him. "Oh, I can't believe it's you, Henry. I've missed you so much."
I've missed you too, sweetheart. And I have a really important question for you. Sarah, will you marry me?
Oh my God, yes, 100 times yes. And then we kissed. It was Mom's birthday. She hadn't been home for so many days, but I'd heard her come home last night. So as soon as it was 9, I rushed to her room with a special breakfast in bed and a card I'd made. I hoped she'd like it and stay longer this time. I pushed open the door of her room and yelled, "Surprise!" But Mom was nowhere to be seen. I checked everywhere, but nothing. I ran to Dad and he said,
"She's not coming back. Forget her."
Forget her? Forget my mom? "Daddy, take me to her. I want Mom." Dad just walked away, leaving me with the nanny, but I stomped my feet and yelled, "If you don't take me to Mom, I'm gonna have the police sue you."
"Oh, all right, fine. You want to go? I'll take you there. I'm moving to London anyway."
With that, he put me in the car and drove me to her new house. As soon as I got out, he drove away. I rang the bell and waited excitedly for Mom to open the door. As soon as she saw me, her eyes welled up with tears. "Mommy, I missed you." But the next minute, she slammed the door in my face. I stood in shock as the door reopened, but this time, it was a man. He was tall and wore glasses and smiled at me kindly.
"You must be Alexis. I'm Brian, your stepfather."
He took me inside saying it was all okay and that Mom was just so happy to see me. Then he left me and went to the other room. A minute later, I heard her yelling, "Send her back, Brian."
"She's just a kid. I'm not sending her anywhere."
I knew I had to do something to change her mind, so I opened the door and went inside. "Mom, Dad left yesterday, so I think you should raise me now, or I will end up in the streets. Not that I mind, but because I have to go to school, I need a home." She looked me dead in the eye. "Do you think I care? I hate kids. I hate you." And with that, she marched away. As I realized for the first time, my mom hated me. I burst into tears and tried to follow her. "Mommy, no. Take me with you." But Brian pulled me into a hug and said,
"It's okay, kiddo. If your dad's gone to London, I'll take care of you. Want to see something really cool you can do on this computer I just got?"
"Hi, my name is Alexis, and after my mom left me, my stepdad became my mom. He spent all his time teaching me 2 things. First is the coolest thing in the world, computer programming. And the second is how to be a tough girl and get back on all the jerks in my life. But before I tell you exactly how, please like and subscribe. Anywho, by the time I was 16, I'd forgotten Mom and even my real dad. In fact, life was as perfect as it could be, until one day when everything came crashing down. I was at school when suddenly all the computers in the computer lab crashed. My teacher was going crazy trying to fix them, but I could tell she was doing it all wrong.
Do you want help with it? I think I can fix it. How could you? I'm the teacher here. I have a degree from Princeton. But you're doing it wrong. It's obviously malicious software. You think you can do better? Fine, baby genius. If you mess anything up, I'm flunking you. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at us. Someone muttered, "There goes her straight A's. Why is she such a show-off?" I rolled my eyes as I looked over the computer. Aha, I was right. Within minutes, everyone's screens lit up. I looked at her, thrilled. She'd have to be impressed, right? Wrong. She was glaring angrily at me and yelled, "There's no way you could have fixed it so quickly unless you messed it up in the first place. Are you trying to show me down, idiot? To the principal's office, right now." I had nothing to do with this. You have no idea what you're talking about. Just then, I heard an announcement. "Alexis, please report to the principal's office immediately." I sighed and walked out. But as soon as I saw the principal's face, I knew something was very wrong. I'm afraid I have bad news. Your father, stepfather, he is in jail. I stood there in shock. What do you mean? He's always at work at this time. She got up and hugged me. "Alexis, sweetie, I'm sorry. It's about the case with his son, from what I heard." That's crazy. I turned and ran home. I knew Brian had a son, Matt, but they hadn't spoken even once in the last 11 years. Matt had sued Brian, claiming that he had ruined his childhood when he left him. And now he'd won the case and Brian was in jail. When I got home and entered the lounge, I bumped into a bunch of kids running around as a man and woman lay on the couch watching TV. "Hey, who are you and what are you doing in my house?" The man laughed. "Your house? This is my dad's house, and now that he's gone, it's mine. You're welcome to stay if you want as a charity case, but don't get your hopes up." What kind of people are you? Suing your own dad and sending him to jail? You have no mercy. You have no idea what I've gone through, so shut up or else. Show me some respect or I'll throw you out. Yeah, of course you'd do that. Why am I not surprised? I mean, you threw out your dad. Get lost. Now. The next few months were horrible. Matt and his family were like a pack of wild, idiotic animals. He made me do all the chores just so I could earn my keep. You can't do this, you jerk. Well, I'm the man of the house now. You'll do whatever I ask you to do, you useless girl. In your dreams. I went to my room and spent time there working on my computer. And all of this wasn't enough for Matt. He also never allowed my boyfriend Josh to come visit, saying our relationship was a bad influence on his kids. But I let Josh sneak into my room through the window and we spent nights there. And Matt had no idea. Josh was also into programming and it was so romantic. Having him in my life gave me some strength to deal with my jerk stepbrother. Things were going fine until one night, Matt burst into my room and found Josh there. He started yelling at him and kicked him out. Then he looked at me and said, "That's it. I'm taking this stupid laptop from you. You should be taking care of my kids and not partying with guys. And God knows what else you were doing in my house." Who do you think you are? You can't control me, you moron. Watch me. He snatched away my laptop and left. That was it. He'd just messed with the wrong girl. I gave one of his daughters a candy and told her to go to Matt's room and get me back my laptop. Later that night, as he was working in his study, I snuck into his room and used my laptop to hack into his. I sent all of his rude messages, gossiping about his boss during a Zoom meeting in front of everyone from his work. Then, just to add insult to injury, I shared a video of him making fun of his boss show up on his screen. Ah, sweet revenge. He barged into my room and stomped on my laptop and smashed it to bits. "How dare you? You got me fired. Maybe this'll keep you in place." I started throwing pillows and books and whatever I could get my hands on at him. "Leave my room, right now." That jerk. I had to do something to get a new laptop, so I started working at a local McDonald's. A month later, when I got my first paycheck, I ran straight to the computer shop. I was beyond happy as I walked home. Just then, something caught my eye in the candy shop. A lotto announcement. Ugh, these lame shows. I looked at the dollar in my pocket, so I thought, why not? I went in and bought a ticket. When I got home, I ran to my room, hid the ticket, and opened up my laptop. And the first thing I did on it was hack that lotto company's website, and I knew just what to do. Little did I know that at that very moment, a little devil was hiding under my bed. After dinner, as I headed to my room, I heard the lotto numbers being announced. I ran to my room to get the ticket, but stopped short. My drawer was open, and the ticket was gone. I ran back and found Matt jumping up and down with a ticket in his hand. I'm rich! Babe, I'm rich! I won $500K! He grabbed his wife and twirled her around. Yes, we are, babe! What were they going on about? Hey, that's my ticket. Give it back. I tried to snatch it from him, but to no success. You can't go around hiding things from me in my own house. This money is mine. I'm your legal guardian, remember? I will make sure you regret this. I stormed off to my room. I had to think of something. And then it came to me. I created a website and named it Jerk Brothers, where anyone could order a hairspray for their jerk brothers, but it was a paint spray that needed days to go away. I told people it was a joke and nothing would be sent because, of course, I didn't have the money to do that. But people went crazy about this website, and I received hundreds of orders in the first week. The website got so popular because of its simple creative idea. One company offered to buy it for $75,000. I agreed and got the money. Soon after, some companies offered me a job, and I started working with one from home. My brother didn't interfere. He was too busy spending the lotto money. One day, he barged into my room and was being way too sweet to me. Hey, my lovely, lovely stepsister. You make my life fun like a game of Twister. Make more money and make me happier. If not, I promise, I will show you real anger. What's wrong with you? Listen, you don't live in my house for free, and you're using it like an office, so you have to pay the rent every month, or find yourself another place. Sure, I will. I called Josh and moved into his basement. His parents were nice to me, and they didn't ask for money or anything. I continued going to school as usual, and I got 3 scholarships. Josh and I agreed to apply for Michigan State University. On the day we were supposed to leave for university, someone knocked on the door. It was my stepbrother. He started crying and begging me to help him out. I can't find a job. No one wants to hire me since the incident. Please help me out. You're my only sister. I need to feed my kids. I knew he didn't deserve my sympathy after everything he did to me, but I loved his daughters, so I agreed to give them a monthly payment to help him out. He leaned in to kiss my hand, but I pulled it away. Please, there's no need for this. I only have one request. Please get Brian out of prison. He nodded his head. Sure, I will. I swear. Thank you. You're a good person. Thank you. And then I left with Josh 5 years later, and now I'm a programming instructor at my dream university. In 2 weeks, I'm going to get married to Josh, and the man who is going to walk me down the aisle is Brian. I will never forget him and what he always taught me. Humanity, knowledge, and science are more important than money.
Listen up, ladies. Tighten your ponytails because you have 15 minutes to run a mile around this field.
Oh, Miss Cooper, these extensions cost $1,000. We had to sacrifice a horse's hair in the process. And Tia has like Satan-level cramps. Why don't you end class early today? Girls, let's go get mani-pedis on me. Oh, yeah, all right. Hi, I'm Holly from New Jersey, and my daddy is a billionaire who owns a bunch of fancy hotels around the country. And when you're the daughter of a billionaire, people will pretty much always give you what you want. That's why Miss Cooper let me treat everyone to mani-pedis. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Being the richest girl in town may sound like a dream, but early on, I learned it was a huge responsibility. Kids at school literally all wanted to be me and tried to copy everything I did. From my fashion choices to even the way I walked. I have a funny walk since I'm always wearing 5-inch heels. But I liked being a role model, because I love helping people find their inner fabulousness. Like when I met my BFF Tia. I'd opened my locker one morning to find some of my stuff was missing. Namely, my favorite scarf. People are monsters! Whoever stole my Vuitton scarf, shame on you! I hope a spider eats your eyelashes in the middle of the night so you'll never get to wear mascara again! I was shaking with anger as I stormed by the girls' bathroom. That's when I saw Tia wearing my scarf, crying hysterically. I did it! I stole your scarf! Kids were making fun of my outfit, and I heard that you kept some spare accessories in your locker, but I couldn't find you to ask your permission. I'm going to jail. I'll have to wear prison clothes. I look really fat and orange.
I told her she could keep my scarf because, boy, did she need it. Her clothes looked like they'd come out of a literal dumpster. So either she was poor or had the fashion sense of a baboon. I took Tia under my wing after that. I gave her a makeover and we became besties. I also convinced her to stop watching MSA on TikTok and switch to YouTube so she wouldn't fry her brain. But in 10th grade, things took a scary turn. I developed a crush on this super smart kid at school named Sebastian, but he wasn't paying any attention to me. So, to impress him, I made my 16th birthday party chemistry-themed, with tons of science-y decor and designer lab coats. So, what do you think of this amazing nerd party? Did I tell you I ordered a piñata of the world's greatest scientist, Harry Potter?
Are you serious right now?
I'm very serious. How about we go dance?
I don't want to be mean, but you're not my type. I only came to this party because you said you were handing out iPads as party favors.
Did he just reject me? At my own birthday party? Another guy ended up asking me to slow dance, but I was so bummed out and distracted that I totally didn't notice that the guy who was leaning in to kiss me was Tia's longtime crush. Oh my gosh! How could you do this to me? You were seconds away from kissing Freddie. You know I've had a crush on him since the 9th grade, ever since I farted in class and he took the blame for me. Tia, I'm sorry. I was distracted and... Oh, don't start giving me excuses. I talked to you about that boy and his abs for years, and now you think you could just swoop in between us with your high heels and your gorgeous fake hair. As of now, this friendship is over. What? Don't say that. Suddenly, a smoke cloud blew up in my face from one of the lab stations I'd set up. I was immediately rushed to the hospital, and there, I received insane news. I had to get facial reconstruction surgery from the injury. When I woke up from my procedure, I expected to be surrounded with friends and care baskets, but nobody came to visit me, which was bizarre. And as weeks passed, I didn't get a single call or text asking how I was. The people at my party knew I'd gotten severely hurt. Maybe they didn't realize that my injury was so serious? I arrived at school a couple of months later, and to my shock, everyone completely ignored me. Okay, what was going on? Ow! Sebastian?
How do you know my name?
Because I invited you to my party? And don't give me that judgy look. I know my face looks like a bloated baby on steroids. It's because I just got surgery, man. The only time I ever look bloated is if I eat gluten.
I don't know what you're talking about. Are you new to this school?
And that's when it hit me. He didn't recognize me because of my new face. So that's why the kids were ignoring me. Except it still didn't explain why everyone had ghosted me for 2 freaking months. I decided to find Tia and ask her about it, but throughout the day, I didn't get a chance to talk to her because apparently she'd become the new queen bee after I'd left. Then at lunchtime, I discovered something that shook my world. I was headed to the library when I overheard Tia talking with someone. So, do you think Holly will ever come back to school? Ew, I hope not. You know how everyone secretly hates her? I don't know if she's healed from her chemical injury or whatever, but we're all better off if that brat is out of our lives. Wait, what the sugar-free fudge? My BFF and all the girls at school secretly hated me? Since I was unrecognizable, I decided to get the scoop from some other girls. And when I did, I discovered what Tia said was true. Holly paid teachers to change her grades. Once, she gave our science teacher a pair of $10,000 boots. Holly wore peacock feathers to school. She supported peacock cruelty. Holly and I used to be best friends, but she never really cared about me. She just saw me as some charity case and told me I needed a makeover. And then she danced with my crush of 2 years. So, it was true. I was the most despised girl at school with no real friends. That was why nobody cared that I was in the hospital. And what's wrong with making your BFF your charity case? Was Tia against charity? I decided to get ice cream after school so I could eat my feelings. One fattening calorie overload of double chocolate fudge, nuts, and extra whipped cream that I'll probably pay for later. It's been a rough day.
I'm sorry to hear that. Wait, didn't we meet earlier today?
Sebastian, you work here? I randomly guessed your name from your tag.
But you also go to my school, right?
I was about to answer when suddenly I heard some party horns behind me, and in marched Tia with her minions who were blowing confetti. That's when she announced that she'd won the lottery, but wanted to donate some of the money to the ice cream parlor out of the goodness of her heart. Just because I'm a millionaire now doesn't mean I'm above any of you. So many people in my place would just spend our government's dollars on diamonds and handbags, but I care about the poor.
You know we're a successful business, right?
Just tell my viewers how grateful you are. She was publicly donating to charity to appear like a saint, but she was also wearing real leather boots and talking to all her friends about how she'd pay the principal to change all her grades. She thought I was a monster for being rich, but she was just like me. That night, I decided to take on a new identity and filed some fake documents under the name Juniper, which was the name of my favorite perfume. That way, I could enroll as a new student, become friends with Tia, and expose her as a fake. Then, she'd know what it's like to be in my shoes. The first step in my plan was to get in with Tia and her minions. One morning at school, I overheard Tia bragging about how she donated thousands of dollars to an alopecia awareness foundation. So that night, I chopped off all my hair and then put it in a bag, which I took to Tia the next day. Ew, what is this? It's hair. My hair. I want to donate it. Oh my gosh, is that why you have that ugly haircut? Well, if I'm helping someone in need, I'm happy to look ugly, as long as it's temporary. Everyone gathered around us, and I could tell they were impressed. After that, I became somewhat popular, which got me in with Tia and her friends. Jackpot! The next step was figuring out how to expose that hypocritical witch. I was about to head to the mall one day with Tia and her friends when I saw Sebastian leaning against the wall, looking really upset. I told Tia to go ahead without me so I could go check on Sebastian. Hey, are you okay?
No. My dad hates me. I failed one stupid test because I was working long hours, and now Dad is pissed at me because I'm not a superhuman who can work full-time, do 1,000,000 extracurriculars, and get perfect grades.
That's so unfair. You should either quit your job or one of your extracurriculars.
Are you living on cloud 9 or something? I can't quit anything. I have to get a full scholarship to the best college in the country, or I'm toast.
I felt bad after Sebastian told me that, so I offered to help him out during his next work shift when the manager wasn't there. And it was rough. I ordered a mint chocolate swirl with 2 scoops of vanilla, and this has 3. How am I supposed to eat all this?
My apologies, miss. I'll take the extra scoop.
No, don't yell at him. So he gave you an extra scoop of ice cream. Boo-hoo. In some countries, there are children who only get 1 scoop of ice cream. Did you ever think of that? And why should I listen to a girl with such a hideous haircut? That did it. I grabbed her ice cream and smashed it in her face. Sebastian almost got fired. Luckily, I bribed the boss with $5,000, but I still felt horrible.
Don't beat yourself up. You were just looking out for me, and I really appreciate you donating that money to save my butt.
After that, the 2 of us became good friends. He was smart and sweet, and I really respected him for how hard he worked to support himself. It made me realize how lucky I am. One day, I was doing homework in the courtyard when Tia invited me to this exclusive rooftop party. I'd sort of forgotten about my revenge plan ever since I started hanging out with Sebastian, but I didn't have anything going on that weekend. But when I arrived at the address, I realized it was one of Dad's hotels. What were we doing here? He had a 2-year waiting list, and only celebrities were allowed at the parties. All the girls at school sneak in here every weekend to go to celebrity parties. We wouldn't have been able to get in, but luckily, I used to be friends with the owner's daughter, Holly. You know, that rich brat everyone hated? I tricked Holly's daddy into giving her tons of hotel memberships. I would have ended that friendship ages ago, but I didn't want to lose the memberships. I felt like I'd been punched in the chest. It was one thing to have my BFF and all the girls at school hate me, but they'd all been secretly using me too? I wanted to scream and tell them off, but I couldn't even bring myself to speak. So I excused myself, and a few hours later, I texted Sebastian to meet me so I could have a real friend by my side. Sebastian, why do you even hang out with me? I'm just a dumb, superficial bimbo.
What are you talking about? Just because you're rich doesn't make you a bad person.
You even gave yourself an interesting haircut so you could donate your hair. No, I didn't. I purchased a wig and cut off the wig's hair. I was too selfish to donate my real hair. I was too selfish to even chop off my extensions. Before Sebastian could answer, my phone rang and it was Dad, telling me to come to the hotel immediately. Sebastian accompanied me, and when I arrived, I couldn't believe my eyes. The hotel was burnt to ashes because Tia and the girls had blown up fireworks and started a wildfire. The police had arrived to take the girls to juvie, even though Tia begged me to bail her out. I've got news for you. As you can see by my hair, I'm not Juniper. I'm Holly, your ex-best friend who had to have reconstruction surgery. I know I've been a bad friend to you, and I know I can be selfish and spoiled, but what you guys did to me is unforgivable. We're done. Tia and the girls were taken away, but I didn't feel any better. Dad's hotel had burnt down, and I couldn't help feeling like it was my fault. If I'd been a better person, these girls wouldn't have hated me and wouldn't have done this. I stayed in my room for a few days when Sebastian came to visit me. I expected it because he wanted to end our friendship because I'd lied to him about my identity. But surprisingly, that wasn't it.
Holly, I'm not gonna lie to you. You are kind of spoiled, and it's messed up that you lied to turn everyone against Tia. But it's nothing compared to what Tia did to you. And you're becoming a better person. I didn't fall for you because you're perfect. I'm in love with you because you're an amazing friend who's mature enough to learn from her mistakes.
You're in love with me?
You probably don't feel the same way, but okay, maybe you are.
No, duh. Don't make me spell it out for you.
Hi, I'm Alina from Hawaii. Please like and subscribe. Mom, right on the ocean shore, but Dad left before I was born. According to Mom, that's because she was under a love spell that ran in our family. She could only fall in love with people who didn't love her back. And apparently, I was under the same spell too. Mom told me the only way I could avoid the curse was by staying away from all boys. So whenever we left the house, I'd march around with a toy water gun and sprayed it at any guy that came my way.
Girls rule, boys are dumb. Any boy who comes close is gonna get sprayed.
I also went to an all-girls school and even wore a custom I Hate Boys t-shirt. Then one day, everything changed. I was swimming in the ocean when the cutest guy ever glided over to me and stared into my eyes. Oh, crud. I swam away as fast as I could and tumbled on the shore, my face full of sand. Stay strong, Alina. Mom prepared you for this.
Has anyone told you you swim like a fish with cramps?
I did not. Also, any guy that tries to talk to me gets a face full of sand.
How about you help me eat some pineapple cake instead? If you don't like it, you can go back to being mad.
Pineapple cake was my weakness, so I agreed to sit with the guy for a picnic. I found out his name was Sage, and we got to know each other a bit. I told him all about my crazy life, my family's love curse, and how I wasn't supposed to talk to boys.
A love curse? Your mom sounds like a nutcase.
My mom isn't a nutcase. I don't know, she says it's been in my family for generations. I felt guilty for betraying Mom, but I was having fun with Sage, and he didn't seem like a bad guy. So after that day, we secretly became friends. We either met at the beach or we'd go over to each other's houses when no one was home. Then 1 year later, Sage and I were sitting on my roof talking when I heard Mom get home. But when I went down to see her, I suddenly heard Sage yell,
I could use a hand here. Who are you?
Sage, you idiot! So you know this boy? Before I could answer, Sage fell from our roof and landed in our hammock.
Oof, lucky fall. Yeah, Alina and I are friends, but we never told you about it because of your wacko family curse. No offense, ma'am.
Please stop talking. Mom, it's not like that. Sage is a really cool guy. But Mom's face was red with anger, and she sent Sage home immediately. I was sure the whole thing would blow over, but a couple of days later, I saw that Sage had changed his number and deleted all of his social media accounts. And when I went to his house, I saw his family had moved out. Tears stung my eyes. I just knew Mom had sent him away. And when I confronted her, she got mad. I did no such thing. But you shouldn't even be thinking about that boy. You disobeyed me and betrayed my trust.
You sent my best friend away because you're a lunatic who believes in some family legend. Sage was right. You are nuts, and I'm not following your rules anymore.
And I stuck to my word. I forced Mom to send me to a co-ed school, and our relationship went downhill from there. I did everything I could to go against Mom's rules. I dated every boy I could get and made sure to rub it in Mom's face.
Oh, Tommy, your lips are so soft. Grab a net and catch me. I must be dreaming.
I knew I was making her crazy, but I just couldn't forgive her for sending Sage away. One night, I was at a high school party with my newest boyfriend, Connor, and we were dancing the night away. Then suddenly, a girl pointed to the door.
Oh my God, it's the new guy from school. Who invited him? He's a criminal.
At that second, I saw someone smoking a frickin' cigarette, and my heart dropped when I realized it was Sage. I hadn't seen him in over a year. What had happened to him?
Oh, whoa, babe. Are you okay? Do you know that guy?
Sage walked over to me and, to my horror, handed me his cigarette.
Good to see you again, stranger. If you could throw this away for me, I'd really appreciate it.
Ew, I don't want that. Sage, what is going on? This isn't who you are.
You don't know who I am anymore, Alina. Good luck dating this weirdo, bro. Did you know she's under some love spell?
Sage walked away and I was totally speechless. What a jerk. Later that night, I got more scoop on him from some kids. Sage went to juvie once because he smashed a lady's car with a bat. And one time, Sage stole a little girl's kitten and ran away with it. There had to be some kind of mistake. That entire week, Sage ignored me at school, even though he stared at me 24/7, especially when I was with my boyfriend. One time, Connor bought me a hazelnut latte, and I was about to kiss him on the cheek to thank him. But then stupid Sage walked by, and I was so distracted, I ended up spilling coffee all over myself. Good God, he was freaking everywhere, like a really handsome mafia guy from a horror movie. One afternoon, I was studying in the library when I saw Sage reading a book there, and suddenly he smiled at me mischievously.
So, you really are dating boys now. I'm sorry I said that mean stuff about you the other day. I was feeling protective of you and wanted to scare Connor away.
Oh, are you also sorry for ghosting me for a year?
Look, my life is more complicated now than it used to be, but things at school are normal. So maybe we can try to be friends again? What do you say?
Sage squeezed my hand and I felt butterflies. Then suddenly, a hand pulled us apart and it was Connor's. He insisted on sitting with us since he didn't trust me sitting with a so-called criminal. But Sage just left soon after Connor came, which made my heart sink. Later, Connor ended up walking me out and pulled me close under some lovely trees.
I know you and that Sage guy used to be close, but it's obvious he's changed. The good thing is, I have you all to myself now. No guy will come in between us.
Connor kissed me, and that's when I realized I didn't feel any sparks or anything between us then. What was wrong with me? I am so confused right now. You're perfect. I'm awkward, and I don't think I can date you. Something's stopping me, but I have no idea what it is yet. Ugh, pull it together, Alina. I gotta go. I ran off feeling really guilty about dumping Connor. He was as sweet and perfect as a guy could be. He was furious with me that whole week and started telling everyone what a witch I was. I guess I really hurt him. One afternoon, I walked to the bleachers for some peace and quiet when I saw Sage sitting there alone. Oh, great. You're here. Don't worry. I'm leaving.
Alina, can you keep a secret? There's something I've been wanting to tell you since I came here.
Sage, you can tell me anything.
Okay then. I'm not a criminal. All those stories about me are lies. The real criminal is my dad. He got me involved one time in a robbery, and I got caught. That's why I had to leave town, change my number, and delete my accounts and stuff. I'm so sorry I didn't tell you. The whole town is now filled with lies about me.
So, you stealing the kitten was a lie?
Of course. I helped a kitten down from a frickin' tree. But it was hard having everyone hate me. I got depressed and started doing dumb things like smoke. Don't worry, I'm gonna quit.
It felt so good to have my friend back, except for some reason, he didn't feel like just a friend anymore. Without thinking, I pulled Sage close and kissed him. Oh man, I think I like you.
And I know I like you.
And from that day on, Sage and I were an item. He was still the dork I knew from before, but he was all grown up. And God, I was falling harder for him by the day. But there was one person who was really upset about it. Mom. And one night when I was in 12th grade, she totally lost it. Do you not remember how Sage shut you out for a year and broke your heart? You're going down a dark, dark path. And you're still seriously crazy. I've been dating for a while now and nothing bad has happened because I know how to take care of myself. I don't blame stuff on magic spell nonsense. This is different. You love Sage, and I can't have you getting hurt. So if you decide to stay with this person after high school, I'm out of the picture. I won't come to your wedding. I won't support it. It's just too much for me. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Mom and I had never had a good relationship, but now I just had it with her. So after I graduated, I moved in with Sage and we were happy together, even though I still wasn't speaking to Mom. Then one day, I was at the mall when I saw a gorgeous aquamarine engagement ring. I felt butterflies and pictured Sage proposing to me with it. I snapped a picture of it and sent it to him. I sure hoped he could take a hint. But when I arrived home, Sage was sitting on the couch with all the lights off. Hey babe, what's going on?
My dad got arrested again. For 2 months.
I'm so sorry to hear that, Sage. But I have something that may cheer you up. It's about a text I sent you. About an engagement ring. Ahem, ahem.
Alina, we can't get engaged. What if I end up just like my dad? I can't do this to you. I love you too much. I'm gonna stay at my cousin's place for a while to think things over. I'm sorry.
Before I could blink an eye, Sage left, and I was shaking with shock. Did he just break up with me? That's when I burst into tears and drove over to Mom's house. For the first time in years, she held me and tried to calm me down. I'm so sorry about everything. You were right. The curse is real, and I'm such an idiot for not believing you. I wish Sage and I had never even met. Oh, darling, don't say that. Listen, I'm very happy you came by. I want to apologize for everything. While you were away, I started dating someone who treated me like royalty, and I realized something. The curse was never real. It was all in our heads. Yeah, that's what I thought too. But Sage left, Mom, just like Dad left you. That's just how love is, honey. It's hard, but it can also be the most wonderful thing in the world. I stayed with Mom for a few months after that to think things through. Sage flooded my phone with apology texts and calls, but I needed space from him. Then one day, I went to the doctor and she told me some news. I was pregnant, except there was one problem. I didn't trust my boyfriend one bit to raise a kid with me.
How many times do I have to tell you I'm sorry and that I won't leave you again? I was just upset about my dad and I got scared for a second.
Well, how do I know you're not gonna get scared for a second time and leave again? I don't need you to help me raise this baby, so just leave, okay? But the truth was, I missed Sage more than anything. And 9 months later in the delivery room, I was still missing him. Then suddenly, Mom walked in with the nurses who were carrying my beautiful baby Michaela. And behind them was Sage. Oh my God, what are you doing here? I thought I told you to stay away.
Alina, listen to me. My dad's out of the picture. I reported him and got him arrested after he confessed to more crimes. I don't want someone dangerous like that in my life anymore. I love you, and I want to raise our daughter together. I won't let anything or anyone get in the way of that.
So, is that your way of saying you want to meet Michaela?
Let me see that gorgeous face.
Don't let your broken heart stay broken forever, because life is all about loving and letting yourself be loved. Hi, my name is Irina, and I'm from Moldova. Please like and subscribe. I was born to poor parents. My dad worked as a janitor, and Mom was a maid in a rich family's house. And no matter how hard they worked, they always seemed to be struggling for money. Once when I was 4, our landlord barged in and threatened to throw us out for not paying rent on time.
Please, just give me a week. Irina fell ill this month, and we had to spend money on her medicines. I promise, I'll pay the rent soon.
Just then, the landlord's eyes fell on the silver chain Mom was wearing.
Why don't you give me that chain till you arrange the money?
Mom reluctantly took it off and gave it to him. It was the only jewelry she had, and I was so angry she had to give it away.
Dad, I'll go to work with Mommy and we'll get some extra money. You can use that to pay the rent.
Dad hugged me and kissed my forehead.
I'm so sorry, my love. I promise, things will get better.
But they never did. We kept living under the curse of poverty. I hate poverty. Poverty is ugly. I often wondered why we were poor while other people were rich. In fact, as a child, I had a really inquisitive mind, and I always had a lot of questions about everything.
Mom, why is a rose red but leaves green? How many stars are there in the sky? Who tells the sea to stop on the shore? Why are my eyes different from yours?
I had really unique amber eyes, unlike anyone in my family or even our town. Sometimes complete strangers stopped by to give me compliments on my eye color and my thick brown hair that Mom oiled every week. But she never went to school, so obviously she didn't have answers for me. I was really excited when I turned 5 and joined the public school. It was my happy place. When I was in 8th grade, a cute boy named Thomas joined our school. He had long hair that kept falling into his eyes, and his smile was gorgeous. I had a huge crush on him. A few days later, it was his birthday, and he invited the whole class to the party. I was so excited that as soon as I reached home, I told Mom I wanted a new dress. But honey, it's the end of the month. I don't think we have enough.
Mom, please.
You didn't get me anything for my birthday. Think of it as my birthday present. Mom finally agreed, and we went to a nearby thrift store where I got myself a pretty dress. Then I spent the entire evening making a cool bow tie for Thomas. I was sure he'd look dashing wearing it. The next day when I reached the party, I was shocked to see Thomas's mansion. I had no idea he was so rich. I went in and found him standing in a corner with some girls who weren't from our school. I walked over and handed him the present. Happy birthday, Thomas. The girls suddenly turned to me, looking at me like I was some gross bug.
Who's she, Thomas? Your maid? Where'd you get that dress from? Your grandma's attic?
I could feel myself turning red as they laughed. Just then, Thomas unwrapped my present.
Seriously? You actually thought I'd wear this cheap thing?
And he threw it on the ground and stepped on it as he walked away. Feeling humiliated, I ran away from the party as fast as my trembling legs could take me. That day, I swore to myself that I'd also be rich one day, no matter what. So I studied my butt off to get into university, and soon after I graduated, I landed my first job as a financial analyst in a big company. One day we had a meeting with the boss where I was supposed to make an important presentation. I was nervous because I'd heard that our boss was a no-nonsense man. I was in the elevator rehearsing my presentation when a man in his 30s walked in talking on his phone. He was tall, handsome, and he had kind eyes. He hardly looked my way, but suddenly the elevator came to a standstill and the lights went out, and I panicked. I'm claustrophobic. Please, call security quickly. I need to get out of here.
Hey, relax. The power just went out. It should be back on soon.
And when it turned on a few seconds later, I realized I was standing right next to the man, holding onto his arm for dear life. He also looked down into my eyes, and it felt as if time had stopped. Just then the elevator doors opened and we came out of our trance. I mumbled an apology and rushed to my meeting. Thankfully, the boss hadn't arrived yet. But when he did, my jaw dropped to the ground. It was the elevator guy. He looked a little startled when he saw me, but then he pretended as if we'd never met before. I began my presentation, and my ideas impressed everyone, except the boss. He kept shooting question after question at me. By the time he was done, I felt like I was some criminal coming out of interrogation. The next few weeks at the office, he'd just walk by me like I didn't exist. I found out his name was George, and he'd taken over the company from his father when he was just 25. I was sure he was very smart, but so was I, and I was here to prove myself. So when I was asked to present in a meeting again, I worked even harder to make sure everything was perfect. But I just kept finding faults with my figures and statistics,
and finally said, "I don't think this will work. I need a better plan by next week." I was fuming as he left, and a couple of hours later, I went to his office. "Sir, I just rechecked the figures, and they're all correct. I don't know why, but I feel like you just have some problem with me." "And what problem would that be? Maybe your work just isn't good enough?" "Well, I'm confident that it is." "I checked your employee file. You didn't go to any top business school in the country. In fact, your university isn't even top 10.
It's what I could afford with a scholarship. Not everyone is just born a millionaire, sir. I regretted the words as soon as I said them, but I felt too proud to apologize. He got a phone call just then and ran out of there. I was certain I was going to be fired. As I left the office that evening, I was waiting to cross the road when suddenly it started raining. Just as I was about to dash for cover, someone held an umbrella over me, and I looked up to see that it was my boss.
We never finished our conversation. I'm sorry that I offended you."
So then, you're not gonna fire me?
"I want to, but not for the reason you think."
What? What do you mean? Suddenly, he took my hand and my heart was racing.
"I'm in love with you, Irina. I fell in love that first day in the elevator. I've tried to ignore my feelings and you, but you're all I can think about. And it wouldn't be appropriate to ask an employee to marry me."
I was shocked beyond words. My boss wanted to marry me? I don't know what to say.
"I don't need an answer right away. Take your time to think about it."
His kind smile was so reassuring, and on an impulse, I leaned forward and kissed him gently. He dropped his umbrella as he put his arms around me, and we had a perfect first kiss in the rain. I told my parents about it, and they were beyond happy. "Irina, this is a match sent from heaven. You'll never have to worry about money in your life again." Although I didn't know too much about George, everyone at the office always spoke highly of him. And yeah, there was an age gap between us, but it didn't bother me. I really liked him. So I said yes, and we got married a week later. My life after marriage was the stuff dreams are made of. George loved me to bits and pampered me with expensive gifts, vacations to exotic places, and every comfort in the world. He even insisted on helping my parents out, and I sent them money every month. Over 5 happy years, we became parents of 2 beautiful girls, Sophia and Kira. Both of them had amber-colored eyes just like me and were super cute. But when Sophia was 3 and Kira was 1, my world came crashing down. George was coming back from a meeting in London when his plane crashed, and I lost him forever. I was absolutely devastated, but I knew I had to stay strong for my girls. A couple of weeks later, I had some unexpected visitors at my doorstep. It was a lady with teenage kids, and she looked mad at me.
"Who are you? And what are you doing in my house?"
"Excuse me? This is my house." "You wish. I'm George's ex-wife and the mother of his children, and now this house belongs to us." "His what?" She even went on to show me a copy of his will, and he had indeed left everything to his kids from his first marriage. I couldn't believe it. He'd never even told me about another family, and he hadn't left us anything. I had no choice but to pack my bags and leave with my kids. I moved back to my parents' house since I had nowhere else to go. But my parents had been living off my assistance, and I knew they couldn't feed 3 more mouths. I immediately started looking for work, which was hard because I'd been out of the job market for so long. In my desperation, I took up a job as a receptionist at a small hotel. Mom would take care of Sophia in my absence, but Kira was too clingy. She wouldn't leave me alone at all. So I decided to sneak her into work. The first few days went smoothly, but one day as I was checking in a couple, Kira crawled out from under my desk and went straight to their baby's stroller. Then she plucked the pacifier out of the sleeping baby's mouth and put it into hers. The sleeping baby started crying, and I had to admit the rogue baby was mine. Naturally, I was kicked out. I tried a few more jobs, but nothing worked because no one wanted an employee who came in with a baby. Then one night, I heard Mom crying to Dad. "We don't even have money for tomorrow's milk. How are we going to feed the kids?" That night, I made a decision that broke my heart into a million pieces. I was going to move out of my parents' house and give Kira up for adoption. As much as that killed me as a mother, I just couldn't see my baby struggling with poverty the way I did. With a heavy heart, I took Kira to an adoption home and kissed her goodbye. She was so little. She would probably forget me soon. I asked a colleague if I could stay at her place for a while. She agreed, so I decided to move in with her, with Sophia. As I sat down in our new room and started to cry, Sophia came running and put her arms around me.
Mom, don't worry. I'll take care of you. And we'll get Kira back too someday.
A few months later, it was Kira's birthday, and I missed her terribly. So I went to the adoption home, hoping to see her. There, I got to know she'd been adopted by a rich family. I somehow got their address, and when I reached there, I saw they were celebrating her birthday. Kira looked like a little doll all dressed up, and her adoptive parents were gushing over her. I felt so relieved that my child was loved. I'd never be able to give her the life that she was leading here. So I quietly went back. I started doing odd jobs until I finally got hired as a junior accountant in a department store. The store's owner was super impressed with what a fast learner I was. I got quickly promoted as the senior accountant. Over time, I invested in some stocks whose prices shot up drastically in a few months. I used the money to start my own accounting firm, and in the next few years, my firm was one of the best in business. I was rich and successful, and I had Sophia who doted on me. Yet my life felt incomplete without Kira, and Sophia never forgot her either.
Mom, we need to bring Kira back home. We have to find out where she is.
Honey, the adoption center is not willing to tell me anything about Kira's adoptive family. You think I haven't asked already? But Sophia was determined to find her little sister, and one day, she succeeded too. She came to me looking super excited.
Mom, I've got some great news. One of my friend's moms started volunteering at the adoption center where we left Kira. And guess what? She went through the records and gave me this today.
I took the paper she was waving excitedly in front of me. Sure enough, it had Kira's picture and her birth date, along with the details of her adoptive parents.
We finally get to see Kira. We'll be a family again. Let's go to this address and bring her back.
Sophia, it's not that simple. We don't even know if Kira knows she's adopted.
So what?
We can tell her. And what about her adoptive parents? They cared for her all these years. And now we'll just go and ask them to give us our Kira back?
Mom, I don't care. We've waited so long to find out where Kira is. And now we can't just sit and do nothing about it.
Now I had no choice but to tell her that I knew where Kira was all along.
You knew? I've been looking for my sister like a crazy person all this while, and you knew everything and still kept quiet? How could you do that, Mom?
Sophia, please don't be mad at me. I'm already so scared that Kira must hate me for abandoning her. I won't be able to take it if you start hating me too. As my voice broke, Sophia immediately softened and hugged me.
I could never hate you, Mom. I've seen everything you had to go through for me. I promise to give you all the happiness you deserve.
It was my birthday a week later, and Sophia said she'd reserved a table at my favorite restaurant and asked me to meet her there for dinner. When I reached the restaurant, I spotted Sophia and walked over to her table, but my heart almost stopped when I saw another girl sitting there too. She was around 12, and she was beautiful, with her thick, long hair and amber eyes. Kira, is that you? Kira looked just as stunned to see me.
Mom, I found Kira, and I told her everything. She doesn't hate you, okay? She really wanted to see you.
And suddenly, all that pain I'd been avoiding this all night, but it was time to face the truth. I was standing in the middle of the dance floor at the winter formal, surrounded by two of the most popular boys in school, Nicholas and Isaac. Nicholas gave me flowers. Isaac jumped in front of Nicholas and started singing me a love song. Nicholas threw a glass of punch in Isaac's face, then gave me a diamond necklace.
Both of you, get away from me! How many times do I have to tell you I don't love you?
But we shared a chicken sandwich. I gave you half my fries. What about me? We walked on the beach under the moonlight and kissed under the stars. I liked all your Instagram posts, and I texted you 1,000 smiley face emojis with hearts in their eyes. The hearts were in all of their eyes, Ember. Do you know what that means? Leave her alone, you jerk. She's my girl. No, she's mine. No, mine.
The lovesick boys started shoving each other, then it turned into an all-out brawl. I snuck out the back door and ran straight into my worst nightmare, my nemesis, the boy that stole my heart and had the power to break it into 1,000 pieces. His name was... oh, I can't even say his name without getting butterflies. I feel like such an idiot. What's wrong with me? Things were never supposed to turn out this way. It's best if we start my crazy story from the beginning. Maybe that'll give me time to figure this out. I'm Ember, and I'm a professional heartbreaker. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. It all started with my best friend Lisa. Lisa and I were inseparable since birth. We loved the same movies, music, and games. We'd finish each other's sentences and keep each other's secrets. But everything changed when Lisa discovered boys. When we were 9, Lisa ran up to me and my neighbor Wilson at the park.
Do you see that boy over there? The one that's picking his nose? Of course not. The one that's eating sand? No, the one next to him with the dark hair and dreamy brown eyes. I think I'm in love with him.
A day later, Lisa and the boy were a couple. A week after that, the boy broke Lisa's heart and she lost her mind. She cried for days. Wilson and I tried to cheer Lisa up, but nothing worked. Then one day, Lisa walked up to me and Wilson happy as a clam because she'd found another boy. Then he broke her heart and the whole cycle continued over and over and over again. Why do you keep crying over these stupid boys? The last one smelled like a stinky old sock.
He didn't smell like a sock. He smelled like a man.
But he was only 12.
You guys don't get it because you're not as mature as I am.
You're only 2 months older than we are.
But you know nothing about the magic of love.
It went on like that for years until we reached high school and Lisa fell in love with a football player named Nicholas. Yeah, the same guy from the beginning of my story. The one with the horrible singing voice and obsessed with heart emojis.
Ember, he's the one. I just know it.
You said that about the last boy.
No, it's for real this time. I think I'm gonna marry him.
A day later, she and Nicholas were Insta official. They dated for a year, but the whole time he was cheating on her and it broke Lisa's heart. The same thing happened with another boy at school named Isaac, a smooth-talking, rich model. Yep, he was the second jerk you met in the beginning of the story. Every time Lisa saw Nicholas or Isaac with another girl, she'd break down in tears. She couldn't pay attention in class. She started failing all her tests. Her grades dropped, she stopped coming to school, and eventually couldn't get out of bed. Lisa's parents got so worried about her that they moved away, and I lost my best friend forever. I was devastated. She even refused to contact us and changed her number and deactivated all her social media accounts. Her mom told us to respect her wishes. You still have me. It's not the same, Wilson. After Lisa left, I blamed myself. Nicholas and Isaac were heartbreakers, and all the girls loved them, even though they both had the IQ of a fly and were the most conceited boys on earth. They had a new girl every week and ripped the poor girl's heart to shreds. I should have protected Lisa from those jerks. She was my best friend in the world, but I wasn't there for her. I'm the reason she's gone. That's not true. Lisa made her own decisions. She chose to date those guys. If it's not my fault, why does it hurt so much? A couple years later, in my senior year, I had a major glow-up. My dark olive skin and long curly hair got me so much attention, people thought I was a model or a movie star. Nicholas kept staring at me in gym class. I tried to ignore him, but he cornered me in the hallway. Hey, beautiful. I couldn't help but notice that you're almost as hot as me. I've never seen you around. Is this your first day? No, dummy. We've been in the same classes for 2 years. He looked at me like I was crazy. I'm Ember, Lisa's best friend. I don't know any Lisa. Your ex-girlfriend's Lisa? He shrugged his shoulders like he didn't even care. I wanted to slap him in his stupid jerk face. I'm captain of the football team, you know, and I've got 2% body fat. He lifted up his shirt to show me his washboard abs. Am I supposed to care? You're funny. Let's go out this weekend. I was pissed. First, Nicholas broke Lisa's heart, and now he wanted to go out with me? Suddenly, I had an idea. I could make him pay for what he did to Lisa. So, I said yes. Later that day, Wilson and I were sitting together at lunch. I was helping him fix his battle robot for the robotics club when Isaac walked up. Hey babe, is your dad a genie? Because you're my wish come true. We should get together. You're not her type. No one asked you, nerd. Wilson's battle robot charged at Isaac. Isaac grabbed the robot and spiked it like a football. Wiper butt, no! Next time, mind your own business.
Avenge me.
Wilson jumped up to confront Isaac, and I slid between them. I'd love to go out with you, Isaac. I gave Isaac my number, then he walked away. Wilson was totally confused. Why would you go out with that jerk that broke Lisa's heart? I'm gonna go out with both jerks that broke Lisa's heart. I'm gonna make them pay for what they did to Lisa. After that, Wilson and I came up with a master plan. Nicholas was the first target. He was obsessed with sports and super competitive. He was on the basketball team, the football team, and the baseball team. But after a little investigation, Wilson and I discovered that Nicholas was terrified of heights. For our date, I invited Nicholas to a rock climbing gym. As we were walking inside, Nicholas saw a beggar on the street and yelled at him for asking for food. Get your own food, loser. Ugh, can't understand why these poor people choose to live on the sidewalk. There's an apartment building right across the street. I couldn't believe how insensitive and stupid Nicholas was, but I had to stay focused on my mission. Good question, but tonight's about us. Let's go have some fun. I took his hand and pulled him inside. Nicholas took one look at the rock wall and broke into a sweat. I don't know about this, Ember. Can't we just go to the movies? Are you scared? I didn't know you were a chicken. I'm no chicken. I'm not afraid of anything. I'll climb to the top twice as fast as you. You're on. I raced to the top, and Nicholas struggled to keep up. Come on, Nicholas. You can do it. Just don't look down. Nicholas looked down and freaked out. He started crying like a baby. It took 20 minutes for the instructors to pry him off the wall. Wilson recorded the whole thing on his phone and posted it online. The video went viral in minutes, and Nicholas was the biggest joke. The next day, I went out with Isaac. He got us concert tickets to see a famous pop star. He met me at my door with a huge bouquet of flowers, but when he wasn't looking, I slipped a couple doggy treats in his pocket. As we were walking to his car, my neighbor's huge dog charged towards him. Isaac got so scared, he turned to run, but slipped and fell face first in the mud. His clothes were ruined, and so was his perfect hair. I'm so sorry. It's okay. It was an accident. Too bad we'll miss the concert. We don't have to miss it. Come with me. I dragged Isaac inside my house and told him he could take a shower. I gave him a special bottle of shampoo to wash his hair and some of my dad's old clothes. 10 minutes later, I heard Isaac scream, "My hair!" Oh no! Silly me. I guess that wasn't shampoo. At least the green brings out your eyes. Isaac ran out of my house like a maniac. I wished Lisa was here to see what we did. She would have been so proud. Wilson and I celebrated. I even had the rest of the weekend to help him fix his broken battle robot. I really appreciate your help, Ember. It's the least I can do. I couldn't have gotten back at Nicholas and Isaac without you. I was worried that you'd fall for those guys like all those other girls at school. Give me some credit. Those guys are the worst. I like guys that are smart and kind. Then Wilson gave me a strange look. I think I like you. I mean, like you, ever since we were kids. I was wondering if maybe we could go out on a real date. I was shocked. I never saw Wilson as anything more than a friend, but as I thought about dating him, I suddenly started to blush. Sorry, I guess that was a dumb idea. I'll leave now. Before I knew it, Wilson was walking out the door. Wait! I grabbed Wilson's hand. He turned to me, and when we looked into each other's eyes, I swear that sparks started flying. Or it could have been the porch lamp shorting out again. It had been doing that for weeks. The next day, spring break started, and Wilson and I spent every minute together. We grew closer by the day, and after we shared our first kiss, I finally understood what Lisa meant about the magic of love. Being with Wilson made me feel like I was walking on a cloud, though it was bittersweet because I still missed Lisa so much. But when school started, everything changed. My first day back, Nicholas ran up to me with a huge smile on his face. Ember, it's so good to see you. It took me a while to realize it, but you're the best thing that's ever happened to me. You changed my life. Wait, what? I was totally shocked. I thought Nicholas hated me. You gave me the courage to face my fear of heights, clowns, and strawberries. You're afraid of strawberries? It's the seeds and their pointy ends. They could take an eye out, but that doesn't matter anymore. I've conquered all my fears, and now I'm unstoppable. I'm a new man, and I think I like you. Then Nicholas kissed me on the cheek and waltzed down the hall. After school, Isaac ran up to me in the parking lot with his bright green hair. He hugged me and spun me around. Babe, you're amazing.
My hair is a hit. I booked 10 modeling jobs over the break. I wanted to call and tell you, but I was so busy. You're my good luck charm.
Before I could say anything, Isaac kissed me. Then, out of nowhere, Wilson and Nicholas appeared. Wilson stared at me and Isaac in total disbelief. Nicholas got so mad, he grabbed Isaac and punched him in the nose.
Get your hands off my girl. She's not your girl. She's the love of my life.
Then I saw an amazing opportunity. My mission wasn't complete. That night, I told Wilson about my new plan. Our mission isn't over. I'll go on a few more dates with Nicholas and Isaac. I'll make them compete for my love, and when I know I've got them hooked, I'll rip their hearts to shreds. I'll just need you to...
What about us?
We'll keep our relationship a secret until after I break Nicholas and Isaac's hearts.
You're not making any sense. I'm your boyfriend. I can't just sit back and watch you date other guys.
We have to complete the mission.
I don't care about the stupid mission.
What are you saying?
It's me or them.
I chose the mission. I couldn't back off now. It was too important. I owed it to Lisa. After that, Wilson and I broke up. I kept dating Nicholas and Isaac and made them compete for my affection. It was funny seeing them try to one-up each other to win my heart, but every time Wilson saw me with them, he gave me the saddest looks.
What are you staring at, nerd? A jerk sandwich with a side of stupid sauce? Nerd boy thinks he's funny. He's just jealous because Ember's out of his league. She'll be my girl soon. No, carrot head. She'll choose me. My muscles are bigger than yours. I've got an 8-pack. You've only got 6. Oh yeah? My biceps are the size of a grapefruit.
Nicholas and Isaac took off their shirts and started flexing in front of each other. A couple of Wilson's battle robots ran up and kicked them in the shins. As the days passed, I couldn't stop thinking about Wilson. Suddenly, I felt like I was the bad guy. It was one thing to break Nicholas and Isaac's hearts, but Wilson didn't deserve this at all. I was so confused. I was doing this for Lisa, but hurting Wilson in the process. So, I was finally able to reach out to Lisa for the first time in years. She was living 3,000 miles away in Australia. She told me all about her new life and her new boyfriend and how sorry she was for not keeping in touch. Then, I told her about my mission. Oh, Ember, you didn't have to do that for me. Love's a risk, and sometimes it hurts, but it's worth it. I was trying to break those heartbreakers' hearts and broke Wilson's along the way. I feel like a hypocrite trying to teach those guys not to play with a person's emotions while I was doing the same thing. You made a mistake, and that's okay. We all do. Now you just have to fix it. The next day, I met up with Nicholas and Isaac. It's over. I don't love you. I don't want to see you anymore. They didn't take it very well. They dropped dozens of teddy bears, candy, and love notes at my door, but I sent it all back. I tried to contact Wilson, but he didn't return my calls. And when I went by his house, his mom told me he was out of town at the National Robot Battle Championships. I was proud of Wilson, but so sad I wasn't there to support him like he'd always supported me. He posted a bunch of videos from the competition online. The moment I saw his face and heard his voice, my feelings for him rushed back, and suddenly, I was nursing my own broken heart. A week later, a couple of girls from class encouraged me to go to the winter dance. It was better than sitting in my room all alone, so I agreed to go. So, yeah, now we're back to where we started. Hey, editor, can you speed things up from here? No problem. Okay, here it is, the moment of truth, when I ran out the back door and right into the love of my life. If you haven't guessed it by now, the mystery guy is Wilson, and he looked so different that night. He was confident and happier than I'd ever seen him before. Wilson looked up at me with his big brown eyes, and all my feelings for him were stronger than ever. I'm sorry I hurt you. I was so obsessed with getting revenge for Lisa that I became a colossal jerk. I hope you can forgive me. Maybe someday we can be friends again.
I don't know. You did some really dumb stuff.
I get it. I ruined our friendship and broke your heart. I understand why you don't want to be friends anymore. I guess this is goodbye. I turned to leave, then Wilson grabbed my hand and smiled.
This doesn't have to be the end. Maybe we can fix this. I think it's worth a try.
Another mission?
Something like that.
Hi, I'm Princess Leia from Liechtenstein. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. The moment my mom gave birth to me, everyone in the village instantly fell in love with me. I was the world's friendliest baby and loved attention. Then when I was 2 years old, my sister Emily was born, and she was a little different. Every time Emily was around people, she would scream and find somewhere to hide. One day when I was 8 and Emily was 6, Mom and Dad had a royal garden party. I loved talking to all the grown-up guests, but Emily was terrified.
Leah, I don't want to be with all these people. I want to be in my room, but Mom isn't letting me.
Here, you can hide underneath my gown. Then no one will see you and I'll sneak you out. But hiding my sister underneath my dress wasn't the best idea. I ended up tripping over the refreshment table, spilling a chocolate fountain over some lady's dress. Mom and Dad were horrified, and my clumsy accident ended up being all over the news. But my parents didn't blame me for what happened. They were just worried and confused.
Why is Emily so anxious and afraid of everyone? Was it something we did?
It just doesn't make any sense. Emily's anxiety only got worse over the years. By the time she was 8, she refused to even leave our bedroom. Everyone in the village still adored me, but they were convinced something was seriously wrong with Emily.
I hear she just stares out her window all day. It's a shame she's not more like her sister Leah.
Worst of all, Emily wanted me to stay with her in our room all the time. I couldn't even go downstairs for dinner without Emily crying.
Please don't leave me. I'm so lonely, and you're the only person that I actually like.
It was so hard saying no to her. My parents tried enrolling her in therapy, but nothing seemed to work. And as time passed, I got tired of being cooped up in our room and wanted to go and have a life. One night when I was 16, I took a walk around the castle to get some fresh air. Then suddenly, I looked up and almost had a heart attack. There was a guy trying to climb onto the roof. Hey, what do you think you're doing?
Climbing onto the roof? What does it look like?
Excuse me, but this happens to be the King and Queen's castle? You better climb down before I tell my parents about this. The guy jumped down from the roof, landing inches away from me.
There, I came down. You're welcome.
With that, he just walked off, and I felt my blood boil. I just knew he'd been trying to cause trouble. The next day, I came down for breakfast, and I was shocked to see my parents with the guy who climbed the roof.
Oh, darling, you're awake. I'd like you to meet Nico. He's the Duke's son and a lovely young man.
But I saw him climbing onto the roof of the castle last night. He's dangerous. He was up to no good.
No. Nico just likes lying on our roof to watch the stars at night.
What? My parents were crazy. What king and queen would let some weirdo climb their castle walls at night and believe such a stupid lie? Fine, be naive and let this intruder do his thing. But when he puts all our lives in danger, don't come crying to me. I was gonna sneak up on Nico and see what he was up to. I would have one of our guards bring me up to the roof with a harness and a rope. But that night, as I rose up to the castle roof, I saw Nico sitting with tears in his eyes. He didn't even look surprised to see me. Nico, are you okay? I came to check on you, but...
I figured you'd check on me sooner or later, and I haven't been okay for years.
What do you mean?
I'm not really the Duke's son. I'm adopted. When I was 10 years old, my parents left me, and they never came back.
Wow, I didn't know that.
My parents were friends with your parents, so they'd take me up here a lot when I was young. My mom and I used to sit here together and watch the stars. Once, she told me if I ever got lost to come up to this spot and she'd know where to find me. I know she'll never come here, but hanging out at this spot makes me feel closer to her. Your dad's a saint. He was the one who convinced the Duke to adopt me. I just wish I didn't miss my parents so much.
I was too stunned to speak. I had totally misjudged him. We ended up talking for hours, and before I knew it, the sun had come up. I should go, but this was really fun. Maybe we can do this again tomorrow night?
I'd like that. You're a good listener, Leah.
Then one day, something crazy happened. I was having lunch at school when suddenly a few girls came up to me with smirks on their faces.
According to one of your mates, your weirdo sister threw a chair at a new mate of yours this morning? We didn't know she was that crazy.
Oh God, I wanted to disappear.
They should just lock her up forever.
You shouldn't have said that. I yanked the girl's hair hard and she started to scream. Just then, someone pushed the girl backwards and I saw it was Nico.
You forgot you're speaking to our future queen, girls. Come on, Leah, let's go for a walk.
Nico led me away from the girls, and that's when I asked him how he was in my school.
I've been homeschooled my whole life, but my dad decided it was time I start studying with other royals.
I was really happy Nico had transferred, but his words made me think of Emily. She had never been able to go to a normal school. All of a sudden, I had tears in my eyes, and I told Nico everything about Emily, how she never came out of her room, how my parents were ashamed of her, and how I always needed to stay with her. What if the girls are right? What if Emily really is crazy and she starts losing her mind?
I don't know, but you shouldn't have to sacrifice your life for her. Emily probably just needs someone outside her family to feel safe with. If you want, I'll come over and talk to her.
I hugged Nico and immediately agreed. That night, I brought him into our bedroom and Emily started having a panic attack. Hey, it's okay. Nico's a friend. Then suddenly, Emily stood up to really get a look at Nico. And seconds later, she was swooning. I never knew Leah had such handsome friends. You know I'm a princess too, right? Emily started flirting with Nico like crazy. But as the night went on, Nico got her to start opening up about her issues.
I get what you're going through. Sometimes I get so depressed, I don't even want to leave my bed. But sometimes being alone makes it worse. How about I introduce you to some of my friends from school? We can start slow.
To my shock, Emily agreed. Nico and I started out by taking her for walks in the park, and once in a while introducing her to people. I was so grateful for Nico, and as time passed, we grew really close, and I secretly started having feelings for him. Then one night, the three of us were walking along the pier when suddenly Nico tripped and fell sideways into the lake, hitting his head on a rock. Then he started sinking into the water. I jumped into the lake to get him. When I managed to pull him out, he was unconscious. Luckily, I knew CPR, and within an hour, he started to wake up. He was saved! The next day, I went to visit Nico at his house to see how he was. When I got there, he was lying on the couch and he looked super out of it. Hey, how are you feeling?
I just remember that I hit a rock and almost drowned, and that someone special saved my life. You have no idea how much it means to me, Leah. I haven't felt this loved in years.
My heart soared. I was just about to lean in and kiss him when Emily came over and Nico took her hand.
Emily told me she dove into the water to get me and then did CPR. She's an absolute angel.
To my horror, Nico pulled Emily close and kissed her. I felt like I was gonna throw up. I yanked Emily's arm and pulled her into the other room. How could you take credit for saving Nico's life? He's been my best friend for the past year, and you know what? I'm in love with him. Leah, I've been miserable my whole life. I don't know if any guy will want to be with me ever, considering all the issues I have. This could be my once-in-a-lifetime chance at happiness. But I guess that doesn't matter. So go tell Nico the truth and be the village hero. I'll just lock myself away in this bedroom forever. Emily stormed off into the bathroom and slammed the door. I couldn't think straight. I ran out of Nico's palace to clear my head. I wanted to tell Nico the truth so badly, but what if Emily was right? What if this was her one chance at a normal life? In the end, I decided to let Emily take the credit. It probably wouldn't be a big deal. She'd get to be the village hero for once. Plus, it wasn't like she and Nico were gonna get married overnight. I had time to think things over. Except Emily's fame lasted for more than a week. Worst of all, she and Nico were getting close. The two of them even went out together. He comforted her every time she had a panic attack and congratulated her every time she left the castle. God, was he her boyfriend or her babysitter? Then one night, my parents invited Nico over for dinner, and Dad made an announcement that sent me over the edge.
After much thought and discussion, we would like for Nico to be our new king. We love him like our own son, and we can't think of who'd be a better husband for our daughter.
My jaw dropped. I was gonna be with Nico after all? Everything was gonna work out? But Emily was fuming. You're just gonna take Nico away from me? Like that?
You mean I'm gonna marry Leah?
Actually, you're going to marry Emily, and she's going to be the queen instead of Leah. You two make such a beautiful couple, and it was truly a miracle that Emily was able to save your life, even with all her challenges, and that's remarkable. I felt like I'd been punched in the face. That's insane! I'm the eldest daughter. I've been preparing to be queen my whole life. And you know what? I'm the one who saved Nico. I should have never let Emily lie and take the credit for it. And I'm not letting her take my crown or marry Nico either. Before anyone could react, I fled from the table and into my bedroom. Then suddenly, I felt someone standing over me, and it was Emily, with fire in her eyes. Why would you rat me out like that? You can still have any guy you want, as long as it's not Nico. I've loved Nico for over a year, Emily, I've sacrificed everything for you. I spent days on end locked in this room so you wouldn't feel scared and alone. Is this the thanks I get? So, you're saying I owe you in some way? I never asked you to sacrifice yourself for me. You could have left me for a few hours if it was too much. It's not my fault you don't know how to set boundaries. Sorry, but I'm only responsible for my own happiness. That was it. Without thinking, I slapped Emily across the face hard. Emily turned around and was about to push me, but instead, she tripped and fell backwards, tumbling down the stairs. Everyone called for help and an ambulance came. What had I done? I went with everyone to the hospital, but I wasn't able to see Emily yet. I felt sick to my stomach. Suddenly, I felt someone's hand on my shoulder. It was Nico.
Hey, Emily's gonna be okay. She'll be in a cast for a few weeks, but don't worry.
I think there's something seriously wrong with me. How could I hurt my sister like that?
Maybe because you were fed up with letting her take what's yours? The servants overheard your conversation with Emily, that it was you who saved me and how you let her take the credit.
I was totally silent. I hadn't really thought of it that way, but Nico had a point.
Also, I need to confess something. I'm in love with you too. I've been in love with you for ages. I thought I loved Emily because she saved my life, but we don't have that connection that you and I have. I want to be with you, Leah, not your sister.
Suddenly, Nico leaned in to kiss me. Oh God, I wanted to kiss him so bad, but what about Emily? I couldn't do this to her. I ran away from Nico at that second. I had to talk to Emily. I went out to bring her flowers and then apologized for everything. Actually, I'm the one who owes you an apology. I went way too far by stealing both Nico and your crown from you. I know Nico doesn't see me like that. It's okay, Emily. It's in the past now. Everything is gonna be all right. I'm so glad you're okay. Honestly, me too. I hugged my sister tight. Today, I'm married to Nico as the Queen of Liechtenstein.
And Emily is married too, with 3 kids.
Hi, I'm Layla. And yep, that's me in the front row of a gala, seconds before I betrayed my best friend and almost ruined his life. But before we get to all that, please make sure to like and subscribe. Ever since I was little, I've been a lot to handle. Or at least that's what I've been told. By my mom, Layla. By my dad,
Layla.
by, well, any adult really. But really, I'm just always trying to do the right thing. And sometimes that gets me in trouble. That's why my parents sent me to Woodmere Academy to begin with. That and other reasons.
It's only the 5th ranked preparatory school in the country, but heavens, no one else will take you, no matter how much money we throw their way.
Good grief, Leela. How will you replace your father as CEO of Idrizi Tech if you keep up with these morality plays?
Woodmere was supposedly elite, but to me, it was just like every other rich kid cesspool my parents plopped me into, complete with snobby, entitled lookalikes who wore the same navy blazer and walked the halls like the world owed them a standing ovation just for showing up.
You think you belong here? You're just a poor, worthless...
Funny you think he doesn't belong here, when your dad basically had to donate a wing to get your sorry butt in here. The scholarship kid ran, but Milo's ego didn't.
You're gonna regret that! My family basically runs this school! I'm untouchable!
Cool. But are you waterproof?
Huh?
I bent down and turned the knob on a nearby sprinkler, which aimed straight at Milo and sprayed water all over him. Some other kids watching us laughed. 15 minutes later, I found myself in a familiar place, the headmaster's office.
Do you think drenching a student with irrigation equipment is leadership material, Miss Idrizi?
I don't think threatening a kid with a lacrosse stick is exactly student of the month behavior either.
That student of the month is my grandson.
Of course he is.
Which is why you're not just suspended. You're expelled.
Wait, no, please. If I get expelled, my parents will actually disown me. You don't understand. I'm supposed to be the next CEO of Idrizi Tech. As the school doors slammed shut behind me, along with, my future, I did the only thing a girl with no options and rapidly shrinking inheritance could do. I walked home. Every step was basically a countdown to whatever fresh nightmare my parents had waiting for me. Mom? Dad?
Pack your bags.
Immediately. Wait, you already know?
You bet we do. You got accepted to Advena Academy!
I am so sorry, Wait, what? It's the #1 school in the country. Looks like they changed their mind. Wow! So you're not mad about the sprinkler?
The what?
Nothing. When do we leave? Apparently, we were leaving that night. No time to overthink it, no time to sabotage it. Just a suitcase and a second chance that, let's face it, I totally deserved. And when we got there, my jaw almost dropped. Advena made every other fancy school I'd ever been kicked out of look like a daycare run by raccoons. I waved goodbye to Mom and Dad and approached the doors with a fresh start in mind and a promise in my heart. But as soon as I walked through the doors...
Layla Idrissi to the headmaster's office immediately.
Oh, what now? I hadn't so much as eye-rolled at anyone, and I was already in trouble? I braced myself as I entered the headmaster's office. But something felt different this time. For one, the headmaster was smiling.
Ah, Miss Idrissi. Welcome to Advena. I'm Headmaster Quinlan.
Hi?
Don't worry, you're not in trouble. Not yet, anyway. We brought you here for a very specific reason. Let's call it an assignment.
What kind of assignment?
One that requires your particular talents. Quick thinking, initiative, a healthy disregard for rules.
Wow. Most schools just call that detention.
Here, we call it useful. But if you mess this up, we will expel you. So, no pressure.
He kept going on about some top-secret mission, about how the only reason I was at Advena was to follow someone with as little contact as possible and await instructions for my next steps. Then, he slid a manila envelope across the desk like we were in some low-budget spy movie. I expected a photo of a criminal mastermind, maybe a hacker, a ninja, at the very least someone with a scar or an eye patch. But nope, it was Louis Block, a kid so aggressively average, he practically faded into the folder. Brown hair, brown eyes, scrawny. You could lose him in a crowd of two. And yet, that was my mission. Follow Louis. So I did. And at first, everything about him was even more ordinary than I'd expected. He was the quietest kid in class. He didn't eat with anyone. Even his locker code was 1, 2, 3, 4. But because he was allergic to attention, he actually turned out to be weirdly hard to follow. After all, we couldn't both sit in the back row and pretend to be invisible. And there's only so much space between the vending machine and the science wing. But in all that solo stealth mode, there was exactly one group activity where he appeared to be somewhat comfortable. The chess club. A place so mind-numbingly dull that it made math class feel like a rock concert. And thanks to this seemingly pointless mission, I guess that's how I'm going to be spending my afternoon.
Pawn to b4.
Before what, though? I watched as Louis moved a pawn, then another pawn, then the horse one, whatever it's called. Riveting stuff. But then, his opponent leaned back, grinning like he just solved world hunger.
Checkmate again. Wow, Louis, do you just come here to be reminded about what a loser you are?
Man, even in chess club he was an easy target. My brain was screaming, stay out of it, observe, don't blow your cover. But my instincts, they'd already stood up. I mean, yeah, no sweat. And just like that, we started chatting. Nothing dramatic, nothing spy-worthy. But for the first time since I got here, it didn't feel like an assignment. It felt normal. Actually, it turns out we had a lot in common.
My parents put so much pressure on me. I figure it's better for my future to keep a low profile. You probably wouldn't understand.
Oh, trust me, I do. Maybe he was just a regular guy after all. But as we talked more often, I started noticing something unique about Louis. He had a knack for expressing himself in a way that was poetic. So you always eat alone?
Mostly, but sometimes the birds show up. They all swoop down for the crumbs, pecking at them like it's their last meal on Earth. Yet somehow, they always leave enough for each other. And I think that's kind of beautiful.
Yeah, it kinda is. Even his voice had this
magnetic pull. Like there was something musical about him. And over the next few days, my whole just observe and report strategy kinda crumbled. I told myself I was keeping things professional, that staying close to Louis was just part of the mission. But the truth? We were becoming friends. Real ones. He was also weirdly funny, in that dry blink-and-you-miss-it way. And he could quote MSA videos like they were Shakespeare, which, let's be honest, is a wildly underrated skill.
Why don't they teach those videos in school?
I know, right? Then one afternoon, I saw him slip into a place I didn't even know students were allowed into. The old theater backstage loft. I waited for a moment, then crept in after him. And that's when I saw it. Louis, alone, tucked into the shadows with a battered violin under his chin. Playing. But not just playing. Humming, too. A soft, steady note that floated above the strings like it was made of air and magic. It was beautiful. Like, make your heart hurt kind of beautiful. And then, before I even knew what was happening, I was crying. At music. Me! Who knew I could even do that? Unfortunately, he heard my sniffles and looked directly at me.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
What? No, don't apologize.
No, I'm so sorry.
And before I could say anything else, he bolted, like he'd accidentally set the building on fire with a G major chord, and I ran after him. I didn't know you could do that.
No one does.
I got called into the headmaster's office again.
Miss Idrisi, how are things progressing?
With what? Oh, Louis? Yep. He's just a totally normal guy. Nothing to see here. Definitely not emotionally gifted to the point of concern, if that's what you're wondering.
I understand the two of you have become quite close.
What? No,
I'm the headmaster, Layla. I know exactly what happens around here. You do know about the incident involving his brother, right?
I tensed up. This was going deeper than I ever could have thought.
He blames himself, usually when it's tied to guilt. Now that's where you come in. You need to help him heal, Layla. There's a gala next month. Nothing flashy, just a showcase of student work, a safe space. If Louis were to play again, even just one song, it might be the first step back to himself.
Convincing the quietest kid in the universe to sing at a fancy fundraiser? No pressure or anything. I found Louis in his usual spot, tucked behind the music building, sitting on a chipped concrete ledge that overlooked the soccer field.
Want one? The cafeteria throws them out a day before they expire. Still perfectly fine, just no longer worth the shelf space.
Wait, what? That's like a criminal amount of food waste. Someone needs to stage a protest.
You know what you should join? The Social Activism Club. They'd love you.
Yeah, well, not sure I have time for that given my assignment.
Assignment?
Assignments. Like school assignments, homework, tests. Never mind. Anyway, you know what you should join? The roster of performers at the annual gala.
Oh, no,
Come on, I heard you play yesterday. It was—
I said no, Layla. Sorry, it's just not my thing. I should go.
But for a while, I kept trying, subtly. Isn't it weird how the word gala rhymes with voila, like a big performance reveal?
Sure.
But it was hopeless. I could feel my future as CEO of a Tracy Tech slipping through my fingers. I'd already burned through every other school worth mentioning, and the headmaster had made it clear, screw this up, and I was done for good. And if that happened, my parents would never forgive me, so I felt like I had no choice but to do the ultimate betrayal. I signed him up for the gala anyway. And then I told the headmaster that Louis had agreed to play. Next thing I knew, Louis wasn't just on the schedule. He was the centerpiece. They printed his name on the flyers and announced it in assembly. Was it manipulative? Yes. Did I feel bad? Also yes. But it was for his own good, right? I mean, he had to break out of his shell eventually, right? Unfortunately, he didn't see it that way.
How could you do this to me?
Do what?
Oh, please. You think just because I don't talk much means I'm stupid? I know it was you who signed me up for the gala. Thanks for reminding me why I don't trust anyone.
I'd done the opposite of what I was trying to do. He wasn't coming out of his shell. He was burrowing deeper in. Thanks to me. So I went to the headmaster's office, rehearsing my confession in my head.
how I'd pushed Louis too far, how I'd betrayed his trust, that maybe I wasn't the right person to help him overcome his dark past. But when I reached the door, it was already cracked open, and what I heard made me freeze.
Everything is right on schedule. The boy plays his little melancholy solo. The audience tears up, and boom! 50s, no hundreds, no thousands of dollars fall into our laps. Easy peasy. And yes, you'll get your 50% as agreed.
I couldn't believe my ears. He didn't want to help Louis. He was using him for profit, and I was just a pawn in his scheme. But I'm not a pawn, or one of those horse thingies. I was gonna show him who he was really messing with. A queen. Chess club stuff. I sprinted to find Louis, who was sitting alone, as expected. Louis!
What do you want?
Well, first off, to apologize. I never should have signed you up for the gala. But honestly, I swear to you, I only wanted to help.
I didn't ask for help. Why does everyone keep trying to fix me? What if I'm not broken? What if I just want to be left alone?
You have every right to feel that way.
Then why are you here?
Because something's not right. I overheard Headmaster Quinlan on the phone. He's not trying to help you. He's using you. The gala is just a cash grab, and your solo's the tearjerker. That's the plan. You suffer, and they get paid. I expected him to explode the way I was about to, but to my surprise, he didn't get angry. I guess he was too broken to even react.
Of course, that tracks.
I thought I was pushing you towards something good, but I got so caught up in juggling my own problems and trying to do the right thing that I guess I never asked what you wanted.
Yeah, no one ever does.
I'm so sorry, Louis.
You know, when I first met you, something clicked in me, and I played something different.
What do you mean? Can I hear it? He didn't say a word, but the way he looked at me hit me harder than any note ever could. No audience, no gala, just me. I promise. To my surprise, he picked up his violin. I braced myself for another emotional gut punch. But what came out wasn't heavy or sad. It was light. And suddenly, so was I. I was grinning like an idiot, flooded with the kind of hope I hadn't felt since before I got kicked out of my first fancy school, back when I still believed the world could change. And then, through my joy, I blurted, "Louis."
Oh, you hated it, huh?
Hated it? I've never felt so amazing in my life. Look, I know I can't get you out of performing anymore, but that doesn't mean you have to fall into their trap. If you played like that, you'll be making people feel good, including yourself. He gave me the smallest smile and left without a word, but I could tell something was shifting in him. On the night of the gala, I had no clue what to expect. Either the one person in my life I truly cared about gets exploited and traumatized even further, or he goes off script and reclaims his story, which meant I was probably getting expelled again. And then, just when I thought my bundle of nerves couldn't get more twisted, I spotted them in the audience. My parents. Guys, what are you doing here?
Layla, look at you, still enrolled. How nice.
Come sit. We saved you a seat. We hear you're close with tonight's little prodigy.
If getting expelled was my worst case scenario, then watching my parents' live reaction to it was the apocalypse. But as Louis made his way onto the stage, he looked unchanged in a way that made me sad. It was like the spotlight was too hot and had shriveled him back into the broken boy they all expected. And sure enough, a sad melody followed suit. As I looked around, I could see the audience tearing up, dabbing eyes, sniffles everywhere. And right on cue, Headmaster Quinlan started slinking between rows, smiling and collecting checks like it was church. As I watched Louis crumble, I expected, as always, for my body to move before my mind had a chance to think. But for once, I paused. It was my decision now. I could sit there and be the good girl everyone wanted me to be, or I could stand up and be me. You're amazing, Louis! I believe in you! Louis froze mid-note. As the wealthiest people in the country stared me down, I still stood firm. And then, like he just remembered who he was, Louis's lips twitched into a smile. And suddenly, the music changed. It became lighter, happier. And the audience? They forgot all about me. In fact, they actually started dancing. Headmaster Quinlan's donations became an afterthought. And just as I was ready to start joining the dancing...
Layla, what have you done?
Huh? What do you mean?
The donations are stopping. Do you know what that means for the company? This was supposed to be a proof of concept for investors for our latest tech. Emotional music activation. You've ruined it. Make it stop.
And it dawned on me. The person on the other side of the phone call with the headmaster was my father. How do you think you got into the school in the first place? You had one task. Now we'll never be able to convince the board to make you CEO. No, wait, But I couldn't finish the sentence. I looked up at Louis and saw something I almost never saw in myself. True joy. And then I remembered what he'd said to me. No one ever asks what I want. Did I even want to be the CEO of some big tech company? I realized the answer was no. If Louis could find his voice, then maybe I could too. You know what? Fine. Find another CEO.
Layla, you don't mean that.
Stop telling me what I mean. I don't want to be the CEO of Idrizi Tech. I want to work on something that helps people, not manipulate them. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some dancing to do. I walked toward the front of the stage, feeling more alive than I ever had. For a second, Louis looked up mid-note, and our eyes locked. I didn't know what the future held, but I knew one thing. Unlike so much in our lives, we'd earned this moment. The next Me Too. Turns out, I didn't need a mission to save someone. I just needed to stop chasing who I was supposed to be and finally start choosing who I wanted to be. And maybe, for the first time in forever, that was enough.
Hi, my name is Eve, and my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. You see, I was born to a crazy single mother who had absolutely no idea about who my dad was. She was an ex-model and mostly hung around rich men who could meet her expensive demands. One time when I was 3, she left me alone at home to go out partying with her friends. I left the house and went to the neighbors and spent the night there, and Mom didn't have any idea. On my first day at school, I said to Mom, "Mommy, wake up! It's my first day at school." "School, huh? Who are you? Go away. Let me sleep." Yeah, I dropped myself to school on the first day and every other day because she always woke up in the afternoon. It was pretty much like I was raising her and not the other way around. Well, that was pretty much her routine until my 10th birthday. She suddenly barged into the house with a big box in her hand. Surprise! OMG, she remembered my birthday. I ran to hug her when suddenly she stopped me and said, What are you doing? Trying to ruin my dress? Stay away and listen. I have a big surprise for you." With that, she showed me the rock-sized diamond ring on her hand and told me she was gonna marry a billionaire. I thought she was being funny again, but to my surprise, she indeed got married and we shifted to a pretty big mansion in the city. But I was the happiest about finally having a dad. He appeared to be a nice, humble man. Once he ripped his pants, but then he just sewed a patch on them himself. "Oh, darling, why don't you just get a new pair?" "Oh, honey, you know I don't like spending much on myself. It's fine." I was touched by his simple way of living, something Mom knew nothing about. My only issue now was my stepsister, Olivia. She was a year older than me and looked at me like she'd eat me alive when we first met. "Hi, I'm Eve. I hope we get along well." But she just ignored me and left. What was wrong? For days, I thought she was mute, until one morning I heard her shouting at the top of her lungs. "I told you that woman was after your money, but you never listened to me. She was talking about my mom." I rushed downstairs to see what was happening. She took all the money and jewelry and everything else she could get her hands on. What? Mom had run away, leaving me behind? I was devastated and burst into tears, but then my stepdad hugged me.
Oh, sweetie, don't cry. You're gonna stay here with us.
Oh my god, you're so sweet.
You're gonna stay here until I get back every single penny of all the $20,037,576.03 that your freaking mother stole.
What? He was keeping me as a mortgage for his money? What a psycho! I tried to talk my way out of the situation, but he was such a cheap creep. You know my mom would never come back for me. She doesn't care for anyone but herself.
Then I'll make you work instead. I will make sure I have my money's worth back from you.
Gosh, what I thought was his simple way of living turned out to be his cheap way of living. He literally licked the food off his plates and drank the last drop from the milk carton to ensure nothing was wasted. Ew, that expired last month.
So what? I paid for it.
He was a total psycho. No wonder his daughter was so annoyed all the time. I really wanted to get along with her, but for some reason, she always avoided me. Hi, Olivia. Do you want to have breakfast with me? No. Olivia, do you want to go shopping? No. Olivia, no! But I didn't even say anything.
Whatever.
Now I was just worried about all the work I'd have to do to repay Mom's debt. I felt like Cinderella, only this time it was the stepfather. But then I had an idea. Every time he'd ask me to do something, I'd make sure to cause trouble. Once he asked me to clean the house, and I picked up the most expensive vase that he owned, and boom. Oops. I'm sorry, it slipped. He went completely nuts and started shouting like a mad dog.
Are you kidding me? That was so expensive. Forget cleaning. Go do something else.
He made me switch hundreds of different chores before he finally realized that there was nothing I could do without endangering his precious things. And now I was free to do whatever I wanted, except for leaving the house. Which wasn't too bad, but I missed going to school. My stepdad had hired a teenage schoolboy, Tim, to tutor Olivia and me at home in order to save the expensive school fee. Tim was 2 years older than me and such a cutie. I had a huge crush on him. The next few years, I spent all my time learning from him, and we grew quite close. On my 14th birthday, he even bought me a cake. My first birthday cake ever. I was so happy that I hugged him.
Eve, I have a surprise for you. Let's go out and celebrate.
Go out? You know I can't. Stepdad'll kill me if he finds out I'm missing.
No one will know, I promise. I'll get you back before he returns. Trust me.
I could have jumped from Mount Everest if he asked me to with that look on his eyes. So that evening, we sneaked out of the house and he took me to a special place to surprise me.
Open your eyes, Eve.
The zoo? He brought me to a zoo on my birthday to surprise me. What was he thinking?
How do you like it?
Yuck! I hated it, but I had to pretend like I was amazed and excited by his surprise. I love it! I just can't wait to go in and watch all those animals. Imagine what it'd be like to see those sexy, hairy monkey legs up close. Yay!
Huh, I knew you'd love it, 'cause you can actually relate to them so much, right?
What? Relate to them? Did he think of me like some animal stuck in a zoo? All that time, he just kept yapping on endless information about all these animals that I couldn't care less about. By the time we reached home, I was so done with all the animals on this planet. And Tim.
Hey, Eve. I just want to say, it was an amazing day.
Yeah, whatever. This was it. I could no longer stand this weird place and the stupid people in it. I climbed up the window and packed all my stuff. But while I was climbing down the window, I heard some weird noises. I thought I was gonna get caught, but what I saw next shocked me. It was Mom climbing out of the window below me. Mom? What are you doing here? Susie? What are you doing here? You forgot my name? What's wrong with you? But I still recognize you after all these years. That's something. Oh, my baby. No. Mom, stop. We both fell to the ground in the bushes. What are you doing here? I'm here for you, baby. I don't believe you. And what do you have in this bag? Cash? Jewels? Money? No. Clothes. Who do you think I am? A thief? Yeah. Suddenly some lights turned on in the house, and I hissed to Mom. You tell me why you're here, or I'm gonna shout, and your husband will definitely send you to jail. Oh, no. Sweetie, I'll tell you. I found your dad. OMG! My dad? My real dad? You're not lying, are you? Of course not, honey. Have I ever lied to you? Okay, I swear on all my money. It was hard for me to digest the fact that Mom had come back just to make me meet my real dad and risk it all. But what if she was right? I had to see for myself. So we smoothly sneaked out of my stepdad's house and got on a plane. I was so excited. When I stepped out of the cab, my jaw literally dropped. This house was even bigger than my previous home. Is this where Dad lives? Are we gonna live here now? He's not cheap, is he? Oh no, he's an amazing man. When we got into the house, I saw an old man walking with a stick. I ran and hugged him. Hi, Grandpa! I'm so happy to finally meet my dad's side of the family. Oh, no, honey. That's not your grandpa. That's your dad. What? He couldn't be my dad. I looked nothing like him, and he was already around 80. I pulled Mom aside. Mom, how can this guy be my dad? Do you have any proof? Oh, honey, don't you believe me? Of course not. I didn't believe her, but then the old man came to me and said,
My daughter, you've grown up so much. I feel so sad that we've never met earlier.
And saying that, he hugged me tight. I could literally feel the warmth of his love. He was such a nice person. Well, even if I wasn't his daughter, I felt like I could just keep him company. The next few weeks were the best. We played, talked, and laughed together, and I literally felt like the happiest person on earth. Then one day, he told me that he was gonna put all his money and fortune under my name. No, you cannot do that.
Why not?
Because I'm not your daughter. I was afraid this might give him a heart attack, but what he said next almost gave me one.
I know that.
What? You know?
Yes, of course. That woman, your mother, I've never seen her in my life. She thinks she's fooling me, but the fact is, I don't mind it.
Then why are you doing this?
Oh, Eve, I've never had any kids or family. I was always so busy with work that I never married. Now I have all this money and these riches, but no one to share them with.
But why me?
Because you're a nice person. You've been through so much, and yet you had the courage to speak the truth and refuse all this money. I admire you for that, and I'm even more convinced now that you deserve all this.
Oh, Dad! I hugged him tight. Finally, I had a person who understood me and loved me. I had someone I could call family.
It's okay. You can call me Grandpa if you like.
Of course, I continued to call him Dad, and he was the best dad ever. And Mom, she didn't get a penny. Dad passed away by the time I graduated school. With his inheritance, I opened several old age homes all across the country and donated the rest of the money to charity. I sold Dad's mansion and bought a cute little house, which is always full of good friends, laughter, and warmth. Things that money just can't buy.
Hi, I'm Tuli from Boston. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe to MSA. Growing up, I was really close to my dad. He was a space scientist who worked for the government. He built satellites, won multiple awards for his space research, and one time he even predicted a war based on a satellite reading. Dad was my hero, and I inherited his love for science. We would talk for hours discussing big mysteries of space, and I loved it. But my mom always felt left out in our conversations. Like this one time in 10th grade, Dad was telling me about his new project when Mom walked in and turned the TV volume up.
You turn that stupid music down, it's giving me a migraine.
Your stupid science talk is giving me a migraine. Dad snatched the remote and shut the TV off. Mom tried to snatch it back, but she lost her balance and knocked into a big shelf with Dad's trophies and awards. Everything crashed, and Dad looked mad.
Look what you've done! When will you start behaving like a grown-up? You're a scientist's wife, and you're dumber than a tree. Gosh, what an embarrassment. Tuli, come to my study. We'll talk there.
Mom looked like she'd burst into tears, and I felt a little bad for her, but she was always acting so silly. Over time, my parents started fighting a lot, and every time Dad would get annoyed, he'd lock himself in his study. He started getting more distant and would hardly even talk to me. Then a week after my 18th birthday, I walked in on him packing his bags. Where are you going?
On a big mission. I don't have time to explain, Tuli. Just keep this necklace and know that I love you.
I opened the necklace and saw a picture of me and Dad and broke into tears. Don't go, Dad.
I just have to. Take care. I'll see you soon.
Dad left, and I waited for him patiently, but weeks turned into months, and he never came back. And then one day we got a phone call from his office saying that they'd lost contact with his spaceship, and the search was underway. The news of Dad's disappearance spread like wildfire. Everyone was concerned for the hero scientist who had gone missing, except Mom. She was happier than ever. She went shopping, got a new phone, changed her hair, got rid of all of Dad's stuff, and wiped his study clean. When I kicked up a fuss about it, she said we had to move on with our life. But things hit the roof when the police came in asking for questions. Mom just screamed at them and asked them to leave. Why did you send the police away? They could have helped us find Dad.
They already went through everything a few days back, Tuli, and they found nothing. Why do I have to go through this again and again?
How would they find anything when you literally got rid of everything Dad ever touched? It's so obvious you don't want him to come home. I heard you two fight the day before Dad left, and you sounded like you'd rip his head off.
That's none of your business, and whatever I'm doing is for your own good. Now go to your room and stop giving me a headache.
But I wasn't going to give up this easily, so I decided to take things into my own hands. I spent days reading every news article printed about his disappearance, tried getting in touch with his office, spoke to some of his friends, but nothing turned up. I was super distracted and failed a scholarship test to one of the best colleges in the city. Bummed out, I skipped school that day and went to a cafe when this guy crashed into me, spilling his drink everywhere. He tried to apologize, but slipped and fell right on top of me. This is the worst day ever!
Yeah, it kind of is. I almost got hit by a bus in the morning, and then my car broke down. And then I came to the cafe, but they didn't serve any hot chocolate, and I had to get cold chocolate instead. And now I'll have to order a new one.
Can you shut up and get off me? You're kind of heavy.
Yeah, sorry. Oh my god, is that the sequel to the Underwater Alien Invasion series? Please, please let me borrow this. I'm a huge fan, and all the copies are sold out. I'll get you free coffees for a whole month, please. I'm Kirk, by the way.
Tuli. Kirk and I spent the next few hours together, and it turned out we had a lot in common. He was a science nerd like me, fun and really cute. He was a bit weird, but at least he made me smile. We started hanging out often, and slowly I opened up to him about my life, family, and Dad's disappearance.
That's exactly what happened to my uncle. He was a fisherman and went missing. We found him 10 days later and kept asking him what happened, but he didn't say a word. Eventually, we realized he'd gone deaf because of water clogging his ears.
I don't see your point.
The point is that we found my uncle, and we'll find your dad too. We just need to keep looking.
Kirk told me his dad knew people in the government, and maybe he could help us get some inside scoop. I prayed something would turn up soon, but all my hopes went down the drain when a week later Kirk came back and told me that my dad was never assigned a mission. Everyone in the government was just as confused about his disappearance as I was. But how's that possible? Dad told me he was leaving on a mission. He gave me this necklace right before leaving. Kirk asked me for the necklace, but just as I was giving it to him, it fell. My picture fell out, and behind it was a tiny key. When I went home that night, I tried looking everywhere if there was a box or a locker that Dad might have left behind, but I found nothing. I was searching the living room when I heard a car pull up in my driveway. I went to check and saw Mom all dressed up talking to some man. As soon as he left, I rushed outside to confront Mom. You moved on quickly.
I just went out to a nice dinner with a nice man. It's not a big deal.
Really? I wonder what Dad will say when he gets back and finds out that his wife is cheating on him with some clown.
And what will he say when he sees that his genius daughter failed an important scholarship test? That's right, your teacher called me. How are we supposed to afford college now, huh?
Oh, don't worry about it. We'll just borrow some money from your rich boyfriend. He drives a fancy car. I don't think he'll have a problem sparing a few bucks for your poor daughter. You know what, Mom? You never deserved Dad. He was too smart for you anyway. Good that you're finding someone from your own league. Watch your mouth, Thule. But I was already on my way inside the house. That night, I slept with one thought on my mind. I had to find Dad and move out of this miserable house as soon as I could. The next day, I met Kirk and told him my plan of breaking into Dad's office. Mom got rid of all of his stuff, and the office is the only place I haven't looked yet.
How are you so sure that you'll find something? The police might have looked already.
But they didn't have this key. I know it means something, and I have to give it a shot.
Fine, I'm coming with you.
No way I'm dragging you into this. Saying that, I turned around and left. Dad worked in a government facility, and it was difficult to get past the security checks during the day, so I decided to sneak into the office building at night. That evening, when Mom slept, I slowly slid out of my window and left. I was standing outside Dad's building when a guy dressed up as Batman came and stood next to me.
How do I look?
Kirk? Why are you dressed like that?
I've always wanted to dress up like Batman and fight crime. Actually, no. I wanted a disguise, and this was the only costume available last minute. I wish they had Spider-Man. Listen, I'm coming with you, okay? I know you're strong and independent, but you need my help.
Why do you want to help me?
Because I like you, dummy. And if we survive tonight, I'm taking you out on a date. Just think about it. Now, remember, be quiet and fast.
Kirk said that, took one step, and fell on his face.
I was showing you what we shouldn't do.
Got it, Buttman. I'm joking, don't cry. Let's go, Batman. Kirk and I went inside, kept our heads down, and dodged a bunch of cameras. It was dark, and Kirk kept bumping into me, but somehow we made our way towards the Department of Space and Aerotechnology. This must be it. But just as we took one step inside, alarms started blaring like crazy, and within seconds we were surrounded by a SWAT team. I told them my dad worked here, but they still handcuffed me and Kirk, took us to the police station, locked us in, and called our parents. Kirk's dad used his connections to get us out, but Mom had to pay a lot of money, so my arrest won't go on my permanent record. When we got home that night, she was pissed.
I sold my jewelry to get that money. It was for your college. I don't even know what to say to you.
You could start with telling me where Dad is.
Oh my God, Thule, your dad's gone. I've accepted that, and you should too.
I just can't give up on him so easily. Look at this necklace. It's a key, and Dad gave it to me right before he left and asked me to keep it safe. Obviously, it's something important. This might have information on it that can lead us to him.
Give this to the police and let them handle it. This is beyond your control.
And what if the police fail to handle it? It's been months, and we have no clue where Dad is. People don't disappear like that, Mom. Something happened to him. If he is out there, how can I stop looking for him? If you know something, just tell me, Mom. I can handle the truth. I just know I can't go on like this anymore.
Oh, my sweet baby. I wish I could help you.
Mom hugged me tight as I sobbed like a little baby. In all my years, I'd never felt this close to her. And maybe she was right, and the situation was beyond my control. The next morning, Mom and I went to the police and gave them all the information I had, including the necklace. The principal agreed to let me appear for the scholarship test again, thanks to my previous scores, and this time I cracked it. Kirk took me out to celebrate over ice cream when he suddenly jumped on a table and started singing.
Oh, Thule, my Thule, you're sweeter than ice creams. I want to be with you. Will you be the peanut butter to my jelly?
That was so cheesy.
Then what do you have to say about this?
Kirk kissed me, and it felt perfect. We started dating officially, and he even got through to the same college as mine. Mom was happy and everything was fine, except I still missed Dad terribly. Then, a day before I was leaving for college, I was loading my stuff in the car when a bunch of police vehicles pulled up in our driveway. They spoke to Mom for a while, and then she walked up to me with tears in her eyes.
It's about your dad.
My heart leapt to my throat. What's happened? Is he okay?
They found him, but he doesn't want to see you.
That's not possible. Dad loves me. Of course he wants to see me. I have to go. Mom tried to stop me, but I ignored her and left. I didn't get what her deal was. But I was too excited to see Dad after so long. But my excitement turned to horror when I saw the police car turn towards a prison. My heart was pounding when the police asked me to sit in the waiting room, and minutes later, a frail-looking man walked in. Dad! I ran and hugged him tight. I'm so happy you're okay. But what are you doing in prison, Dad?
Paying for trusting my daughter, what else?
Dad told me that he was running away from the government because he had illegally sold important government secrets to enemy nations for money. The government found out about it and had been tracking down Dad for months. But I got that phone call from the office about losing contact with your spaceship.
That was a lie the government made up. They couldn't tell the public a national hero had gone rogue till they had proof, which you gave them. That was the key to my secret locker with evidence of my illegal activities and bank accounts. I had no choice but to flee, but I didn't want to get caught with all the information on me. No one would suspect a stupid necklace, so I put that key in there and gave it to you to keep my information safe. But you went ahead and handed it over to the police. How could you be so dense, Thule?
Don't you dare talk to my daughter like that, you moron. I turned around to see Mom walk in with Kirk, march up to Dad, and slap him square in the face. That was for insulting my daughter. And that is for lying to us.
You mean lying to Thule? Because you knew the whole truth, but you chose not to tell her. So I guess we're not that different.
What? Is that true, Mom?
Yes. The police told me everything the day after your dad left. They were the ones who took away his things into custody for investigation, but didn't find anything. I tried to help as much as I could, but I didn't want them to drag you into the mess, so I kept everything from you. You worshipped your dad, and I thought finding out that he's not a hero but a traitor would destroy you.
So you lied to me? For months you saw me suffer and you didn't say a word. How could you, Mom? And Dad, I trusted you blindly and almost gave up on my future to find you. And you didn't bother to tell me you were okay? Both of you are liars. I hate you. Mom tried to stop me, but there was nothing more to say. Dad got life imprisonment, and I never saw him again. Kirk and I left for college soon after, and even though Mom tried calling several times, I didn't answer her. All I needed was space and time to heal. I felt like a mess, and Kirk helped me pick up the pieces. I went into therapy, graduated from college, got a job, and got married to Kirk in a small ceremony. A year went by, and soon I was blessed with a baby girl. I was in the hospital when Mom walked in with a huge bouquet. I know you don't want to talk to me.
Hi, I'm Penny from Nebraska. Except my parents are nomads, which means we travel to another state every month. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. By the time I was 8 years old, I'd lived almost everywhere. I stayed in a tent in the desert, old abandoned houses in the forest, and even in a beach cave. My dad and I couldn't be happier with our crazy life. Pinky promised me, Daddy, you'll never make me go to school, we'll swim every day in the ocean, and you'll take us to the moon one day.
I pinky swear, my love.
Though when I was 13 years old, everything changed. Mom woke me up one morning to tell me her and Dad were splitting up. Dad wanted to keep traveling, while Mom wanted to settle down in the city. Well, I don't want to settle, so I'm gonna keep traveling with Dad, and I really think you should join us.
Penny, I want you to stay with Mom. I love you, but taking you with me is too much work.
But we were gonna see the world together and fly to...
I'm sorry. Good luck, honey.
Dad kissed my forehead, and then he freaking left. Mom and I moved to Nebraska City, and I was shaking with anger. I tore up every picture I had of Dad and threw them in our fireplace. 2 years passed, and all I wanted was to forget about him. Then one day, things took an interesting turn. I went for a walk in the park when a letter flew at my feet. I looked up to see a boy smiling at me through the bushes. Oh my God, you scared me. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I was just too nervous to talk to you, but I still wanted to look at you because you're beautiful.
The boy rose up from the bushes and holy crud, he was majestic.
Take a walk with me. I'll take you somewhere magical.
Okay, Prince Charming. I'm actually gonna jet because I don't go off with strangers. I ran away quickly, but when I reached home, I saw the guy had followed me. All right, now you're just stalking me. Leave me alone or I'll call the police.
You're right. I'm sorry. I can't explain it, but I feel like we're meant to be together. Just let me take you on one date. I'll meet you right here at sunset. If you don't like me after the date, I'll leave you alone. I swear.
Okay, fine. You're kinda cute. But we have to be in a public area around other people. The guy agreed, but when I went out to meet him, I almost fell back in shock. He had landed a golden jet in my driveway.
Hey, gorgeous. Want to fly to Europe for dinner?
Did you just fly here in a gold jet? I didn't even know that was a thing.
Well, I'm a billionaire. I also brought you a few presents. An iPad, some chocolates, and I bought you your own horse.
My jaw dropped open when I literally saw a man trot by on a black horse. This was getting to be a bit too much. Listen, I appreciate all these gifts, but maybe we can just go somewhere simple, like the park we met at? To my relief, the guy agreed and set up a lovely picnic under the trees. He told me his name was Ezra and just wouldn't stop showering me with compliments. Ezra, thanks for all this, but I'm still a little confused. Why do you like me so much? We don't even know each other.
Like I said, I can't explain it, but I know for a fact we're meant to be together. Just wait and see.
As the evening went on, I discovered Ezra and I had literally everything in common. When I told him I liked video games, he showed me a picture of his PS4. When I told him my favorite food was lime cheesecake, he opened a container of it. Then my shoulders started feeling sore since I suffered from neck pain. And before I said anything, Ezra offered to give me a neck rub. How did you know I have shoulder pain? Only my mom knows about that.
I could just tell you were in pain. I understand you in a way nobody else does, Penny.
After Ezra's massage, my neck felt better than ever, which is insane. No doctor or masseuse had ever been able to make my pain go away. As time passed, Ezra and I kept hanging out. He kept buying me every gift I could want, and whenever I needed something, he was always at my beck and call. He was a literal angel. It didn't take me too long to agree to be his girlfriend. Sometime later, Ezra said that he'd transfer to my school next term. I couldn't stop squealing about it to my friend Jenna. I'd love to meet him soon. He sounds like a guy out of a storybook. And dating someone that hot will probably make you super popular. What do you mean popular? Oh, right. I forgot you were homeschooled before you moved here. Being popular means everyone thinks you're cool because you're dating a boy like Ezra? God, my life was just getting better by the second. Ezra met Jenna and I by a quiet bus stop as I kissed him. He even got me a caramel latte. Isn't he perfect? Ezra introduced himself to Jenna, but she just stared at us, looking horrified. Jenna, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying hi to Ezra? Penny? No, I am not saying hi to him. Oh my god, I have to go. With that, Jenna ran off as if Ezra was a monster. What was her deal? I tried asking her about it all day, but she refused to talk to me.
Babe, don't take it personally. She's just mad because you have a loving boyfriend and she's single. She'll get over it.
Finally, the next day I cornered Jenna in the library. Look, I can see you're jealous of Ezra and I'm sorry. I don't want to rub it in your face, but this is the first time I've been happy in years. My parents divorced, my dad left, and I miss traveling. I told Jenna all about what had happened in the past few years and she was actually sympathetic. It's not that I'm jealous. I can see that Ezra makes you happy, which you deserve, but I'm still not happy about you dating him, and I don't think you guys should be together for much longer. I kept asking Jenna why she was so against Ezra, but she refused to talk about it anymore. She even started avoiding me. So Ezra and I kept going out, and finally, the night came when I invited Ezra for dinner to meet Mom. But I was really confused when he didn't show up or call or text me. In fact, I didn't hear from him at all the next day either. I was starting to get really worried. I didn't even know where he lived. But on my way to the bus stop the next morning, I saw him sitting on a bench. Ezra, what happened? You totally blew me off last night.
Just go away, Penny. I hate you and I never want to see you again.
What are you talking about? What happened?
I said, get away from me. Do you want me to call the cops?
Ezra stormed off angrily and tears stung my eyes. What did I do to make Ezra so angry? I told Jenna all about it when I got to school. Wow, he broke up with you? I didn't think that would happen. I thought he'd stay with you for longer. Jenna, what are you saying? Do you know something about Ezra that I don't? Do you two know each other? Yeah, we do. I didn't want to say anything before, but I know Ezra and he's bad news, Penny. He used to date a friend of mine and really hurt her. Just stay away from him, please. Judging from Ezra's behavior, Jenna was probably right, but I was still confused and sad for the next coming weeks. Jenna kept trying to cheer me up and suggested she set me up with someone new. So we went on a double date where she introduced me to a guy named Noah, and I actually had fun with him, even though I was still sad about Ezra. I even let Noah walk me home and decided to hug him goodnight. But from behind Noah's shoulder, I saw Ezra sitting on my porch, glaring at me angrily. Oh my God! I sent Noah home immediately and stormed over to my ex-boyfriend. What are you doing here? I haven't seen you in months. Are you ready to finally explain what happened between us?
Oh no, I don't owe you an explanation. I'm just here to tell you that there's no way that Noah guy will ever love you, 'cause you're the nastiest girl I've ever met.
Funny, because months ago, you said I was the love of your life. I don't know what your problem is, but just back off, Ezra. I'm moving on from you. You can stop insulting me now.
I don't think I will. You're a horrible girl and you don't deserve to be happy or loved. And I'll make sure you never are.
God, what a bully! I started dating Noah and really started liking him. And I felt 10 times better with Ezra out of my life. Then one day, I got a text from Noah to meet him at the movie theater for a date. But when I got there, Noah wasn't waiting for me. Ezra was.
Well, well, well. Look who it is.
It was you who texted? Did you hack Noah's phone?
Even better. I hacked your phone so I could read your messages. Look, Noah will be here any minute and I want to talk to you. And apologize.
It's too late. I want nothing to do with you. I started to walk away, but Ezra put his hand on my shoulders.
Penny, I know I've been a jerk these past few days, but I can explain myself. Give me a chance. If you don't forgive me, then I'll never bother you again. But let's just talk.
I still didn't trust Ezra, but I did want to hear what went on with him. Just then Noah texted me and said he'd be a little late. So Ezra said he'd buy me a soda. He went to go order for me and I went to go fill up my cup. Then suddenly an employee came up to me.
Excuse me, miss? You can't just walk in here and pour yourself a soda. You have to pay.
Oh, my friend is buying it. He's paying right now. But when I looked towards the counter, I realized Ezra had left. What the fudge? I tried explaining the situation to the employee, but she didn't listen. Instead, she called security on me. The guards had me wait outside the manager's office, and as soon as they left, Ezra came up to me.
You're such an idiot, Penny. I lied about buying you a soda. I set the whole thing up so you'd get in trouble.
What? But you said you were gonna apologize and explain yourself.
Oh, you beautiful, naive girl. As if I would ever apologize or explain myself.
Ezra walked away before I could answer, and that's when I realized he was a criminal. That's why Jenna didn't want me dating him. I told the manager and security guards everything. I thought I was in luck since Ezra probably had a criminal record, but they couldn't find anything on him. Then I remembered something. Jenna knew Ezra, and she could help me. I called her immediately and told her everything that happened. That's when I heard her crying over the phone. Penny, this is horrible. I know, you were right. Ezra was a crook. I understand now. I'm gonna call your mom. She needs to know what happened. We'll come meet you there, okay? Oh God, she was getting mom involved? But Jenna hung up before I could say a word. Thankfully, Noah texted me and I told him to meet me at the manager's office. Thank God for him.
Don't worry about anything, babe. We're gonna find this guy and get a restraining order. You're gonna be okay.
After a few minutes, Jenna arrived with Mom and they both told me to sit down. Ugh, here we go. Then suddenly, the door opened and it was Ezra. That jerk better have come to turn himself in. Stay right where you are, Ezra. We're all on to you now.
Penny? Who are you talking to?
That monster over there? He's my ex-boyfriend who framed me?
No, baby. There's no one there. Are you okay?
Yes, he is. Jenna, Mom, you don't see Ezra there? I turned to Jenna right then, but her and Mom were staring at each other with tears in their eyes.
No, Penny, there isn't anyone there. Jenna called me and we talked for a while about your relationship with Ezra, how he brought you a horse, baked you your favorite foods, and adored you. Jenna even saw you kiss him at the bus stop. He was the perfect imaginary boyfriend.
I don't understand. Imaginary boyfriend? You mean Ezra isn't real? I just made him up? Penny, it was my fault. I was the only one who met Ezra. When I saw you hug and kiss the air, at first I thought you were insane, but when you told me what you went through with the divorce and how happy you were for the first time, I decided to play along with it. But then he broke up with you and turned against you, and you were so upset, I didn't know what to do or how to tell you the truth. I was dead silent as I thought back to everything Ezra and I had been through together. I'd sat alone in the park having an imaginary picnic. I'd imagined his love letter at my feet, and as I reached back to feel my neck, It hurt more than ever. The healing massage he'd given me had been in my head. I started to cry then as Mom hugged me. She took me to a therapist after that day to see what had caused the whole thing.
You were heartbroken that your dad left, so you created a perfect boyfriend in your head to give you all the love and attention you needed. And then, eventually, Ezra betrayed you in your mind because your dad betrayed you.
Well, I guess that makes sense. After my therapy appointment, I asked Mom,
Hi, I'm Neha from India. Please like and subscribe. I lived in a small village near Delhi with my single mom who owned a small beauty salon. Mom adored me, but there was another person I was super close to, her brother Raj. Uncle Raj was 10 years younger than Mom, and he stayed with us as he was studying in university close to the village. Every weekend, he would take me to the village fair, and we'd have a blast eating candies, taking rides, and watching wrestling matches, which was my favorite thing to do. Once when I was 10, a neighbor came over to visit with her super annoying son. First, he stuffed his face with all the pastries before I could even get to them. Mom only made these for guests, and he didn't let me have one. I walked off to my room annoyed, but minutes later he followed and climbed onto my bed with his muddy boots. Hey, who said you could come in here? Aw, the little baby still sweeps with her little teddy bear. You're stupid. Your mom is stupid. What? That doesn't even make any sense. Your mom doesn't even make any sense. He looked really annoyed and started to leave, but then he picked his nose and rubbed a big booger on my hair. Oh my God! I jumped on him like a wrestler and tackled him to the ground. Moments later, I had his arm pinned behind his back as he cried like a baby, and his mom came running to his rescue. And my mom was furious.
Stop taking her to that rubbish fair, Raj. Where else would she learn this wrestling nonsense?
That brat deserved it, and wrestling is the coolest.
It's wild and unladylike, and you embarrassed me. You're not going to see those matches anymore. You hear me?
Uncle Raj nodded obediently, but we sneaked out anyway. Then one day in 8th grade, our teacher informed us that they were introducing a new sport in school, wrestling, and I was on cloud 9. Mom would never approve, so I didn't tell her and joined the club. Of course, Uncle Raj knew. He also knew how tough the training could be, so he'd sneak extra food on my plate when he thought Mom wasn't looking.
What are you doing, Raj? If she eats so much she'll get fat, then no boy will want to marry her. Trust me, sister. One day, there will be a long line of boys outside your home for Neha.
And I'll tackle all of them to the ground so they'll go back to their mommies crying.
This is not how girls talk, Neha. Girls are supposed to be delicate. They're supposed to sing and dance and learn sewing.
Boring. I resisted everything girly, but Mom was as stubborn as a donkey. She would put face masks on me, make me wear long dresses to hide my muscular thighs, and never let me cut my long hair, because boys like long hair. Did it look like I cared? A year later, Uncle Raj finished his education and got a job as a police officer in the city. I cried for days when he left, but he always kept in touch, and that was some consolation. Meanwhile, I studied my butt off to get good grades so Mom would never suspect what I was up to in school. My wrestling also improved greatly over the year, and in 12th grade, I got a chance to participate in the state-level competition. The winner would get a chance to enter the nationals and also win prize money worth $50,000. It was the opportunity I'd been waiting for, but that also meant I finally had to tell Mom.
What? You've been wrestling for the last 4 years? No wonder your body has become so manly. Look at your biceps, they're so big. Who's gonna marry you?
Can you stop thinking about my marriage for once? It's not happening, at least not for the next 20 years. Mom looked ready to explode, and she refused to let me participate. But I was her daughter and could be equally stubborn. I locked myself up in my room and refused to come down for days till she finally agreed. But on one condition. I had to learn sewing and some basic beauty salon stuff. Yuck. One day, Mom wasn't feeling well, so I was working in the salon threading a woman's eyebrows when she sneezed so hard that half her eyebrow got accidentally wiped off.
Oh my God, what have you done? It's my brother's wedding today!
It's not my fault that you sneezed like an active volcano. But she kept screaming at me, and a small crowd gathered in front of the salon. Just then, the most handsome guy I'd ever seen walked in.
Wow, is that a new trend? You look gorgeous.
What? You really think so?
Absolutely. I'd ask you out on a date if you weren't already married.
That made the woman blush like a tomato, and she went off thanking me. That was smooth. Who are you? Never seen you around before. The guy introduced himself as Raul and told me his family had recently moved in since his dad's company was working on a project here. Just as we were talking, Mom walked in.
Who's this handsome guy, Neha? You didn't tell me you had a boyfriend. He looks rich too.
Mom, he's not my boyfriend. We just met.
Raul, my daughter is the best girl a guy can date. She's pretty, she can sew, she can cook.
What is wrong with you? Just then, another customer walked in, and Raul left with an amused face. So embarrassing. A couple of days later, I was out for a morning run before school when I tripped over something. I would have landed hard on my face if someone hadn't caught me just in time.
And we bump into each other again. If I didn't know better, I'd think you're stalking me.
Oh, please, you're not my type.
Your mom didn't seem to think so.
My mom doesn't speak for me. And I'm sorry about that day. Mom's obsessed with me getting married.
And you're obsessed with?
Wrestling. Mom hates it, but I can tackle any guy to the ground and have him gasping for breath in seconds.
If you're trying to scare me, it's not working. In fact, this just made you more attractive.
Suddenly, Raul's face was inches from mine, and I forgot to breathe. He was the first guy who'd called me attractive. All the boys in my school were too scared of me to flirt with me or ask me out. I'll be late to school, so I should get going. Good night. I ran away like a bullet. Gosh, why did I sound like a moron? That day, I found a new girl in the wrestling arena. The coach told me her name was Mala and she'd recently joined our school. Best of luck, Mala. Weak people believe in dumb things like luck. I create my own destiny. Get ready to lose, loser. That was rude. Well, I'd show her who the loser was. Mala and I wrestled for what seemed like an eternity. Neither of us was willing to give up. She was stronger than she looked. That match resulted in a draw. But in the next one, I had her pinned to the ground in 30 seconds. I'd call you a loser too, but my mom taught me to never look down on anyone, unless you're admiring their shoes.
Impressive. You've taken me by surprise. I haven't lost a single match in 7 years.
The coach told me that Mala was participating in the state-level championship too, and I was probably going to be facing her off. Well, she better watch out. That day when I reached home, I was shocked to find Mom and Raul on the porch talking and laughing over tea like aunties. What's going on? What are you doing here?
That's no way to speak to a guest. Where are your manners, Neha?
I left them in the wrestling arena. Shh, keep your voice low. I don't want the neighbors to know about your stuff.
They'll get to know about it anyway when she wins the state championship and her photos are all over the newspapers.
How do you know that I'm participating in it?
Your mom mentioned it. I'm encouraging her to come to your practice sessions and see how good you are.
Why are you doing all this?
Isn't it rather obvious?
The way he was looking at me made my toes tingle. Fine, Raul. I'll come because you asked. I was so annoyed that I'd never been able to convince her. But when she did come and saw how good I was, she was actually impressed. She started attending all my sessions and even cheered me on loudly. It was such a welcome change, and I was glad that she was finally supporting me. The competition day arrived, and as I'd expected, the final match was between me and Mala. Minutes before the match, Mom came to me.
Neha, drink this holy water. This will ward off the evil eye and make you win.
I didn't believe in such things, but I drank it to please her anyway. In the first round, Mala and I gave each other tough competition, and I won. But as the second round started, I felt my eyes blur. Suddenly, I felt really dizzy, and then I completely blacked out. When I woke up, I was in the hospital, and Mom and Raul were beside me. What happened?
The doctor did some tests and said you took drugs to boost your performance just before the competition. But it backfired and you passed out.
He then told me the competition authorities had banned me from wrestling for the next 4 years because of the drugs. What? But I didn't take any. I swear, I've never even thought of... Suddenly, I remembered the water Mom gave me before the match. Wait, Mom, you gave me that water. What did you put in it?
Nothing. I just... Neha, are you trying to blame me for this?
Yes, I am. Didn't you always want me to give up wrestling? What have you done, Mom? Do you have any idea how hard I worked to reach here?
How could you?
It's the easiest thing to believe. I was fooled for thinking that you could ever support me, and I won't forgive you for this, Mom. The day I was discharged from the hospital,
I packed my bags and left for the city. I just couldn't be around Mom right now. A friend of mine let me stay with her, and I started waitressing at a small restaurant to earn money. It was really lonely for a while. I wasn't talking to Mom, and even Raoul had been out of touch since he was busy with work. Soon it was Diwali, and I hated not celebrating it at home. On Diwali night, I got a call from Uncle Raj, and I broke down and told him everything that had happened.
Neha, parents can be wrong, but they always mean well for their kids. I know your mom went too far, but I don't believe that she would ever hurt you on purpose.
But she did hurt me, Uncle. I worked really hard for something for years, and she ruined it in a minute. And she'll never admit she's wrong. And until then, I don't think I can forgive her. A few days later, I got home from work to find Uncle Raj's car parked outside. I hugged him tight and let him in, and he had some shocking news for me.
When you told me about everything that day, I just knew something fishy was going on. So I made some investigations about Raoul. First, turns out he's not some businessman's son like he says. He just works for a small medical company. So I guess he knows plenty about drugs.
What are you saying? Raoul added something to my water? But why?
Because he was dating Mala at the time, and he did it to kick you out of the competition so she'd win. But he didn't do it for her. He's run away with all her prize money, and Mala has officially lodged a police complaint against him.
So Mom didn't give me the drugs?
No, she didn't. I know she's been tough on you, but that just didn't sound like my sister.
Uncle Raj said he'd located Raoul, and I was there when the police arrested him. As he was being taken away, I couldn't resist giving him a kick, too. And right after, Uncle Raj took me home. As soon as Mom saw me, she ran to hug me, and we both burst into tears. I'm sorry for not trusting you, Mom.
And I'm sorry for giving you reasons not to. If I'd accepted your passion for wrestling from the start, none of this would have happened.
Thanks to Uncle Raj, all charges against me were dropped, and I got to participate in the Nationals next year, where I won several medals. A couple of years later, I represented India in an international competition and won gold. That entire week, friends and relatives kept dropping in to congratulate us. And every time some nosy aunt tried to ask when I planned to get married, Mom would proudly say,
Neha is focusing on her sport right now, and marriage can wait.
Hi everyone, my name is Maze and this is my story.
Hi, I'm Maze from the West Bank, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born as the youngest of 4 siblings, and both my parents were medical professionals. Mom was a nurse and Dad was a lab technician. But growing up, I didn't see much of Mom. She worked really long hours, and even when she was home, she was mostly quiet and preferred to be in her room. I wondered why she was like that. But Dad was the complete opposite. He was always home in time to cook dinner and help my siblings with their homework. And no matter how tired he was, he would read me stories every night.
Daddy, you cheated. You skipped a few pages.
What? No, I didn't.
Last night, the princess was in the forest, remember? You have to read from here again.
But the story's almost finished now, sweetie.
From the forest, Daddy. You know she never forgets anything, Dad.
It was true. Growing up, I observed everything and had the best memory. If anyone had trouble remembering anything, they asked me.
Maze, do you remember seeing my keys anywhere?
Yeah, Mom. You put them in the fridge next to the milk. Maze, do you know where my pink shoes are? They've been in the garage since September.
Honey, what was that joke I told you 2 weeks ago that made you laugh so much?
Oh, what do a clown's farts smell like? They smell funny.
My parents would drop me off at Grandma's every day before going to work. She lived with my aunt and uncle and adored me, but I never liked Aunt much. She always had something to say about Mom.
Oh, Maze, your hair looks terrible. Doesn't your mother ever brush it? Poor child, you look thin. Is your mother too busy to cook?
Well, it was true that Mom never did those things, but I still felt annoyed. And one day as I was playing with my cousin, I heard Aunt say to a visitor, "Oh, that one, she's my niece. Her mother dumps her here every day because she cares more about herself than her own child." I felt so mad that I ran into the kitchen and spat straight into the pot of food she was cooking. But I couldn't stop thinking about what Aunt had said. I was gonna ask Mom why she didn't care about me. That evening, I was waiting for her to return when suddenly the phone rang. It was Mom. She asked for Dad, but he was in the shower. Okay, Maze, listen carefully. Tell Dad that I won't be coming home for a few weeks.
What?
Why? He knows why. I can't really explain right now, but in case I don't come back, Maze, I promise, everything will be fine.
Mom, why wouldn't you come back? Don't you love us?
But she just hung up. When I told Dad about her mysterious phone call, he looked really worried. But then he said she'd just gone to visit her sister. I didn't believe him for a second. Mom finally came back after weeks, looking really tired, and just went to her room. And we never spoke about where she'd gone. One evening at dinner, Mom got a phone call and she said she had to go. As she was getting ready, I snuck into the car secretly. I wanted to see what she was up to. Mom parked outside a house, and once she was inside, I peeked through the window, and I saw a sick-looking boy in bed. Mom checked the machines around him, fed him medicines, and made him laugh. I'd never seen Mom like this. And when she stepped outside, she almost tripped when she spotted me. Maze, what are you doing here?
I just wanted to see what you were doing, Mom. Is that boy really sick?
Yeah, he is, sweetie.
Would you love me more if I got sick?
Mom looked stunned and then pulled me into a hug. Don't say that, Maze. I love you very much. I'm around sick kids all the time, and sometimes I just don't have the energy for my own family. It's not fair, though, and I'm sorry.
Where did you go for 3 weeks, Mom?
I caught a bad illness from a patient, and I had to stay away so you guys wouldn't get sick. And I didn't want to worry you by telling you the truth.
Mom, you made that kid so happy. I want to do that too. I'll be a doctor one day, and I'll treat all sick people for free. And I'll give them medicines that taste like Nutella.
That sounds lovely, Maze. After that day, Mom and I got closer, and I became obsessed with becoming a doctor. Soon I joined an all-girls school, and I was always one of those kids who loved it. The only problem was my cousin, Siham, who was in my class. We'd grown up playing together, but ever since we joined school, she seemed to hate me. Maybe it was because I always had good grades and she was barely passing. To make things worse, Grandma was always telling Siham to be more like me.
Why, Grandma? She's so boring. I'm pretty, and I'm gonna be a model one day. You'll all see me on TV when I join America's Top Model.
You will do no such thing. But if you're like Maze, you can go to the US to be a doctor.
Ew, I'm not touching sick or old people. I'm gonna go to America and be a swimsuit model.
Grandma threw her shoe at her, which she dodged, and I couldn't stop laughing. But I asked my parents if I could really go to the US one day to study, and they said if I had good grades, then yes. By the time I reached high school, I was more determined than ever, but Siham always mocked me.
Don't you ever want to do something fun, Maze?
Like what?
Shopping, dressing up, talking to a hot boy. Have you seen the cute ones next door?
Right next to us was an all-boys school, and I knew the girls spent half their time spying on the boys and exchanging notes. I've got bigger things to focus on right now, like going to the US.
Yeah, I have the same dreams, girl, but I'm not working so hard for it. And you'll see, I'll be way more successful than you. Like, who needs more doctors? Everyone? If I'm sick, I'm not gonna go to a model. Then don't get sick. It's not hard if you eat an apple every day.
Wow, you could be a doctor already. Now, please, let me study because I'm actually serious about my dream.
And who says I'm not? I'm so sick of you always acting like you're better than me.
With that, Siham suddenly snatched my book and ran off, laughing and tearing out pages from it. I chased after her, but suddenly I felt a sharp pain in my leg. I fell to the ground and fainted. I woke up in the hospital with my family around me. When I asked them what had happened, my parents said the doctors were still running tests. But what we found out completely changed my life. It turned out that I had bone cancer. Luckily, the doctors said that it was curable. It was really tough undergoing the treatment, but I stayed strong and got through it with my family, who was always by my side. And within a few months, I was cancer-free. but I ended up with a permanent limp and had to use crutches for some time. On my first day back at school, I felt life was finally getting back to normal, but I started noticing how some students looked at me with pity, and I couldn't help feeling annoyed at times. One day, I'd just walked into a busy library when a group of girls got up from their table and turned to me. "You don't need to walk around looking for a table, Maze. It must be hard for you. Just take ours." Girls, why do you have to act so weird around Maze? She's really strong. I mean, she just beat cancer. She can walk to a table on her own. I knew my teacher meant well, but I realized so did the girls. I appreciate the offer, but also, I'm completely fine. It's only a limp. Why don't you join me? You can also ask me anything you want about my sickness. I don't mind. My parents had spent all their savings on my treatment, but I didn't let that get me down. I was working harder than ever to apply for scholarships to U.S. universities. One day, I went into an empty classroom during recess to study, and I walked in on Saham making out with a boy. Oh my God, what are you doing? How did you get in? I told my friends to guard the door. Your friends aren't outside, and you're crazy. You could get into so much trouble for sneaking in a boy. Just then, we heard some voices outside the classroom, and Saham grinned. No, I won't. With that, she jumped out of the window. And of course, I couldn't do that. And seconds later, a teacher walked in. We were taken to the principal, and even my parents were called. They all believed that I hadn't sneaked the boy in, but I also refused to tell him who did. And the boy didn't even know Saham's name. Maze, I will have to suspend you since you're covering up for the culprit. But I didn't give them Saham's name, and I got suspended for a week. I was so mad at that witch. But soon, I got some news that made me forget everything. I received an acceptance letter from a top-ranking medical school in the US on full scholarship. My parents and siblings were overjoyed for me, and I couldn't wait to tell Grandma. But when I went to visit her with Mom, she didn't look happy to see me. What's wrong, Grandma? I'm just deeply disappointed in you, Maze. Saham said you got suspended from school because you were caught with a boy. How could you? I felt furious. She's lying. It wasn't me. But just forget all that nonsense, Grandma. Look, I got into a university on full scholarship. Suddenly, Aunt took the letter out of my hands. I've been telling you for years, Mama. May's parents have always been too easy on her. She's sneaking boys into school, and they're still going to trust her and send her away to the U.S.? God knows what she'll do to bring shame to the family. Mom leapt forward and gave her a tight slap. Don't talk about my daughter that way. She's a source of pride for this family, and she always will be. Perhaps you need to keep a closer eye on Saham. I suspect the boy at school has something to do with her. Mom took my hand and we left. Grandma came over one day and apologized, and she gave me a handful of cash. What's this for, Grandma? Nothing. Just a small start for your new life. I'll miss you, darling, and I know you will make us so proud. It was really hard when I had to leave because I'd never been away from my family before. But I was also excited for my new adventure. But at first, landing in the US was more of a cultural shock. Everything seemed 10 times bigger, and people seemed a lot friendlier back home. I felt almost invisible as I walked across the campus to the hostel. Suddenly, I lost my balance and almost fell down when someone caught me. I looked up to see a tall girl. Need some help with that? Her name was Kylie, and it turned out that she was in the room right next to mine. She ended up helping me unpack, and we stayed up really late talking. Can I ask you why you limp? When I told her I survived cancer, she looked awestruck. Wow, Maze, it's so brave of you to chase your dream and be here all on your own. Well, now you got me. Kylie was my first friend and the closest, but I slowly started to mingle with others as well. After always being in an all-girls school, it was strange for me to be studying with boys, but over time, some of them became really good friends. When Christmas arrived, everyone was going home for the holidays, and I felt really homesick, but Kylie invited me to her place. Her family was lovely, and it was the first time I got to experience Christmas their way. I'd made a traditional Palestinian dessert for them, and they loved it. In our second year, Kylie came to me one day with some upsetting news. Her dad had been unwell lately, and she'd decided to transfer to a college in her hometown. I'm gonna miss you so much, Maze. Me too. I can't even imagine this place without you. I'll come see you soon. I put on a brave face as she left, but once I was inside my room, I couldn't stop the tears. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and when I opened it, I nearly fell back in shock. It was my sister. It turned out that she'd applied to the US for her master's, and she'd gotten into a college right next to mine. I never thought I could go so far away from home, but seeing you do it gave me the courage, Maze. This is the best surprise ever! Welcome to your new home!
Hey, you made it! Thank you so much for watching. I just want to say that it wasn't an easy journey. It was kind of tough, and I faced a lot of obstacles in the way. But with hope, passion, and patience, I managed to get through all of them. And right now, I'm in my second year in medical school, achieving my dream in becoming a doctor.
I could not believe it was finally happening. I was going to meet my mom. The hospital called at 3:30 in the morning to tell my dad that my mom had finally woken up and was asking for him. I know this sounds crazy, but my mom's been in a coma since I was born. I literally put her in a coma, and she hadn't woken up once in 14 years. Until this morning, my dad burst into my room, almost knocking my lamp over on my bedside table. I startled awake, and before I could even open my eyes all the way, he said, "She's awake!" Before I continue my story, I just want to remind you to like and subscribe to My Story Animated to hear more craziness like what you are about to witness. At first, I thought he was talking about me, and I was about to yell at him for waking me up. But then I realized what he meant. My mom was awake. My mom! I never heard her voice in real life. I never seen her eyes look into mine. I've held her hand, but she's never held mine. She's been here the whole time, but she has been so far away, too. She had had a complicated pregnancy with me. I was a stubborn fetus, I guess you could say. I decided that I wanted to come early, which caused a lot of issues for her, and she was rushed into surgery to get me out. She never regained consciousness after she was put under anesthesia, and because of her family's beliefs, my father never took her off the meds that kept her alive. I'd always had a feeling that at some point, I would have to be the one to end my mom's life. But thankfully, it didn't sound like that was going to have to happen after all. I bolted out of bed and ran to get my brother up. He was 2 years older than me, so he only remembers small fragments of Mom in real life. He remembers her singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star every night, and she made the best chocolate chip pancakes in the world. The sad thing is, he doesn't remember her smile or the way she smelled. So this day was the best news for all of us. My brother never said it out loud, but I knew that he blamed me for what happened to our mom. And to be honest, I didn't expect any less. He was nice to me growing up, but I always felt like there was something between us that wouldn't allow us to get closer. He hadn't forgiven me. Did you know the longest time someone has been in a coma was 19 years? Terry Wallace was in a coma for many years before he woke up on June 11, 2003. The ride to the hospital seemed to last forever, and we all rushed in as soon as my dad got the car in park. Our happy reunion was cut short when the doctor stopped us outside of my mom's room. He had a grave look on his face. Something was wrong. "She wants to see Emma," the doctor said, and my dad pulled me forward. He said no problem and tried to get the doctor to open the door. "No, see," the doctor started. "She doesn't understand that Emma is a teenager now. She thinks that she just gave birth to her several hours ago." I think all of our faces turned white. Of course, we had thought this could happen, but we didn't know what to do when it finally came to be. The doctor told my dad that he didn't want to shock my mother until we were all here at the hospital with her, and we could introduce me. This wasn't going to be easy, and we all knew that. I held my breath as my dad and the doctor went into my mother's room. All I could hear was some muffled talking from the doctor and my dad. Then my mom started to scream uncontrollably. "Bring me my baby!" I got goosebumps up and down my arms. This was probably the most afraid that I've ever been in my life. I was so afraid that my mother was going to hate me and that she was going to think I ruined her life too. I almost ran out of the hospital, but my brother nudged me forward. The door to the hospital room stood open in front of me, and I walked through. I had never seen my mom with her eyes open. She already looked so much more full of life than she had just days ago. "Hi, Mom," I said, twirling my fingers through my hair. I did that when I was nervous. My mom was doing the same with hers, as she said, Hi. My dad said that it was okay to step closer. I couldn't help but start to cry as I walked up to my mom. She had the same hair color as me, and her eyes were just as blue. My dad had always told me I looked like her, but I never could see it until now. In that moment, I felt like my mom had come back from the dead. I know she'd been here this whole time, but she was as good as gone. I touched her face and her eyes lit up. It's like she knew it was me. It's like she remembered my soul when she carried me in her stomach. "It is you," she said, and she wrapped me in a humongous hug. We bawled together on the bed for quite some time. Then my mom pulled away from me and wiped her tears. "It's so nice to finally meet you. The last time I saw you, you were on a black and white screen," she chuckled, talking about the sonogram. "I've grown since then," I giggled, and wrapped my hand around hers. Since Mom had been in bed for so long, most of her muscles were weakened. She'd need lots of physical therapy to get them back into shape. She wouldn't be able to leave the hospital for a couple of weeks, maybe even a month. And when she did leave, she would still be required to do lots of physical therapy and other therapies, I guess. Those other therapies would help her deal with all the time that had passed and missing out on our lives and things like that. The one thing we didn't know how to tell her was that our dad was remarried. We'd had a stepmom for the last 3 years. My brother and I had given our dad our blessing to start dating again after the 10-year anniversary of when my mom went into a coma. He'd been so lonely. He'd basically only lived for us, and having someone there to help with the kids would be amazing too. We decided we weren't going to tell my mom that first day. We thought it would be too much to add to everything else that was going on. On the ride home, my brother blurted out that he didn't think we should tell Mom at all. He thought we should make our stepmom move out, which I didn't think was such a bad idea either. Our dad wasn't going for that. He hadn't fallen out of love with my mom. He'd just become stagnant. And the fact that she was awake now seemed to be weighing heavy on his mind. He was silent almost the entire ride home. When we pulled into the driveway, I asked if he was okay. He looked at me with tears in his eyes and said he just didn't know what to do. We walked into the house and gave each other the biggest hugs. Our stepmom walked up and asked if we were okay. She knew what had happened and all of the craziness that was now going to continue. Except she thought that my dad didn't love my mom anymore and that they were actually divorced, when in fact, he'd never divorced our mom in the first place. This was going to be hell for sure. Later on that night, while my brother and I were supposed to be sleeping, we snuck down the stairway to listen to my dad and stepmom talking in the kitchen. "So what are we going to do?" my stepmom was asking. My dad was silent when she continued, saying that obviously we would need to contact my mom's family and have them help out. My dad said we were her family, and she would stay with us. My stepmom hated that idea and suggested that we get a hotel room for her until we could figure something out. That's when he dropped the bomb. "We're still married," he blurted. My stepmom nodded. "Yes, we are, and I have every right to say what happens in this house." He gave my stepmom the side eye and said, "No, I mean that I'm still married to her." "So we aren't even legally married?" My dad shook his head. I could tell he was crying again. My stepmom let out the biggest scream I'd ever heard. I think it blew out my eardrums. With ears ringing, my brother and I rushed down the stairs when my stepmom was slinging horrible words at my father, her face in a red rage. Her things were packed within a few hours, and she was off to her sister's house. I could tell my dad was hurt, but he looked almost relieved as well. By the end of the week, my mom was ready to come home. We set up the guest room for her, but we were surprised when she came in the house and went directly to the master bedroom. My dad didn't say anything, but my brother spoke up. He told her to put her things in the guest room, and she looked hurt. "It's okay, Mom. You can sleep in the master bedroom tonight," I tried to assure her. "Tonight? It's my bed, my house." She looked confused and worried. Then she asked where our stepmom was. We told her she left, and I don't know if I saw relief on her face or terror. We all helped her get settled in the bed, and she took a nap while we discussed how we were going to introduce my stepmom to my mom. However, not long after, our stepmom came to the door and knocked loudly, waking my mom up. My brother answered the door, and in a hushed tone, he told her to be quiet. Just as the door shut again, my mom was on the landing of the stairs. "Everything okay?" she asked, and came down the stairs, coming face to face with my stepmom. "Mom, this is Lisa," I said, stepping forward. Lisa crossed her arms as my mom put her hand out. Realizing that Lisa wasn't going to shake her hand, my mom put hers back at her side. She offered Lisa to come on in, and Lisa snidely replied, "I don't need to be invited into my own home." I guess it just shows the type of person my mom is, but she didn't reply with something nasty and rude. She graciously smiled and offered Lisa some tea. Then she said, We can all call this place home. Lisa scoffed. That's when my mom almost lost her cool. Instead of flipping out and yelling at Lisa, she stirred the sugar in her tea and quietly said, "You're not the one who had their entire life ripped away from them, so I don't know what you're so upset about." "You're taking my husband away," was all Lisa could muster. My mom reminded Lisa that she had actually taken her husband away first. She also said that it was extremely upsetting that Lisa got to watch her children grow up a little while she lay unconscious in a hospital bed. That's when Lisa jumped up and spilled hot tea all over my mom. I quickly sprang into action, as did my brother. I grabbed a towel to help my mom dry off. Luckily, the tea had some milk and sugar in it, so it wasn't scalding, and my brother pulled Lisa away, shoving her out the door while simultaneously screaming for our dad. He ran down the stairs like lightning. "What is it? What's going on?" he asked. We explained what happened, and my dad took off out the door after Lisa. I helped my mom up the stairs, and we got her in the shower to get the tea off of her. Then we heard shouting outside. My stepmom and dad were back. All we could hear was Lisa screaming that my dad lied to her, and there was nothing he could do to get her to forgive him. I was hoping she would leave, but she came into the house and shoved herself into the master bedroom right past my mom. I asked Lisa if she could have some respect for my mom who was changing, but she snarled at me and started stuffing a bag full of clothes. "I'm out of here. Don't bother calling me," she said to my dad as she quickly left again. Over the next few days, my dad tried calling her, but she wouldn't answer. He tried to get a hold of her sister, parents, and everyone else that would know where she was, but no one would give him any clues. During that time, he was also taking care of my mom, driving her to some appointments and making her food when she was hungry. My brother and I were busy with school, so thankfully, he was able to keep her company. A couple weeks after the crazy incident with Lisa, my brother and I came home to see our parents sitting on the couch together, my mom's feet across my dad's thighs. I couldn't believe the sight. When we came in the door, the two looked as if we caught them doing something wrong. They blushed and tried to scramble away from each other. My brother and I burst out laughing. They were married after all. We didn't mind that they wanted to get closer. It had been almost 15 years since they'd been able to do that. That was the moment we thought that we had our mom back. She was still pretty weak and often didn't understand how to use technology, but she was smiling more and cracking jokes. Her and I talked a lot more too, and I told her about almost everything that I've done in my life to catch her up. We cried a lot, and I held her while she apologized for not being around. Then things started to get strange. She'd wake up very early in the morning and turn on all the burners on the stove. The refrigerator door would be wide open, and the house would smell like gas fumes when we woke up in the morning. The last time that this happened, she was sitting out on the porch while everything in the kitchen was running, including the sink and the microwave. The back door was left open, and I saw her curled in a ball. I walked out of the door and asked her if she was okay. She didn't answer. I sat down next to my mom and put my arm around her. When she looked at me, all I could see was pure terror in her eyes. "Who are you?" she asked and pulled away from me. I looked at her utterly confused. "I'm your daughter, Emma." "No, my daughter is a baby. I just had her a couple of months ago. Who are you and why are you in my house?" "Dad?" I called, and it took a few minutes, but he showed up on the doorstep. "Something's wrong with Mom," is all I could say before she grabbed my hair and pulled my head back. She started screaming, "Where is my daughter?" And my dad grabbed her, pulling her arms behind her back. It was then that she snapped out of whatever trance she was in. She started crying and saying, "I'm sorry, Emma." I ran upstairs and locked my door. To say I was terrified would be an understatement. Something was going on with my mom, and we needed to figure it out. My dad called the hospital, and they told him she may have had some memory lapses, but this was way more severe than a slip of the mind. She physically hurt me, and she's a very small woman. There was something else going on here. I spent the next several days trying to keep my distance from her. She apologized to me several times after the incident on the porch, but I was still afraid to get close to her. My father and brother had no problem accepting her back into the family. They would play board games and watch movies together, but every time that I would join in, I could tell that a dark mask fell over my mom's face. She would constantly stare at me out of the corner of her eye, and I swear I could see a red glint flash over her normally bright eyes whenever she didn't think I was looking. Then, one night, I woke up to her staring at me from across my bedroom. I popped up in my bed and asked her if she was okay. She didn't reply, but I could see her eyes in the darkness. They weren't right. I screamed for my dad again, and when he came in the room, he flipped on the light. She wasn't in the chair anymore. We searched for her everywhere in the house, but she wasn't anywhere we could see. That's when we heard the blood-curdling scream. Tune in next time to hear what happened with my mom in the woods.
Hi everyone, I'm Billy. Yeah, just like Billie Eilish, but not famous. welcome to my second home, the hospital. If you want to know why I live here, please like and subscribe. Growing up in Canada, I was always in awe of how beautiful the country was, besides the freezing cold and constant snow. But Mom and Dad loved to travel. That's why before I turned 10, I had already been to 5 different countries. One time, when we were at the Met Museum in New York, I had the worst stomach pain. My stomach burned and I couldn't walk. Mom, Dad, it hurts. They rushed me to the hospital, and throughout the day, they tried to calm me because I was so scared. Honey, you're gonna be fine. Don't worry, we're here.
She must be in so much pain. Look at how much she's sweating. My poor baby.
And then it all went blank. When I woke up, I found Mom and Dad talking to the doctor. What the doctor said left me wishing I didn't hear it. I was diagnosed with Crohn's on my 14th birthday.
Crohn's is when your bowels are inflamed and can cause severe stomachache and may also require surgery at times.
My parents did everything they could to cheer me up, but I was angry at everything. Even though I knew they were struggling financially and were very stressed, I couldn't help it. I was rude to the nurses and even snapped at my parents. One day, however, I had snapped to the point that I threw a bowl of custard at the door right behind the nurse. That's so disgusting! Who eats food like that?
Billy, that's no way to behave. They're trying to help you.
I don't want anyone's help. None of you understand how much pain I'm in or what it's like to be stuck in here. It would be an understatement to say my parents were shocked at how much my behavior had changed. I hated everything about my life. I was away from my friends, stuck at the hospital eating tasteless food, and worst of all, my condition got worse. When I turned 15, I had to get a stoma temporarily, which is kind of gross and you don't need to know the details, except that I had several questions for my doctor. Will it stink? Is it safe? It won't cause an infection, right?
Honey, give the doctor a chance to answer.
Because of the surgery, I had to stay in the hospital for a couple of months so I could be monitored. The pain was getting worse, and I hated being at the hospital at first. One day, I walked out of my room because I couldn't sleep. That's when I heard someone crying. I walked towards the sound and saw it was Mom, and Dad was trying to calm her down.
I don't know how to help her. She's so upset here, and the bills will keep getting higher. What do we do? We will continue to be happy around her. She will be irritated, but if we stay happy, maybe she'll feel more hopeful.
I felt like the biggest jerk. My parents were struggling, and I had no idea because they were trying so hard to make me happy, make me feel like a normal teenager. That was when I decided to repay the favor and make them feel better about everything. But the only way I could do that right now was to be happy, or pretend to be, even if I'm not. So, to make my parents feel better, I sucked it up and decided to stay happy. I read somewhere that having a positive mindset helps heal faster, and that is exactly what I did. I decorated my room with pictures of friends and family, every trip we went on, and so much more. Billy, I love what you've done with your room. It's so pretty, honey. Thank you so much. I was cut off by some guy yelling and a nurse crossing my room wiping her tears. The nurse told me that there was a new guy down the hall, and he was always angry. I knew how he felt, and I realized what a horrible person I had been to my nurses before. I knew just how to fix his mood. I wanted to do something for him, to get him to smile, but he wouldn't leave his room. All he did was yell at everyone who spoke to him. I had had enough. So one day, when he was taken out by the nurse to run some tests, finally I had my chance. So I rushed into his room to prepare my surprise. I decorated it just like mine. I think better than that, because by the time I was done, it looked like a unicorn threw up a rainbow in there. And wow, when he saw the room, the expression on his face was priceless.
You, what have you done?
Oh shoot. I ran away from him, but to my horror, he was running after me too. He only stopped when I did, and he began yelling at me and telling me how irritated he was. But you've got to admit, this is probably the most fun you've had in the past couple of days.
You're very annoying. Stay out of my room. I hate hospitals.
Rude. Since that day, I steered clear of the guy, whose name I learned was Steel. Silly name. And he seems to get bent out of shape much easier than his name suggests. He stayed away from me too. And every time he saw me, he would glare and walk the opposite way. One day, one of the nurses came to check up on me. She told me how bad she felt for Steele. Why would you feel bad for him? He's so rude. Oh, sweetie, who wouldn't be? It was his birthday last week. He was so excited to see his friends, but none of them showed up, even after they promised him. And his parents had to work. Poor guy. Oh, shoot. Now even I felt bad for him. My parents helped me get him a cake. I didn't want to go to his room after he asked me not to, so I asked a nurse to bring it with a note. Happy birthday, jerk boy, from the sick girl down the hall. 5 minutes later, I saw someone's shadow under my door, walking up and down the hallway. And then I heard a knock.
Hey, sick girl. What do you do when you can't sleep?
Wow. Took you 6 rounds up and down the hallway to ask me that? Just stare at the stars, I guess. He just rolled his eyes at me. I brushed past him and dragged him with me to my favorite spot. We went to the courtyard and sat on the bench looking at the stars.
I'm sorry. It's just that I hate missing out on everything. Why do I have to be sick? Why can't I just have a life like every other kid my age? It's just not fair.
I was like that too at the beginning. But then I realized how much my parents continue to do for me, and what I'm trying to say is, you shouldn't just pay attention to what you don't have. I mean, look, you got to meet an amazing person like me right here. You really couldn't have asked for anything better.
How are you this positive? How do you distract yourself from all this pain and stuff?
If you wait to be happy until everything is fine, you'll waste your whole life. So, I gave myself a purpose, a mission.
What mission?
I haven't told anyone before.
Oh, well, you don't have to tell me.
No, it's okay. I need motivation to work harder on it. So here goes. I'm starting a foundation dedicated to help parents of kids who are sick, so they don't have to worry about bills.
Wow, that's actually pretty amazing. I can help if you want, and would love to join for real once it's up and running.
Yes, I need all the help I can get. Pretty soon, the both of us began hanging out often and working on plans and ideas for the foundation. I would spend all day in his room and he would at mine. We even introduced our parents to each other. It was nice to finally have someone close to my age to talk to, who understands exactly what it's like to have a condition. One evening, a couple of weeks after my stoma surgery, Steele came up to my room.
Want a change of view?
What did you have in mind? I followed Steele out, and he helped me walk by holding onto my hand and my waist. My face was turning red as a beet, and my heart was hammering in my chest. Was this what a crush felt like? He led me to the cafeteria, and my jaw dropped. He had set up a beautiful candlelight dinner. Whoa, Steele, I didn't know you were such a sap. Why?
All you do is work to help other people. You deserve something just for you.
Thank you. This is so beautiful. He led me to the table and it was all set up. The food was still steaming. Steele even pulled out the chair for me to sit first. What a gentleman.
You know, even before I was sick, I wasn't very nice. I was rude, angry, and took everything for granted. And then I met you. I didn't know anyone could be so fun and positive while things aren't going the way they want. As much as I hate the hospital, I'm glad I'm here.
It was so sweet. But then he leaned in to kiss me. I put my hands against his chest. Steele, we can't kiss. You could get sick. The look on his face broke my heart. So I held his hand in mine instead, and he smiled. The next day, I woke up with the biggest smile. Yesterday was like a dream come true, a fairy tale. Just then, the doctor and my parents walked in to talk to me.
Honey, guess what? You get to go home, finally!
What?
You're all good now. You'll just have to come for a checkup in a few months, but other than that, you're fine. You can leave here today. Isn't that great, sweetheart?
It is. It's amazing. While Mom and Dad were taking care of all the last-minute paperwork, I walked over to Steele's room. He gave me the tightest hug as soon as he saw me. Steele, I have some news. I'm being discharged today. I leave in a couple of hours.
That's great news, Billy. Why aren't you excited about it?
Because once I leave, I won't be able to visit you. I'll be moving back to Canada.
Oh, is there...
The first few months, I thought every other person I saw on the street was Steele. Everywhere I looked, there he was. I felt like Cupid had hit me with a bucket of love with Steele's name on it, but I pushed it aside. There was nothing I could do. As the years passed, life got in the way, and eventually, we both lost touch with each other. I got extremely busy with completing high school, trying to get into a university, and with the foundation. I put all of my focus on getting it open. After organizing talent shows and competitions as fundraisers and to get some awareness on it, I got some attention and eventually got to meet the CEOs of the biggest organizations who wanted to help me out with my own foundation. But I was in for a shock when I spoke to them. So, from all the donations and money you make, we will get 40% of the cut, and you can decide how much you want to keep and give the rest to the families. I'm sorry, but did you just suggest that you and I take the majority of the money that is supposed to go to struggling families? Of course, I don't agree. That is not the goal of my foundation. You're just a child. This is how it works. I have nothing to lose if you deny this offer. It's just you who will struggle. I was fuming with rage when I stepped out. I ranted about it for days to my parents. I had to take matters into my own hands. I worked hard for years at university and internships. And finally, at the age of 22, I opened my very own foundation. It became known globally. I was one of the youngest CEOs in the world, and I was on many magazine covers as well. I'm not gonna lie, that was fun and it made me feel great. But it wasn't the fame I was after. It was the families I got to help out. Many people showed up to donate and help out, and one day, my assistant ran up to my office to inform me that we had gotten one of the biggest donations ever, a whopping $100,000. He's here right now, and he wants to work with us as well. Isn't this exciting? Can I show him in? 100,000? Yes, of course. I can't wait to meet this angel of a person.
I'm an angel now? I thought I was the jerk boy.
It was Steele. I couldn't believe my eyes. 6 years later, and he was finally here.
So I'm perfectly healthy now. Do you think we could pick up where we left off? Maybe I take you out somewhere that doesn't serve hospital food?
I'm so happy for you, Steele. And I know a great
My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. Hi, my name is Bree, and I was never very good at school, like ever. It was just always so hard. Even if I tried, I could hardly ever focus with all the noisy kids and the screaming teachers, and I hated the piles of homework. You see, it's not like my parents ever helped me with it. In fact, they just made it really difficult to study because they were the loudest people on earth. They'd do nothing but watch TV, play music, or have parties. It took me 2 tries to pass first grade. Mom told me back then that I was special and needed more time than other kids. She paid the 2nd grade teacher to let me pass even though I failed every test and never turned in any homework. She gave her $1,000 and promised free haircuts at her hair salon. My parents also lied to their friends about me.
Bree? Oh, she's so smart. Smartest one in her class, in fact. It's a good thing we enrolled her in that private school on the other side of town. They really focus on gifted kids there.
It's one of the best schools in the country. Almost guaranteed she gets into college. They lied and lied and lied. But one day, the truth came out. I accidentally heard my parents talking.
Why can't she be smart like our friends' kids? She's nothing but an embarrassment.
No, honey, she's not. She's special. She just needs time.
Listen to me very carefully. She's not special. She is dumb.
And for the first time in my life, I knew Dad was right. When I got to the 5th grade, I found out it was much harder than every other year before. I would sometimes cry at night into my pillow because I found everything so difficult and just felt so dumb. And it didn't help at all that my cranky old teacher, Miss Anderson, was so mean. I was 12 when I started in Miss Anderson's class and failed the first try.
I can't believe I'm going to have you in my class again. Start working harder, Bree. Being pretty won't get you anywhere in life.
Well, at least that's one nice thing everyone agreed on. I was really pretty, and thanks to Mom's beauty salon, I always looked perfect at school. I could see other girls eyeing me enviously, but they didn't know that I envied them. I would trade my looks for brains any day.
I was running a little late on the first day of my second time in 5th grade, and Miss Anderson wasn't in the classroom when I walked in. All the kids chanted together, "Good morning, Miss Anderson." The new dummies thought I was the teacher. "Good morning, class. Today, we're going to have some fun with math." I grabbed a marker and started writing on the whiteboard. If a grumpy old woman started teaching math 25 years ago when she was 60 years old, how old is she today? 85. Oh, use your indoor voices, kids, but good job. Now, what do you think you're doing? There was Miss Anderson in the doorway, breathing like a dragon. She did not look happy when she saw the math problem on the board. And well, she sent me to the principal's office. Days later, I became friends with Melinda. Now, she was a little genius. She could spell all sorts of gigantic words, do math sums in her head, and rattle off the entire periodic table. I became a little obsessed with her. I wanted to find out more about what made her so smart. So, of course, I decided to follow her home one day. While she was having lunch downstairs, I snuck into her room to take a peek, and I gasped. I'd never seen so many books in my life. I saw a box of chocolates on her desk and quickly popped a few into my mouth. Maybe eating these made her smarter. Just then, I turned around in horror to see Melinda and her parents behind me. They thought I was some kind of kidnapper or thief, but they seemed even more weirded out when Melinda told them I was in her class.
Yeah, she's super dumb. She probably got lost and thinks this is her house. Now go away, stupid.
And I ran off before I got into any trouble. Of course, Melinda never spoke to me again. I finished the 5th grade by some miracle. On my first day of the 6th grade, a boy named Dante showed up to drop off lunch for his little sister. I knew him the moment I saw him. He was one of the smart people I was stalking on Facebook. He was in 10th grade and just so cute. He started walking towards me because I was sitting next to his sister. I wanted to impress a smart guy like him. So I jumped onto the bench, sat like a chimpanzee, and started eating a banana.
Are you okay?
Never better. Do you know that chimpanzees eat 150 pounds of bananas each day?
That's a lot of bananas, actually. Are you done with your amount of bananas for the day?
Did he just call me a chimpanzee?
Which one is yours?
Mine? I have only one banana.
What? Which one is your brother or sister?
Oh, that one. That one's mine. I pointed to some random boy on the playground.
That's not your brother, Bree. You don't have one.
I was mortified. Now he'd caught me lying to him, and he already thought I wasn't smart.
Bree's in my class, Dante.
So you're a 6th grader? Can someone be this dumb? I know you're, like, super pretty, but that doesn't mean you just stop using your brain, you know?
What a total jerk. His sister poked me in the ribs and grinned. He likes you. Well, I barely finished the 6th grade as well, and when I went to middle school, I finally understood what hell meant. Mean girls were making fun of me all the time for being older and dumb. It's not like they were any smarter. All they cared about was makeup and fashion. Since I was an expert in makeup and hair, eventually the girls started becoming friends with me, and I really liked being the popular girl, and I almost forgot about me not being smart enough. That is until one day I accidentally found out that my so-called girlfriends were having a study session with the smartest boys in the class before the exams. When I asked why they never told me about these sessions, one of them said,
"Bree, you don't need these sessions. It's not like you'll pass the exams. They won't help you with anything."
"Neither do you. You just go there to make out with the boys."
"Yeah, it's amazing to kiss and be kissed while studying. But you will never experience that, dummy."
I was so mad at her that I threw a book at her, but sadly, it missed. That day, I went home determined to study hard, harder than any other time. But my parents didn't respect my new study habits. They were as loud and obnoxious as ever. One day, before I was studying for a big test, they threw a huge party and invited all their friends. I tried to focus in my room, but the beat was pounding in my ears. Can you guys please keep it down? I'm trying to study.
What for? You're not going to graduate anyway.
Mom elbowed Dad to shut up, but he was a jerk and got even louder. Once when I was in the 9th grade, I was studying in the library and a boy at the table next to me got up and scraped his chair across the floor. It was so loud that I screeched and I instantly covered my ears. He came to me and said,
"What's wrong?"
"You didn't hear that? The chair was so loud, it hurt my brain." He looked at me for a second and said that I might have a condition similar to his.
And it's called hyperacusis.
What?
Hyperacusis is oversensitivity to sound. You hear things much louder than they really are. I'm sure it affects your concentration too, just like me.
After some tests, it turned out that he was right. I was really happy because it meant that I wasn't actually stupid. I just had trouble focusing because of my condition. So from that day on, I made sure to always cover my ears with headphones when studying. I studied really hard for a math exam and was sure I'd get a high grade, but I only got a D.
Oh, so you actually thought that headphones would help you with anything? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, even from someone as dumb as you.
Stop it. I keep telling you, she's not dumb. She's special. And that day, I just snapped. Both of you, just cut it out. Dad, I thought my intelligence was my biggest problem, but having you as a father is the worst thing that has happened to me. And Mom, I'm not special. Do you need to believe I'm special to love me? I'm your daughter. You should accept me and love me just as I am. And with that, I stormed off. The next day, I left my parents for good. I was old enough to move out, and I got a waitressing job after school. And well, I really loved it. After my shift, I'd often sit at the cafe with my headphones on and do my homework. One day while I was studying, I looked up to see a handsome guy sitting in front of me. It was Ethan. He came to the cafe regularly, and I had such a crush on him ever since he told me that he was some data analyst.
Hey, you didn't hear me with those headphones on, and you look really busy with your chemistry homework. Which grade are you in?
Oh my God, he'd seen what I was working on. This was so embarrassing. I'm almost about to graduate high school. You must think I'm really dumb now, huh? He took my hand and my heart fluttered.
No, I think it's amazing you're putting yourself through school. The only thing that matters is that you're educating yourself. And there's no time or age limit on it. Also, will you go out with me?
Our first date was on Christmas, and I wished Ethan Happy Christmas, but he said he was Jewish, so I said, Happy Jewish then. Ethan burst out laughing, thinking I was joking, and I realized what I'd said only after I got home, and I cringed so hard. So from that moment on, I kept reading a lot of stuff before meeting him, and I kept a notebook with me to write down all his comments, so I could mention them again to show him I was smart. A year later, Ethan proposed to me, and I said yes. He invited all his smart, intelligent friends to the wedding. And it was so intimidating, especially the smart female colleagues. I just started crying while dancing with Ethan in front of everyone, but they all thought it was happy tears. For the next 2 years, we kept trying to get pregnant, but it didn't happen. Ethan told me not to worry about it, but I started feeling even more insecure. Everybody could be a mom. Was I going to fail at this too? To our delight, I got pregnant a few months later and gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, Anna. The minute I saw her face, I knew I would be a good mom. And I was. Once, Anna didn't stop crying and I noticed her lips were slightly blue. I immediately knew something was wrong and we had to take her to the hospital. When the doctor checked her, he was impressed. He looked into my eyes and said,
"That's actually really smart that you were able to spot the problem right away."
That was the first time someone said that to me, and it was a freaking educated doctor. From that moment, I started to understand that it was okay not to be perfect or the smartest. I could still be someone who could raise a good kid and do good in the community. 3 years later, it's Anna's first day at school today, and I can't wait to learn all sorts of new things from her.
I now declare you divorced.
I know what you're thinking. Emma, 50% of marriages end in divorce. Don't be so dramatic. Wrong. This percentage is so outdated. It's 80% now. Also, I'm not upset because my parents are getting a divorce, but because... Wait. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me start from the beginning, and make sure you like this video and subscribe to MSA. I was born in a very poor country. But luckily, my parents were entrepreneurial geniuses. They built a business empire early on, so I never had a taste of real poverty like others here, and was practically raised with a golden spoon in my mouth. Mom doted on me and was super attentive, but Dad wasn't around much, so we'd never grown close. And when I was 11, he just announced out of the blue that he wanted a divorce and was moving to the US. He left just like that, without even paying child support. The most traumatic part was that he took our wealth and my lifestyle with him, and I had to eventually give up all the expensive stuff that had made me who I was. What do you mean, let's go eat hot dogs in the park? We're not hobos. Should we be sleeping on park benches next and using newspapers for blankets? I'm just saying, we can hang out and not spend money all the time. But apparently, we couldn't, and that's the first time I noticed I had no real friends around me. I switched to a public school, which was so stinky and embarrassing. Can I have one low-cal lobster, please? Oh, yes, of course, milady. 1 second. Oops, guess we ran out of those. Mashed potatoes and greasy chicken on Mondays. Remember it. It was a hard reality check, but over time I learned a lot and got really street smart. Do you have seafood today? Mashed potatoes and greasy chicken on Mondays, sweet pea. Remember it. By the time I graduated from high school, I was a strong, savage girl who would not let anyone cross her. I had saved up for a flight to the US, and I was ready for revenge. Daddy, here I come. Dad was the owner of a huge restaurant chain here, so he was easy to locate. I wasn't sure exactly what I was gonna do yet, but I wanted to get close and find some dirt on him that I could use. And even though I was 99.9% sure he wouldn't recognize me, I'd still gotten a serious makeover to avoid the risk. Hi, I'm Emily. Are you looking for waitresses? Yes, we are hiring. We'd be happy to try you out. And so I began working there with no clear plan in sight. I just knew a salary didn't qualify for revenge or even child support. One day, as I was polishing the cutlery in the kitchen, I heard Katie crying while she was on the phone with someone who was clearly yelling at her.
Poor Katie. Her husband is a nut job.
This happens often? Why is he yelling at her?
It's probably something to do with work. He is the boss after all.
The boss? As in...
Yep, that's his wife.
Wife? He remarried? I must have fainted, because the next thing I knew, I was lying on the floor and Colin was checking my pulse.
Gee, you scared me.
What happened?
I said Katie was the boss's wife and you went pale and fainted. So you tell me what happened.
Oh, I think I just didn't drink enough water today, that's all.
Sure, okay.
Colin and I became the closest co-workers. He sort of became like a guardian angel to me.
Your lunch today has all the nutrition you need. Can't have you faint in my kitchen again. Although
what?
Well, I haven't performed CPR in ages. I might need a refreshment course.
You know that doesn't count as a kiss, right? It only makes you a creep.
Emily, you pervert! How dare you go there? I was merely suggesting you help me practice a life-saving technique.
Ha ha ha. Colin, you know, if you want, you can ask me out like a normal human being. As I was walking back home that evening, grinning from ear to ear that I finally had a boyfriend who seemed to like me for me, I remembered that he actually didn't know the real me. He didn't know my name was Emma or that our boss was my dad. Over the next few weeks, I kept looking for an opportunity to tell him, but there never seemed to be a right time. One day, Katie told us there was an extra shift available for a waitress at their house because they were hosting a party, and I jumped at the opportunity. Bingo! As I entered their mansion that evening, I felt a sense of nostalgia, and a realization dawned on me. Dad's life hadn't stopped or changed like mine after he'd moved on. He didn't actually lose anything. For him, Mom and I were just a pit stop.
Magnificent, isn't it?
Oh, hey, yeah, it really is. When we went inside, Katie welcomed us warmly. She was always kind, but in her home, she seemed more warm and maternal. It felt like we were guests, not employees. Kids, come show Emily around and put her bag in the locker rooms.
Hey, Emily, nice to meet you.
Hi. As they showed me around, I felt like they were living the life that was stolen from me. What a lovely house. Oh, you've won so many math and art competitions, I see. Did your mom take you to all of these?
Both Mom and Dad. They never miss a competition.
Oh, Dad too? That's nice. My dad never took me to anything.
Oh, I'm sorry, Emily. I'm sure he was just busy. Dad is busy sometimes, but he always makes it up to us.
So, he did know how to be a real dad. What did these kids have that I didn't? Why couldn't he love me like he loved them? I sat in the locker room alone, staring at the wall and just overthinking every memory I had of us when Colin came in, and suddenly I just burst into tears.
Emily, what's wrong?
Colin, I have to tell you something. And I found myself spilling my whole story and the reason I came to work for Dad. I spared no detail. Colin's mouth had dropped to the floor. He was silent for a few seconds after I finished, then looked up at me.
Honestly, good for you.
What? You're not upset that I lied to you?
No one knows this, but my real name is Samson. I hated it and hated my parents too. So I changed it and I left home at 18. I wouldn't say the real me is Samson, who was an angry teen at home. Colin is who I choose to be every day. So that's who I really am.
He was so right. The decisions I made daily were what defined me.
Know what? He deserves anything bad that comes his way. I want in.
Silent moonlight above, heartbeats whisper of love, nights a blanket so still, stars are bending to will. In the shadows we find sparks that light up the park. In the shadows we find whispered secrets entwined. Closer we dance, lost in this trance. Mystery calls through the night, hearts that take flight, motion so tight. Mystery calls through the night, hearts that take flight, motion so tight.
During the party, I managed to slip for a couple of minutes into Dad's office. I wanted to find something I could use against him, so I scanned the room well to make myself familiar with it, then left. Since it was the holiday season, I'd have plenty of waitressing opportunities at his house to sneak in again. I'd noticed that he had a safe in his office, and every time I snuck in, I tried every possible 4-digit combination I could think of. His kids' birthdays, his wife's, his own, but nothing worked. Until one day, I randomly tried my birthday, and the lock clicked open. Wow, now that's a surprise. Did he still think about me? Maybe he did love me. For a minute, I felt guilty and didn't want to go on with my plan. But then I remembered, if he actually loved me, he would have recognized me by now. So no, he probably used my birthday because it was the last thing anyone would ever know or think of. Thanks again, Daddy. Inside, I saw piles and piles of money. I wanted to snatch it all and run back home. But I knew that only works in movies. Instead, I started stealing small portions. I did not feel any guilt. Dad was plain awful to everyone around him, including his own wife. Then one day, he surprised us with a visit at the restaurant. What are you doing here, dear?
Well, it's my restaurant, isn't it? I'm here to check if everything is running smoothly.
That's what I'm here for. Why can't you let me run the restaurant without constantly trying to control everything?
Listen here, pretty face. I know you got bored as a housewife and you want to play manager, but I have real work to do here. So why don't you go for a stroll as I check everything out?
No, this is
I wasn't asking.
Katie stormed out of the restaurant on the verge of tears as he continued to check everything up close. Everyone was terrified of him, especially me.
You over there!
Me? This was the first time he had spoken to me directly in years.
Yes, what's your name?
I felt sweaty and tongue-tied, but then I felt Colin moving and standing behind me. He put his hand on my shoulder to let me know he had my back. Emily, sir.
Emily, are you new here?
Been here a few months now, sir. Just then, two shady-looking men walked into the restaurant and saved me from the investigation. Dad left me alone and followed them into a small room at the back of the restaurant. Sometime later, the head cook was called in too, and when he walked out, he looked flustered. An hour later, Dad and the shady men came out of the room, shook hands, and then all of them left. What's that all about?
I'll try to find out.
Later that night, I just couldn't fall asleep. My dad had looked me in the eye, talked to me, and he didn't recognize me at all. How do you recover from that? The next day, Colin came rushing to me, looking ready to burst.
Emma, we got it.
Really? What did you find out?
Yesterday, he made a deal to import illegal seafood. He wants to use that in dishes without disclosing it to customers. The head chef and sous chef are in on it. I overheard them talking.
Bingo! I knew he'd be up to something crooked. Now we have to think of a plan to expose him. I wanted to teach him a lesson, and also see if he would flee and leave his new family when things got rough for him. But later that day, his kids came in for lunch, and they had prepared holiday gifts for the staff. My gift had a special drawing of me. No one else had one. Oh, thank you. It's lovely.
The kids love you, Emily. They keep saying how you treat them like normal kids, not the boss's kids.
When she said this, I had a flashback to my own childhood. A lonely, spoiled kid with no real friends. No one treated me like a normal kid when he was around. Just a few days later, when I was working at his house again, Dad came barging into the kitchen furiously. He had discovered that someone had been stealing from his safe.
Count your days, whoever you are. Did you think that a house this big doesn't have security cameras? Once I get the tapes, it's over for you.
OMG, security cameras? My face turned green and I felt nauseous.
What's wrong with you? Don't you dare puke in my kitchen!
I'm kind of sick, sir.
How often do you come to my house?
I've come a few times.
Maybe you stumbled into my study, found something you liked. Answer me!
Excuse me, sir? Stop grilling this poor girl. She would never do it.
How can you be so sure?
Because I've asked her to grab me things from my room 1,000,000 times, and she never touched any jewelry or clothes. So if she wanted to steal, she would have stolen 100 different things by now. Everyone was staring at the three of us confused, but not as confused as I was. Nothing that Katie said was true. Why was she defending me?
Katie, these kinds of people don't deserve your kindness. We'll wait for the tapes in the meantime.
These kind of people? It echoed over and over in my head. Ugh, how I wanted to say, your daughter, flesh and blood, Dad. But I held my tongue. I suffered that humiliation, but I never showed up to the restaurant again. I texted Katie that I just couldn't work there anymore. I had stolen enough money, but I wasn't done with my revenge yet. Colin had managed to take photos of receipts in the cook's office, and it was all the proof I needed about Dad's illegal seafood purchases. I could go public and destroy him, and I would enjoy it. But at the same time, whenever I imagined his downfall, I only saw his kids being upset or hurt, and every time they popped up in my head, an image of my broken younger self also popped up. Colin, I want him to suffer badly, but I feel if I go through with this, I'll be putting his family through what Mom and I went through, and I would feel guilty forever. I don't know what to do.
Baby, just by considering their feelings and future, you are already 100 times better than your dad. It's your decision. Do what feels most right to you.
And after much consideration, I decided to put the matter into someone else's hands. I asked Katie to meet me at a diner that night. Hello, Emma. Uh-oh, that's a bad start.
I figured out your identity shortly after hiring you, and I wondered why you had chose to work for us. Now I know. You stole that money from us to get back at your dad. But don't worry, I destroyed the tapes.
But then, why did you defend me?
Emma, once I figured out who you were, I dug into his history and found out everything about you and your mom. Your dad is a jerk. He deserves this.
Why are you with him then? For the money? You deserve so much better. The kids deserve so much better.
I don't care about the money, but I don't want my children to go through what you guys went through. I want to wait until they're older before getting a divorce. He is a mean husband and partner, but I can't deny that he is a great dad to the kids.
I understand, but in case you change your mind, take this. Do as you please with this information. Katie's eyes grew wide as she realized I'd handed her proof against Dad. I didn't know about this. Thanks, Emma. A few months later, I saw on the news that Dad was in prison and his restaurant license had been taken away because he was importing illegal food. And the same day, I got a text message from Katie. Thanks again, Emma. I needed it. Hi, I'm Blair from Salem, and this is my wacky Halloween story. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I had a good life growing up. Dad loved me to pieces. Even though I never stuck with a hobby for too long, he still paid for the best classes and equipment. Life was good, but there was only one problem. Dad ran a funeral home, and people at school thought I was a freak. I heard Dracula buys his beds from Blair. Is that why you're so weird? Are you, like, possessed or something? No, but you look like you're full of poop. As a result, I didn't have any friends, but when I was in the 10th grade, my life completely changed. Dad's sister, Aunt Mary, came to live with us, and she was the most fabulous-looking woman I'd ever seen. She had a daughter my age, and I was thrilled to finally have a friend. But she took one look at me and wrinkled her nose like I was dog poop. What are you wearing? You look poor. Dior instantly became the most popular girl in school. Nobody cared that she also lived in the house with the funeral home in the basement. Aunt Mary had worked at a fashion magazine, so Dior thought she was qualified to rate people's outfits every day at school. 5, 7, 2. Ugh, minus. Who made you fashion police? You should be arrested for that crime against fashion. I ignored her and went to gym class, but when I went back to the girls' showers, my clothes were gone. Dior was in the back of the school, holding my outfit over a dumpster. Trust me, I'm doing you a favor. And she set my clothes on fire. You've gone too far, you witch. I tackled her to the ground and pulled her hair. We fought like cats till the teachers pulled us apart and took us to the principal's office, where we were given 2 weeks of detention. At home, Aunt Mary blamed me for everything. It's not your fault, John. This is what happens to motherless girls. I tried to provide for her by spoiling her rotten. She's an impulsive girl and doesn't stick to one hobby. The house is full of stuff she's only used once. Must have cost a fortune, and she doesn't appreciate any of it. This is why she's starting fights with Dior, who was just trying to help her. You're right, but what do I do? I have the funeral home to take care of. But I'm here now. I'll take care of everything. Thank you, Mary. Here, buy whatever you need. I couldn't believe Dad was giving up so easily. Did he also think something was wrong with me? Your reign is over, Princess. Mom and I are the queens here now. No, Dad loves me and he'll see right through you two. But things just got worse. I came home one day to find all my things boxed up in the living room. What the heck is going on? You don't need such a big room, and I could use the closet space. So I took it. And where am I gonna sleep? The closet's pretty big. Dad won't allow this. You've overstayed your welcome, Aunt Mary. I'll have him kick you out of the house. But instead, Dad accused me of being selfish and not welcoming my aunt and cousin as I should have. I was completely heartbroken, and I felt replaced. Things were already grim at home. But a week later, I was rushing to the cafeteria to get the last slice of pizza when a boy beat me to it. Hey, you must be new here. That's actually mine. The lunch lady must have forgotten to tell you. Don't see your name on it. What a jerk. I had to settle for a gross sandwich. Ugh. The pizza thief's name was Ashton, and he had recently transferred from New York. He was super rich, but I suspected he was some kind of robot because the dude never changed his expression. But the girls were going crazy over his good looks. His style is on point. He's so mysterious and dashing. I mean, yeah, he was cute, but the guy hardly ever said 2 words. A few days before Halloween, Dior announced she was throwing a party and that there would be a prize for the best costume. I was planning on staying in my dusty, spider-infested attic bedroom, but then I heard Ashton would be there, so I spent hours coming up with the perfect outfit. But when I finally came out of my closet, I got the biggest shock. The party didn't have a horror theme at all. Everyone was dressed up like models and the Kardashians. I looked totally out of place. Oh my god. Blair came dressed as the ghost that's possessing her. It's Edward Scissorhands, you idiot. I think you mean lame boy, lamer hands. Yeah, you'd know all about lame since you threw a lame party. What a snooze fest. Do you think you can do better, freak? You wouldn't know an awesome Halloween party if it bit you on the butt. Where are the bats, the witches, the skeletons? Where's the scary stuff? We're not crazy like you, and I throw classy parties, but I'm not scared of anything. Oh, I think you are. If you're so brave, spend 2 hours at the McNeely Mansion with me. First one to come out crying will be the other's personal assistant for a month.
What's the McNeely Mansion?
I jumped in surprise. Ashton was so close, I could feel his eyes on me, and it made my heart flutter in my chest. It's the most haunted place in Salem. It was abandoned years ago after the place burned down in a freak fire.
Sounds cool.
I was terrified of the place, and I was sure Dior was gonna chicken out, but to my shock, she said, "You're on." Everyone got to the McNeely Mansion, and my heart sank into my belly. The place was spookier at night. Ashton was going to time the dare, and the others waited around making bets on who would win. This is where you can live once Mom and I have you kicked out. Ugh, she was trying to get in my head. I hated her so much. I walked to the house on jelly legs, imagining all sorts of horrors inside. I stood in the front hall, my heart hammering in my throat. The whole place was creepy, windy, and cold. Goosebumps broke out on my skin. Suddenly, Dior pushed me. Right then, go on upstairs. You wanted an adventure. Shut up, Dior. Let's just stand in one place for 2 hours. I thought you wanted a spooky Halloween. Go find a ghost boyfriend or something. You won't ever get a live boy to date anyway. What is your problem? Why are you so mean to me? Because you're a walking eyesore. Nobody wants you at home. Uncle only gave you everything because he feels sorry that your mom left you. Just get lost already. You are the worst, Dior. You can't treat people like this. Don't tell me what to do. Don't push me. Suddenly, we heard a deep voice behind us.
Nasty fights leave nasty scars.
I jumped out of my skin in fright, and Dior ran out of the house screaming like a banshee. But there was no monster. The ghost of my imagination was a homeless man with missing teeth. You scared the living daylights out of me. And you made Dior nearly pee her pants on the way out.
My apologies. You live at that funeral home, right?
Dude, you live in a haunted house. You don't get to judge.
Oh, no. I see you around town. I hear your aunt moved in with you. What's she like? Does she have a lot of money? Did she buy you this awesome costume?
Okay, you're officially freaking me out. If you don't want me to call the cops, you better buzz off. The homeless man left me alone, and 2 hours later, I walked out of the mansion in triumph. Dior's face was scrunched up as if someone had farted under her nose.
That was cool. You're very brave.
School life changed completely. Now I was the popular girl, and Dior was my personal assistant. And it was awesome! I made her cut all my sandwiches into small pieces so I could eat it with a fork. I made her do all of my homework in disappearing ink, then made her do it again. And I even had her warm a seat for me at a chess game in the park. I had her running errands around campus in a chicken costume. It was hilarious. But when I asked her to clean out my locker, she put her foot down. No, absolutely not. I'm wearing vintage Chanel. Then wear this hoodie. It's Walmart. You're taking things too far. This is just cruel. I quit. Maybe I had taken things a bit too far, but I wasn't sorry. One day on my way home, I saw the homeless man from the mansion snooping around our street. I chased him to the park, but he got away from me. But when I turned back to go home, I saw the most amazing thing. Ashton was rolling around on the grass with a cute puppy licking his face, and he was laughing. The sight set butterflies loose in my stomach. The dog playfully ripped the shirt he was wearing, and it fell right off. Oh my God. But as soon as he saw me, his expression became robotic again. What the heck? Is this your dog?
Yeah, his name is Bruce.
Cool. Oh, good dog. I fell hard on my back, but I didn't care. Bruce was such a lovable puppy. I rubbed his belly, but then Ashton said it was time to go. But before he did, he picked the grass from my hair. His face was close, and I could see just how green his eyes were. And then he just left. He was super weird, but really cute. The next day at school, he brought me a whole pizza for lunch. Hey, thanks. What are you doing today? Maybe you and Bruce can come over after school.
Sure, I think he really likes you.
Only him, or... He didn't answer. He turned around, face expressionless, and walked away. I was thinking about why he was the way he was when someone knocked my pizza to the floor. You don't need the extra carbs. What kind of witch magic have you done on Ashton? It's called human decency? You wouldn't know anything about it. No way is someone as cool as him into a loser like you. You're definitely up to something, and I'll get to the bottom of it. I ignored her. I hated going home these days, but I was looking forward to Ashton coming over with Bruce. We played with Bruce in the garden, and Ashton became a completely different person. I felt my heart beating fast when he looked at me. What's your deal? You're like RoboCop with the rest of us, and with Bruce, you finally start acting human.
I'm not good at making friends with humans. They lie and cheat. Animals are loyal, and they don't want a lot from you.
I know what you mean. I've never had friends either.
I thought you were popular in school. People hang out with you all the time.
Yeah, but they're not my friends. They still call me a freak behind my back because my dad runs a funeral home.
What's wrong with that?
I know, right? You're pretty cool, Ashton.
Call me Ash.
And he came closer when suddenly lights blinded me and we were surrounded by the police.
Hands up!
What the heck is going on? I watched in horror as the police went inside the house and pulled Dior and Aunt Mary out. They were struggling and screaming and cursing their heads off, and Dad was coming behind them looking confused. Then a man in a suit walked over, and I recognized him. He was the homeless man.
Special Agent Curry, we've been following these criminals across 3 states. Criminals? You must be mistaken. This is my sister and my niece, also known as Sticky Fingers Mary and Dastardly Dior. They have stolen from several banks and rich men, and I have a warrant for their arrest.
You'll never find the money. Never! All of a sudden, Bruce jumped forward and dug his teeth inside Aunt Mary's fur coat. Let go, you dirty mutt! But the coat ripped and money started pouring out of its lining. I can't go to jail, Mommy. I'm too pretty to go to jail. Dad was shocked. He turned to me looking completely confused.
What have I done? I trusted them completely.
I was still mad at Dad for trusting Aunt Mary over me, but he didn't deserve to go under a mountain of debt because of all the money they'd probably spent or stolen. We'll be fine, Dad. I'm sure Agent Curry can talk to the banks and we can get our money back.
I don't care about the money. I let them treat you horribly because they convinced me you were spoiled.
Can you ever forgive me? Of course I can, Dad. I love you the most. I hugged him tight. I finally had my home and my dad back. Life was going back to normal. Bruce barked, and I saw Ashton standing at the edge of the garden. Well, better than normal. You were awesome, boy! Who's a clever dog? You're a clever dog!
I trained him, you know.
Then I owe you my eternal thanks. So I leaned up and kissed him, and he kissed me back, and it was perfect. So I learned that crime doesn't pay. Tell us about your most hilarious Halloween costumes in the comments.
Hi, I'm Tara from California, and boy, do I have a crazy story for you. When I was born, my mom was so bummed out. She cried. All I ever wanted was a boy so he could grow up and make money for me. And all I get is a stupid girl. Once when I was 3, she took me to the park and tried to exchange me with a boy. The kid's mom was so mad, she called the cops. Mom grabbed my hand and ran out. When we got home, we found out Dad had run away with some younger girl, and Mom and I were alone. I was sad Dad was gone, but Mom was traumatized. She was crying about money all the time, as if it was my fault Dad left. Around the same time, something else really weird started to happen. Sometimes, when I said or heard certain words, I tasted things. One time, Mom's friend Mary was over, and whenever Mom said her name, I tasted strawberry ice cream. I jumped onto Mary's lap and licked her cheek.
Ew, you don't taste like your name.
Who asked you to lick me, weirdo? And what do you mean? But I couldn't really explain it. One day, Mom was going on and on about some guy Bob at work. And every time she said Bob, I gagged. Stop saying his name, Mom. It tastes disgusting, like raw eggs. Mom freaked out and took me to a doctor. And that's when I found out I had something called lexical gustatory synesthesia. That means I could taste words. At first I thought it was kind of cool, like a superpower, even though some words tasted horrible. But then school started and things blew up. On my first day, our teacher asked us to introduce ourselves to our desk neighbors. I was sitting next to the prettiest girl, who turned to me and said her name was Sarah. Before I knew it, I was puking all over her. She screamed, saying I'd done it because I was jealous of her dress because hers had Cinderella on it, while mine had Mickey Mouse. No, I just have this condition where I can taste words. And Sarah just tastes like stinky broccoli. I hate you, freak! After that, I became the official school entertainment. As soon as anyone saw me, they would yell all the words they knew tasted bad to me. Hey, Tara! Say mayo! Rock! Algebra! When I was in grade 8, everything changed. I was walking back home when I saw a girl from our class, Quentin, practically being yelled at by her chauffeur.
Your old one was fired. I'm your chauffeur now.
I don't even know your name.
I'm Gilsberg. Now get in. Your dad wants to see you now. He said you were in danger.
Quentin was about to sit in the car when I found myself running across the lot like a banshee. No! Quentin! Don't trust him! His name tastes like sweaty socks! I bet he's a criminal! Everyone around me started laughing, but the chauffeur looked terrified and immediately tried to get away. The security guard managed to stop him and had him arrested. He was trying to kidnap her. As the police took him away, he turned to yell at us.
I'll get you some other time, you brat! You're lucky that stupid girl saved you!
Quentin was in shock, but she threw her arms around me and said I was a hero. The next day, I was in the headlines. Everyone was talking about how I had saved a billionaire's daughter from a horrible crook. At school, there were reporters around my locker. They all wanted an exclusive interview with me. And when I got home, there was a huge bag of money waiting for me. Quentin's dad was so grateful that he'd sent it as a thank you. Mom was obviously thrilled. A few days later, when I got back from school, she rushed forward to hug me, saying she'd missed me so much. Mom, I saw you this morning.
I know, but I let my baby girl leave without a hug. What if you didn't come back? You're so special, and I have a huge surprise for you. You're gonna be a star.
Excuse me? Then she told me the craziest thing.
I've spoken to a producer, and they are giving you your own show where people will call in every night. They will give you names to taste, and you can give them advice about their lives based on your powers. It'll be called The Tara Show.
They're not powers, Mom. I don't even taste all the words. They don't mean anything.
Well, those people don't have to know that. Come on, sweetie. Don't you want to make your poor old mom happy?
At first, I wanted to refuse, but I did really want to make her happy, so I gave in. Overnight, I was whisked away onto a set. On the bright side, being on national TV changed my life at school completely. People actually sat with me in the cafeteria now. Girls would ask me to tell them what I tasted when they brought up names of people they had crushes on. I've had a crush on this girl, Emma. Emma tastes like cookie dough pancakes. You should totally ask her out. Life was good. Then one day, Quentin, who is now my best friend, rushed up to me and said, Tara, I need a huge favor. There's a new guy in my class, Nicholas, and I have the hugest crush on him. What does Nicholas taste like? I gagged on my lunch. Ew, it's like black coffee. I'd say stay away from him. She looked devastated, but said she believed in my powers and dropped the idea. One day during gym period, a popular jock who used to bully me was pestering me to go out with him because now I was popular too. Just then, a football came flying and hit him smack in the head. The jock yelled and let me go. I tried to see who had kicked the ball, but my savior was already leaving. I ran after him. Hey, wait! The guy turned in for a second, and I asked, what's your name?
Why? So you would taste it and judge me? Just say thank you.
Thanks for helping me, but he'd already turned around and left. But he wouldn't so much as look at me. I once pretended to give myself flowers in front of him just so he'd be jealous. But he gave me this long, dark stare and walked away. But another thing was bothering me like crazy. Mom was constantly breathing down my neck. All she ever talked about was the show and the money. She even started making me skip classes to practice my craft. So one day, I snuck away from home to study in the library. As I was struggling with some math, someone took my pencil out of my hand and solved the question. It was that boy. That's when I had a brilliant idea. I'll pay you if you tutor me. For a minute, he looked at me with an intense expression and then brushed my hair out of my eyes.
I'll do it for free.
With that, he walked away, leaving me with weird little butterflies in my stomach. Later that night, as I lay in my room, someone tapped the window. I jumped up. It was him. I opened the window, and as I pulled him in, the two of us toppled to the ground, our faces inches from each other's. My heart was beating like crazy. Then he leaned in and kissed me. Can you tell me your name now? Oh, it's Nick. Suddenly, the door flew open, and Mom barged in.
What's going on here?
Mom, he's just here to help me with math.
Math's math. I know what he wants. There's no way I'm letting anyone steal our money. These men are all gold diggers.
And with that, Mom kicked him out. I was so mad at her. The next day when I got to school, Quentin came up to me and was still going on about the guy she liked. I felt really bad for her. But just then, Nick walked up to me, and as we kissed, all color drained from Quentin's face. She yanked me off Nick, dragging me to a corner. What the freaking fish, Tara? How could you do this to me? Do what? Kiss Nicholas! I can't believe you'd betray me like that. Betray you? That's my boyfriend Nick. And suddenly, I understood what a terrible confusion had taken place. Quentin's Nicholas was my Nick. I tried to explain, but she just pulled back and slapped me. Just because you're a stupid celebrity doesn't mean you can have whatever you want. I hate you, Tara. With that, she stormed off. I was devastated. The next day when I was going to the library, Mom stood in the doorway glaring at me.
I told you to stay away from boys, didn't I? There's no way I'm letting anyone take that money. From now on, you're grounded forever. No dating.
I was so upset that I just started yelling at her. You know what, Mom? I think you're really greedy. I'll date whoever I want, and I quit your stupid show. I'm tired of lying anyway. I'm no stupid psychic. When I got to school the next day, everyone was looking at me and whispering. The girls who'd come to me for advice looked at me angrily. Oh, look. There goes the lying freak. Liar. Such an attention seeker. What was happening? Then Nick marched up to me and said,
I didn't expect this from you, Tara.
What are you talking about? This, Tara. I saw you talking to your mom yesterday. Then Quentin thrust her phone into my face. It was a video of me yelling at Mom that I was lying on the show. Quentin had uploaded it, and now everyone knew. Nick, I can explain.
Save it, Tara. I can't believe how many people ended up doing stupid things because of your games. You're a horrible person. I can't believe I thought I loved you.
As he stormed off, Quentin turned to me and said, Revenge does taste sweet. Bye, bestie. The rest of the day was terrible. When I finally got home, I found out the producers had seen the clip and canceled the show. And Mom was so furious she'd packed up and left. First of all, she'd taken all her savings with her, including the money I'd saved up for college. I was devastated. My mom was a monster, and I lied to everyone because of her. But there was no use crying now. I had to fix it. So first thing, I got a job to start saving up again. At school, everyone was now ignoring me. I thought Quentin and Nick might start dating each other, but they both just went around looking sad all the time. I hated that I'd really hurt them. So one day at assembly, I walked onto the stage. Everyone started booing me, but I was determined. Hello, everyone. You all know me as the girl who can taste words. And I'm just here to say, I'm sorry. I've lied to all of you, and I've ended up hurting the people who mean the most to me. I hope you can all forgive me because I never meant to hurt anyone. I just got carried away. For a second, there was silence. But as soon as I got off the stage, Quentin ran up and hugged me. I'm sorry too, Tara. What I did was horrible. I even told Nick the whole story. I don't even like him anymore. I was just mad because I thought you'd betrayed me. What did Nick say?
He says he's a fool if he doesn't give you another chance.
Nick, I'm so sorry. But he didn't let me continue and pulled me in for a long kiss. And I knew even though his name tasted like coffee, everything would be just fine.
My sister Tito and I were playing in the playground when a boy called my name. Hey, Dami, you act so tough. Let's see if you can climb this tree before me. Bet you can't. Oh yeah? I am Dami, the Nigerian nightmare. Watch me. Yeah, come on, Dami. Show him what you got. But if she climbs before you, you owe $5. Got it? Deal. I got to the top within a minute, but right then, Mom appeared out of nowhere, and she had seen my stunt, and she looked furious. Oh my God, what are you doing, Dami? Are you out of your mind? Get down at once. Well, I tried to come down, but got stuck on a branch and ended up falling on Mom. Tito had a good laugh and collected the bet money from the boy. But the moment Mom turned to her, she made that innocent face of hers and then winked at me to stay quiet. Oh, I wish you could be like Tito. She is so perfect. Yep, perfect she was. In fooling Mom, Tito was obsessed with making money. She'd make bets, date rich guys, and one time even sold Mom's earrings without telling her just because she needed to buy the latest iPhone. But I never ratted my sister out because we were inseparable. She was my confidant and I was hers. Hi, my name is Dami, and I am from Nigeria. Please like and subscribe. Ever since my sister Tito and I were kids, people always said how different we were from each other. While she looked like a Barbie, I may have looked like G.I. Joe. Her hair was so shiny that people on the streets begged to touch it. Mine looked like a bird's nest, and at times I could barely comb it. However, the most important difference, according to Mom, was that Tito was perfect and I wasn't. My Tito would be the perfect bride. Any man to marry her would be so lucky. A rich one. Mom, I want a rich one, please. Let's see if we can find a rich one for you. But Dami, I don't know how I'll get you out of the house. With all your hobbies like a boy, Dami, no girl climbs trees, fights, and definitely doesn't have short hair. You need to behave like a proper lady so some guy will fall in love with you and marry you. Yuck. Marry boys? Mom would always be talking about these things, but thank God Dad was different. He loved Tito and I equally and gave us the freedom to be ourselves.
Don't worry about Dami. No boy will be choosing her. She will be the one to choose a boy for herself.
One time when I was 12 and Tito was 15, we were walking home from school together. On our way, a really cute guy bumped into Tito, and the two started talking as if they had known each other forever. It was so boring, standing on the side being Tito's sidekick while the guy asked for her number and complimented on how pretty she was. Just then, I saw a crowd excitedly watching something on a TV at a storefront. When I joined them, I saw they were cheering for two girls in a boxing match. Who knew girls could box? Fascinating. When we reached home, Mom kept asking why we were so late, but all I could think about was the boxing match. That night, I watched tons of videos about women's boxing, and in a few days, I was practicing around the house. And it really drove Mom mad. She hated the idea of women being boxers and forbade me to even think about it. No daughter of mine is going to be a boxer. Got it? Fine. She could stop me from pursuing boxing as a profession, but she couldn't stop me from practicing at home. But one time, when I broke a vase that had my great-grandma's ashes, Mom gave up. Oh my God, just take her to some boxing academy. Please don't practice at home. Ever again. Yippee! Dad and I were ecstatic. Dad got me into a boxing academy, but since I was the only girl in that place, boys weren't keen on letting me practice in peace. As if it would scare me off. One time as I entered the gym room, I saw some boys practicing boxing on the punching bag. When I asked for a turn, they just laughed at me. Oh, little girl, your fragile fingers will hurt. Leave this to the boys. Why? Are you scared I'm gonna do better than you? I guess if I were you, I'd be scared too, little boy. The boy looked pissed, but moved aside to let me practice on the punching bag. It was my chance to show them what I had. I totally destroyed the punching bag. After that day, no one ever called me a little girl. I had been in the academy for just over 6 months when my dad got an amazing job in the city. Now my academy was just a 2-minute walk away from my new home. We were all so happy about living in the big city. We had heard so much about it, and I was excited to live in it. Tito was excited for a different reason. I love the city. Did you notice how rich the guys are here? I am sure I'll find a rich guy, make him fall in love with me, marry him, and live my best life. God, Tito, can you think of anything other than boys and getting married? Why not focus on studies? With the grades you are getting, how will you finish high school? I don't need to finish high school when I have a rich husband, duh. We had only been in the city for 6 months when I got some surprising news. Tito was getting married. Tito's boyfriend, Econ, was the son of one of the richest men in town. He and Tito looked totally in love. Well, Tito a little more than him. I wasn't a fan of Econ because he was going to take my sister away from me, but seeing Tito over the moon made me happy. Soon my house was swarmed with wedding activities. Just a day before Tito's wedding, I was so fed up and went to a local restaurant to get some air. When I walked in, I saw Tito's boyfriend and I decided to say hello. As I got closer, a girl passed me by and hugged Econ. And then they both kissed. What the heck? This dude was cheating on my sister. I so wanted to punch him, but the moment he saw me, he smirked. The audacity. Gonna tell your sister I'm cheating on her? Yes, and she is so gonna dump your sorry butt, you cheater. Oh, please. Your sister is so in love with me, she won't believe you. Get used to it. We are going to be in-laws, at least temporarily. I just need to marry a girl of my dad's choice to access my trust fund, and then I'll be free. You know, I can pay you for keeping your mouth shut for a while. I saw red hearing his words and gave him a much-deserved punch before leaving. At home, I tried to tell Tito the truth, but she didn't believe me and told me to keep my mouth shut. One word and I swear I'm gonna stop you from becoming a stupid boxer. Got it? You know how much she adores me. She'll listen to me. But Tito, zip it, Dami, and let me get my beauty sleep. Ugh! I went to my room and I was so mad Tito was acting like a fool. The next day, Tito was dressed in all white, and as she started to say her vows, I just couldn't keep my calm and stood up. This marriage is a scam. He has a girlfriend and he is marrying my sister just to access his trust funds. Tito, this worm is cheating on you. Dami, stop it. Shut up, you have no proof. Yeah, I have. That black eye I gave you yesterday, but I think you need another one too. Before I could get a hold of Econ, he turned and ended up falling into the huge wedding cake. The wedding was a mess. Tito crying, Mom screaming, Dad angry, and all the guests running out of the hall. But at least my sister dodged the bullet that was her cheating groom-to-be. I knew Tito was upset, and I needed to talk to her, but just as I went to her room, she pushed me out. You ruined everything. You ruined my big day. I hate you, Dami. I'll hate you forever. At home, I thought Mom would blow up, but to my surprise, for the first time in forever, she hugged me and thanked me for saving Tito from that cheating jerk. But Tito is so angry at me, Mom. Don't worry, she'll be fine. Give her some time. Days passed, but Tito wasn't ready to forgive me. Every time she'd see my face, she'd walk in the opposite direction. It was like she hated me with every fiber of her being. I had to ignore her, so I focused hard on my dream, and one day, I saw a poster for a boxing tryout. The winner had the opportunity to represent the country in an annual global competition. I submitted the form and got a positive reply. I was ecstatic. But on the day of the tryouts, something unbelievable happened. I woke up to the sound of my mom crying like a banshee, and then she fainted. I had no idea what had happened, but when I saw a picture of Tito on her phone with that cheating jerk Econ, I knew what had happened. Tito had run away and married that butthead. By the time Mom was conscious, I knew the bus for the tryouts had already left. My chance had been blown. I was sad for days, for both missing the tryouts and the fact that Tito got married to that cheat. Wow, life was a topsy-turvy ride, but I pulled myself together and applied again the next year. Like before, I got selected and represented my country on a huge platform, and in the end, returned home with a gold medal. You have made us so proud. I always thought Tito will. Mom, come on, cheer up. She is happy wherever she is. There was no stopping me. I won many championships and even started coaching young girls in the academy. But one time when I returned home, nothing in the world could prepare me for what I was about to witness. Tito had returned with a baby. So he left you, didn't he? Huh? Of course he didn't. I'm here to visit Mom and Dad. Just shut up and mind your own business. Well, Mom and Dad patched up with Tito, but her visit was just extending. It had been 2 weeks and she hadn't left. I knew that good-for-nothing husband of hers had dumped her. One night, as I woke up to get some water, I heard the baby crying in Tito's room. I peeked inside, and Tito wasn't there, so I picked up the baby and took her to my room. Gosh, my niece was a miracle from above. I had never seen a baby as beautiful as her. We instantly bonded, and in no time she was asleep in my arms. When I went to put her back, I was shocked to see Tito counting money. But the moment she noticed me, she hid her hands behind her back. What do you think you are doing? How dare you touch my baby? She was crying. And that money, where did you get it from? Huh? It's mine. I'm married to a super rich guy, remember? Give me my baby and stay away from my child. I don't want her turning into a Hulk like you. Look at yourself. There's nothing girly about you anymore. Tito, tell me, are you in some kind of trouble? I can help you. Shut up! I don't need your help. I'll never need your help. Get out of my room now. Something was sure fishy with Tito. I knew my sister too well, even when she was being a jerk to me. So the next day when she left the house with her baby, I followed her. She kept walking and finally stopped near the seaside. What was she up to? As I was lost in my thoughts, I saw her husband. The moment Tito saw him, she threw money in his face. But instead of being angry, the jerk smirked. Here's the money you asked for. I can't believe I had to steal from my mom and dad because of you. Just leave me alone now. Don't ask for my daughter's custody. We are done with you. Just as I thought, that cheat was blackmailing Tito. Wow, that's a lot of money. Now that my trust fund is empty, I am glad I got you to bring in some cash. That sister of yours is making quite the money. On second thought, I'll hold on to my baby girl. Having her with me guarantees my supply of money. All of a sudden, he started to run, and that's when Tito let out a scream. Instantly, I lunged and grabbed him by the collar, and Tito came in time to take the baby safely away. I always knew you were trash. This was long overdue. Saying that, I gave the jerk a much-deserved black eye. Once Ecom was taken away by the cops for blackmailing Tito for money, my sister came running to me with my beautiful niece in her arms. Dami, how did you know? I followed you. You looked worried. I had to find out. I'm so sorry, Dami. So sorry for being a jerk, for not listening to you, for not admitting that I made the most foolish mistake ever by trusting Econ, for... Can you forgive me, Dami, please? Tito, shh. The baby is asleep. Look, I might not be able to forgive you right away, but I promise I'll always have your back and will always, always love my niece. Dami, and I promise I will wait for you to completely forgive me. Strong people like you will always find it in their hearts to forgive others, but they don't forget, so they won't be hurt again.
Hello, my name is Jill. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. If you do, you'll see a double rainbow outside your window right now. I was born to A-list celebrities. Dad was a famous singer and music producer, while my mom was a top actress and model. My parents loved staying in the spotlight, but I hated it. When I was 5, they took me to an amusement park for my birthday. We were always surrounded by bodyguards, but that day, I requested them to wear some hats and spend some time alone with me. And they did exactly that. But sadly, their disguise didn't work.
Barbara, John, one picture with your daughter. Look here, please, one shot.
Mom! Dad!
In order to avoid the crazy cameras, I bolted in the other direction and got separated from my parents. It took them hours to find me. After that day, I avoided going out in the public eye, and soon my parents decided to send me to a quiet town called Cyprus, where no one would recognize me. I stayed there with my aunt, who was an angel, and life went back to normal. Well, it was almost normal, except for my weird neighbor Daniel. He was a total bully and would find the weirdest ways to pick on me.
Stop, Daniel! Give me back my books!
Nope, not gonna happen. You're gonna have to jump higher than that, short pants. I threw a shoe at him and it went flying past him, hitting May, my best friend and partner in crime. She was the only one who knew about my family, and together, we would always overpower Daniel. He hated that.
Daniel, cut it out, or I'm telling your mom if you keep doing that.
May and I were tight as a wolf pack. She was my biggest cheerleader, and growing up with her, I made some of my best school memories. Even when I became the student body president, she remained my #1 person. As for Daniel, he just got more annoying over the years. On the first day of senior year, I was happily welcomed by May at my locker. Hey, bestie! How was your summer trip to Paris? Shh, don't say it too loud. I don't want other people to hear and get suspicious. Right, sorry. I wouldn't want people finding out you're a prodigy daughter of top celebrities. Absolutely not. That would be the worst thing that could happen to me. I would have to move again, and I like this place, so I don't want to leave. Oh no, I don't want you to leave either. It would make me so sad. May and I laughed about it while walking down the hallway, when the book in my hand suddenly got snatched. Daniel! I was beginning to wonder if Satan called you back.
Wow, sarcasm. Did you learn that from this book? Oh, no, wait. It's a love story? Ugh, are you gonna try and put a spell on me to make me fall in love with you?
You wish. Now give that back.
Okay, I'll give it back on one condition.
Not again, Daniel. That's my aunt's book. I really don't want you playing around with it.
I won't, if you promise to meet me after school in the library.
Fine, whatever. Please don't make this lamer than it already is. The day finally passed, and May and I headed to the library. But as we entered, all the lights were switched off, and I just knew it was just another dumb prank Daniel was playing on me. Furiously, I turned to May, who looked equally annoyed. May, will you just head home first? I need to end this once and for all with him. What do you plan on doing? Oh, don't worry. He's gonna get everything he's given me, tenfold. Okay, call me if you need me. I'll finish him off for you. May went home, but just as I reached the school hallway, I saw Daniel standing with my book in his hand. As he turned around slowly, I noticed that he wasn't so bad to look at. Almost too handsome. It made me gag in my head when it crossed my mind, and I snapped back to reality. But Daniel had already noticed me drooling.
That look on your face says you fell for me.
If I had to choose between kissing you or kissing a worm, I would pick the worm.
Who said anything about kissing? Or was that something you were thinking about?
Whatever. Let's just get to the point. Just give me my book so I can leave.
What's the rush? You haven't heard my condition yet.
What do you want from me? I don't want to keep going in circles with you. Just then, Daniel pulled a picture out of his pocket that made my jaw drop. It was a picture of me with my parents, smiling away into the camera. Where did you get this?
That's the wrong question. You should ask, what do I think about this picture? And what am I gonna do with it?
What is it that you want? Money? An autograph? Fame?
Whoa. Nothing of the sort. I just simply wanted to know if it was true. Are you really the daughter of these A-list celebrities?
Yes, I am. These are my parents.
Wow, this is so crazy. I've pretty much known a celebrity my whole life. Now, how will it sound if I date one?
What do you mean?
So here's the deal. I'll keep my mouth shut if you agree to date me.
What? Have you gone completely crazy?
Not crazy, but smart. I just think it'll be great for my reputation to date a hot, popular girl like you. High school will be over in a year and we'll all go our own way. But I want to be remembered as the guy who dated the most popular girl in school. Also, you can't tell anyone about this deal, especially May. She's a blabbermouth, and I want people to believe you're dating me for real, or the whole thing's off.
I just stared at Daniel as he went on and on about his ridiculous idea. Dating him would be like social suicide since he was the most hated guy in school, thanks to his crazy pranks. But what choice did I have? Fine, but it's only for 3 months. I can't date you the whole school year because
you're afraid you'll end up falling in love with me?
Oh, shut up. For the next 3 months, Daniel became my fake boyfriend. We went on dates together to the movies and to the park for picnics, and I even met his family. He would pick me up from home and we'd go to school together, and he would drop me off at home after. The weirdest part was that while we hung out and we were talking to each other more, I started to notice that he was a lot nicer and sweeter than I thought.
Why do you hide your identity?
I just want to live a normal life. I hate being the center of attention. Thankfully, my parents agree. Dating Daniel wasn't bad at all. But the one sad thing was that May hated our relationship. I wanted to tell her about the deal, but I remembered Daniel's warning about not telling anyone, especially her, and I couldn't risk it. Jill, this is crazy. How could you date him? He's a total bully. Have you forgotten how he made our lives hell? I know, but I've come to realize that he's a nice guy, and he likes me too. So this way, he's off our backs now and not teasing us anymore. That's a good thing, right? Stop justifying your dumb actions by making up nonsense. I can't watch this. May didn't speak to me for days after that, and every time I tried calling her, she would say she was busy or not answer my call at all. In all these years of our friendship, this was the first time we'd gone this long without talking to each other. Meanwhile, Daniel and I got closer, and soon our 3 months were over. On the last day of our deal, Daniel invited me to my favorite restaurant and planned a whole surprise for me. And when I saw him in that black tux, my heart started beating faster than a bullet train. He looked amazing.
Wow. Cheesy much? I've got to live up to my reputation, right? Always taking you by surprise.
Well, yeah, makes sense.
I just wanted to say that these have been the most amazing 3 months of my life, and I'm glad I found that picture.
Yeah, about that. How did you get that picture?
Does it matter?
Before I could say anything, Daniel pulled me in for a magical dance, and I forgot all about it. And when he dropped me back home, I could feel myself falling for him, hard. I didn't want this to be over. I fell asleep with thoughts of Daniel in my head. And the next morning, I woke up to a million phone calls from Mom and Dad. I wanted to call them back, but I was going to be late for school. And just as I entered, the entire hallway was full of students cheering my name and shoving pens and papers in my face, asking for my autograph. Suddenly, someone pushed me and I fell to the ground, and people went crazy taking my pictures. Just then, Daniel rushed to my rescue and took me to the library where May was already waiting for me.
I am so sorry, Jill. I don't know how this happened.
What's happening? I'm kind of freaking out. Don't freak out, but everyone knows your identity now. The school is surrounded by the media. What? How did this happen? Daniel, you did this? No, it was me. I've always liked Daniel, but he always paid you more attention. And I got insecure and I told him everything about your family. I gave him that picture. I thought he would expose you and you'd hate him forever. But instead, he turned around and asked you to be his girlfriend. It hurt me watching you both happy, so I lost it and posted the picture to the school forum. I didn't know things would actually get this crazy. Her words made me sick to my stomach. I can't believe this. I trusted you, May. You were my best friend. How could you?
Listen, Jill, I know you're mad and you have every right to be, but we'll handle this whole situation together.
We? There's no we. You never told me my best friend betrayed my trust and gave you that picture. And our 3 months are over, remember? You got to date the most popular girl in school as you wanted. Now do you want to keep dating me because of all the extra attention on me?
Of course not. It's not like that. I really do care.
I don't want to hear it. Just stay away from me, both of you. And the very next day, I went back to my parents' place. Where am I supposed to go now? This is a disaster.
How about not going anywhere now? You can't hide and run forever, honey. And you've lived away from us all your life. We miss you. Maybe it's time to accept that your life will always be a little different from other people, and it's okay.
Mom was right. I had to get over my fear of the paparazzi. So the next day, I asked my parents to call a press conference. It was our first public appearance together in ages. I've been running away from media attention my entire life, and I can't do that anymore. But I'm not a celebrity like my parents. I just want to be a normal teenager. Everyone deserves some privacy and space, and I hope that people can respect that. The press conference video was received very well online, with many celebrities supporting my statement and calling out the paparazzi for making famous people miserable with their constant hounding. It felt good to take this step and not run away again. I could handle things better now. A few days later, Mom told me I had a visitor, and I went downstairs to find May in the lounge. What are you doing here? Jill, can we talk? No, please just leave. I know I'm the last person you want to talk to, but please don't punish Daniel for what I did. He genuinely loves you. And why should I believe you? Haven't you fooled me enough? Okay, don't believe me, but you owe him a conversation. I don't owe him anything. And why don't you date him if he's so amazing? You two suit each other, a couple of liars. But he doesn't love me, you idiot. He loves you. And I was a fool for trying to ruin that. He's been miserable the past few weeks. Just one conversation, please? Before I could say anything, Daniel had already appeared from behind with a bunch of lilies. This is an ambush, and I could sue you. You know what? I will sue you.
Fine by me. Listen, Jill, I'm sorry for the whole stupid deal, but you have to believe me. I've always loved you. I always annoyed you to get your attention. The deal was just a way to get you to date me. I couldn't care less about being popular. I know it's twisted, but it's true.
Why couldn't you just tell me all this and ask me out like a normal person?
I know. I didn't say I'm not stupid, but I'm really crazy about you.
His words melted me as he inched closer. I could feel my heart beating faster.
Could we maybe start from the beginning? And I ask you out like a normal person?
No conditions?
Well, only one. Can I kiss you already?
He did, and it was perfect. And me? You still have a long way to go before I forgive you. But let's just start by grabbing some coffee.
Hi, my name is Leanne, and boy, do I have an extraordinary story to share. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I had a really happy childhood as the only daughter of 2 loving, wealthy parents. We lived in a beautiful mansion with huge gardens, a pool, and practically a zoo in the backyard. My parents would take me traveling with them around the world, and my favorite thing to do was taking pictures.
Hi, my name is Farah, and I'm from Egypt. Please like and subscribe. I was born in the wealthiest household in our town, and I was raised by my single mom, who I absolutely adored. Mom had an untreatable eye condition, and even with her special glasses, she could only see partly. But that wasn't Mom's biggest problem. Her biggest weakness was that she had a heart of gold, and she trusted everyone blindly. Like once when I was 6, I'd just come back from school when I found a woman in a wheelchair weeping in our garden. And Mom was crying too. What's wrong, Mom? Oh, this poor woman. She lost her house in a fire, and she can't even work because her leg got burnt. Go get my checkbook, honey. I looked over at the woman as she quickly pulled down her skirt, and I instantly felt suspicious. I leapt forward and pulled her skirt back. Her skin isn't burnt, Mom. That's Play-Doh. She's just making a fool out of you. The woman suddenly leapt up from the wheelchair and ran at the speed of light. Growing up, I started noticing that many people tried to fool Mom because everyone in town knew about her eyesight and her soft heart. Well, they weren't getting away with it. Not on my watch. Life was going good. Till one day in 9th grade, I was running outside my house when suddenly I bumped straight into a woman and she fell down. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you. But she just pushed me aside and started walking to my house. Hey, why are you going to my house? I already said I'm sorry. There's no need to create a scene. But she just started banging on the door loudly and pushed the servant aside to let herself in. I was about to yell at her when suddenly Mom appeared in the hallway and the woman ran to her shouting, "Oh, my dear cousin, it's been so long since I've seen you." Cousin? Jamel? Is that really you? Wow, we haven't met in a decade. Yes, it's me. Oh, cousin, I've suffered so much since we last met. My husband divorced me, and I have no money. I've just recently moved here to look for work. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Jamel. I can hire you as a cleaner and a cook if you want. And you must not waste money on rent. There's a small cottage in the backyard that's empty. Oh my God, what was Mom doing? Oh, I wouldn't dream of being a burden on you. Yes, that's right, you shouldn't. But since you're insisting and I really care about you, I'll shift immediately to look after your home. Once the woman left, I tried reasoning with Mom, but she insisted that she had to help her cousin. And before I knew it, she was moving in with her things. It turned out that she also had a daughter my age named Samar. Mom invited the two for dinner on their first day, and Samar just avoided making eye contact, and she wouldn't utter a word. My poor baby, she's just been through so much. Her dad left without even saying goodbye to her, and she's really taken it to heart. She did look quite sad, and I felt sorry for her. I tried talking to her a few times, but she'd always run off like a scared rabbit. Jamel Auntie started working at our house, and I had to admit, she was an excellent cook. She was really bossy and took over all the chores, but Mom didn't seem to mind. For some reason, she even seemed to enjoy Jamel Auntie's company, so I stayed quiet. A few days before the end of summer vacation, I was reading one of my new course books when I caught Samar staring at me, and Jamel Auntie suddenly spoke. Oh, Farah, how lucky you are. I've always wanted to send Samar to a really good school, but it's never been possible. Things got so bad last year that I just took her out. Samar isn't enrolled in school? Why didn't you say so before? I'll have her admitted to Farah's school first thing tomorrow. Oh, you've already done so much for us. Yes, Mom. I'm sure Samar can go to a good public school with Jamal Auntie's salary. But since you think of Samar like your own daughter, of course I can't say no. Ugh, this woman. I knew that she was just taking advantage of Mom, but I felt like a brat saying Mom shouldn't send Samar to my school, so I let it go. Maybe it would be good for her. All the way to school, Samar was silent, and I was sure she must be nervous. But when we entered the classroom, suddenly she tossed her bag onto a table, flipped her hair back, and climbed onto a chair. Hey guys, you must all be wondering who the new pretty girl is, right? I'm Samar, and I can't wait to be friends with y'all. I stared at her in shock. What just happened to the scared, shy girl at home? I decided to confront her during recess, and I found her in the cafeteria sitting right next to frickin' Marwa. Marwa was the meanest girl in class and my biggest racing rival. And now she seemed to be Samar's best friend. I walked up to Samar, grabbed her arm, and dragged her off to a corner. Would you mind explaining your sudden transformation? Why have you been acting like a mouse at home all this time? Because I love acting, and I was playing the role of a sad, poor little girl. Fooled you, didn't I? You seem mental to me. And just stay away from Marwa. She's not a nice person. She's my biggest enemy. But she's not my enemy. And with that, she just turned around and left. I was still in shock. Who was this girl? Later that day during sports class, I was out on the racing track practicing for a big game when suddenly I slipped over some marbles and came crashing to the ground. That's when I spotted Marwa and her gang laughing their heads off. You're so pathetic, Marwa. Trying to get me out of the race so I can't beat you? Wow, you're such a genius. And yeah, all I care about is winning. I don't care how I do it. I felt so mad that I picked up a football lying nearby and threw it straight at her face. Suddenly, all the kids on the ground got divided into two teams, mine and Marwa's, and we started throwing balls at each other. And it made me so mad to see Samar attacking me the most enthusiastically. Such a snake! We were all called to the principal's office and got detention for a week. But when we got home and Mom asked Samar how her first day was, she just went back to her fake personality and only smiled and nodded silently. Oh my God! Stop doing that, you psycho! Go on, tell Mom how you're already friends with a bully. And Mom, she speaks just fine too. This is all acting. Samar's lips started to shake and she burst into tears. Farah, maybe you think my daughter isn't good enough to go to your school, but you don't have to treat her this way. She's been through a lot. Cut it out, Jamal Auntie. You must know the truth about her too. That's enough, Farah. I didn't raise you to be a bully. Look at the poor child. She's so upset. But Mom, not another word. Just go to your room, please. I stormed off, feeling furious. Did Mom have to be so blind? Having those two in my life was becoming almost unbearable. It was bad enough having Samar in my class, and at home, Jamal Auntie had started acting like she owned the place. Once I was sleeping late on the weekend, and suddenly someone pulled my bedsheet from under me, making me land on the floor. It was Jamal Auntie and Samar. What do you think you're doing? I have a load of laundry, and I can't wait for your highness any longer. Have you forgotten that you work here? Yeah, I do what I like. But one day, she went too far. Mom and I had gone out, and when we got back home, we found her shouting at my old nanny. Go away now. Shoo! I know you've just come begging for money. It doesn't grow on trees, you know. You poor people are like blood-sucking mosquitoes. I felt furious, and for once, Mom got really mad too. Jamel, she's Farah's old nanny, and she's always welcome here. You cannot turn away my guests and talk to them that way. I'm the mistress of this house, not you. And suddenly, Jamal Auntie fell down to the ground and started wailing loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear. I'm the one who cooks for you. I clean your sticky toilets. I sweep, I mop, I wash your dirty undies. And you're talking to me this way? A poor widow who slaves all day long for you, your own cousin. I was sure Mom would kick her out now. But instead, Mom looked scared and she started apologizing to Aunt until she calmed down. Once she left, I turned to Mom angrily. Mom, are you crazy? Tell her to leave. Why are you putting up with this toxic woman? Farah, she's my cousin, and she is a poor widow. I can't just throw her out. And she's a really good worker, too. But she's ruling over our lives, Mom. So she's a little bossy and controlling. It's okay. I'll talk to her nicely when she's less upset. Unbelievable! I was still in a bad mood the next day, and I decided to blow off some steam by running. But when I got to the playground, suddenly a football hit me in the head out of nowhere. Ow! Someone held out a hand to me, and I looked up to see a boy.
I'm so sorry. I didn't do it on purpose.
When he saw that I was having trouble getting up, he suddenly swept me up in his arms. What do you think you're doing? Put me down.
I was just trying to help you.
I didn't ask for it. He put me down and I pushed him aside and walked away. What a weirdo. But after that day, I seemed to notice him everywhere, and he always seemed to be watching me. One day, I was putting my things in the locker when I caught him peeping at me from behind the wall. I got so annoyed that I went up to him and grabbed him by the collar. What do you want, weirdo? I've had enough of your stares. But just then, Marwa appeared with Samar out of nowhere and pushed me aside.
How dare you touch my cousin? Marwa, it's okay. It isn't her fault.
Cousin? He's your cousin? Yeah, he's Marwa's cousin and my close friend.
Your friend? Since when?
Now it makes sense why he's a creep. He's related to you, Marwa. Saying that, I walked off. I found out that his name was Ahmed, and he had recently joined our school as a senior. Now that I knew he was Marwa's cousin, I had all the more reason to avoid him completely. A few days later, our sports coach told us about a citywide running competition, and the winner had a chance to join the national team. Of course, I signed up immediately, and Marwa wasn't far behind, but I wasn't worried about her, just even more determined to win. I started preparing for it, and every time I was out on the track practicing, Ahmed would be watching me from behind the bleachers and cheering me on.
Yeah! Go, Farah, go! You're the fastest!
He didn't even seem to be bothered by the death glares Marwa and Samar gave him, but he still made me so angry that I wanted to punch him in the face. Why was this crazy guy cheering for me? We weren't even friends. One day, I completed my track in just 3 minutes, which was a record. The coach patted my back while Marwa looked defeated, Samar looked mad, and Ahmed just looked happy. He congratulated me, and I just couldn't stay mad at him anymore. We became friends, and I really liked his company. We hung out often after school, and I could talk to him for hours. He proved me wrong. He wasn't like his cousin at all. One day after watching a movie with Ahmed, I came home and walked into my room to find Samar there trying on my dresses. How dare you touch my clothes without even asking me? This home and everything in it is as much mine as it is yours. No, it's not. Your mom is a maid here and you're the maid's daughter, yet somehow your mom is completely under my mom's thumb. I wouldn't be surprised if one day you two end up cooking and cleaning for us. I know you two are evil snakes, and I will never let you take over my home. How can you stop us? You don't have anyone on your side. No, not even Ahmed. You think he's actually interested in you, Farah? Oh, I see the way you look at him, and you're just jealous that he doesn't even notice you. And with that, I pushed her out of my room and locked the door. I had to find a way to get rid of these two really soon. But I pushed all thoughts of them out of my head to focus on the competition, which was just 2 days away. On the day of the race, I was warming up at the venue when suddenly Ahmed came running to me, looking worried and breathless.
Farah, does Samar live at your house?
Yeah, she does. Why?
I just heard Samar telling Marwa that after you left, your moms had a big fight, and Samar's mom threw chili powder in your mom's eyes.
What? Without a second thought, I ran as fast as I could and went home. I was going to kill this woman. But when I got there, I saw through the window that Mom was peacefully watching TV. She seemed to be perfectly fine. Oh my God, Ahmed had lied to me to make me miss the competition? With angry tears flowing down my face, I went back to the venue, and the minute I spotted Ahmed, I slapped him hard in the face. So, all this time, you just pretended to be my friend so you could fool me? You lied to me about my mom so your cousin could win?
What?
I didn't lie, Farah. I just stormed off, refusing to hear another word. I'd always thought Mom was foolish for trusting people, and now I'd done just that. Trusting Marwa's cousin was a huge mistake. I found out that Marwa had won the competition, and I left there immediately. I couldn't bear to see her win the trophy. When I got home, I didn't feel like going inside and seeing anyone. I was sitting on the swing in my garden when I heard Samar behind me. It's so much fun to be surrounded by a bunch of fools. What are you talking about? I mean, why is everyone so stupid? It was so easy to make Ahmed believe the lie about your mom. And you were foolish enough to believe him too. What? So he didn't make it up? It was you? Duh, you're as stupid as your mom. Now wait and watch as we take over your house, Farah. I think I could easily make my blind cousin sign it over to me one day. You're right. I have been stupid and blind, but not anymore. We all turned around to see Mom standing behind us, looking like an angry dragon. She slapped Jamal auntie hard and threatened to get a restraining order against her. Then she had the servants throw out their belongings immediately in the street. Mom hugged me tight and apologized for not believing me earlier. I forgave her instantly as I hugged her back. I was so glad to be rid of those evil creatures, and it was just me and Mom again. The next day I went to school and looked everywhere for Ahmed, and I finally found him sitting alone in the bleachers. I ran up to him and hugged him from behind. Oh, Ahmed, I'm so sorry. I know now that you never lied to me, and I should have trusted you. Please, forgive me. And suddenly, Ahmed put a finger on my lips and drew me close to kiss me. It felt amazing.
Did you read the news today?
No, why?
The competition got canceled. The judges found out that Marwa used some illegal energy booster and she was disqualified immediately. You have another shot at it, Farah.
I screamed with joy and kissed him again. And a week later, I participated in the competition and won. As I stood on the stage with the winner's trophy, my heart almost burst with joy seeing Mom and Ahmed cheering me on. Hello, my name is Iman, and I'm from Iran. Please like and subscribe. My dad always told me the day I was born was the happiest day of his life. I was his pride and joy, and my mom and brother Adam envied me for that. On my 5th birthday, Dad threw a big party for me, and even bought me my very own miniature princess island, which we set up in the backyard. Mom was not happy and complained that Dad was spoiling me. As the two argued, suddenly there was a loud crashing sound outside. I ran out to see that Adam had completely wrecked my gift.
Adam, you stupid monster! What have you done?
He just laughed like a maniac. And when Dad grounded him, Mom said it was just a toy and he was too harsh on Adam. Adam was 3 years older than me, and Mom spoiled him rotten. He failed the 2nd grade twice, and when he ended up in the same class as me, Mom insisted that I do all his homework and allow him to copy from my tests. Luckily, in the 8th grade, the teacher caught him cheating from me once, and he got suspended for a month, and it was the best month of my life. At school, I was the smartest kid in class and the class president. Everyone loved me, and Adam hated that I got more attention than him. So sometimes, he'd take off his shirt and walk around during lunch breaks, showing off his abs. He thought he was God's gift to women. Once in the 10th grade, he sat down next to the most beautiful girl in school without his shirt. And she threw her soda all over him and told him to stop walking around like an ape. I laughed so hard, I fell off my seat. I caught Adam glaring at me, and I knew I'd pay for it, but it was just too funny. And just a few days later on Valentine's Day, a boy in my class gave all the girls roses, including me. And the minute we got home, Adam told Mom that I had a boyfriend. Jeez, you're such a liar, Adam. Mom, the boy gave roses to everyone and… Wait, Mom! The boy lived in our neighborhood, and Mom was already storming off to his house. She barged in and yelled at the poor boy's mom. Your son gave my daughter a red rose today. Does he have any intentions to marry her? When should I expect a proposal? The boy's mother was speechless, and then she took the rose back and kicked us out. I felt humiliated and mad. Mom, I'll be the laughing stock in school tomorrow. Why do you always have to listen to Adam? Because he's your big brother and you're just a foolish girl. I can't trust you. Do you know what happens once you take a rose from a boy? What, Mom? What happens? A baby? Exactly. Ugh, I was so sick of the way Mom treated me. I brought home straight A's and trophies and did everything right, while Adam flunked exams and maxed out Dad's credit cards by buying stupid things. But he was still her favorite, and she couldn't trust me. A few days later, Dad called everyone into the lounge for a family meeting, and he made a shocking announcement. I've decided to give all my wealth to Iman, and she will take over the family business once she's old enough. What? You can't do that. That belongs to Adam. Yeah, it all belongs to me. Says who? He doesn't deserve anything because he's spoiled and irresponsible. Who do you think pays the credit card bills? And I'm not blind. I see the way you both treat my Iman. If you start being fair and change your attitude, I might change my mind. And the next morning, it was like I'd woken up in a different house because Mom and Adam were treating me like a princess. Oh, Iman, your bag looks too heavy for your shoulders. Adam will carry it for you. I'm used to it. Thanks. I insist. Adam took the bag off my shoulder with a big smile. Just then, Mom handed us our lunch money, and she gave me a lot more than usual. How come I'm getting what Adam usually gets? Yeah, Mom. Have you forgotten I'm a boy and bigger and need to eat more? Now, we need to be fair to Iman. You can have more tomorrow, Adam. She winked at him, and I just rolled my eyes. You guys should take some acting classes because you suck at pretending. I know why you're doing all this. I took my bag back from Adam and walked off to school by myself. Of course I was onto their plan to impress me, just to get Dad to change his decision. But Adam still kept going overboard with his niceness. At lunchtime, when I was about to sit down at the table, he ran forward to pull the chair out for me, and I ended up falling flat on my butt. Dude, you're not really helping me. And just drop the act. It's not gonna work. But I'm trying to be nice, can't you see? I hope you're taking notes, because Dad needs to know. When it was time to go home, he insisted on carrying me all the way from school, saying that my legs were too precious to walk that far. And as soon as we entered the house, Mom announced that she'd give me Adam's room and already shifted all my stuff there. I just realized it's massive and has air conditioning. What does a boy need such a big room for anyway? Now come, Iman, I've made all your favorite dishes for lunch. Adam looked pissed, but I just grinned at him as I went downstairs and saw the massive spread on the table. Even though I knew Mom's reasons, I was loving this royal treatment. This is what being Adam must feel like. Once we were done eating, Mom asked Adam to do the dishes, and he looked at her confused, and then he smiled widely. Yeah, of course. I'll wash the dishes. Oh, also, Mom, you remember I'm having a party for my friends this weekend, right? I wrote down the menu you have to make. The brat had a party every month, and Mom was always happy to host it. But suddenly she said, actually, I was thinking of having a party for Iman this weekend. So, no, you can't have your friends over. What? Why are you throwing me a party? It's not my birthday. I just want to show you how much I love you, honey. But Mom, the dishes are not going to wash themselves, Adam. This was just amazing. But the next day, as Mom was preparing for the party, I walked into the kitchen to find Adam shouting. I thought you were on my side, Mom. I know we have to be nice to her for now, but this is too much. Why are you doing all of this for her? Maybe your dad is right, Adam. We've been unfair to her. Wow, do you really mean that? Maybe I was wrong about you, and you are just a weak, dumb woman who's scared of Dad and stupid Iman. Hey, cut it out, jerk. She does so much for you, and this is how you behave with her? Why are you defending this woman? Are you stupid? She doesn't love you. She's only doing everything because Dad is giving you his fortune. Well, even if that's true, she's still my mom, and you can't talk to her like that. I shoved him aside and started helping Mom, and he stormed off angrily. Mom looked a bit shocked, and then she thanked me for standing up for her. The next evening, I was having a blast during the party, and then some of my friends approached Mom, which caught her by surprise. Auntie, thank you so much for inviting us, and Aman really deserves this party. She's super smart at school, and she's really kind to everyone. I'm sure you're so proud of her. Mom looked at me and smiled.
Yes, I am.
And then Dad pulled me away to stand with him while he gave his speech.
Aman has always made us proud, and today we celebrate her and all her achievements.
Everyone stood smiling at us, except Adam. His eyes were red like a raging bull's, and suddenly he started bursting all the balloons, and then he flipped over the table with all the food. Adam, what is wrong with you?
I hate you. You don't deserve everything I do.
Oh yeah? And why is that?
Because I'm a boy and you're a girl.
That made me so mad that I just pushed him into the pool. I don't care what you think. You're done making my life miserable. Adam came out of the pool completely drenched and furious.
Mom, Dad, didn't you see what she just did? You're not gonna say anything to her?
But my parents just stood there silently glaring at him, and he screamed and walked away. After everyone left the party, I was helping Mom clean up the mess when suddenly she stumbled and I caught her just in time. Mom, are you okay?
Yes, just a bit dizzy. Just get me some water, dear. I'll be fine.
This was the first time I'd seen my mom look so weak, so the next day I insisted that we go to the doctor. The doctor diagnosed her with tiredness, and when we got back home, I made sure she got rest. I did all the chores and cooked her favorite meal and took it up to her room.
I'm really sorry, Aman. I was blind not to see how special you are. And believe me, I'm not saying this because of your fortune. You deserve it. You really are an amazing daughter.
Thank you, Mom. I hugged her and I felt at peace because I knew Mom was finally being real with me. But Adam was ruining everyone's peace. He was losing his mind because no one babied him anymore. One day, he threw out all the food from the fridge so we had nothing to eat. Another time, I found out he'd thrown all my clothes out the window. And then one night, I just lost it when I found all the kitchen garbage on my bed. My parents were so angry, but their scolding had no effect on Adam. He just looked at them blankly and then started laughing like a psycho. Soon after, it was time for our final high school results, and I had passed with flying colors, while Adam had failed. He would have to repeat the 11th grade. Dad just flung his report card to the side and turned to me.
I'm so proud of you, Aman. Of course, we already knew what to expect from you. You have never disappointed us. Now come outside for your graduation present.
Mom looked really excited too, and I nearly screamed when I saw that it was a brand new car. But then I caught a look on Adam's face, and he looked stunned. Instead of getting angry, he just walked off silently, and I felt kind of bad for him. Dad, maybe you should get Adam a car too. He's older than me, and I'm sure he already feels pretty low about staying back in high school.
Then he shouldn't have been such a fool. You're too kind to think about your brother, Iman. Don't waste your thoughts on him.
Later that night, as I was watching MSA videos in bed, I suddenly smelled smoke. It seemed to be coming from outside, and when I looked out the window, I screamed. Adam was laughing like a mad person next to my car, which was on fire. Mom! Dad! You've got to come out, now! As we all ran out, Dad started yelling at Adam.
Adam, have you completely lost your mind? You bought her a car because she deserves it.
He went totally bonkers after that and started pouring petrol all over the house.
I'll show you. I'll show all of you. If I get nothing, then nobody will.
Please, just stop it. Why are you doing this, Adam?
You know why. All you care about is stupid Iman. Oh, she's so smart. Oh, she's the best. Well, I'm sick of it. I'm the firstborn here, and I'm your son. What I want should matter most.
You're such a brat, Adam. You're just getting a taste of what I felt like all my life. And it hurts, doesn't it?
Oh, shut up, Iman. You're just a stupid girl who came along and stole Dad's heart. He loved you more than me, and I had to live with that all my life. And now you've got Mom on your side, too?
Well, you chose to be a horrible brother and son. And if no one's on your side now, it's your own fault. You've ruined everything for yourself with your stupid, jealous heart. Just then, Adam lit the match, but before he could do any damage, my uncle suddenly appeared. He was a cop and Dad had called him, and he'd come with his team to take Adam away. As we watched him leave, Mom suddenly broke down.
This is all my fault. I made him believe he was more important being the son, and I spoiled him. Or maybe it's my fault. I never made him feel like I loved him enough.
Mom, Dad, you both made mistakes with me and Adam, but it's not all your fault. Adam needs help, and hopefully he'll get it now and be better.
I don't know how you got to be so wise, Aman. I want to be better too, starting with you. I hope you can really forgive me for all those years.
Mom, trust me, I already have. Hi, I'm Amanda. Before I tell you my crazy story, please like and subscribe. I was 5 when I realized my parents were famous for all the wrong reasons. They were rich lawyers who were known for defending the bad guys. People in the neighborhood hated us and would leave horrible notes, throw stink bombs, or trash in our driveway almost every day. Ew, someone put cat poop on the doorstep.
Just wipe it off, Amanda, and don't disturb us. We're in the middle of something important.
You're playing with toys, Mom. Ugh, I feel sick.
These are not toys. That's a limited edition Batmobile.
Yeah, that's another thing. Mom and Dad were obsessed with collecting action figures and were oddly secretive about it. They even had a secret room where they kept their toy collection, and no one was allowed to enter it. And I was not allowed to tell anyone about their crazy hobby, which I couldn't even if I wanted to because no one at school talked to me. Every time my parents would win a case, kids would drive me crazy with sly comments.
Who knew people could stoop so low for money?
My dad always said they were creepy. Oh yeah? Did he also tell you that your breath smells like poop? No? Well, then he isn't as honest as you think, because you stink! I hated it, but I wasn't gonna let them tear me down. So I put all my focus into perfecting my art. By 11th grade, I could draw portraits in under 2 minutes. When I won the junior art competition, I begged Mom to take me to a fancy dessert place. But 5 minutes into it, she started getting jittery.
Oh my God, I gave birth to a sloth. Could you please hurry up?
Jeez, Mom, what's the rush? I'll get brain freeze.
There's an auction online for a rare Iron Man figure that I can't miss, so eat faster.
I tried, but Mom kept glancing at the phone, and it made me anxious. After a while, she told me to take the bus and just left. At least I could eat in peace now. Just as I was leaving, I saw a girl my age staring at the food displayed in the shop. Hey there, do you want something? Leave me alone. I don't need your charity. The girl pushed me and I fell flat on my butt. Worst celebration ever. The next day in class, the teacher walked in with someone. It was the girl from the dessert shop. Her name was Sophie and she was wearing the same clothes as yesterday. She sat next to me but didn't say a word. She smelled like a blown out match. But later in the cafeteria, she walked up to me with a stern face. Why are you staring at me? And what's that you're making? Oh my God, is that me? Yeah. I just like the background and the light, so no one has ever sketched me before. You're really good. Can I keep it? Of course. Sophie and I got talking, and it turns out she was actually really sweet. She told me her dad worked abroad and she lived with her aunt here. I miss him, but it's not all bad. Well, I live with my parents, and trust me, you're not missing out on anything. We started hanging out, and I was glad to have finally made a friend. One time in class, I'd just gone out to grab something when I saw Sophie going through my art journal. Hey, no one's allowed to see that. You have a whole comic book planned out? You'll get this published, right? No, it's just random scribbling. Well, your call. But I think the world needs to know how talented you are. Sophie's words encouraged me, and I took a week to make some edits before finally submitting it to a big comic publisher. I waited a month, but I got no response. It was a long shot anyway. But then one day, when I got to school, everyone crowded around me like I was a celebrity. Amanda, you did it! Your comic became a hit overnight! They published it! You've got to be kidding me! Apparently, the publishers loved my comic and they wanted to sign a contract with me for $2 million. When I told my parents, they thought I was joking, till they actually saw the contract.
I didn't know you could draw like that, Amanda.
You would notice if you weren't so busy playing with your toys. After that, my parents started giving me a lot more attention. They got me a new sketching set and would spend hours discussing ideas, which were mostly useless.
You should make your own superhero who can make frogs rain from the sky. Imagine having an action figure like that. How cool would that be?
Yeah, no thanks. I'll figure out something. But in reality, I was struggling to come up with ideas. With the publishers on my back asking for a new manuscript, the pressure was building. One day, I invited Sophie over to help me out. We brainstormed for hours, but my mind was just blank. I'm tired and starving. Stay here. I'll bring some snacks. I rushed downstairs, but when I came back, Sophie wasn't around. I kept searching for her till I saw her in Mom and Dad's secret room. Whoa, I didn't know you liked superheroes this much. Yeah, it's for inspiration. Come on, let's watch some MSA. Maybe that'll help with ideas. But just as we turned, Sophie's arm hit one of the figures and it crashed loudly. Within seconds, I could hear Mom screaming as she came running.
What did you do? Do you know what that's worth?
I'm sorry, ma'am. I didn't do it
You're sorry? Who's going to pay for this? Your dad?
Sophie turned red before bursting into tears, and then she left.
You can't scream like that at my friend, Mom! Your friend just ruined something precious. That's it. No more bringing friends over.
She's literally the only person who talks to me. God, all this over a dumb toy? You guys are the worst! I stormed off to my room and called Sophie to apologize, but she didn't answer. And when she didn't turn up for school the next day, I pulled a few strings and got her home address. And I was stunned to see that she lived in a mansion. Why did she act poor then? Amanda, what are you doing here? I just wanted to check up on you. I didn't know you were so rich. I'm not. My aunt is. Listen, I am so sorry about Mom. My parents get crazy about those action figures. Seriously, they love them more than they love me. Don't ask me why. Wait, those aren't yours? Your parents collect those toys? Like kids? Are they crazy? Sophie suddenly burst out laughing, and I felt a bit angry. I know it's weird, but they're not crazy. I just came here to apologize. I'll leave. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that, but look at the bright side. This is the perfect comic book material. I'm sure it wasn't easy growing up with them, so why don't you write about that? I have to agree. My life is kind of like a roller coaster. So use it. Also, do you think we can move past this whole thing? In a heartbeat. I started working on the new comic based on my childhood. I changed the names and made a few things different just so no one would know it was a true story. And when I gave it to the publishers after a month, they loved it and wanted to release it immediately. I was super happy. But then a week later, I came home to find my parents with my manuscript. How did you get that?
We have connections. What were you thinking? Dragging your parents through the dirt like this? You can't write anything without running it by us. Surely we told you that.
1, no you didn't. And 2, that's ridiculous. Please give that back to me.
Nuh-uh. You're talking all about your childhood with your weird parents obsessed with their toys? You can't publish this. Do you understand?
No, I don't. And also, I don't understand why you'd neglect your own child for dumb toys. And why you won't stop fighting for criminals.
Because they pay the big bucks, okay? And we can feed you, afford your expensive school, and art supplies.
I don't care about your money. I can make my own. Now please, give me back my drawings. But they simply turned around and left with the manuscript. I spent days searching for it everywhere, except the secret room. After Sophie broke one of their pieces, they'd changed the locks. I was still thinking about how to get in there when the next day at school, Sophie came running, panicked. OMG, Amanda, you've got to see this. She showed me the news about a gang the police were after who smuggled illegal substances worth millions in action figures. I was speechless. Do you think your parents could be involved? I don't know. I know they're weird, but I don't think they're criminals. But they're always so jumpy and secretive about the action figures. Of course they're hiding something. We have to tell the police. Just slow down, will you? I need to think about this. I couldn't just call the cops on my parents. I decided to talk to them about it. But later, when I walked into their room, I saw Mom shredding a bunch of papers that looked like my drawings. Oh my God, what have you done? It took me months to make that.
Amanda, listen.
No, Mom, you listen to me. I'm done, okay? You will pay for this. I was so mad that I decided to do exactly what Sophie said. Punish my parents. I went to the police station to tell them about the action figures, but chickened out the last minute. But an hour later, the police showed up at our doorstep with Sophie. Sophie, what are you doing? Your parents are liars and crooks, and people need to know that. Isn't that what you wanted too?
Amanda, how could you think we're criminals? Let us be the judge of that. Let's start with this one. Please, don't destroy our babies. These are not illegal. You can see the receipts.
Mom and Dad kept pleading, but the officers cracked open all the action figures, and they didn't find anything.
Are you happy now? All our figures are destroyed because our own daughter doesn't trust us.
How can I? You're always so weird about a bunch of toys. So much that you forgot you had a real daughter who needed you.
That's not true. And for the last time, these are not just toys. They were the rarest, limited edition collectibles worth a fortune. We didn't want someone to rob us or even ruin them out of spite. There are plenty of people who hate us. That's why we always told you to keep it a secret.
Shut up! How is this possible? You're guilty! I just know it! I won't let you guys get away with it this time!
What do you mean this time?
Your evil parents put my innocent dad in jail and got the real culprit off! And I have to live with my awful aunt who makes me do house chores all day long so I can study in a good school.
Wait, is that why you became my friend? Because you wanted to get back at my parents somehow?
Well, yes, but then I saw how different you were from your family and that doesn't matter. You still lied to me. And Mom, Dad, is it true? Did you really put her dad in jail?
We don't know who her dad is. We fight so many cases and putting people in jail is what we do.
You guys are heartless. Maybe you're not criminals, but you have committed some pretty big blunders. You've ignored me all my life and never cared about how your jobs or hobbies affected me. You've even destroyed my comic that I worked so hard on.
Your comic is in my office. What you saw that day was some useless drawings I found in my drawer. I tried to tell you, but you were so melodramatic, like always. I'll give you that dumb thing back.
That doesn't make anything right. And you know what? I'm done with you. All of you. Amanda, don't bother explaining.
After that day, I ignored Sophie and stopped talking to my parents. Maybe they started feeling a bit bad because they tried making amends by helping get Sophie's dad out of jail. I was happy for her, but I wasn't ready to forgive my parents yet. Sophie left town soon after, and I didn't hear from her again. I got my manuscript published in a month, and it was even better received than the first one. The money I earned was enough to put me through a good art school, and I left home for good. Soon I got busy with studies and writing a new comic, and a whole year went by. One day, I was at a comic book store when someone tapped on my shoulder. Sophie, it really is you. I'm so happy to see you, Amanda. Sophie, you look so different. What are you doing here? I work here now. We moved to this town after Dad got out, and we're doing well for ourselves. Listen, Amanda, I wanted to call you a long time ago, but I didn't know if you'd talk to me. What I did was wrong. I was angry and foolish, and you didn't deserve that. Dang right I didn't. But who could blame you, honestly? My parents destroyed your family, so I get why you were so angry. Does that mean you're not mad at me? Maybe a little, but not as much. Let's talk more over coffee? Sounds good to me. Hi, I'm Lily from New York. Please like and subscribe. My mom was once one of the biggest pageant queens in America. She was just 24 when she started a makeup company with her best friend, and they met instant success. She had me a few years later, and I grew up with literally everything, except a dad. Mom said once that he left us for some young bimbo, and we never talked about him again. And Mom never smiled when we were alone. Sure, around other people she'd smile and laugh, but not with me.
Look, Mommy, I made you this card.
It's lovely, darling.
Mom, why don't you smile much?
Because smiling leaves lines on the face, see? And we must not get lines so we can keep looking young and pretty. Mom was just as careful about my beauty. She wanted me to be a model too, and I started competing in pageants when I was 6. But as a kid, I had other interests, especially maths. Except Mom always said I wouldn't need it because I was gonna be a world-famous model. It seemed like Mom had everything worked out for me, including who I was gonna marry. Mom's business partner was our neighbor, and she had a son my age, Alex. It was so annoying when our moms talked about how they hoped we'd get together one day. You'll both run our company together. Our grandchildren will be adorable.
Yuck!
We hated each other. Alex's purpose in life seemed to be making me miserable. Once in 4th grade, I spotted my favorite doll hanging from a tree, and Alex was shooting rubber pellets at it. Alex, you moron, give that back. That's no way to talk to your future husband. I'd rather chop off my own hair than marry you. You should, 'cause it's really ugly. And then he spat some gum in my hair. I pounced on him and we wrestled until Mom pulled me away. The gum just wouldn't come out, and we had to cut some hair off. I hate Alex.
Sweetie, he likes you, and he does those things to get your attention.
He does them because he's a jerk. Thankfully, I saw less of him as I began participating in more pageants, and I grew to love the pretty dresses and shiny tiaras. But one day in 6th grade, I saw a new contestant, and I realized she was the shy new girl from my class, Jane. She looked so different without her glasses. When she spotted me, she looked embarrassed.
Please, don't tell anyone at school about this. I don't want people thinking I'm some dumb pageant girl.
Oh, then why are you even here?
My mom's a model, and I'm just doing it to make her happy. I didn't mean to say you're dumb. It's just not something I want. I want to be a scientist.
Jane was super smart and interesting. We soon became good friends, and she'd come over often to my place. She even met annoying Alex, but she seemed to find him funny. Mom never seemed too happy when Jane visited, though. You should be friends with pretty, classy girls like yourself. You have nothing in common with this nerd.
Mom, that's Jane from the pageants.
What? That's her? Why does she look like a homeless person otherwise?
I didn't care why. She was my friend, and her looks didn't matter to me. In 7th grade, my mom and Alex's had a big launch party at a hotel for their new makeup range. Everything was going well, till we heard some loud voices outside. A bunch of people were shouting and holding banners, claiming that our company was using toxic chemicals. And among the protesters was Jane.
Jane, what are you doing here?
Why are you ruining Mom's launch party?
Lily? I swear, I had no idea this was your mom's company. I just came with my mom.
Just then, the hotel's security guards came and made the crowd leave. But Mom was furious. I saw Jane's mother today. She used to be my biggest pageant rival, and she's hated me. You can't trust her daughter. But Jane and I are friends, and that's not gonna change. In 8th grade, Jane and I were participating in the biggest pageant in the country. She seemed uncomfortable in the high heels her mom made her wear. As she practiced walking backstage, she suddenly tripped, and the chocolate drink in her hand landed all over me.
Oh my God, I am so sorry.
I rushed to find Mom, who luckily brought a backup dress. That girl did it on purpose. No, Mom, she didn't. She's a snake, Lily, just like her mother. You have to take her out of the competition. Go throw this juice on her dress.
Are you crazy? I'm not gonna do that.
But just as we'd all lined up for the stage, I heard a loud scream, and I turned to see Jane, her dress stained with juice. She'd slipped on a puddle outside her dressing room. This had to be Mom. Just then, my name was called out, and I had to go on stage, and I won. But afterwards, Jane just looked at me sadly.
You spilled the juice, didn't you? I didn't know winning was more important to you than our friendship.
I couldn't even bring myself to say that it was Mom who'd done it, and I was never gonna talk to Mom again. Jane wouldn't even look at me at school. One evening, I was sitting bummed out in my garden when Alex joined me. Please, don't cry. You look awful. Now, tell me what's wrong. And I ended up telling him everything. Don't let your mom ruin your friendship. Talk to Jane once she's cooled off, and she'll be fine. Maybe you're right.
Thanks, Alex.
Who knew you could be nice? Don't fall in love with me now. As if! The next day, I took the tiara I'd won and put it in Jane's locker with a note. A crown for a queen. Later at recess, I was having lunch when someone hugged me from behind.
You didn't have to. You deserve it, and I'm sorry I hurt you. The good news is, I finally told Mom I'm done with pageants. She was tired of watching me lose anyway, so it's a win-win.
Things were good with Jane again, and I even forgave Mom. But soon after, Alex and his mom told us that they were moving to Europe. I should have been dancing for joy, but I actually felt sad as I watched Alex leave. But then, I saw the parting gift he'd left on my bed. Gosh, I was so glad that brat was gone. As I got older, I started professional modeling. Mom never let me go out without makeup. I loved looking beautiful, but I always had to be careful not to ruin my face.
Hey, wanna go into the pool? I think that cute boy over there likes you.
No thanks, I'll pass. Growing up, I realized that Jane and I had almost nothing in common. We even looked so different. I'd grown quite tall, but Jane's height stayed below average. She was one of the smartest girls in school and never cared about her looks, but she was still my BFF. When I turned 16, Mom threw me a big party and invited everyone from my class and my model friends. It was an Oscar-themed party and everyone came in beautiful gowns, except Jane. Couldn't you have dressed up today? Nah, you know it's not my thing. Sometime later, I went inside to check on the food, and I came back to find Jane yelling at my model friends. I know that you were talking about me. Well, guess what? Some of us don't want to look like bimbos. You're the most dull girls I've ever met, and if Lily's friends with you, she must be just as stupid. I felt furious. So this is what you think of me? That I'm stupid? Well, yeah, sometimes. Your entire life revolves around the way you look. Doesn't that sound dumb to you? Sometimes I just feel sorry for you. You have no right to judge my career, and you've just insulted the people I work with. Oh, please. You're making it sound like you work for NASA. Anyone can get dolled up and be a model. I used to be one, remember? Not a very good one. But you still felt threatened enough to sabotage me. Thanks for not letting that go. And thanks for ruining my birthday. I grabbed some cake and I rubbed it in her face. I half expected Jane to attack me, but she just turned and left. And I couldn't really enjoy the party after that. We avoided eye contact in school the next day, but later, Jane caught me alone in the library. Let me speak first. I don't think you're dumb, and I know modeling isn't easy. I just felt judged by your friends, and I overreacted. I'm sorry for ruining your party, and here's your birthday present. Maybe it's lame. I unwrapped it to find a snow globe with me and Jane's figurines inside. It's perfect, and I'm sorry too. After high school, Jane and I went off to different universities. We promised we'd meet all the time, but Mom kept me really busy with modeling campaigns, and weeks went by without seeing Jane. One evening, I texted Jane to meet up for dinner. We were having a good time when suddenly, I saw some reporters coming towards our table. I'm so sorry about this. They must be here to talk about my new campaign. But instead, they went straight up to Jane.
We want to know everything about your energy project selected for the Global Science Fair. It might be used in poor countries and benefit millions. How does that make you feel?
As Jane answered their questions, I sat in shock. What project? When they finally left, I asked her why she hadn't told me. Oh, I was gonna tell you today. I didn't earlier because you're always busy, and I thought you wouldn't be interested in that kind of stuff. Because I wouldn't care about anything except makeup and modeling? I didn't say that. And now you know, so maybe you can just be happy for me? Of course I'm happy for you, and I'm sure you'll win. She did win, and it came with a huge cash prize and some fame. She was given a medal by the mayor, and people in town kinda treated her like a celebrity. She was more famous than me now, and sometimes it bothered me. That summer she was in France for an internship, and I met her after 3 months. Her looks and wardrobe had improved a lot. Guess who I met in France this summer? I turned around to see a boy joined our table, and I couldn't believe it. Alex? Gosh, it's been so long.
Wow, Lily, you look amazing.
He looked pretty good himself. He told me that he and his mom were moving back to town, and I felt thrilled. Moments later, he left the table to attend a phone call, and Jane turned to me. He's really cute, isn't he? We became quite close over the summer, and I think I'm gonna ask him out soon. Oh, yeah, you totally should. Over the next few weeks, Alex and Jane kept inviting me to their plans, and I just couldn't help feeling attracted to him. He was smart, funny, sophisticated, and his smile sent my heart fluttering. But I had to keep my feelings in check because Jane liked him. One day, Mom asked me to drop something at Alex's house, and I found him sunbathing by his pool, apparently asleep. Man, his abs looked fine.
You done checking me out?
What?
I was just trying to see if you were asleep or dead. Well, that's disappointing because I was totally checking you out. Are you a model or something?
Are you flirting with me, Alex?
Yeah. Is there a problem?
Just wondering why. You never liked me much when we were kids.
But you're so pretty now.
Is that all? You only like me because I'm pretty?
Yeah. What else is there?
I suddenly felt mad and was leaving when he pulled me down next to him.
Gosh, it's always been so easy to tease you. For the record, I always liked you. You're smart and interesting, and it doesn't hurt that you're beautiful.
Then he leaned in and kissed me, and it felt amazing. Till I remembered Jane. When I got home, I found Jane in the lounge, and she knew. So I dropped by earlier to see Alex and found you making out with him. What a backstabber. Jane, it's not like that. Shut up, Lily. You could have any boy, but you went for him. I think you just can't stand that lately I've been doing better than you. You got jealous, so you decided to hurt me this way. It wouldn't be the first time you played dirty. Oh my God, that freaking pageant. I didn't spill the juice, okay? My mom did. It was awful of her, but seriously, it was like a million years ago. Who cares? You're a scientist, just like you always wanted. And yeah, Alex likes me, so deal with it. So I guess Alex just likes a pretty painted face. And everything your bimbo mom taught you finally came to good use. I lost it and attacked her. We screamed and fought till we crashed into a table. We're done. I don't even know why we're friends anymore. Finally, we agree on something. After that, Jane shut me and Alex out completely. I was mad at her for weeks. But then I started to regret the fight, and I missed her. One day, Alex was coming to pick me up, and Mom looked shocked to see me without makeup. Lily, wait. Alex can't see you this way. He already has. He makes me feel comfortable in my own skin. And yeah, I like makeup, but I don't want to hide behind it anymore. Don't you think I'm pretty without it, Mom? You know men, sweetie. Your dad left me for someone younger. Then he was a jerk, Mom. But Alex is not that person. And Jane always told me not to worry so much about the way I look, too. And she was right. A few days later, I was in my room and there was a gentle knock. It was Jane. Your mom forced me to come and said we had to fix things. Listen, I'm really sorry I said those things about her. Also, I know you didn't steal Alex. I don't even think I was mad about him. It's just that, next to you, I could be cooler than Einstein himself, and I wouldn't stand a chance with a boy. It's hard not to envy you. And I can say the same too. I instantly feel dumber around you, and I wonder if other people can tell that too. Look, Jane, I know we're really different, but we've been best friends since the 6th grade, and I can't imagine my life without you now. So, can we just be friends again? Yes, please. My best friend Amy and I were staring at my laptop in shock.
If you don't do something, your channel will die faster than the plant I got yesterday. I've already tried everything. Last week, I reviewed those awful diet cookies that tasted like feet. And the week before, you made me endorse that dumb purple lipstick that everyone hated. Don't blame the lipstick. It's not my fault that your followers have no fashion sense. That's not the point. I'm gonna be kicked out of the squad house if I don't think of something soon. Hi, I'm Lola, a 17-year-old YouTube star. And at this point in my life, I was hoping to keep my spot in the squad house, a place where world-famous influencers come together to make videos for money. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Staying in the squad house was a big deal for me because, unlike most influencers here, I didn't come from a rich family. My dad was a farmer, and even though he worked hard, we were barely scraping by. Things got worse when Dad fell sick and couldn't work for months. Mom tried helping, but she was just bad at everything. So I decided to work as a part-time waitress. Then one day at work, a colleague of mine introduced me to vlogging, and I was hooked. I spent hours watching people on YouTube live their best lives. And when I found out the kind of money they made, I had to give it a shot. So I saved up, bought a second-hand camera, and started recording. Hola, I'm Lola, and I'm gonna take you through a typical day at the farm. So I start by feeding the pigs, and then I feed the chickens, collect the eggs, and try not to break them. Follow me for more such content. I posted a bunch of videos, but I didn't get a lot of followers until one day I was recording a live video of the farm when I accidentally slipped and fell into a pig pen. I got out, but then tripped and fell into a haystack, making a complete fool of myself. Everything was streamed online, and I was super embarrassed. But to my surprise, people loved it. I didn't think much of it until a few days later when I was shooting a video, this chicken flew into my face and I fell into a tray of eggs. And that clip went viral too. People loved watching me do stupid things around the farm. So that's what I gave them. I made videos on being chased around by goats, almost getting kicked by a cow while milking her, cleaning horse poop and then slipping right into it, and I got really famous.
Soon I was doing advertisements and brand endorsements, making enough money to support my family. 6 months later, I moved into the squad house where I met my best friend Amy. We were roommates, and even though her dad was rich, she was pretty grounded. She also gave me advice on how I could make my vlogs better. It's time you move on from being the goofy pigpen girl and focus on something bigger, like fashion and lifestyle. You're in the big leagues now. You gotta step up your game. Amy was a very famous vlogger, so I took her advice. I bought designer clothes, started doing a bunch of makeup tutorials, and completely transformed my channel. Life was great until a few weeks later when I joined my new school, and everything changed. It was my first day when I was rushing to class like a headless chicken and crashed right into this tall guy. And boy, was he cute.
Is it fate or just your good luck that you ran into me today?
I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking.
Don't be sorry. It's not every day that you fall into Brett's arms. Hey, you're the girl who made videos about chickens and pigs, right? I love your stuff. Huh? But I think it's missing something.
Like what?
Me, of course. You and I should hang out. I'm sure your followers would love to see a handsome new stranger on your channel. Think about it.
Brett gave me his number, winked, and left. And I couldn't stop smiling. Later, I found out that he was a year senior and one of the most popular guys in school. That evening, when I got home, I called him and he invited me to a party. I was just getting ready when Amy walked in. Where are you off to? Looking like that. To a party with Brett? Brett? Like Brett from school? Why him? Because he asked me and because he's cute. Is he cute, or was he just flexing his muscles? Is he cute, or did he tell you that you have really pretty eyes? Is he cute, or is he just the guy whose arms you happen to fall into? All of the above? What's your point? Brett's a total jerk. Just last week, he was dating the head cheerleader, and the week before that, he was dating a chick from my drama class. He's a player, Lola. Relax, it's just a party. It's not like anything will happen. Obviously, things didn't go as planned, and a week later, Brett and I were dating. His dad was really rich, so he was always getting invited to award shows and exclusive events, and I was his +1. For the next few weeks, my life was a dream. My followers loved watching my life with Brett, and when we did our first commercial together, people were calling us couple goals. But soon after, Brett started showing his true colors.
Are you seriously gonna eat that burger? Shouldn't you order a salad or something?
But I'm hungry. I've been shooting all day.
I'm saying it for your own good, babe. No one would want to see you if you get chubbier. And trust me, you're well on your way.
He even started taking over my vlogs. No one was interested in my life anymore. All everyone wanted to know was what Brett ate, how he did his hair, how he clipped his nails. So, my mom used to make this mud mask for me back home. I'm gonna take 1 scoop of this and apply it in an anti-clockwise direction.
Yeah. Everyone knows how to apply face cream. Why don't we just show them something they actually want? More Brett. Here's a shot of my perfect abs. And look at my forearms. You like it, don't you? Let's try another angle. What about this?
And he just kept getting more obnoxious. He started a fitness channel of his own, got really popular, and moved to the squad house too. At first, I thought it was great because now Brett and I could shoot more videos, but then he stopped showing up for shoots. I confronted him, and he had the most bizarre thing to say.
I need a bigger cut or I can't film with you.
But I'm the one getting us the deals. We should get paid equally.
In that case, count me out.
I've already taken an advance, Brett. You can't leave me hanging like that.
Then just pay me more. I'm the bigger celebrity now. I will get views. While all you do is paint your face with makeup.
Ugh! I'm the one who made you famous, Brett. Without me, no one would even know you exist. You know what? You and your channel can both eat bugs. We're done.
What do you mean?
I mean, I don't want to see your stupid face anymore.
You can't leave. I'm Brett. No one leaves Brett.
Watch me. And with that, I turned around and left. Brett kept calling me all night, but I simply blocked him and went to bed. And the next morning, I woke up to Amy screaming in my face. Apparently, Brett had announced our breakup publicly, making him sound like some heartbroken martyr. And my followers were going down. And even worse, I was getting calls from my sponsors saying they were pulling out their campaigns if Brett was no longer filming with me. I tried calling Brett, but he had left for a month for some fitness boot camp, and I couldn't reach him. I always knew that boy's trouble, but you were so happy with him, I didn't say anything. You literally called him buttface and threw bread at his head at dinner yesterday. I didn't throw it at him. His big head got in the way. I don't care, Amy. Those deals were my content for the next 2 months. What am I supposed to do now? Maybe I should apologize to Brett. You don't need Brett. Remember how much your followers loved you when you first started dating Brett? All you need to do is find a new guy. Are you serious? Yes, and the timing is perfect. Colin Angel, the top YouTuber in the world, is coming to the Squad House next week. Just work your Lola charm, and I'm sure he'll melt like ice cream on a hot day. You think it'll work? We have to try. Trust me, Brett will be old news soon once you're dating a hot new guy. Maybe Amy was right, and it was worth a shot, but Colin was a celebrity, and I had to make a good first impression. So I stalked his social media, learned everything about him, and when he came to the Squad House, I felt prepared. Colin, hey! What's up, yo?
Do I know you?
You tell me. Do I know me? I mean, you do know you. I have a weird sense of humor. Sorry. I'm Lola, by the way, short for Lorraine. But don't call me Lorraine. It makes me sound like a 90-year-old granny. It's such a stupid name. What I'm trying to say is...
I'll call you Lola. Cool?
That's perfection. I mean, yeah, whatever. Do you want some fruit punch?
Sorry, I'm allergic to all fruits.
And with that, he left. Okay, that hadn't worked. So next, I went through his post to find his favorite bakery and ordered the most expensive cupcakes for him. He was sitting alone at breakfast when I pulled a chair up next to him. Is the seat taken?
Do you see anyone sitting there?
Oh my God, you're so funny. Anyway, I got these cupcakes from your favorite bakery as my way of welcoming you to Squad House. Colin stared at the cupcakes and turned green.
Take those away from me. I hate this bakery, Lola. It gave me the most horrible food poisoning of my life.
But the internet says...
Don't you know not to believe everything the internet says? Oh God, I'm having flashbacks.
And Colin covered his mouth and ran. For the next few days, I tried everything to get Colin's attention. I left cute notes for him in his room, sent him flowers, chocolates, but nothing worked. I'd almost given up when one evening I was walking past the common room and I heard someone singing. It was Colin. He spotted me in the doorway and stopped. Sorry, did I break your flow?
It's cool, I was leaving anyway.
Wait, I was thinking maybe we could...
Look, Lola, I'm not dumb. I know you've been flirting with me and you're very cute, so I'm flattered. But I've been avoiding it because I know you've just broken up with your boyfriend, and I can't be someone's rebound.
But you're not a rebound. I really want to get to know you, and honestly, Brett was a big mistake. I was losing myself in that relationship, and I'm so much happier now.
I know how that feels, and I'm glad you're out of it then.
Now will you sing for me, pretty please? Colin smiled and sang some of his favorite songs for me. We laughed and chatted till it was past midnight, and he asked me out for a dinner date the next day. I thought Colin would take me to a fancy place, but instead, he took me to this broken taco truck that belonged to his dad.
This food truck was all we had, until I shot to fame and changed my family's lives.
Wow, I support my family too. It's tough for kids like us out there.
It is. Now sit back. You're about to see something very special.
Colin pulled out a chef's hat and cooked me the most amazing meal. As I sat there eating my heart out, I could feel Colin watching me. Suddenly, he leaned in to wipe sauce off my face, and I felt butterflies. And after that day, we only got closer. Colin was talented, grounded, and very easy to talk to. When I asked him if he'd film a few vlogs with me, he happily agreed. Finally, my channel started picking up again, and with each video, my numbers only got better. But I couldn't stop feeling guilty. Colin had been so nice to me, and even though I liked him now, my intentions hadn't been exactly transparent with him. I wanted to tell him the truth, but Amy advised against it. You can't! Not until we have more content for your channel. Your numbers are up, but it's not enough. But I can't keep lying to Colin. He's so sweet, and I really like him. I really liked Brett, too. Look how that went. And let's say you tell Colin the truth, that you used him to gather views for your channel. How do you know he won't go online and broadcast everything? Think about your family before doing anything stupid. I thought about it a lot, but I concluded that I just couldn't lie to Colin anymore. So the next morning, I sat down and wrote a note to Colin, confessing everything. I was on my way to slip the note in his room when suddenly Brett got in the way.
Hey babe, I'm back.
What do you want?
I want us to do a collaboration video.
Why? I thought you're too famous for me.
I am, but I guess my followers just want to see your pretty face on my channel. So what do you say? Get back together?
I'd rather get punched in the face.
Fine, suit yourself. But first see this.
Brett shoved his phone in my face, and I was shocked. It was a recording of me and Amy talking about Colin and how I'd used him to save my channel. I was just taking it all in when suddenly Colin spoke behind me.
Is this true? You used me to boost your channel?
Colin, please, hear me out. It started off like that, but I swear, I liked you almost immediately. I didn't fake that.
I do believe you, Lola. And I really like you too.
Excuse me, that's my girlfriend you're talking to.
Ex-girlfriend. Amy, where did you come from? Dude, focus.
Yes, Lola, focus on me. If we get back together, I'll give you the bigger cut on every project. Deal?
No, don't. I'm more famous than he ever will be. I'll make sure your channel becomes super popular. You know I can do that.
Colin's got a point, and it doesn't hurt that he's a total dreamboat. Better than this moron Brett.
Shut up!
You shut up.
You shut up first! I'm not listening. You lose.
Oh my god, quiet! All of you! I think I'm done with all of you. Lola, listen to me. No, Amy, you listen to me. You know what I just realized? I was good. Great, in fact, till I started listening to your advice. Wear this, date him, don't date him. It's crazy. I know it's coming from a good place, but it's not me. I didn't want my channel to be about makeup and boys. People liked me when I was authentic and made them laugh. That was my thing, and I want to go back to it. And Brett, get your head out of your butt. The world doesn't revolve around you, and I am never working with you again.
Fine. Then I'll post this video of you admitting you used Colin, and I'll tell everyone you used me too, and you're just an opportunistic witch.
Your voice is so irritating, man. Just shut up. Suddenly, Amy snatched the phone from his hand and threw it away, breaking it into pieces. Brett charged at Amy, but Colin pushed him away. Brett got up again and started throwing things around like a crazy person. Some of the other influencers had come running at all the noise, and they live-streamed Brett's meltdown. Brett was immediately thrown out of Squad House. After security took him away, Colin walked over to me.
So I guess you and I.
Colin, you're a wonderful guy, but right now, I need to focus on just me. I feel like I've lost myself all over again. I'm gonna go home.
I really like you, Lola. But yeah, I totally respect your decision to be on your own right now.
Who says she's on her own? I'm coming with you. You will? Sure. I can do some makeup vlogs at the farm. Also, I owe you an apology. I think you redeemed yourself with that little stunt you pulled on Brett. Yeah, I really cracked that nut. At least I was right about him. Can't argue with that. Hi there, I'm Becca, short for Rebecca, and my dad's the mayor. Sounds cool, huh? Think again. It's a nightmare. I'll tell you why, but before I do, please like and subscribe. When I was a kid, my dad and I were best friends. We danced in TikTok videos, watched movies every night, we even had our own rock band. But when Dad became the mayor, everything changed. He never had time for me. So, he hired a horrible old nanny named Miss Boot, which didn't make any sense. I mean, really, who needs a nanny at 15? Stop chewing with your mouth open. You weren't raised in a barn. And no more candy, only vegetables for you. No video games either. They'll rot your brain. I tried everything to get Dad's attention. I got straight A's in school, I sent him funny memes, and I even went to his office to show him my new dance moves. But nothing worked. For his birthday, I made him a special dinner, but as I was cooking, I glanced out the window and saw a cute boy across the street waving at me, so I had to go talk to him. And one thing led to another, and the kitchen caught fire. When Dad got home, he was furious.
What happened?
The last thing I wanted was Dad mad at me, so I made up a little white lie. It was the strangest thing. I was out here smelling flowers when I suddenly saw flames from the kitchen. If you ask me, I think it was Miss Boot. She's a creepy old lady. She's jealous of us, and I think she's up to no good. Of course, Dad took Miss Boot's side and grounded me for lying. I gave up trying to get Dad's attention and started focusing more on me. One morning, I decided to ditch school, so I stole the keys to one of my dad's cars and drove myself to the beach. I had so much fun swimming and sunbathing and even got the most amazing tan. When I walked back to the parking lot, Dad's car was gone. I looked everywhere, but I couldn't find it. It was getting late, so I called an Uber and went straight home, hoping Dad wouldn't notice the car was missing. Hey, he hadn't driven it in months. It was possible. When I got home, I ran right into Dad and Miss Boot.
How was school, honey?
It was great. Lots of learning. Your teachers called and said you didn't show up to your classes. Oh, there must be some misunderstanding. I was working on a special project studying the mating rituals of sand fleas.
And my car?
I was gonna tell you, it got caught in a flash tornado.
It was picked up and flew into the sky. Daddy, it was so terrible and scary. I barely made it out alive. I think I should lie down and forget about this horrible day.
Dad didn't believe a word I said and grounded me forever, especially since my teachers ratted me out and a couple of criminals used Dad's car in a bank robbery. It took my dad weeks to clear that mess up. A few months later, I got the greatest news. Mean old Miss Boot was retiring. The day she left, I celebrated. I stuffed my face with candy and played video games all night long. But the next morning, Dad spoiled everything.
I'm hiring a new nanny to look after you.
Hello? I'm practically an adult. I can take care of myself. Before I could plead my case, the new nanny walked in. Her name was Miss P, and she had a daughter named Amy. They both looked like Disney princesses. They wore flowers in their hair, and I swear I heard birds singing when they smiled.
Miss P and Amy will live in the servants' quarters. They'll be helping out around the house.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Becca. You're so pretty. I really hope we can be friends. I glanced at myself in the mirror. My hair was a mess, my face was puffy, and I had chocolate on the corners of my mouth. Clearly, this girl was blind. I stormed off to my room and pouted for the rest of the day. Don't judge me, like you're perfectly mature all the time. To my surprise, I started to enjoy having Miss P and Amy around. Miss P kept our house sparkling clean, and she was the best cook. She made my favorite foods and told me funny stories. Amy was pretty cool too. She loved playing video games and watching sci-fi movies with me. Even though Amy and Miss P didn't have much money, Amy was still the best dressed girl I knew. One day we went shopping together, and she gave me the best advice. Green is totally your color. It brings out your eyes. I don't know. I'm not really into dresses. Trust me, with that dress and those shoes, you'll look like a supermodel. Amy was right. As we walked through the mall, everyone kept staring at me and giving me compliments. A couple of boys even asked me for my number. After that, Amy and I were attached at the hip. We were total besties. I begged Dad to pay Amy's tuition so we could go to the same school, and he said yes. On our first day, I introduced Amy to my other best friends, Layla and Jasmine, and they loved her. Amy even joined them on the cheerleading team. I was never into cheerleading. I was too busy coming up with new dance moves to post on my TikTok and YouTube channel. A couple of months later, Amy, Layla, and Jasmine went away for a week to cheerleading camp. But when Amy came back home, something was wrong. She barely looked at me. Every time I tried to talk to her, she'd run the other way until I ambushed her at her locker. Something's up. Why are you acting so strange? Amy pulled me into a corner and whispered, "It's Layla and Jasmine. I'm not sure how to say this, but never mind. It's nothing. I don't want to ruin your friendship. Forget I said anything. Just tell me. No one will ever know we had this conversation. I promise." What Amy said next rocked my world. She told me that Layla and Jasmine thought I was a horrible dancer, the most annoying girl in school, and they were only friends with me because my dad was the mayor. Amy even showed me text messages on her phone of Layla and Jasmine making fun of me. I was so mad I was about to explode. Later, I saw Layla and Jasmine in the cafeteria laughing, and they had the nerve to smile at me like they were my friends. I stormed right up to them. "You backstabbing witches! You think you're so cool, but you're as dumb as a box of rocks. Are you for real? As serious as a math test." They stood up and got in my face. "Okay, loser, you think you're special, but you're just a basic chick. Well, you're both as ugly as a horse's butt, and you smell like porta potties." Jasmine pushed me. I shoved her back. Then I snatched some ice cream off a kid's lunch tray and threw it in their faces, which turned into a huge food fight. I was suspended for a week, but it felt really good to kick those two-faced jerks out of my life. I felt bad about betraying Amy, though, and begged her to forgive me. Eventually, she did, and we got even closer. I even told her about my secret crush, a football player named Mike. "Why don't you tell him how you feel?" "I'm totally not his type." "Of course you are. Let's have a double date." Amy set up the date a couple nights later. I put on my best dress and spent an hour doing my makeup. When I arrived at the restaurant, I had the shock of my life. I saw Amy kissing Mike. My face turned as red as a chili pepper as my heart shattered to pieces. Amy spotted me and walked over. "Hey, you don't look so good. Are you feeling all right? How could you do this to me?" "What? I thought you'd be happy." "Why would I be happy? I caught you making out with my secret crush." "Your secret crush is Mike? I thought you said Ike." "I swear, that's what I thought, and I invited him." I turned around and saw Ike, the weirdest kid in school, staring at me. The whole night was a disaster. I had to watch Amy and Mike making out for hours. A few times when Amy and Mike were kissing, I caught Amy glancing at me. Beneath her sweet smile and soft brown eyes was something sinister. I tried to keep my distance from Amy, but she never let me get far. She'd show up in my room late at night. "Are you still mad at me, bestie?" "In the backseat of my car." "I feel like you're avoiding me." She'd ambush me after class. "We're still friends, right?" I couldn't even go to the bathroom without running into her. "Want to hang out after school?" She was totally creeping me out. Boot. I hid out in the school library to avoid her, but a few days later, something crazy happened. The principal called me into her office and accused me of cheating. I was horrified. No, wait, that's not true. I've never cheated in my life. Then Amy walked in with tears in her eyes. Dad was right behind her. I'm sorry, Becca. I couldn't keep lying for you. I had to come clean. I told the principal how you've been forcing me to do your homework and helping you during tests for months.
Shame on you, Becca. I can't believe you'd do something like this.
I'm innocent, Dad. You have to believe me. Amy's a liar. She's scaring me, sir. The last time she was this angry, she hit me. Dad gave me the saddest look. I couldn't believe he was falling for Amy's lies.
I am so disappointed in you, Becca.
I'd had enough. I jumped out of my seat and charged toward Amy. She ran around the room screaming for help. Dad and the principal had to pull us apart. After that, Dad sent me away for a month of therapy. When I got back, things took a horrible turn. Dad announced that he and Amy's mom were getting married. After the wedding, Dad showered Amy with gifts and attention. He invited Amy and her mom to all his political events and left me at home. It was the worst. Amy stole all my friends, my secret crush, and my dad in a matter of months. I was so mad I wanted to scream. I tried meditating to calm myself down, and when that didn't work, I ate a tub of ice cream. Then early one morning, I woke up to someone pounding on the front door. I raced down the stairs. The police were at the door, and they had an arrest warrant. Someone had accused Dad of stealing money from the city.
This is outrageous.
My husband is an honest man. This has to be a mistake. The police ignored us, arrested Dad, and hauled him off to jail. I was devastated. Miss P fainted, and Amy was nowhere to be found. Dad swore he was innocent and tried to fight the case, but during the trial, the prosecutor called Amy to the stand. She told this crazy story about how my dad was a crook. The mayor is a monster. He stole money from the children's hospital, a homeless shelter, and a retirement home. I couldn't let him hurt all those innocent people, so I printed copies of all his bank transactions and gave them to the police. The lawyer showed the judge all the evidence. Dad swore he was innocent, but the evidence against him was too strong. On the day of the sentencing, everyone in town was there, even Miss Boot. The judge sentenced Dad to 20 years in jail. Dad and Miss P started crying their eyes out, and Amy flashed a sinister smile. I was so angry, my hands started shaking. Then Amy whispered in my ear, "Too bad about your dad. Now he'll rot in jail and no one can do anything about it. Funny how a few little lies could do so much damage." Just as I was about to smack Amy in the face, Miss Boot pulled me away. "Calm down, child. Act like a lady. Your father taught you better than that. I heard what that nasty girl said to you, but hitting her won't help your case. She's evil and she ruined Dad's life. We have to stop her. The best way to fight a lie is with the truth." Miss Boot walked away without another word, and then I got an idea. That night, Miss P, Amy, and I were packing our things to move out of the mayor's mansion. While Miss P and Amy were downstairs, I snuck into Amy's room. She hadn't packed yet, so I searched around to find evidence to prove that my dad was innocent. I was just about to give up when I found a small notebook tucked away in her drawer. Inside, it had pictures of me and my dad with X's on our faces, a bunch of old newspaper clippings, and a photograph of a young Amy standing next to an old woman in a hospital bed. The articles explained that Amy's grandmother lost her apartment after my dad signed a bill to demolish the building and replace it with a shopping mall. Amy's grandma collapsed during a protest, hit her head on the ground, and fell into a coma. It was such a sad story. Then I heard footsteps behind me. I turned around to see Amy with this demented look on her face. "Your dad had to pay for hurting my family, and now it's your turn." Amy picked up a broom and charged toward me like a maniac. I thought I was a goner, and then Miss P and Miss Boot appeared out of nowhere. Miss Boot snatched the broom out of Amy's hand. Miss P stepped between me and Amy.
"Amy, stop this right now. What happened to your grandma wasn't the mayor's fault. The city council made that decision."
"But it's not fair."
"I know, honey, but what you're doing isn't right. It won't help your grandma, but perhaps I can. My son is a neurologist, and I can ask him to take a look at your grandmother, but under one condition."
Miss Boot glanced at me. "You tell the truth about my father." Amy agreed. We all went to the police, and Amy told them how she lied about Dad and had hired someone to make up all the evidence against him. Dad was released from prison, and Miss Boot fulfilled her promise. She told her son about Amy's grandma, who decided to put her into a clinical trial where she had a great chance of recovering fully. On the day of Amy's trial, Dad felt so sorry about Amy and her grandma that he asked the judge to be lenient. The judge sentenced Amy to a year of therapy at a mental institution. Dad was reinstated as mayor, but every day he made sure to spend more time with me and Miss P. Miss SP apologized for not believing me and taking Amy's side, but I still felt guilty. Dad, if I hadn't lied so many times to you before, you would have believed me when I told you about Amy. None of this should have happened. This is all my fault.
You can't blame yourself, honey. You had no control of what Amy would do. All we can do now is pick up the pieces and try to move on with our lives.
And that's what we did.
Hi, I'm Nova, and my life sucks. I used to think I was just unlucky, but thank God I later discovered it was a full-blown family curse. No, seriously. I grew up with a twin brother, Dorian, who was 2 steps ahead in everything. For starters, everyone thought he was the much better-looking twin. He'd play video games all the time and ace his tests, while I'd stay up all night studying, and my grades were still average. He was good at sports, I was just clumsy. Even our parents favored Dorian, especially Dad, who dreamt of making him a football legend. In 8th grade, I tried out for the small school talent showcase, just a silly cheer routine I made up on my own. I asked everyone to come, but that same day, Dorian had his big football practice match. And guess where everyone went? Yep, including my parents. What's going on?
Your brother scored the winning goal at his big match, so we called all his friends over to celebrate.
So you missed my talent show for a dumb match?
You participated in a talent show? Why? You're so uncoordinated. Just last week you tripped over a sock and hurt your head.
Thanks, but I don't need your judgment.
I'm just saying, maybe next time choose something you're good at. Oh wait, you can't. You're bad at everything.
Shut up or I'll kick your face. Ugh, so annoying. I ran upstairs fighting tears when I heard a soft voice calling from a bedroom down the hall.
Nova, is that you?
That's Ella. She's my younger sister, and she's been sick since forever. Doctors didn't even have a proper diagnosis, just a fancy name that meant they were still trying to figure out what was wrong with her. And since our parents were too busy making Dorian a star, it was usually left to me to look after Ella, which I didn't mind at all.
Hey, how was your talent show? What did Mom and Dad say?
They never came because Mighty Dorian had a match.
So what? Did you have fun?
I almost did a backflip and only tripped twice, so yeah, it was fun.
Then that's all that matters.
Talking to Ella always made me feel better, but I could never tell her how I really felt. My problems just seemed so pathetic compared to everything she was going through. Even at school, I mostly kept to myself while Dorian hogged the spotlight. The only time people spoke to me was to ask for Dorian's number, so I barely had friends, until I met Maya in high school. She was new and asked me if I could show her around, and we hit it off right away. We liked the same music, same shows, and I finally had someone I could pour my heart out to. She was the only person I felt free and happy with, but that changed on her 18th birthday. Maya decided to throw a costume party. I was gonna be French fries, and she was gonna be ketchup. It was gonna be epic. But when I got to her place, I was the only one in a costume. I checked my phone wondering if I'd missed a text from Maya, but nothing. And worse, I found her standing near the pool talking to Dorian.
Oh, wow. Looks like someone didn't get the memo.
What is he doing here? And wasn't this supposed to be a costume party?
Oh, shoot. I thought I texted you. I wanted to have a costume party, but Dorian thought it was stupid for an 18th birthday.
And since when did you start taking advice from Dorian?
Since we started dating.
What?
He asked me out last week, and I said yes.
Why? Of all the men on the planet, why him? And you couldn't stand that there was finally someone who liked me more than you, could you?
Would you stop overreacting? You look like angry McDonald's French fries, and I can't take you seriously. Also, my feelings for Maya are totally genuine.
Genuine my butt. Everyone at school knows you change girlfriends faster than you change underwear. Maya, listen to me. Whatever garbage this guy's been feeding you, it's not worth it.
But I love him.
No, you're infatuated. Like every normal girl your age is with some butthead like him. Come back to your senses. Fine, I can see this is a total waste of time. So before I embarrass myself any further, I'm leaving, and we're done. I stormed off dramatically, only to walk straight into the birthday banner. I tried to fight it, but stumbled and knocked over an entire balloon arch. Maya ran to help me, but I spun around mid-fight and accidentally slapped her in the face.
Did you just hit my girlfriend?
I grabbed a paper cup and hurled it at Dorian's head.
Ow. Wow, that really hurt me, Nova. How will I ever recover from this concussion?
Everyone laughed as I ripped the last streamer off my leg and stormed out, and went straight to Ella. She was the only person who'd understand me.
Oh, wow. You look tasty.
I don't know about tasty, but I am definitely tragic.
Mom never let me have fries. Said they're too oily.
Here, take a bite. It might cheer you up.
You're weird.
And you're stuck with me. And I put my head down, and we dozed off. The next morning, I woke up to a bunch of missed calls from Maya, but I ignored them. So she sent me a bouquet with my favorite ice cream scoops, flew drones past my window with "I'm sorry" banners. At one point, she actually climbed up to my window to talk to me, but I just drew the curtains and ran into the attic so she wouldn't find me. I was looking for some boxes to hide behind when I accidentally knocked one over and a diary fell out. It had my grandmother's name on it, with a photograph of her standing next to someone who looked exactly like her. And there was a note. Lumiere se dara kinsol veher dul ambrax? What? That's what it said, written in this bizarre language I've never seen before. Luckily, someone had scribbled a translation underneath. To break the curse, balance must be found. One light shall rise, one shadow bound. I read more and found out that my grandma had been overshadowed by her own twin too. So she teamed with a psychic named Margot and crafted spells to break the twin curse, a generational cycle where one twin always thrived while the other faded into the background. I knew it sounded ridiculous, but this just couldn't be a coincidence. I was constantly lagging behind Dorian, not because there was something wrong with me, but because I was cursed. The note also said that to unlock the curse, like and subscribe to this video and leave a comment. Gotcha, she didn't write that. But seriously, like and subscribe. Things are about to get weird. I had to find out more, so the next day I skipped school and tracked down the psychic Margot. It wasn't too difficult since Grandma had her address in the diary, and by afternoon I was already knocking at the door of a rundown apartment. I waited for some old witchy lady to open the door, but instead it was a girl not much older than me. Sorry, I think I must have gotten the wrong address.
No, you're in the right place. We've been expecting you. Like me and the spirits. They told me you were coming. You're Nova, right? Hilda's granddaughter.
You know me?
I know a lot of things. Like it's gonna rain in about 5 seconds and you should come in.
And right on cue, it actually started raining. Freaky. Anyway, I walked in and the girl told me she was Margot's granddaughter and her name was Coco Lin.
My dad's Chinese and my mom's American. They couldn't decide whether to give me a Chinese name or an English one, so they mashed them together. Kinda has a ring to it if you say it on repeat. Coco Lin, Coco Lin, Coco Lin. Cool, right? I think it's very cool. Like, it's also pretty cool that I'm my grandma's reincarnation. I've retained some of her memories and her power to see the future, talk to ghosts, and read your star chart, yada yada. In fact, before I was my grandma, I was this super rich woman who went on a ship, met this cute artist. He was poor. I was loaded. We fell in love, but then the ship crashed and he died.
Like the movie Titanic?
What?
Never mind. Can we just get to work, please? I gave her the diary, and she invited me into this small room. As I settled into a beanbag, Coco Lin took the diary in her hands. Then suddenly, she threw her head back dramatically. Before I could ask if she was okay, she snapped her head forward like a possessed owl, then started spinning in slow circles. Then she dropped to her knees, flapped forward, and after a full minute of silence, popped back up.
All done. The curse is now reversed. Whatever once belonged to your brother is now yours.
Wait, what do you mean by reversed? I wanted you to end the curse.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for that, you'd have to find the original witch who cast the curse on your family. And she's probably dead. So unless you have a shovel and a time machine, this is the best I could do. Now remember, every spell has its repercussions, so just be aware of potential side effects.
What kind of side effects?
Mild nausea, headaches, nosebleeds, and in rare cases, hallucinations. It depends.
On what?
On how badly cursed you are. Just kidding. I fixed the curse, remember? You'll be fine. Would you like some tea?
But I just thanked her, paid her fee, and got out of there as fast as I could. The whole way home, I kept thinking if what I'd done was wrong. But was it really that bad if Dorian suffered a little? Also, Coco Lin was kind of a weirdo, so I wasn't too sure if her chaotic head Roomba fixed anything. But boy, was I wrong. I looked around and I froze. This wasn't my room. It was bigger, with velvet curtains, a chandelier, and a full-length mirror. I jumped out of my bed and pulled the curtains, only to see a massive, perfectly manicured garden with fountains and a freaking swan. Why am I in this place? How did I get here? I checked my phone. It showed the same date as yesterday. Okay, this is clearly a dream. Ow! Ow! I pinched myself hard, and seconds later, Mom burst into the room.
Oh my God, Nova! Why did you scream like that? I thought some stalker tried to jump into your room again.
Again? When was the first time it happened?
Oh, my poor baby. You've been so traumatized lately, you've probably blocked out everything. It's fine, we can talk about it later. For now, drink your kale. You're already late for gym, and Coach gets cranky when you're not warmed up before cheer practice.
Mom, I don't do cheer practice. I barely passed PE. This isn't real. I rushed outside to find Ella's room. She might have answers. But the house was so huge, I had no idea which room was hers and accidentally entered Dorian's.
What are you doing in my room?
Shut up and tell me what's happening. Are you trying to pull some elaborate joke on me? Who even owns this house? One of your weird rich friends?
What are you rambling on about? I'm just living my perfectly miserable life in silence, and you won't let me have that?
If your life is miserable, I might as well be an earthworm.
You know, I saw this documentary about teen celebrities and how they all went bonkers at age 18. You should watch it. I think you'll fit right in.
You think this is funny? God, just tell me where Ella is and I'll leave.
Same place she's always been. Why? Suddenly remembered you have a sick sister who needs your attention?
I've always cared about Ella.
You don't care about anyone else but yourself, Nova. Now get out and go sign some stupid autographs.
I was shocked. The way Dorian was talking and everything Mom said could only mean one of two things. Either everyone in my family had lost their minds, or the spell actually worked and transported me to my new reality where I was the golden child. I ran back to my room and opened my closet to find shoes and clothes that I could never afford. Downstairs, Mom was smiling like I was the best thing that ever happened to her, while Dorian sat quietly on the side scowling. Then I went to school, and the moment I got out of the car, people flocked around me.
Hi, Nova. Love your outfit. Can we get a selfie?
Are you coming to my birthday next week? You can cut the cake if you want to.
It was like stepping into a dream where I finally mattered and wasn't invisible next to Dorian. I was still processing everything when Stacy walked over and linked her arm through mine.
There you are, bestie. I've been trying to call you.
Really? I didn't get any calls.
I said I was trying, but then I got busy with these new cheer uniforms. Everyone's obsessed with pink, but what do you think?
I actually kind of like blue. But clearly everyone else wants pink, so let's go with pink.
Oh, I knew you'd say that. We're so in sync. If you were a boy, I'd totally date you. I mean, you'd have competition, obviously, but I'd cheat on my boyfriend with you.
Okay, wow. I was best friends with Stacy? This girl who once insulted me in front of the whole school was now asking for my opinions? And over the next few days, it only got better. I had a personal stylist, a manager, and spa appointments booked every other morning. My closet had its own air conditioning, and Dorian had to ask my permission to even borrow a charger. My parents transformed into my biggest fans overnight, hovering at every photo shoot, attending even the smallest events, and proudly displaying an entire wall of my trophies and awards. At school, I never stood in line. I had my own table in the cafeteria stocked with fresh smoothies and sushi rolls. Teachers gave me extra credit just for showing up. And one afternoon, I got a letter from a college I hadn't even applied to offering me a full scholarship because they liked my vibe. My life was perfect, and it was everything I ever wanted. Until it wasn't. Because Stacy was as obnoxious as ever and was getting on my nerves.
Oh my God. Who died and left you that hideous skirt? And why are you carrying a Prada purse when I don't have one? You need to pay fashion tax.
What?
You know, do my homework, pack my lunch, clean my sneakers, that kind of thing. Now hurry up, I'm hungry.
The girl ran off in tears, and I turned to Stacy. Was that necessary?
No, but it's fun. And why are you being all judgy today? Did you forget the time you bullied that new girl, Maya? She was so terrified of you, she literally transferred schools.
I bullied her?
Every day. You made fun of how she dressed, the way she spoke, and then when your loser brothers started dating her, you totally snapped. My God, I'll never forget the tantrum Dorian threw when she left. I even have a video.
Stacy shoved her phone in my face and I watched in shock. Dorian was having a full-on meltdown while I stood there laughing like a maniac. Seriously? What? And that wasn't even the worst part. The girls on my cheer team laughed and joked until I walked in. Everyone on my modeling team walked on eggshells around me. I even overheard this girl say that I should get an exorcism because I had a devil living inside of me. This one time during a shoot, my makeup artist accidentally dropped a brush. I reached down to pick it up and she recoiled like I was gonna hit her.
I'm so sorry. I'll get a new one immediately.
Hey, it's just a brush. Don't worry about it.
You're not mad?
Why would I be mad about an accident? While the photographer was adjusting his camera, I overheard two assistants whispering.
She seems different today. Last week she threw hot coffee at me because I got her the wrong brand.
Remember when she made Tina cry because she accidentally walked into her photos? Poor girl's still in therapy.
It felt like I jumped from living under Dorian's shadow to being the most hated person on Earth, and it was heartbreaking. But what truly got to me was that at home, Dorian barely looked my way, and Ella never came out of her room. And every time I tried to meet her, Mom would freak out.
Her disease is contagious, sweetie. You know that. I can't lose another daughter to that stupid illness.
I really wanted to see her and share what I was feeling, but I was too swamped with photo shoots, press events, and parties to process it.
Has anyone ever tried snail mucus coffee? Apparently, it's very good for your skin.
I'm already having my vitamin C, D, E, G, H, Y, Z, Q to keep my nails shiny and healthy.
You know what, guys? If you hang upside down for at least an hour and a half, you will get the reddest cheeks ever.
Or you could get a brain hemorrhage and die.
Excuse me?
I'll just be right back. Jeez, how lame were these conversations? If these people were the cream of society, I'd rather be skimmed milk. The rest of the night was just as bad. The music was too loud, the people were fake, the food looked fancy but tasted like chalk. Then my date asked me to dance, and I accidentally stepped on his foot so hard he started limping. I rushed to grab him a first aid kit and came back to find him making out with a waitress. Ew. I just wanted to leave. I was walking to my car when I spotted someone across the road. Maya was standing at a stall selling t-shirts. I dropped everything and sprinted toward her. Maya! Oh my God, how are you?
Leave or I swear I will call the police.
Look, I know you're really angry at me and I deserve it, but I swear I didn't mean to.
You didn't mean to ruin my life? Come on, Noah. You and I both know you bullied me because you're evil. But honestly, you did me a favor. That school wasn't for me anyway. The only good thing that happened there was meeting Dorian, and I'll always be grateful for that. But you, I never ever want to see again.
Please, Maya, I said I'm sorry. I'll do anything to make up to you. I'll buy all your t-shirts.
I don't need your charity, Nova. But if you really want to help me, then help me sell these. You're a professional model, right?
She pulled out a pile of tees with the most chaotic slogans I'd ever seen. This too shall pass, like a kidney stone. The only X I want is extra money. Nice. Who came up with these?
Of course I did. I've always been really creative.
That's true. By the end of the night, Maya and I had sold every single t-shirt in her stall. We even clicked a bunch of pictures, and when I shared them on my Instagram, Maya's business exploded overnight. She called me the next morning telling me how people were begging for restocks. Someone even asked if she shipped internationally. I'd finally used my popularity for something good, and I was happy. But that changed the moment I entered school the next day.
Why were you hanging out with peasant Maya yesterday? It's all over your Instagram feed.
I was just trying to help her sell her stuff and apologized for being completely moronic.
You did not! It's against every rule book ever written for mean girls. Once you bully someone, you never apologize to them. Especially not if they're as ugly as peasant Maya.
Stop calling her that. She's a brilliant and hardworking girl, and she's 10 times the person you'd ever be.
10 times fatter, sure. She's a real inspiration for stretchy t-shirts.
Say one more word about her and I swear.
Or what? You'll cry into your organic kale smoothie?
I have a better idea. And I launched myself at Stacy, but she didn't even budge. Instead, she smiled and punched me. Then she jumped on me, pulled my hair, elbowed me in the stomach, and I almost threw up. I thought I was gonna die when a bunch of girls rescued me. Later, while I sat outside the nurse's office with an ice pack on my face, I overheard a group of girls whispering nearby.
Wow, Nova really thought she could take down Stacy? That girl's made of iron.
I heard her mom's Russian. She came here illegally, then married some rich guy, and that's how Stacy got all her money.
My maid's cousin works at their house. She says Stacy lives like a trash gremlin. Her room smells like stale yogurt and wet socks.
Ugh, gross. Imagine strutting around like a queen bee while your closet is a health hazard. If I were Nova, I'd wash my hands with bleach just to get the smell off.
They kept going, but I tuned out. Not because I was offended. Honestly, it all made sense. Stacy didn't rule the school out of confidence. She did it to distract people from the disaster she actually was. Anyway, I was feeling better, so I decided to take the day off and go home, when suddenly Dorian came running down the hallway.
Nova, it's Ella. They're moving her to a hospital. Her condition's getting worse.
The world blurred for a second, and I pushed Stacy out of the way and ran through the gates. We reached the hospital and saw Mom and Dad were sitting in the waiting room. Where is she? What happened?
She took a turn for the worse. The doctors are doing everything they can.
I sat down slowly. Ella, my baby sister, my sunshine. She was the only person who ever believed in me, and she was suffering. I buried my face in my hands, and that's when Dorian snapped.
Is this all your fault?
Dorian, please.
No, Mom, she needs to know. I've been trying for months to act normal, but no more.
What are you talking about?
You were supposed to babysit Ella, but instead, you chose to sneak out and go to your dumb party with her in the back seat. You'd barely gotten the car out of the driveway when you crashed into another car. You blacked out and Ella took the hit. She's been in a coma ever since.
But Mom told me her condition was contagious. That's why I couldn't see her.
Well, she lied. Because you hurt your head too and forgot all about the accident. And Mom didn't tell you so you could live your perfect little life like the golden child you are. I swear, if something happens to her, I will never forgive you.
And he stormed away, leaving me totally shaken. I bullied my best friend. My brother couldn't even look at me. And my little sister was in a coma because of me. This wasn't the life I wanted. I stood up quietly while everyone was still talking to the doctor, slipped out of the hospital, and ran straight home. I stormed into the attic, flung open every box until I finally found the diary. The next morning, before going to the psychic's house, I went to the hospital. I just had to make sure Ella was okay. And thankfully, when I got there, she was sitting on her bed smiling. I stopped a doctor walking by. Is she okay?
Yeah, she had a seizure, but it shocked her system so hard, it jump-started her like an old car battery. Guess sometimes being on your deathbed has its perks.
I took one look at Ella's face and walked in. As soon as she saw me, her face lit up. I ran over and hugged her tight. Hey there, you slept for a really long time.
Yeah, well, I needed my beauty sleep. Why do you look so old and wrinkly?
Probably because I'm sad and sorry for everything. I messed up your life.
It wasn't entirely your fault. I was jumping around like a monkey in the back seat, remember? You couldn't even see the car behind us. I basically launched us into it. So I guess I'm sorry too.
Well, I'm sorry too, Nova. I shouldn't have snapped like that yesterday. I haven't always been the best brother because I've often let jealousy get in the way.
I wasn't exactly the best sister either. What I did with Maya and how I treated people around me was horrible.
Yeah, but you're changing. I saw what you did for Maya. That's growth.
I nodded slowly. I'd spent so long being angry about everything I wasn't. I forgot to appreciate what I had. My adorably flawed family. And all I really wanted to do was to go back and mend things now.
Namaste, fellow seeker. What brings you here today?
Oh, it's you. Welcome back.
You recognize me?
Why do you always ask the same question?
Of course I do. I can see through dimensions too.
Like, in one of my parallel lives, I was this really hot girl who lived on the streets doing odd jobs. Until one day, this handsome rich guy asked me to be his date. He bought me clothes, took me to parties, and eventually fell in love with me.
Like Pretty Woman?
Yes, I was a very pretty woman. But enough about me. Tell me what you need.
I told her I wanted to reverse the curse, and Coco Lynn stared at me blankly.
Are you sure? Once I reverse the curse again, the spell will seal itself. No more rewinds. So make up your mind. You can't keep jumping between realities.
I already have. I want to go home. And this time I won't hide behind Dorian's shadow or bad grades. I spent so much time being angry and dejected that I never really focused on myself. and that's why I never got anywhere in life. I can't control how people treat me, but I can control how I take their opinions. So now I'll live for me, with kindness and purpose.
Spoken like someone who's truly ready.
She stood, cracked her knuckles, and started chanting. The candles flickered, the walls shimmered, and then everything went blank. I woke up to the smell of burnt toast and the sound of birds. I sat up slowly and looked around. My old room, my old posters, my old creaky fan spinning above me. I rushed to Ella's room and found her sleeping peacefully. Then I went downstairs and saw Dorian kicking the ball like a dork. I ran and tackled him in a giant hug. Oh my God, I missed you.
Get off me. You broke my streak. Now I have to start all over again.
Well, so do I. That morning, I got dressed and walked into school. And for the first time, people noticed. Not because I was a model or because I had 1 million followers, but because I held the door open. Because I helped a kid who dropped books. Because I smiled at people. For real. And that's when I realized that life isn't about being the favorite. It's about being someone you can be proud of, even when no one's clapping.
Mom, I'm your daughter. How can you forget about me? Mom just ignored me and said, "Thank you so much, Mrs. Arnstein, and sorry I kept you waiting so long. Hi, I'm Emma, and I want to grow up to be the world's best ballet dancer, but my crazy parents have made it really hard for me. We used to do a lot of things together, but they don't even come to see me perform anymore. Dad is almost always out of town on business. Mom's usually poring over work files till late at night. The next day, I had a really big performance. I was the star of the show. As my name was called and I received a standing ovation, I looked up and searched for my mom's face in the crowd, but I couldn't see her anywhere. Yeah, no surprise. I wish you could see how good I'd become. Mom had asked my friend's mom to drop me home. I walked into an empty house and found a note on the kitchen table. "I'm sorry I couldn't make it, sweetheart. I had a very important meeting. I'm sure you were amazing, Mom." Yeah, thanks for the support, Mom. The day after, at school, my teacher walked up to me and told me to go to the principal's office. To my horror, the principal told me that my mom was in a coma. She was completely fine this morning. How had my life changed so much in a couple of hours? Fiona, my mom's friend, said she was showing no signs of improvement, and all we could do was take her back home and pray for a miracle. She would come around for a daily checkup, and we got a nurse. Dad told me to focus on school, but it's not like things were great there either. Miley, the most popular girl in my class, just seemed to hate me for some reason. She was always making comments about how stupid being a ballet dancer was. Who even watches ballet these days? My grandma, probably. Or something like, "Aw, why aren't you wearing your silly tutu today? It matches your lame personality." Jeez, I don't even know how Brian could be with someone like her. I went to the game to distract myself from everything happening at home, and just my luck, the only empty seat was next to Brian. "You can't sit here. This seat's taken. It's for my popcorn. Don't be silly, babe. It's all yours, Emma." I tried to focus on the game and ignore how Miley was just all over him. But then suddenly, I saw the faces on the big screen. It was me and Brian. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Brian turned to me, looking a bit uncertain, but I wasn't letting this moment pass. "Let's give the people what they want, Brian." I pulled him in close and gave him a long, steamy kiss. And the crowd cheered and clapped, and it felt like something straight out of a rom-com. When we broke apart, I saw Miley's face. Oh boy. She stepped closer to me and threw her entire soda in my face. "You'll pay for that, Emma." "Oh, I know, Miley. But it was totally worth it." When I got home, Dad walked into my room. I saw a couple of suitcases behind him. "Seriously? You're off having fun watching games while your mom's a vegetable, and I'm left to deal with this all day?" I was about to deny it, but I realized I was still wearing that stupid baseball cap. "Just leave me alone, Dad. Listen, I need to tell you something. I met this woman a couple of years ago. I'm in love with her, Em. I can't live without her. And she won't wait anymore, so I have to go." "What? And you can live without me and Mom? How could you even just leave us like this?" "I'm sorry." And like that, he was gone. As I sat next to Mom's bed that night, I felt really blue. So I started watching a video on my favorite channel, My Story Animated. It was about a girl whose mom woke up from a coma after 15 years to get revenge. I really hoped my mom would wake up much sooner. Before I could watch part 2, I suddenly saw Mom's hand move. Mom? Mom! She asked me what had happened and where Dad was. I quickly lied that he had to go away for work and called up Fiona. She was amazed to see Mom's miraculous recovery. As I walked away to my room, I wondered how I could possibly break the truth to Mom. Sweetie, how long did Dad say he'd be away? Most of his stuff is gone. When I went to her room, I could see Mom going through the empty closet and drawers. Shouldn't you be in bed, Mom? I feel just fine. Where did Dad go, Emma? She sat down on the bed in a trance as I told her what had happened. Finally, she spoke. Get out. She slammed the door behind me, and I heard her screaming and breaking things. A little while later, I saw her run out of her room, grab her car keys, and leave the house. It looked like a tornado had hit her room. It was bad enough watching Mom cry herself to sleep on the couch every night, but my life was about to get so much worse. The next day at school, I could just feel people looking at me and whispering. I soon discovered why. There were posters of me and Brian kissing at the game everywhere, but that wasn't all. Girls, hide your boys, hide your men. The ugly-footed ballerina is after them. OMG. She had stepped way over the line. She wasn't going to get away with this. I couldn't even be here right now. I picked up my bag and headed home. I needed to cool off and plan my revenge. Wow, Mom wasn't on the couch. I found her in her room, packing all her things. What are you doing, Mom? Can't you see? Go pack your stuff too. We're leaving town. I can't bear to be in this house anymore. My head was spinning. I've asked my firm to give me a job transfer, and they've agreed. And don't you dare tell your dad anything. I don't want to see him till the day I die. My parents didn't care how their choices affected my life. It was so easy for Dad to leave me. And it was so easy for Mom to make me leave my home, my school, my friends, ballet, everything. I hated them both. One day, Mom called me to her room and handed me a letter. I enrolled you in ballet class before we even moved here. This place has a great dance academy. I don't want you to give up on your dream, Em. I burst into tears and hugged her tight. Tying my shoes, I felt my heart race with joy. This was my happy place. The teacher asked me to perform a segment from the famous Swan Lake so she could judge my skill level. I knew that one well. As the music started, I was transported to another world. When I stopped dancing, I saw everyone's mouths were open wide. The teacher stood in shock before she started clapping, and the rest followed. She said I was amazing and that she would be so honored to teach me. Suddenly, I found myself falling flat on my face. I looked up to see a girl who had introduced herself as Angela, smiling down on me and lending a hand. As she pulled me up, she whispered in my ear, "I'm the best here. Don't even think of messing anything up for me." I was shocked. Had this psycho just tripped me? She'd looked so nice, but she sounded crazy. I couldn't wait to tell Josh all about it on our date tonight. I'd had a crush on Josh and his dimples almost right after we'd moved here. And he'd just walked up to me the other day and asked if I'd go to watch a movie with him. Just as I was having one final look at myself in the mirror, I heard the door open downstairs, and Mom was talking to Josh. Sorry, wrong house. My daughter isn't allowed to date boys. Before I could even get a word in, she had slammed the door in his face. Mom, are you crazy? Are you stupid? Don't you know all boys are jerks who will dump you as soon as they see another pretty thing walking by? Josh isn't like that. Oh, that's what I thought about your dad. They're all like that, sweetheart. You're better off dating girls, really. I don't like girls. I don't care. You're grounded. And this was basically my dating life for the next few years. It involved a lot of sneaking out and getting my best friend Stacy to cover for me. Mom was hard to shake off though. She turned up to my last date and told my boyfriend that I was a gold digger who was only dating him because he was rich. My prom date backed out at the last minute because apparently Mom had told him that I was gay. I had to do well at my audition. That was the only way I was getting a dance scholarship and my ticket out of here. As I fastened my shoes and got up to leave, I found that the dressing room door was locked. OMG, the judges were waiting for me outside. I screamed and banged on the door like a crazy person, and luckily a janitor heard me and let me out. I went running to the stage, and those faces did not look happy that I'd kept them waiting. My heart was pounding, but I started to feel calm as the music started. I could do this. I poured my heart and soul into it. I made the perfect jump, and then suddenly, the music died. I looked around in horror. This couldn't be happening. I saw Angela sitting at the back of the theater. Miss, we don't have time for this. We're all familiar with that piece. Can you just continue without the music? I closed my eyes for a few seconds. All I could see was my dad leaving and my mom crying and Miley's posters and Angela's smirk. I'd worked too hard and long to let anything stop me now. I breathed out and nodded. I could do this. When I was done, I just covered my face with my hands. Suddenly, I heard clapping and saw all 4 judges standing up, smiling at me. Was I dreaming? Just then, Angela came running to the front and started screaming and tearing the judges' score sheets. I got the scholarship to the dance school of my dreams. It was so good to see Mom so happy and finally proud of me. Stacy and I were cycling one summer morning when a car came speeding right at us. We quickly swerved and it missed us, but I fell down and the cycle on me. Ow, Stacy, my ankle really hurts. She stopped a car and we hitched a ride to the hospital. My ankle was swelling up and I was freaking out. Just then a doctor walked in. So, what do we have here? I looked up and instantly forgot my words because the doctor was so handsome. The cycle fell. I fell, the cycle fell on me and something happened to, my ankle. He smiled and inspected my foot. I was pretty sure he could feel my pulse through it. It looks like a pretty bad sprain. I'm going to need you to come and see me again in a week. Why are your toes bruised? I'm a ballet dancer. He looked really intrigued. He said he absolutely loved ballet, and we started talking about our favorite performances. Obviously, Mom was great at wrecking all signs of happiness. She went berserk when I made it back home and showed her my ankle. The doctor said it's going to be just fine, Mom. Before I knew it, James had asked me out, and I was over the moon. I found myself falling in love with him at a dangerous pace. But one day, I got a call from Fiona, and she told me my mom was in a coma again. No, this couldn't be happening. James rushed over as soon as I texted him. Babe, I've been trying to call you for days. Was your mom unwell all this time? I wiped my tears away and exhaled. Oh boy, here goes. That's not why I didn't answer. James, I'm pregnant. You're what? We both turned around in shock to see Mom sitting up, looking like she was having a heart attack. What on earth, Mom? I knew something was up and I had to find out. I was right, you idiot. You've got my daughter pregnant? Mom, no, wait, you faked a coma? What about all those years ago? That was to deal with another piece of garbage. I heard him talking to that woman and saying he was going to leave me. As I stood there in shock, James looked at me and said he would talk to me later. No, you come back here. But before Mom could even get up, James was long gone. I couldn't even look at her. She didn't even care about what she and Dad had put me through. And she was still doing it. When I went back home in the evening, the last thing I wanted to do was deal with Mom. So, what is the doctor prescribed now? He says he's too young and has his career to think about. He can't take responsibility for a child. He broke up with me. Mom stood furious. His career? His career? And what about yours, huh? What about your ballet? I warned you, and I told you again and again. For once, Mom, just shut up. There was a stunned silence. Do you care at all about how I feel? Or do you just care about being right? Well, congratulations, Mom. You're right. All men are evil. And now I'm heartbroken, and I'm having a baby all alone, and I'll never do ballet again. Suddenly, I felt Mom pull me into a hug. No, you're going to that school. We will defer your admission by a year. But what about the baby? I'll raise the baby while you're away. You're not giving up after all your hard work. You're going to make me and your child really proud. Fast forward 9 months, and I had a beautiful baby girl, Ella. I couldn't get over how perfect she was. I cried as I sat in my dorm, hundreds of miles away. This was harder than I'd ever thought it would be. Would she hate me for leaving her? I just had to pull myself together. I wanted my daughter to know one day that I'd tried my best to be everything I could possibly be. Break a leg, babe. Kevin kissed me on the cheek minutes before I went onto the stage. We'd met a year ago on the set of a ballet show. He had recently asked me to marry him, and of course, I'd said yes. He was my best friend, and I couldn't wait to introduce him to Mom and Ella. A few months later, I was back home with Kevin, and we were discussing our plans to move to New York. I had landed a role in a major ballet production. Come with us, Mom. I'm happy here, sweetheart, but I can't wait to come and see you. Just then, there was a knock at the door. I froze in shock. James, what the heck are you doing here? Emma, I've missed you so much. What's going on here? You! James' eyes froze on Ella. Is that my baby girl? I was furious. How dare he? Listen, Emma, I made a mistake. I promise I will make it up to you, and we can be a family. Get out of my house and my life, James. I'm getting married, and I will never let you be a part of Ella's life. You didn't deserve me, and you certainly don't deserve her. James looked furious, but he turned around abruptly and left. That felt so good. I moved to New York with my family and gained fame quickly. The president himself came to see me at the opening of my latest show, and he asked to meet me later. I was stunned when he said he would be honored if I represented my country in the Olympics. I travel all over the world now, thanks to my amazing husband and mom, who've supported me all these years. And Ella couldn't be prouder of her mom. I can't wait to see the amazing person she grows up to be and the things she does. And I will always support her.
Little Natalie's tummy couldn't stop growling. She'd been hungry the whole afternoon, but it was evening now and her mom wasn't home yet. Those rich people should stop making my mom work so much. I wish we'd never moved from France. Mom didn't have to work so hard there like she does here. As she walked outside, she heard loud music coming from the biggest mansion in the whole countryside from afar. Her tummy told her to go there, and she found out there was a large party happening in the garden. Natalie started drooling when she saw the huge feast. She tried to sneak in, but a group of women blocked her. Where do you think you're going, little girl? I'm hungry. Can I have some meat, please? And a glass of juice, too? Just look at her dirty clothes and hands. Disgusting. You're not welcome here, child. Be off with you. Natalie was so mad at their meanness. Just as she turned to leave, she noticed a young boy around her age hiding in the bushes, and he looked furious. He was staring at a maid who was being scolded by the lady of the mansion, Mrs. Harrison. How can you serve these fruits in a stupid basket? We have an expensive tray for this. Another mistake, and you're fired. Mr. Harrison was trying to calm his wife down when their daughter Harper, who was the same age as Natalie, was making things worse. I don't have the mood to eat those fruits anymore, Mom. That woman ruined my night. Natalie felt so bad for the humiliated maid. She joined the boy in the bushes. I hate these people. Me too. And that's my mom they're yelling at. They don't deserve all this delicious food. I have to teach them a lesson. Wait, are you gonna do something bad? Mom said you shouldn't do bad things no matter what. But he just ignored her and dragged a bag of manure lying close by. Then he started climbing a tree that overlooked the garden. But moments later, the branch under him cracked, and he went tumbling down straight onto the food table, spreading cow poop everywhere. Everyone screamed, and Mrs. Harrison looked ready to explode. She yelled for security, and Natalie thought she had to do something to save her friend. And with that, she ran towards the nearest barn, rode on a young horse, and made it run around the garden, completely ruining the party. You little rascals! Natalie grabbed the boy's hand and they fled the scene. I can't believe you just did that! You're so cool! Natalie's tummy suddenly let out another growl. He chuckled and took out an apple from his pocket. For you! Make it 2, 'cause I saved your butt. I'll get you another one soon, promise. What's your name? Natalie. And you? Caleb. Nice to meet you, Natalie. Can we be friends? Okay. And since then, Caleb and Natalie became best friends. Growing up, they shared their love for food and their hate for rich and mean people, especially for people like the Harrisons. Caleb was 11 years old when his mom met a guy, Mr. Cross, a gardener for the Harrisons. His mom said that from now on, Mr. Cross would be taking care of them. Hello, Caleb. Your mom told me you like apples. And reading? Not long after, Mr. Cross and Caleb's mom got married, and he became the hero in Caleb's eyes. He was so amazed by his stepdad, how smart and strong he was, and how good he was to both him and his mom. When I grow up, I want to be just like you, Dad. I'm sure you'll be better than me, and every wealthy man in this land, my child. He would help Caleb understand his math homework, give him tips on how to build a dove house, and he also gave him really good life lessons. My dad told me something. I want to share it with you too, 'cause you're my best friend. Really? Tell me. He said, sometimes we need to stand up for ourselves and fight back, whatever it takes. Yes, we fight back the right way. Mom said we shouldn't do bad things no matter what. I know, you told me. But is it bad to defend ourselves? Do we just let other people do bad things to us and say nothing? You always speak about how unfair the system is in this town for poor people. Yeah, I do think that. Like, if someone hurts you, I'll hurt them too. Natalie was surprised by how firmly Caleb said it. Suddenly, as she changed her position, she lost her balance and fell. Caleb laughed and helped her up. Now, I don't know how to hurt the fence or the ground, but Caleb then kicked the fence and stomped his foot on the ground. Natalie found it funny. She liked the thought of Caleb as her protector and felt really lucky to have a best friend like him. And over the years, she grew to like him as much more, but she was too scared to admit it, too scared to ruin their friendship. One day in high school, she decided to cook his favorite food and surprise him at lunch, but her heart ached with jealousy when she saw him laughing with some girls in the canteen. She was leaving when Caleb called her name and walked up to her. Is that for me? Before she could reply, the girls jumped in and glared at Natalie. Why are you friends with that dumbhead, Caleb? Same question. Handsome boys like you should hang out with pretty girls like us. Suddenly, Caleb wrapped his arm around Natalie's shoulder. My girlfriend is not a dumbhead. She's the smartest, coolest, and most beautiful girl I've ever known. So please, stop talking rubbish about her. Girlfriend? As the humiliated girls left, Natalie turned to him. Why did you tell them that nonsense? Those girls are gonna hate me forever. Are you mad? Yes, I'm mad because you lied. We're not dating. We're just friends. Fine, I'm sorry. But what if I wanted to be more than that? What do you mean? Can I hold your hand? No. I love you, Natalie. I've loved you since we were kids. Do you love me too? Caleb's sincere gaze made her melt. Yes, I think I feel the same way. Caleb started to lean in closer, and when their lips finally touched, she felt like she was on cloud 9. After that, the best friends became lovers, and Natalie was really happy with Caleb as his girlfriend. But over time, things started to get complicated. His mom fell really sick, and his stepdad's earnings weren't enough for her medicines. So Caleb was forced to take more part-time jobs around the farm. He hardly had any time to spend with Natalie anymore. Meanwhile, that night at the Harrisons, the family was having their usual dinner. Mr. Harrison was talking about the progress of their business, while Mrs. Harrison was being pushy towards their son to date someone. I don't understand the rush. I'm so young, I'll have plenty of time later on. You have plenty of time now. I don't, Mom. I'd rather focus on school than date. Love is nothing but a stupid distraction. All work and no play makes people really dull, darling. Remember Sheila? Benjamin's daughter. I think she's a nice girl. Mom, I don't like her. She's weirdly obsessed with me. Duke, she cares about you. Let him be for now. Don't push him so hard. He'll eventually find someone. But Sheila might not be around till he decides he's ready. And I think she would be so good for him. She's a smart young woman. They're perfect for each other. I have no interest in wasting my time on girls right now. Oh, brother, how about boys? Do you want to share something?
Shut up, Harper. Well, Sheila and her parents are visiting us soon, and you will spend time with her so you can get to know each other. Who knows? Maybe it will end in a wedding. Hearing that, Duke suddenly felt the urge to lie. I'm sorry, Mom, but I already have a girlfriend. What? I said, I'm not dating Sheila because I already have a girlfriend.
Since when do you have a girlfriend?
Since 6 months ago, but we kept it a secret. I don't want people in my business. Duke left the table and decided to take a walk in the gardens to cool off. Suddenly, he heard someone behind him and turned around to see it was just Mr. Cross. Oh, sorry, Master Duke. I didn't mean to disturb your walk. You look a little upset. I'm not. It's really nothing. Just sometimes parents can be too much. Do you have kids, Mr. Cross? A son, the same age as you. Maybe I'll introduce you sometime. Duke was feeling too preoccupied, so he just smiled at their gardener and walked off. That weekend, Natalie's mom caught a serious flu, so later that day she went to town with Caleb to buy some medicine. While they were in the pharmacy, his stepdad called him. I need to stop by a dad's friend's place to pick up a package. Wait for me in the town square. I'll be right back. Natalie bought the medicines and sat on a bench in the town square. Her favorite thing in that old place was the old horse statue in the center. They're such gorgeous and magical creatures.
Just then, she noticed that its red eye patch was lying on the ground. She picked it up, and as she placed it back on, the statue suddenly wobbled. She tried to make it steady, but it just suddenly toppled to one side and broke into pieces. Holy mighty horsey! Natalie stared at the sight in complete shock. The townspeople quickly gathered around, and they went berserk.
How could you be so reckless and ruin the pride of our town?
Isn't it bad enough that we have to live with a foreigner who badmouths our town and its systems? And now you've ruined our cultural legacy! Some of them even started crying, and Natalie felt panic. She tried to contact Caleb, but her phone's battery was actually dead. I swear, I didn't do anything. It was already unsteady. Please, forgive me. But the townspeople were blazing mad. Soon the police came, and as they were questioning her, everyone suddenly became silent as they made the way for someone. Natalie lifted her head and met someone's eyes. Duke, the oldest child of the Harrisons.
What's going on here? This girl just caused serious damage to a public property, and we need her to come with us to the station.
Duke just nodded at them, and soon, Natalie found herself sitting in a police station. Please, officer, just let me go home first. My mom is sick, and she must be really worried. But the officer just ignored her. A few minutes later, Duke came out of the main office.
You're free to go. I've taken care of everything.
Huh? What do you mean?
I paid $50,000 for the fine and damages, so you won't go to prison.
What? Why are you doing this? You don't even know me.
Because I need you.
What? What do you mean? Duke then dragged her outside the station to talk.
Listen, I need you to work for me as my fake girlfriend for a month, and I'm gonna pay you for it.
I'm sorry, but can you repeat what you just said? I'm not sure if I heard it right.
I think you did. You don't look like you have any hearing problems.
Is that how you joke? Because it's super lame. Even hyenas won't laugh at it.
Do I look like a clown to you?
How can you offer me a ridiculous job when you don't even know if I have a boyfriend or not?
Look, I don't care whether you're single or whatever. I'm not interested. I just need you to pretend to be my girlfriend and convince everyone that we're in love, especially my family.
But why would you need a fake girlfriend anyway? You can just have a real one. Just choose any girl but me. You rich people are used to getting whatever you want anyway.
I asked you to be my fake girlfriend, not to become an interviewer. In private, we'll be practically strangers minding each other's business. I can prepare a contract tomorrow.
What makes you think I'll accept your offer? I don't want this weird job. Don't worry, I'll think about another way of repaying you.
There is no other way. Accept my job, or return my money immediately. It should be the exact amount that I spent to save your sorry little butt.
Natalie wanted to yell at him for blackmailing her, but she knew she couldn't pay him back. Let me think about it.
I don't have much time. I'll give you a day. Let's meet at the cafe tomorrow, same time as this.
Before Natalie could say anything more, he turned around and left. When she got home, she found Caleb's messages saying that he'd be staying at his stepdad's friend's house for the night. Natalie really needed to talk to him, but she was also worried about how he would react. She also didn't want to tell her mom about this yet and stress her out. So later that night, she went to her favorite spot on the farm to think it over alone. Suddenly, Caleb appeared beside her.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Wait,
Nat, are you crying? Tell me what's wrong.
She didn't have a choice but to tell him everything.
Are you serious? You shouldn't have let him help you.
He took care of it himself, and I could never pay $50,000 on my own.
But of all the girls, why does he want you? This is stupid. I thought Harper was evil. I didn't expect that her brother would be worse.
Look, if he didn't help me, I'd be cold and miserable in jail right now.
But he obviously helped you just to force you into this stupid job.
What am I gonna do? He left me with no choice.
Seeing my girlfriend dating another guy is torture, Nat. It doesn't matter if it's fake or not.
Caleb got up and furiously kicked some rocks. Okay, fine. I won't do it. I'll have to think of another solution then. As Natalie's tears poured, Caleb sighed and sat down.
Okay, I'm sorry. Don't cry, please. Let's talk this over. You'll just be acting, and it's only for a month, right? And are you sure he's paying you a huge amount for it?
Yes, I'll just be a fake girlfriend. I'll never fall in love with that jerk.
Hi, I'm Edith from Ohio. Yeah, I know I sound like an 80-year-old woman. My dad was very close to his great-grandmother, and he insisted that his first child would be named after her. Unfortunately, that's me. Also, as you can see, I'm in a wheelchair. I had a spinal injury when I was little, and I don't even remember what it's like to walk. So if you want to feel bad for me, it should only be because of my name. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After me came my sisters, Louisa, Isabel, and Celine. Their names are pretty because Mom chose them. We live lived in a kind of poor household in a small town with parents who were galaxies apart. My dad was a neuroscientist who lived in our basement. He was convinced he was onto some groundbreaking research that would win him the Nobel Prize. But every year, his research got rejected. It had almost become a metaphor in our town.
It'll rain today, I'm sure of it. As sure as Mr. Arnstein getting rejected again.
My son has failed 10th grade again. He's really pulling a Mr. Arnstein on us. Those comments made me so mad. No one was as smart or hardworking as my dad. Mom, on the other hand, was pretty and vain. She never met a reflective surface she didn't like. All she'd ever wanted was a fancy life, so she reminded Dad of his failures every day. When I met you, you made me believe you were freaking Einstein. I thought we'd be rich by now. Can't you discover gravity or something already? Like really, how hard is it? I might figure out all the mysteries of the universe before I understand why I asked you to marry me. I was such a fool the day I said yes. Not much has changed since. Mom unhappily ran a small flower shop to make ends meet. As the eldest, I wanted to make things easier for both my parents. I was a model student, and I tried helping out at home by making my sisters responsible. It worked when they were younger, but they were growing up to be useless, especially my second sister, Louisa, who was a lot like Mom. She was pretty, but apparently her nose wasn't rich-looking enough. What does that even mean, girl? I've got this flat button nose, and rich people have cute upturned noses. Okay, gotcha. They look like they can smell cow dung all the time. Exactly. She would sleep with a clothespin on her nose, hoping it would turn upwards. She'd also poke her cheek with a pencil while doing her homework, thinking if she did that every day, she might get a cute dimple. Such a moron. The other two weren't much better. Isabel wanted to be a dancer, and I've never met anyone so uncoordinated. Celine was also super untalented, but she kept trying new things all the time, hoping to find her true calling soon. No one prayed harder than me that it would be really soon. Luckily, I'd inherited Dad's brains, and in the 11th grade, I got a scholarship into a private school that would open up great opportunities for college.
You've always been my favorite for a reason, darling. I know you'll do amazing things one day.
I know you will too, Dad. I was really excited to start school until disaster struck, and my crazy family was to blame entirely for it. A week before, Mom came home really excited one day because she'd received a huge order for flowers at a rich client's house, and the minute my sisters heard that, they were dying to go with Mom to help her. Dad was out of town, and I'd just settled in for a peaceful evening by myself when I got a frantic call from Isabel. Edith, I'm at the police station. Mom and Louisa are going to jail. What? What do you mean they're going to jail? Louisa stole a necklace from the rich lady's room and got caught. Mom begged and cried, but the lady called the police. Please, you have to go talk to her. Louisa was such a pain. Isabel sent me the lady's location pin, and I took the bus to this massive mansion. I was asked to wait in the main hall, and I just couldn't resist taking a spin on the marble floors. But suddenly, I lost control of my wheelchair and went crashing into a center table, which sent a huge fishbowl to the ground, which made the servants running in slip on the water and land on their butts. Oopsie daisy. Soon, I was in the library, facing the snooty owner and her carbon copy snooty daughter. Who are you, and what are you doing in my house? Again, so sorry for the damage. I'd love to repay you, but my parents are poor, so I can't. Speaking of parents, actually, my mom is the flower lady who came here today, and the girl who took something from you is my, sister. What? You're related to those thieves? Louisa's mentally unstable, I swear, and some days she just refuses to take her meds. Please, please don't send them to jail. What will I do without my mom, given my condition? This is very distressing, and the doctors have told me stress is really bad for me. The lady didn't look happy, but she called the police station and asked for Mom and Louisa to be released. I thanked them profusely, and just as I was leaving, I ran into a school bag lying on the floor, knocking over its contents. Do you even know how to use that thing? You should take driving classes or something. I apologized and left, but I was horrified. This girl was going to the same school I'd just gotten into. How has my life suddenly become so complicated? Oh, I'll tell ya. It's because Miss Kleptomaniac here decided to steal, and I had to save her greedy butt. And now I have to go to school with this snooty girl who thinks I'm from a family of thieves. Oh, what a great start.
Edith, are you done with this useless family meeting? Louisa and I have had a very tough day, and we need our beauty sleep. Maybe the girl won't remember who you are. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, right. In fact, as luck would have it, that girl and I were in the same class. Her name was Haley, and the minute she saw me, her face went from shock to a wide grin. Uh-oh. And soon, Haley became my arch nemesis. Apparently, she was the smartest kid in class till I turned up. She was also beautiful and wealthy, and she was dating the star basketball player Cody. And Cody was fine. But Haley still didn't like being knocked off the #1 student spot. How about we make a deal, Edith? You can act a little less smart in class, and I won't tell everyone how we really know each other. I won't be doing that, thanks. I can make your life miserable, you know. You really want to make the wheelchair girl's life miserable? How would it make you look if I started telling people you're bullying me? It'll tank your popularity, and you might even get suspended, or worse. And Haley knew I was right. We just never got along and continued to compete in class. I always got the highest marks in subjects like math and physics, but she'd beat me in history and literature. She knew she couldn't openly bother me, but she tried in sneakier ways. Like one morning when I wheeled into literature class, our teacher, Miss Agatha, was looking furious, and everyone was staring at me. And that's when I saw the chalkboard. On the lower half it said, Miss Agatha should change her name because she is not cool like Agatha Christie. In fact, she is dull and ugly and stupid. I think she was a toad in another life. She is... It went on, and the lovely cursive handwriting was unmistakably mine. Okay, I know what this looks like, but I really didn't do this. Detention for a week. This Haley was good. She'd copied my handwriting to perfection. I didn't take her prank sitting down, though. Well, I'm always sitting down, but you know what I mean. I just had a lot of accidents around her. Oops, sorry, lost control. That jacket looks new, huh? Sorry, I just didn't see your toes. You have really tiny feet, Haley. Then one day, our principal came to class to tell us about a statewide competition for which one student would be chosen from the school, and all interested candidates had to sit for a test.
Also, I should add that the winner of the competition will get a full scholarship to any university of their choice.
This was a chance to make all my dreams come true. I spent countless hours studying for the test. I knew Haley was preparing for it too, even though she didn't need a scholarship. It was just an attempt to beat me. The test was tough, but I did my best. And guess what? It was good enough. I managed to come out on top, and I was over the moon. But there was one problem. The competition required a big entry fee, and I had to travel to another town and cover those expenses too. I wanted to ask my parents for help, but that evening, I heard a huge fight between them over money, and I just couldn't. I wasn't giving up though, not after coming this far. So I decided to sell tacos in the school cafeteria, because seriously, I make the world's best tacos. I could cover the cost of ingredients, and I just needed to sell enough for 2 weeks to collect the amount I needed. I set up a little taco corner in the cafeteria, and they were an instant hit. My tacos were selling like hotcakes, till the awful lunch ladies in the cafeteria reported me to the principal, and I was informed that I couldn't sell food on school premises. So the next day, as soon as school ended, I was ready with my taco stall right outside the school gate. Technically not on school premises, so no one could say anything to me. Even some friends joined me in selling them, and the first few days, things were going great. But suddenly, things started going very wrong. Students started getting sick in school with similar symptoms, and parents poured in with complaints. The principal launched an investigation, and it wasn't long before they discovered the problem: my tacos. I was suspended for 2 weeks, but worse than that, Haley was chosen for the competition instead, and I was devastated. I didn't even tell anyone at home I was suspended. They all thought I had spring break. But 3 days later, the most unlikely thing happened. Cody, Haley's boyfriend, came to visit me at home.
Hello? I'm Cody from school. I came to see if you were doing okay.
Oh, wow, you're welcome. You too. What?
Can I come in, or are you busy?
No, I'm not busy. I mean, yes, I am busy. Actually, there's an avocado that's going bad, and I need to make some guacamole, but it can wait a bit longer. Not too long, though. What was I even saying? And that afternoon, Cody told me that Haley had sabotaged my taco business.
She'd mentioned something about bringing you down, and I thought she was kidding. She got someone to mix something into your food, which made everyone sick. I am so sorry.
I couldn't believe that someone could be so heartless, and there was nothing I could even do about it. And I just started to cry.
There'll be other chances, Edith. And I can't believe you started a business and made that much money. You're really cool and brave. After that, Cody started visiting regularly during my suspension, and we'd have fun and joke around. He really made me feel seen, and we could talk about anything. Do you feel people act weird around you sometimes? Yeah, most people get so awkward when they see a wheelchair. Like, they don't know if they need to express sympathy or if they should just ignore it completely. But really, I'm fine, and I just want people to act normal. Do you wish you could walk someday? More than anything in the world, I dream about it all the time. Cody pressed my hand and smiled warmly, and my heart fluttered. And when I went back inside, my stupid sisters were waiting for me with huge grins.
You like him. You wanna hug him. You wanna kiss him. You wanna...
Shut up, Louisa. He's just a friend. You may be book smart, but you don't know the first thing about boys. He's not coming over every day because he likes you as a friend. And if you're not interested in dating him, I can. I mean, it would be a crime to let this rich, yummy boy go. Shut up, Louisa. He's mine. When my suspension ended, I was back to school, ready to work hard again. Actually, I was looking forward to seeing Cody more than anything, but to my disappointment, I found him right next to Haley. I gave him a small wave, and he just looked away. Well, I guess things were back to normal. Cody had just felt bad for me, and he tried to make me feel better. He was still gonna choose Haley because she was everything a guy could want. Soon enough, the spring dance was on everyone's mind, but I wasn't even thinking about it till one day in the cafeteria. I was reading by myself when Cody sat and joined me.
Edith, I'm sorry I've been avoiding you. Will you go to the spring dance with me?
What? But what about Haley? You stole my boyfriend. You act like this poor little wheelchair girl, but you're so cunning. And I'm done keeping your stupid little secret too. Hey everyone, did Edith ever tell you that her sister's a thief who stole something from my house? Who knows? Maybe dishonesty runs in the family, and Edith's lying and she can actually walk.
That's enough. I broke up with you because I don't love you, Haley. Please, just back off and stop spreading lies about Edith. No one's buying them, least of all me.
Haley stared at us furiously, then screamed and stormed off.
So, where were we? Oh yeah, the spring dance. Go with me?
Since you're desperate, sure. We had an amazing time dancing away, and then we went out for a breather and shared our first kiss. Well, my first kiss ever, and it was magical. But when I got back home, I found Dad in the lounge in tears. Dad, what's wrong? Are you okay?
I'm more than okay, honey. I just won a huge research grant.
Oh my God, I knew you'd do it. I'm so proud of you. What's your research about?
It's about you. It's all I've been working on for years, and I couldn't give up. You never lost complete sensation in your feet, Edith, and I've been working on developing a machine that can get you walking again. I don't want to raise your hopes too high, but it's a very real possibility, and we have the money to try it out.
Dad, I can't believe you did this for me. Even if it all doesn't go to plan, this means everything. Well, long story short, I was one of Dad's subjects, and within 2 months, he got me to stand on my own 2 feet. A baby couldn't be prouder of his first steps than I was, and all of my mom's and sister's dreams came true too. We moved to a much bigger house with much fancier things, and Mom didn't have to work anymore. I knew I always made the right choice marrying you, Mr. Arnstein.
I'm still wondering why I married you, but let's not argue anymore, dear.
When I was 8, my parents took me to Italy on a family holiday. It was all fun until I saw something I could only imagine in my worst nightmare. The Leaning Tower of Pisa. I ran to the building and started pushing against a wall. Mom, Dad, please come and help me get this straight. It's all wrong.
What's wrong with that girl? Is she possessed?
That kid's a freak. But Mom went mad hearing them. She's a perfectionist, not a freak, dumbhead. Dad dragged her away and took us both home before we could make a bigger scene. Hey friends, my name is Bella and I'm from Manchester. Please like and subscribe. Ever since I can remember, I've been a perfectionist, like my mom. She owned a small bakery and everyone loved her cakes. Growing up, my place always used to be squeaky clean, and I hated visiting other kids just because their homes weren't as tidy as mine. But it wasn't just that. I couldn't sleep at night without the TV on. I needed to color code my entire closet, and I had to count words on signboards while I traveled in a car. When I was in the 9th grade, another bakery opened up right across from ours. When Mom saw the long lines outside, she was furious and wanted to check out what they had that we didn't. But when I entered the shop and I saw the slightly tilted balloon arc, I felt my eye twitch. I just had to fix it. As I tried to, the entire thing fell on a table of cupcakes, and then a girl standing nearby started to yell at me. "Are you crazy? My parents worked so hard to set everything up and you ruined it." "But I swear, I just wanted to fix the arc. I'm so sorry." "Wait a minute. Aren't you from the bakery across the street? You guys were jealous, and you did this on purpose." "What? Of course not. Let me just tell you, the whole decoration looks ugly. There's no color coordination, everything's off. No way we'd be jealous of this place." And before I knew it, the girl had pounced on me with her gross, sticky hands. Oh God. Our parents pulled us apart, but our moms were glaring at each other. "Get out of our shop, now!" Yeah, we're leaving. It's not like it's something special. On our way home, I was so mad at that girl, and I hoped I'd never see her again. But the very next day in school, someone entered the classroom, and it was her. The teacher introduced her as Maya, and just then our eyes locked, and she glared at me. When she sat down, I noticed her odd-colored nails and cringed. Like, who did that? I tried avoiding Maya every day, but she was so loud and messy. One day, the math teacher asked everyone to take out their homework assignments, and she just couldn't find hers. I promise I did it. I put it in here. And then what happened? Your dog ate it? An elf came at night and stole it. A kidnapper is holding it for ransom. I make myself laugh. Well, at least you make someone laugh. And then Maya turned over her entire bag on her desk, and I was horrified at all the trash she had inside. She found her filthy assignment and a half-eaten donut. Want some? I'm sure it's only 2 weeks old. No, 3. Okay, a month, tops. The teacher looked as disgusted as I felt and made Maya stand at the back with her face to the wall. She deserved it. But the next day, I saw a bunch of kids gathered around Maya before math class, and they were all laughing. The teacher walked in and everyone ran to their seats. A few moments later, I saw Maya take out a freaking mouse from her pocket and quietly slip it into the teacher's desk while her back was turned. Seconds later, when the teacher turned around, she screamed and fell back in fright, while the mouse started running everywhere, and I panicked. "Maya, catch your stupid mouse right now! I can't stand it. Mice are dirty. Catch it now!" The whole class turned to me in shock, and the teacher was about to explode. Maya got 2 months detention, and she and the entire class turned on me. "You're such a snitch, Bella. Everyone knew it was me, but you had to announce it." "I didn't mean to." "Do you ever mean to do anything? Save it, weirdo." As if having her in school wasn't bad enough, I found out that she was also my neighbor. Mom was even more annoyed than I was. Oh God, are they following us or something? That hot mess now lives next to us. I felt the same way about Maya, but for some reason, all the kids and most of the teachers became her fans. It was like Maya was the real perfectionist because she could have fun. And she was an ace student who was giving me tough competition. One day during lunch, I was sitting at my usual spot when suddenly Maya came over and sat across me, grinning. "What are you doing here?" "Oh, I just came to see if you'd like the surprise I planned for you." "What surprise?" "Why don't you look up?" I looked up and saw a balloon coming right at me. And suddenly, I was drenched in paint. My hair, clothes, face, it was everywhere. Oh God, oh my God, no, what did you do? Hey, Bella, I was just messing around. Can you relax? But it was like I couldn't hear her. And suddenly, I attacked Maya as I screamed and cried. I don't remember what happened next, but as the teachers were taking me away, everyone was looking at me like I was some kind of alien. I was taken to the hospital and I found out that I just had a panic attack and that I had OCD. Turns out, even Mom had it and never knew. I had a breakdown and needed to take some time off school. I returned after 2 weeks and could feel everyone giving me weird looks, like I'd go mental any second, and it was all Maya's fault. But the moment I entered class, she stepped forward and smiled at me. "Hey, Bella, I'm so glad you're back. I hope you're feeling better." "Whatever, Maya. Don't pretend like you care. Look, I'm just really sorry for that day. I was only having fun, but I didn't know. Oh, please, just get out of my way. But after that day, Maya kept being nice to me, even though I kept trying to ignore her. A few days later, we were having art class, and Maya took a place next to me. Sometime later, she looked over my painting and said, "That looks really good. You're talented. Can't say the same about you. What did you even make? A dog with a horse's body?" Maya just looked at me and then burst out laughing. She laughed so hard she fell on the floor, and I started laughing too. OMG, you are so mean. That was my puppy that died a few years ago. But jeez, it does look like he has a horse's body. Maybe Maya wasn't so bad. Soon we started hanging out together, and she kind of started to grow on me. One time I was in the cafeteria eating my lunch when I realized Maya was staring at me. What? Why do you finish your fries first, then the burger, and cold drink in the end? I don't know. I always eat it like that. Everybody does. No? Why don't you try this? Maya ate a fry, then took a bite of the burger, and took a sip of her soda. Though I hated the idea of trying all three together, I did it for Maya. Holy moly, it tastes amazing! Told ya. Maya was the friend I needed. She accepted me for who I was, but also made me try different things. One day when I was home, I suddenly heard Mom screaming loudly. She was arguing with Maya's mom, who was washing her car while playing loud music. "I asked you to keep the music down and stop making a mess. You're wasting water, you dumbhead. Who are you calling a dumbhead?" And then she turned the hose to Mom, completely soaking her. Mom was furious and tried to snatch the hose from her. As they both fought, I saw Maya come out. "Geez, Maya, tell your mom to stop. Look at her, she's messy and crazy." She's crazy? Well, at least she's not a robot, like you and your mom. And just like that, we both got into a fight. I was so angry at Maya, I totally ignored her at school the next day. And she was doing the same. In our science period, the teacher announced how there was going to be a science tournament and we needed to pick teams. Even though Maya and I were the smartest kids in class, everyone wanted to be on her team. "You're going to make the project so fun, Maya. I want to be with you." "Me too. Pick me, Maya." So I had to choose from 3 backbenchers. And as we worked together, I realized my team really needed to learn the basics. I could see Maya's project was almost done, and I was so far behind. So just one day before the submission date, I became a dictator. "Listen to me loud and clear. We will get this done today. You got it? Go, go, go!" I pushed those guys so hard, and by some miracle, we finished it. Well, team, I'm proud of you. I'm sure we'll win tomorrow. But Maya's project looks so much better. Ours is really good too. Come on, we can win this. I was feeling confident, but something totally unexpected was waiting for me at school the next day. Maya was screaming while her project lay broken on the floor. It was fine when we left it yesterday. How could this happen? We worked so hard. What do we do now? Who did this? Do you think it could be Bella? Oh, shut up. She would never do this. I felt my heart swell hearing her words. She wasn't talking to me, but she still defended me. Just then, I spotted my team member snickering on the side. "Ours is the best project now." "What do you mean now? What did you do?" "Bella, we just wanted to win." "What did you do? Spit it out." "We kind of broke it yesterday before leaving school." Oh my God! I couldn't believe they'd do such a thing. I was beyond furious. I didn't want to win this way, so I walked over to Maya's stall and told her everything. "You can tell the teachers. I'm really sorry." Well, that was a nasty thing your team did, but I appreciate you being honest. Help us fix this and we can forget about it, okay? I helped Maya and her team fix the project right before the exhibition started, and after the teachers judged everyone's project, they got first prize. And I was so happy for her. Just as I was walking away, Maya suddenly pulled me into an empty classroom, and she kissed me. Whoa, what just happened? I just wanted to do that. Did you like it? Maya, it's not a really good idea. Our moms hate each other and wouldn't even want us to be friends. Why don't you loosen up for once and stop caring, Bella? Did you like it or not? I looked at her and smiled. I think I did. I'll have to try it again to be sure. And then I kissed her. The next few weeks with Maya were amazing. We kept it completely secret from our moms, and we were always sneaking around them. One time, she asked me to come over at night, and I nearly passed out when I saw her room. There were clothes everywhere. Oh my God. Listen, I'm helping you clean this. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to break up with you. She laughed, and we spent the whole night sorting out the mess. Best date ever. Sometime later, Maya and I were selected to be part of a quiz competition that was gonna be broadcast live on a local TV channel. I was nervous, but so relieved to be doing this with Maya. It was going great, till there came a moment when I pressed the buzzer to answer a question, but suddenly, my mind went blank. I started to sweat and felt breathless as I sensed all eyes on me. Oh God, not another panic attack.
Do you know the answer?
I do, but I just need to count to 50 first.
What? We don't have time for that. If you don't know the answer, just pass.
Suddenly, Maya leapt up from her seat. She does know the answer. She just needs to count to 50, okay? Can you give her some space and let her do that? The host gave her an impatient nod, and I closed my eyes as Maya took my hand. Once I'd counted, I gave the answer, and it was correct. We won! I stepped forward as team captain to receive the trophy, when suddenly, Maya's mom jumped onto the stage and tried to snatch it from me.
Why do you get to receive it? My daughter should. You wouldn't even have won without her, loser.
And then my mom was on the stage too.
Who are you calling a loser? She's the team captain because she's better than your daughter.
Oh my God, shut up, both of you. We dragged our mothers backstage and I turned to them furiously. Thanks a lot for embarrassing us. You know what? You want to fight and compete and rip each other's hair out? Go ahead, but Maya and I are friends. In fact, we're more than friends. And with that, I took her hand.
What do you mean?
Let me make it clearer. And with that, Maya kissed me, and our moms' faces were priceless. No way, not happening.
Bella, have you lost your mind?
Yeah, maybe I have. Deal with it. I put my arm through Maya's, and we walked off to celebrate our victory with ice cream. We'll get 3 scoops each. Vanilla, strawberry, and chocolate. Exactly in that order. Don't mess it up, okay? I love you, Maya.
Yeah, you're okay too.
My name is Missy, and if there's one thing you should know about me, it's that I've always dreamed of finding love. Love is about being seen, the kind of attention that makes you feel special. But that's never been me. They say love finds you when you least expect it. I never believed that. Not until it literally found me. I was getting ready for school when I heard the doorbell ring. I opened the door. No one was there. And then I saw it. A mysterious box wrapped in silver paper with my name written on it. I wasn't expecting any deliveries. I wasn't even sure it was safe to bring in my house. But something inside me had to know what was inside. Tucked inside the black velvet was the most beautiful diamond ring I've ever seen. The way it caught the light and sparkled made my heart skip a beat. Next to it was a small, neatly folded note. For as long as you wear this ring, true love will find you. Was this a dream come true? I slid the ring onto my finger. I didn't question it. I didn't hesitate. And somehow, the ring was a perfect fit. Immediately, I felt a sudden, unexplainable shift in the air. When I got to school, things were different. Typically, I was just lucky to get noticed if someone bumped into me in the hallway. But when I walked in today, my classmates, who usually ignored me, seemed thrilled to see me. Even Amanda and Daisy, the most popular mean girls, gave me compliments.
Good morning, Missy. You look so cute. Missy, hi. Will you sit next to me at lunch today?
I was starting to think this was some kind of prank. But then in class, Mr. Robbins, my calculus teacher who never seemed to pass me no matter what I did, complimented my homework.
Everyone could learn a thing or two from Missy. She's the only one who turns in fantastic work.
By lunchtime, it was like people were fighting to sit near me. I had never gotten this kind of attention in my life. Girls kept trying to take selfies with me to post on social media, and boys kept throwing me looks of interest. Some even came over to chat me up. Even the nerdy, antisocial guy from my chemistry class, Gordy, came up to me after volleyball practice. And he never talks to anyone.
Hey, it's Missy, right? You're really good at volleyball.
I wondered if anyone at school had ever even heard his voice up until now. Were you watching me?
Oh, yeah. Do you want to be my girlfriend?
No. He just asked me what my name was, and now he was asking me to be his girlfriend? Who does that? My mind was racing. It was like I was totally invisible before. And all of a sudden, I was getting attention from everyone. Well, not everyone. The one person who I'd hoped would notice me, Jake, still walked by me like I didn't exist. I'd had a crush on Jake for, like, forever. When I read that note this morning, I thought Jake and maybe he would, I don't know. I thought this ring was supposed to bring me true love and that it would be with Jake. When I got home, my phone was ringing and buzzing off the hook with calls, text messages, new likes, and followers on social media. I didn't even recognize most of the numbers. That's when I wondered, was all of this from the ring? I took it off, and suddenly the call stopped. Interesting. Well, at least this way I could focus on my homework. The next morning, I realized I totally overslept and went to school in a mad rush. And when I got there, I was suddenly invisible again. No one talked to me, not even Gordy. None of my new friends paid me any mind. What changed? I realized I'd forgotten the ring at home in my rush to get to school. I was a ghost in the hallways, and that lack of attention was causing panic to creep over me. I didn't like being invisible again. Once I got home, I'd shove that ring back on and never take it off again. I wanted that feeling again. Needed to be seen. The next day at school, with the ring on, I had everyone's attention again. And it felt good. Really good. For the next few days, I was learning what it meant to be this new version of myself. The new Missy was confident, fearless. She owned every room she walked into. I quickly became the most popular girl in school. I had more followers on social media than my entire class combined. Every girl wanted to be me. Every guy wanted to date me. And lots of them tried. I flirted aimlessly with a lot of them for fun. But others that tried, I couldn't believe they would even shoot their shot with me.
Hi, Missy. Do you want to be partners in the chem lab today?
Ew, no, she doesn't. Why would someone like her ever even speak to you?
Right? Like, get a clue. He's such a loser. Really? The only guy that stood a chance with me was Jake. And he still really hadn't paid me the mind that other people had. Just then, I saw Jake at his locker. Maybe I just needed to try a little harder. Give him a nudge. I'd hit him with the move that had the other boys following me around like puppies. I walked towards him, and as I passed him, I flipped my hair and talked to him over my shoulder. Hey, Jake. Wicked shirt.
Oh, thanks.
Nothing. Barely even a reaction. How come everyone was obsessed with me except Jake? Clearly, either the ring didn't work on Jake, or he just wasn't my true love. I walked into chemistry sulking from my bruised ego. Seeing the line of boys hoping to be my lab partner didn't even help. I was still in my pity party when a deep voice with the hottest accent pulled me straight out of it.
Don't even bother asking her voice. She's mine.
Timothy. He had just moved to the country a few months ago. Even though he kept to himself and barely interacted with anyone, he was shrouded with new kid mystique. Rumors flew around that he came from a super powerful rich family who lived in a mansion. Anytime I had seen him, he was just observing. I figured he was still trying to learn the ropes of an American school. And now, here he was, claiming me. The boys grumbled and laughed, while Timothy slid into the empty seat beside me like he'd always belonged there. He set down his books with a smooth ease, giving me a lopsided smirk. Wow, possessive much?
I prefer efficient.
You don't even know if I want to be your partner.
Don't you?
Before I could even respond, our teacher told us to begin. We put on our gloves and got to work. Timothy handled the assignment like he was a craftsman, and chemistry was his craft. Everything was done with precision and impressive control. Every so often, I would catch him glancing at me. So, you do this often? Mix potentially dangerous substances in your free time?
Only when necessary.
Where are you from, anyway?
You mean before I arrived here?
Well, yeah.
Europe.
Well, that's specific. The liquid in our beaker shifted from deep blue to bright pink, signaling the reaction was complete. I scribbled down the results. When I looked up, he was looking at me intently. You stare a lot.
Oh, there's a lot of beauty to stare at.
Okay, that worked.
Now that we've found each other, you should let me take you out.
Now that we found each other, the note had said true love would find you. And here Timothy was. Maybe this was it. Okay, yes. Timothy smiled, looking as if he'd just won something. After class, we walked to lunch together, arm in arm. If I thought I had attention before, this was next level. Everyone, and I mean everyone, was talking about how Missy and the new hot European guy were together. The next morning, I walked into school to find a perfect red rose taped to my locker with a note, "For my beautiful Missy, thinking of you always, Tim." It was so sweet, the kind of thing I had always dreamed of someone doing for me. He carried my books to class and even paid for my lunch every day. I felt a flutter in my chest, a tiny voice whispering, "This is real. This is good." I was starting to feel something for him. For the next few weeks, it was like Tim and I owned the school, and I loved the feeling. Some people worshipped us, while others were so envious of our relationship. And I loved that even more. Old Missy might have wanted Jake, but new Missy deserved something bigger. Like a bunch of friends and attention, and someone rich and cool who's obsessed with her, like Tim. The best part was Timothy's access to the most luxurious things. It meant I had access to those things. One day, Timothy took a group of friends to the Larkwood Club, a super private and elite social beach club with a crazy membership fee. As I stood there tanning in the sun and being the center of attention, a waiter in a crisp white shirt approached. Jake.
Finally. I'll have a lemonade, fresh squeezed, not that canned garbage. Same. And make it fast, yeah?
Jake nodded, jotting down the order, but didn't say a word. That apathy, like he wasn't even paying attention, it bothered me a lot. You got that? Make it fast or no tip. We've waited long enough. Chop chop. Jake's jaw tensed, but he just gave a short nod before hurrying off. Amanda and Daisy looked at me, and then we all burst out laughing. Just then, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the sleek glass building. The girl who was staring back at me was standing next to girls who had always made her feel small. And now, I was one of them, behaving just the way they did. It made my stomach twist. I tried to turn my attention back to the group and Timothy, who was staring at me with a huge grin on his face. But that feeling was hard to shake. Who was I becoming? Over the next few weeks, the more time Timothy and I spent together, the more I realized that we didn't have much in common. He didn't watch movies or listen to music. He never laughed at my jokes. He never talked about his childhood or his friends or past or what he wanted to do in the future. Every conversation somehow circled back to how perfect we were together. Maybe it was true. Opposites attract, right? And anytime we were apart, the feeling that something was wrong would start weighing heavily on me. Then as soon as I was with him, I felt like I could breathe again. It had to be right. It all took a turn when I went over to Tim's house for the first time. As I walked up his driveway, I realized this was nothing like I'd been expecting. The house was a mansion, but it was old and creepy, the kind kids dare each other to walk past on Halloween. When I lifted my hand to knock, the door creaked open all on its own. There in the shadows stood Tim, grinning.
Missy, come on in.
I forced a smile and stepped inside. The only source of light inside were some flickering candles. And then I saw Tim's parents in the hallway. They were both tall, thin and dressed in all black except for a bunch of old Victorian-looking jewelry. They just kept watching me. It was like their eyes never blinked. But it was the glazed look in his mom's eyes that freaked me out the most.
So, you're Missy.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs.
Oh, don't worry about that. Just call them Mom and Dad.
I froze. Mom and Dad? I just met them. Surely he must have been joking. I let out a nervous laugh, but no one else laughed. They just stared.
Do you believe in fate, Missy?
I guess.
Then you understand some things are meant to be. We're so glad you agree and like the ring.
The ring? How did they know anything about the ring?
I knew it would be perfect for her.
Wait, hold on a minute. You were the one who gave me the ring?
Of course I am. Now we can spend the rest of our lives together in love.
My heart dropped. Timothy had given me the ring? How was that even possible? This whole situation left an awful taste in my mouth. I looked over at his mom, who still hadn't opened her mouth. She grasped at her throat, and just then, I saw the same exact ring on her finger that I had on mine. I needed to get out of here, now! You know, I just realized that I totally forgot I have, a super big project due tomorrow. I should go home. I ran out of the house before they could say another word. What kind of insane family was that? I don't know what kind of power was in that ring, but I didn't want any part of it. I turned the corner onto my street, and there, on my doorstep again, was Tim, with a twitch in his eye. How did you get here before me?
Why did you leave? We were in the middle of a date.
This whole ring thing, it's really starting to creep me out.
I can explain. My family's been crafting jewelry for generations, but we aren't just skilled artisans. We have a gift. We can infuse our creations with the power of intention, bringing our very desires to life. That's exactly what I did with your ring. Our fates are bound now, you and me, forever intertwined.
I tried to stay calm as I took off the ring. A weird look came over his face. I'm really sorry, but I don't know if we should continue seeing each other. I'll see you at school, okay? I went into my house and started to close the door, but he stopped it with his hand.
Didn't you notice how much better your life was when you wore the ring? When I first moved here, I noticed you when no one else did. You were constantly looking towards other people, hoping someone would talk to you, include you in their conversations, notice you, praise you. But you always stayed in the shadows, too afraid to speak up. I could see what you really wanted, though. You craved to be seen just like me. I have the power to give us the attention we need, the attention we deserve, the power to bring you true love.
I don't think this is true love, Timothy, and I don't think I want the attention this badly. I handed the ring back to him, and I swear I will never forget the crazed look in his eyes. I closed the door, and this time he didn't stop me. Major sigh of relief. I should have known that ring was too good to be true. Sure, it brought me the popularity and the attention, but was all that worth an insane family and me not even recognizing myself anymore? The next day at school, I was back to the old Missy. No one talked to me, no one really even looked at me. It was like none of my friends even remembered who I was. And to be honest, I was relieved. I wasn't sure any relationship I had was authentic in the first place. And after everything that had happened between me and Tim, I just wanted to be alone. And weirdly enough, Tim had disappeared. He wasn't at school or in class for the next week. Maybe that was something else to be relieved and grateful for. One afternoon, I was having ice cream by myself at a cafe like I used to before, when suddenly, Jake walked in. He went up to order, and I pretended to check my phone. Not really sure why. It wasn't like he noticed me much anyway, even when I had the ring on. I got up and turned toward the door. Just then, a hand reached out and opened the door for me.
I got it, Missy.
Oh, thanks. We walked out together and kinda started walking in the same direction on the pier. Even though we weren't talking, there was some kind of charge. This was slow and quiet, not like what it felt like with everyone who gave me attention. I wondered what it would be like if Jake had paid attention to me, but
but that wasn't something I really deserved. I had turned into someone I didn't want to be. Hey, Jake, I'm really sorry about how I spoke to you the other day at the beach club. That wasn't cool.
Oh, people talk to me like that all the time at the club. It's okay.
It's not okay. I shouldn't have been one of those awful people. I'm sorry.
That's big of you. Thanks. I forgive you.
All of a sudden, the hair on the back of my neck stood up, and that's when I saw him, Tim, standing at the end of the pier, lurking in the shadows of a gift shop. He was watching us, and then he stepped forward into the light.
Missy!
His voice cut through the night like a knife.
Moving on so soon? You've just barely broken up. This could be considered cheating.
The way he said it sent a ripple of unease through me. You and I aren't even together, and Jake and I are just walking.
He doesn't know what you want, but I do. Put it back on.
Tim's hand moved to his pocket, pulling out the all-too-familiar ring. His fingers curled around my wrist slightly as he tried to slide the ring on. I tried to yank my hand away. No, Tim, you're being insane.
Insane? No, what's insane is you thinking you could just take it off. That you can pretend none of this ever happened.
His grip tightened, not painfully, but firm.
Let her go.
Jake's voice was steady, but there was an edge to it. He stepped between us. Timothy let out a slow exhale, like he was disappointed. His eyes flicked to Jake. Something dark flashed behind them.
You were never supposed to be here.
No, Tim. You're the one who was never supposed to be here. Timothy's head snapped toward me. His expression twitched, but I didn't care. Something inside me had shifted. You were never supposed to be in my head, making me think I needed you, or the attention, or the ring. Maybe I thought I needed people looking at me, talking about me, wanting me. But none of it was real. The attention didn't make me important, and it made me someone I didn't even recognize or like. And I'm done with that. I'd rather be invisible, and myself again. Timothy's face twisted into something ugly.
No, that's not who you are. You just need to remember.
His hand darted out, gripping my wrist, trying to force the ring back onto my finger again.
I said, let her go!
Jake shoved Timothy back. Timothy staggered but caught himself, then shoved Jake back violently. I gasped as Jake's foot caught the edge of the pier and he grabbed Timothy's hand at the last second, trying to regain his balance. But Timothy looked at him with a sinister smile and let go. Jake fell backwards and hit the water with a splash. I ran over to the railing, hoping that Jake was okay. But all I saw were bubbles. What is wrong with you? What if he can't swim? We have to get help.
Can't you see that I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make you happy? To make sure you get everything you deserve? Just put the ring back on and I'll show you.
That's gonna be harder than you think.
My head whipped back assault on Jake. We contacted the police and went with the officers to his mansion. The officers knocked for a while, and finally Timothy's parents appeared, completely poised and calm.
We're looking for Timothy. There's been an incident.
Timothy's mother just looked at us with those glazed eyes, and his father politely smiled.
Timothy? Oh, I'm afraid you must be mistaken. We do have a son, but he doesn't live here. He's away at boarding school. Has been for years.
A cold shiver ran down my spine. That's not true. He's been at our school. I know him. And I've been here in this house with all of you before. The officers exchanged looks. One of them walked over to the car to hop on the radio to talk to someone. He walked back over a few moments later.
Ma'am, we've just checked. There's no record of a Timothy ever being enrolled at your school.
A sick feeling crawled up my throat. As the police started to walk away, Timothy's father bent down and whispered in my ear.
Attention is a fragile thing, Missy. The moment it shifts away, it's like you were never there at all.
Back at school, it was like Timothy had never existed in the first place. But Jake and I knew the truth. And sometimes I felt it, that prickling on my neck, the weight of unseen eyes, like Timothy was still watching. When suddenly, I saw a bunch of kids running toward me. I froze, stunned. But they rushed right past me without even looking. Confused, I turned around.
And that's when I saw her. A girl standing in the middle of the crowd. All eyes on her. And just then, I saw it. The exact same ring on her finger that I once wore.
There was only one thing I really wanted, a boyfriend. I dated before, but all those guys were jerks. I even said yes to a nerd for one date just to see if he'd surprise me. Never trying that again. No thank you. Next! I was beginning to lose hope in ever finding my Prince Charming. That was until Chris came into my world years later in high school. My eyes were immediately hooked onto him. The looks, the smile, and the muscles rippling underneath his shirt. I just